Since the dawn of written language, the magnificent tapestry of human civilization has begun its legacy, cultivating a resplendent culture. Yet, this universe was not fashioned for humanity. The course of human civilization is inevitably fraught with a series of challenges and crises. From asteroid collisions and gamma-ray bursts to encounters with malevolent extraterrestrial civilizations and gravitational disturbances from celestial bodies altering Earth's orbit. The potential trials are countless. As long as humanity endures through the passage of time, it is destined to confront such adversities. The narrative unfolds on an ordinary day when humanity suddenly perceives the sun dimming, heralding the first challenge since the advent of civilization. Chapter 1. A blank canvas. Our civilization may appear to flourish in vibrant splendor. We can carve through mountains, reclaim the seas, and manipulate rainfall. We seem immensely powerful. However, this is merely a thought. The stark truth is that we are profoundly fragile, Li Qi remarked, taking a sip of wine as he slowly addressed Zhao Hua. Sheng, seated across from him. Li Qi seemed lost in contemplation, yet it was as if his thoughts had already drifted to a distant realm, his gaze ethereal and unfocused. Zhao Huasheng has always held great respect for his senior. As early as during his doctoral studies, he interned at the Stellar Physics Research Institute, a branch of the Central Academy of Alliance Sciences, where he became a subordinate to Li Qi. Zhao Huasheng has always admired Li Qi's profound expertise in stellar physics. Perhaps, Zhao Huasheng remarked, but human civilization continues to grow ever stronger. I believe that in the near future, we shall truly become formidable. Li Qi sighed, a flicker of indescribable emotion passing through his eyes tinged with both sorrow and pain. He stood up and moved to the window of the high-rise restaurant. Through the glass, the vibrant nightscape of the city unfolded before him. The dazzling lights seemed to overshadow the moon in the sky. The streets were alive with serpentine trails of illuminated cars. Even from hundreds of meters above the ground, the distant sounds of the city's hustle and bustle could be discerned. It was already 11 o'clock, yet the city showed no signs of slumber. "This is our civilization," Li Qi exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace it all. His gaze appeared entranced, and his tone took on the quality of a reverie. "This is our powerful and prosperous civilization." Zhao Huasheng paused, then sat back down in his seat. He sensed that something was amiss with Li Qi today. Human civilization has profoundly altered the visage of our planet, and in our naivete, we have presumed ourselves to be omnipotent. Yet, the reality is starkly different. Consider the earth beneath our feet. How well do we truly comprehend it? The deepest point on our planet is the Mariana Trench, plunging over 10,000 meters, while the highest peak, Mount Everest, rises to less than 9,000 meters. We celebrate our submarine's descent into the Mariana Trench as a remarkable achievement, and we exhaust our efforts to bore a mere 11-kilometer hole into the Earth, proclaiming it a significant milestone. However, with Earth's radius exceeding 6,000 kilometers, our endeavors have merely scratched the surface, delving only 1/600th of the way, leaving 99% of the planet shrouded in mystery. The epicenter of earthquakes rarely exceeds 100 kilometers in depth. Even the most formidable tremors recorded in Earth's history, when viewed in the grand scheme of the plane, amount to nothing more than a mere sneeze, barely even that, perhaps just a subtle shift in the Earth's crust. Yet despite this insignificance, the consequences often result in the tragic loss of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives. A hint of derision flickered in Li Qi's gaze. Zhao Huasheng was well aware of the truths Li Qi articulated. However, hearing them conveyed in such a tone evoked an unsettling sensation within Zhao Huasheng, a feeling akin to that of a seemingly invincible individual having their vulnerabilities and inadequacies laid bare before others. Humanity often speaks of protecting the Earth, yet why does the Earth require human guardianship? Even if the nuclear arsenal amassed by mankind were to detonate simultaneously, it would merely devastate the surface environment, with the repercussions failing to penetrate a mere 100 kilometers beneath the Earth's crust. Ultimately, humanity is merely safeguarding its own existence. And should humanity exhaust its efforts to obliterate the Earth, what consequence would it bear? Can ants bring down a mountain? Our entire civilization, every city, every edifice, our populace, our culture, our heritage, Our technology, everything we hold dearest, but a minuscule microorganism clinging to the surface of the Earth. If the Earth possessed consciousness and desire to annihilate human civilization, it would need merely to sneeze a single sneeze. Li Qi spoke with profound melancholy. Zhao Huaxing murmured, "Indeed, our human civilization is minuscule, yet our potential for development is boundless." Li Qi, dismissive of this sentiment, continued, "This is but a single Earth. In the grand scheme of the solar system, what significance does Earth hold? In comparison to the Milky Way, what does the Sun represent? Let alone when we consider the Milky Way Andromeda system or the Virgo supercluster. The vastness of the universe is unfathomable." Zhao Huaxing, puzzled by Li Qi's words, inquired, "Brotherly, what troubles you?" Li Qi chuckled to himself and said goodbye. After uttering those words, he stepped out of the elevator, unlocked his door, and closed it firmly behind him. It was evident that he had no intention of inviting Zhao Huaxing in for a visit. As midnight approached, Zhao Huaxing had completed his evening routine, but found himself unable to drift into slumber. A nagging sense of unease lingered within him, as if something significant were on the horizon, yet he could not quite grasp the cause. It was only around 2 or 3 in the morning that Zhao Huaxing finally succumbed to a fitful sleep, but merely 4 or 5 hours later, he awoke with his eyes wide open. His rest had been insufficient, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued. Under normal circumstances, he would not have roused at such an hour, especially since it was the weekend and he had planned to indulge in a leisurely morning. Zhao Huaxing was awakened by the chill in the air. Ironically, it was the height of summer in the months of July and August, when the sun blazes fiercely. Before 5 o'clock, the sun would typically rise, casting its light and warmth upon the earth, allowing the cool air of the night to gradually warm and become sweltering. Yet today felt distinctly different. He draped a jacket over himself and approached the window. The weather was clear, with no clouds in sight, and indeed, a large sun hung in the sky, albeit appearing rather dim. The sky was not its usual vibrant blue. Instead, it bore a muted hue, tinged with shadows that rendered the atmosphere quite oppressive. Zhao Huaxing is a researcher at the Institute of Stellar Physics, and the nearest star to Earth is, quite evidently, the Sun. Thus, it is clear that Zhao Huaxing's work primarily revolves around the study of the Sun, including its internal structure, material composition, and evolutionary processes. Today, the Sun appears rather peculiar. Yet at this moment, Zhao Huaxing does not recall the necessity of employing his expertise to analyze it. However, a sudden, urgent knock on the door shatters the tranquility of the morning. Reluctantly, Zhao Huaxing rises, dons his attire, splashes some water on his face, and proceeds to the door. Upon opening it, he is greeted by a stout man clad in a black suit, his demeanor exuding coldness, who promptly presents his identification before Zhao Huaxing. "I am Agent Meng Zhu, a first-class operative of the Alliance Security Bureau," the man states icily. "There are matters requiring your cooperation in an investigation. I must ask you to accompany me." "The Alliance Security Bureau? Me?" Zhao Huaxing is taken aback, pondering the situation. Aside from a childhood incident where he had snatched a lollipop from a female classmate, he cannot recall any other wrongdoing. "What matters? Please accompany me, you will understand upon arrival," Meng Zhu replies, maintaining his frosty tone. "Very well." Zhao Huaxing contemplates for a moment before conceding. Thus, half an hour later, he finds himself in a spacious conference room. To his astonishment, he encounters many familiar faces within this room: colleagues, superiors, and a few individuals whose identities elude him, though they seem strikingly recognizable. After a moment's reflection, he realizes that these are individuals he often sees on television. Zhao Huaxing settled into an empty seat. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere in the conference room was laden with gravity. Not a single face bore a smile. Upon his entrance, all present, including several prominent figures frequently seen on television, regarded him with a peculiar gaze. "May I inquire as to what has transpired?" Zhao Huaxing asked. "This is the sole relic left for you by Director Li Qi," Meng Zhu stated as he placed a safe before Zhao Huaxing. Upon opening it, Zhao Huaxing beheld a solitary sheet of white paper resting within. He did not hastily inspect the paper, rather. He inquired with astonishment, "A relic? Something left for me by Brotherly?" "Indeed," Meng Zhu affirmed with a nod. "Director Li Qi passed away late last night, and preliminary investigations suggest suicide. At the scene, we discovered this safe, along with a white paper, and this note, which reads, "I have departed. Please ensure this white paper is delivered to Zhao Huaxing. He will clarify all your uncertainties." Chapter 2. 10%. The elderly man was the supreme leader of the Human Alliance. Accompanying him were several other significant figures, all of whom held considerable influence within the Alliance. Upon first laying eyes on this group, Zhao Huaxing instinctively sensed that a major event was unfolding. However, the gravity of the situation struck him with unexpected swiftness, and even now, he had yet to regain his composure. Li Qi had died, taking his own life, leaving behind nothing but a blank sheet of paper. It was, without a doubt, a meeting of the highest order, graced by the presence of the supreme leader, who was presently questioning the state of the sun. My apologies, Zhao Huaxing murmured to himself, slapping his palm against his forehead several times. He then seated himself, closing his eyes in silence for a moment to process the overwhelming information he had just encountered. It took a considerable effort for him to finally find his calm. The elder gestured to Meng Zhu, who reported, around 3 o'clock this morning, the solar observation telescope stationed in the Western Hemisphere, along with 15 solar observation satellites in Earth's orbit and several observation satellites positioned at the Lagrange points and in heliocentric orbit, simultaneously relayed a critical message to the Crisis Prevention Department. The content of all reports was identical, stating that the solar radiation intensity had plummeted by 10% within a mere few minutes, and it continues to decline at an alarming rate. Upon receiving this message, the Crisis Prevention Department promptly escalated the information to the FRAIR's office and reached out to Director Li Qi of your Stellar Physics Research Institute. After discovering that Director Li was unreachable, our United Nations department intervened and proceeded directly to Director Li's residence. We found that Director Li had exhibited normal behavior in the days leading up to his tragic decision. However, last night, the usually teetotaling Director Li had invited you to share a drink at the top-floor restaurant of the Century Building, engaging in conversation with you for at least an hour. By reviewing Director Li's past research records, we concluded that he had been aware of the impending solar upheaval for at least a year, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from disclosing these findings to the public. Furthermore, there is a significant detail regarding the time of Director Li's death. The autopsy revealed that he passed away precisely 1 hour before the solar cataclysm occurred. Throughout this account, Monce's tone remained unvarying, devoid of any fluctuations. However, his words stirred tumultuous waves within Zhao Huaxing's mind. Zhao Huaxing's thoughts were nearly suspended, yet Monce's words continued to penetrate his consciousness like relentless projectiles. It is utterly inconceivable that the solar radiation levels could plummet by 10%. Such an occurrence defies logic. If the solar radiation were to diminish, the sun would be unable to withstand its immense internal pressure, resulting in a contraction of its volume and an increase in density to elevate core temperatures, thereby restoring radiation levels. This is a dynamic equilibrium, a fundamental truth, Zhao Huaxing murmured. The elderly man gestured once more towards Meng Zhu, who promptly placed a stack of documents before Zhao Huaxing. These included diagrams illustrating fluctuations in solar radiation levels, preliminary observational data from various satellites, along with some initial analytical conclusions. Familiar with such materials, Zhao Huaxing quickly comprehended the information presented. All detection devices unequivocally indicated a singular conclusion. Solar radiation levels have indeed decreased, yet the sun's mass, volume, and density remain largely unchanged. Do you grasp the implications of a 10% reduction in solar radiation? The elder spoke slowly. This signifies that the Earth is poised to enter the most severe ice age in recorded history. The equatorial regions will transform into temperate zones. Temperate zones will become frigid, and the Antarctic ice sheet may even merge with South America. The Greenland ice cap could extend to the Asian continent, rendering vast swathes of our planet uninhabitable. Crop yields will plummet, leading to the starvation of tens of millions, if not billions. Should solar radiation levels continue to fall, our civilization may face complete collapse, regressing to a primitive state, if not worse. Today marks the first day of this decline in solar radiation levels. Due to the atmospheric circulation and the ocean's thermal insulation, we have yet to perceive any significant changes, perhaps merely sensing a slight drop in temperature. However, if we are unable to enhance the level of solar radiation, the temperature will continue to decline gradually, eventually reaching an unbearable level. Therefore, Zhao Huaxing, please enlighten us on what actions we should take. I do not know, Zhao Huaxing murmured. What did Director Li Qi say to you last night? Recite it verbatim, without a single error. A physicist present at the meeting remarked. Zhao Huasheng composed himself and, with a hint of bitterness, replied, Yesterday was Friday. After work, Director Li Qi sought me out, expressing a desire to broaden my horizons. We proceeded to the top-floor restaurant of the Century Building, where he instructed me to take a seat, ordered dishes, and poured some drinks. He inquired about my recent circumstances and any thoughts I might have. After some discussion, Director Li Qi steered the conversation toward the insignificance of human civilization. On your journey to the Century Building, how many times did Director Li Qi lament the traffic congestion? Well, that encompasses the entirety of your dialogue. Please review it for any omissions, the clerk said. Zhao Huasheng took the sheets of notes, swiftly perused them, and responded. There are no omissions. Indeed, Meng Zhu affirmed with a single word. At that moment, a knock echoed at the conference room door. Upon receiving consent, a person adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed like a secretary entered. The expert group in organizational psychology swiftly commenced a psychological assessment of Li Qi. Concurrently, specialists from various fields were gathered to meticulously analyze all research materials and items Li Qi had interacted with. I seek to ascertain, in the shortest possible time, the reasons behind Li Qi's tragic decision to end his life, why he had foreseen this calamity yet refrained from issuing a prior warning, and why he opted for suicide before the disaster unfolded. Additionally, I wish to understand the significance of the blank paper he left for Zhao Huasheng. How Li Qi predicted this disaster, his unique insights regarding the changes in the sun at this moment, and most crucially, whether Li Qi possessed any means to address this crisis. If so, what those solutions might entail. Meanwhile, I urge the immediate assembly of relevant scientists across the entire alliance to analyze the solar changes without delay. The elder delivered these unequivocal commands in a calm tone. After articulating his directives, he rubbed his temples wearily, casting a glance at Zhao Huasheng, and said, Huasheng, from this day forth, in many respects, the fate of humanity rests in your hands. Chapter 3, Solar Crisis Coordination Center. Our civilization faces the gravest challenge in recorded history. The elder stood, surveying the assembly in the conference room, his voice heavy with sorrow. Our human civilization has yet to reach a stage of robust maturity. We are still incapable of even landing on Mars. I can comprehend the insignificance of human civilization and the absurdity, as well as the arduousness, of relying on its power to alter the sun. Yet, we are left with no choice. We must confront the challenges ahead, should we triumph over this crisis. The continuity of our civilization will be assured. Conversely, failure would lead to our extinction. Such is the stark reality. The elder remarked, Fortunately, our technology has made strides. Although the situation is daunting, it is not devoid of hope. Huasheng and Mengzhu, you two remain, the elder instructed. As the crowd dispersed, the vast conference room was left with only Zhao Huasheng and Mengzhu. I have reviewed your records, the elder said, glancing at Zhao Huasheng. From your elementary years to your enrollment at the Stellar Physics Research Institute, you have consistently demonstrated exceptional talent, exhibiting both intelligence and a diligent thirst for knowledge. In the presence of many, Zhao Huasheng had felt relatively at ease, but now, confronted solely with the elder, he felt the weight of immense pressure. This elder was the supreme leader of the human alliance, a figure Zhao Huasheng had never imagined he would encounter. Faced with the elder's praise, he found himself at a loss for words. You need not belittle yourself, for you are indeed intelligent and diligent, the elder continued gently. However, in the grand context of human civilization, your intelligence and diligence remain within the realm of the ordinary. You have not exhibited any capabilities that might be deemed extraordinary. Even within the realm of science, and particularly within the esteemed institution of the Stellar Physics Research Institute, your qualifications hardly rank among the elite, at best. They place you in the upper echelons. Numerous individuals surpass you in intellect, and many exhibit greater diligence. Thus, Watson, I find myself intrigued as to why Director Li Qi ultimately selected you to undertake this most formidable task. Can you elucidate the reasoning behind this choice? I do not know. Zhao Huasheng pondered for a moment before reluctantly conceding to this stark reality. The words of the elder, though harsh and devoid of any regard for his self-esteem, were undeniably truthful. With a heavy sigh, the elder rose and approached the window, gazing out through the expansive glass at the vibrant city below, leaving Zhao Huasheng and Meng Zhu with a figure that, though slightly stooped, remained remarkably robust. Huasheng, I must speak candidly. I harbor no confidence in overcoming this crisis, the elder confessed. The mass of the sun exceeds that of the Earth by over 1,000,000 times. In the face of such a seemingly insignificant planet, we find ourselves utterly powerless. How much more so against the sun? Yet, you are aware that such sentiments cannot be voiced in public forums. My sole contribution lies in endeavoring to allocate resources towards this cause, empowering scientists and engineers to pursue that elusive glimmer of hope on behalf of all humanity. To be frank, upon receiving this news, I was nearly engulfed by despair. Fortunately, I soon received another message, revealing that Director Li Qi had long been aware of these matters. He had bequeathed his only relic to you, asserting that you could elucidate all our inquiries. I have had interactions with Li Qi and am familiar with the essence of his character. Given that Li Qi claimed you could resolve all our uncertainties, it stands to reason that you are indeed capable of doing so. In this incident, if I were to express my confidence in our human civilization's technology as merely 1%, then my faith in Li Qi would be at least 20%. Watson, I shall provide you with all the resources you deem necessary, as long as you believe it will aid in your comprehension of Li Qi's intentions. Even if it requires a journey to the moon, I shall accommodate you. The elder approached and gently patted Li Qi's shoulder, speaking kindly. Whatever you need. Feel free to convey it to Meng Zhua, who will ensure all matters are handled appropriately. So be it, Watson. Remember, you hold the fate of humanity in your hands. The elder turned and departed, leaving only Zhao Huaxing and Meng Zhua in the conference room. Zhao Huaxing leaned back in his seat, covering his face with his hands, his mind a tumult of confusion. Why me? Why me? Brother Li, why did you choose me in the end? In the future, for the sake of our understanding and communication, I shall refer to you as number 1, Meng Zhua stated coldly. You may call me number 2. Zhao Huaxing managed a faint smile. It's not that complicated. I shall simply call you by your name. Very well. Meng Zhu retained his customary icy demeanor. Number 1. Please indicate the next course of action. The vehicle continued to be driven by Meng Zhu, while Zhao Huaxing occupied the passenger seat, his thoughts having long since drifted elsewhere. Indeed, Zhao Huaxing felt that the world before his eyes appeared almost unreal. The throngs of people, the serpentine lines of vehicles, the towering edifices, and even the sun suspended in the sky, slightly dimmed, all conveyed an air of falsity. How could this be? This thought incessantly echoed in Zhao Huaxing's mind. Since the sun's birth from primordial interstellar gas, it had been steadily burning for over 4 billion years. In the context of this vast timescale, the 5,000 years of recorded human civilization seemed but a fleeting moment. Yet, within this ephemeral instant, the sun underwent drastic transformations. Coincidentally, during this same brief span, human civilization advanced, acquiring rudimentary interstellar exploration capabilities. The Solar Crisis Coordination Center bore 2 primary responsibilities. The first was to investigate the intrinsic physical mechanisms behind the sun's changes and seek solutions. The second was to devise means to ensure the continuity of human civilization in the event that the crisis proved insurmountable. The matters concerning Li Qi and Zhao Huaxing remained confidential, known only to the elite scientists who attended the morning meeting and a select few high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance. As the old man articulated, I have placed my utmost hopes in you, granting you the greatest authority and resources. However, such matters must not be disclosed in public. Zhao Huaxing found this comprehensible. Thus, the first day of the weekend unfolded under these peculiar circumstances. Zhao Huaxing remained at home throughout the day, neglecting food and ignoring phone calls, simply seated in silence, motionless. Meng Zhu stood beside him like a statue. In merely a day, Zhao Huaxing appeared profoundly haggard. It was not until nightfall that he sighed, and, in a voice so hoarse it astonished even himself, uttered, Meng Zhu, you should retire to the guest room. Zhao Huaxing was acutely aware that, from this day forward, his fate had undergone a seismic shift. This transformation began the moment Li Qi invited him for drinks, when Li Qi entrusted him with his sole heirloom. The dawn gradually broke. Although utterly fatigued, Zhao Huaxing awoke at the break of day. Chapter 4. Sanctuary in the slightly chilly morning breeze. Zhao Huaxing wrapped his clothing tightly around himself, taking his place in the passenger seat of the car. This morning, a meeting of considerable significance was scheduled, one even more prestigious than the previous days. Not only would the highest leaders of the Alliance be present, but also heads from various departments and fields, alongside relevant scientists. This convening aimed to deliberate on how human society should respond to the impending solar crisis. Due to the peculiarity of his status, Zhao Huaxing, an ordinary researcher, received an invitation to attend. This is why he arose early once more today. Meng Zhuo possessed remarkable driving skills, and under his adept control, Zhao Huaxing briefly experienced the illusion that the modest family car he occupied had seamlessly transformed into a luxury vehicle. However, this illusion did not endure long. Or perhaps Zhao Huaxing's attention simply failed to linger on it. Meng Zhuo was a man of few words and sound judgment. In his silence, Zhao Huaxing refrained from speaking as well, directing his gaze outward. The bustling metropolis appeared as it always did. The peculiar fluctuations in temperature had yet to infiltrate the lives of ordinary people. Zhao Huaxing observed individuals moving hurriedly, street vendors vocally peddling their wares, and office workers huddled together awaiting the bus. At this moment, the sun shone dimly, yet no one paid it any heed. A strange thought flickered in Zhao Huaxing's mind. Fortunately, humanity possesses science as a formidable tool. Had we remained in an age of ignorance, we might never comprehend the nature of our existence until our eventual extinction. This notion felt bizarre, prompting Zhao Huaxing to swiftly cast it from his mind. Meng Zhuo escorted Zhao Huaxing to the entrance of the conference room and then waited outside. The meeting was set to commence shortly. First, let us hear from the research department, the moderator announced. The representative of the research department was a highly esteemed stellar physicist. Originally, the representative was to be Li Qi, but Li Qi was no longer present. What does the worst psychological preparation entail? Inquired the venerable elder, the leader of the alliance. Please elucidate the potential consequences of this situation, as well as the likelihood of occurrence, he commanded. A low hum resonated within the conference room. The moderator posed a question: what are your department's recommendations for action? After a moment's hesitation, the scientist responded, we should establish numerous shelters in tropical regions, gathering all individuals from high latitude and temperate zones closer to the tropics. The warming effects of the oceans and atmosphere are ultimately limited. The polar and temperate zones will soon become inhospitable for human life. Should fortune smile upon us and the solar conditions cease to deteriorate, the tropical regions may still provide a viable habitat for humanity. Concurrently, we must devote our utmost efforts to the research and development of new energy sources. If we achieve breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion, we may at least preserve a fragment of human civilization's legacy. Furthermore, I propose the initiation of the latest solar observation program, deploying the most advanced solar probes to the sun in the shortest possible time frame. If necessary, we should also consider a manned observation mission. After all, understanding the sun's true condition is imperative for devising a means to save it. The leader then turned his gaze towards the representatives of the industrial and social sectors. What are your perspectives? A representative from the industrial sector stated, given the current industrial foundation of our human civilization, we possess the capability to rapidly establish numerous shelters in tropical regions and redirect all industrial resources towards scientific research, provided you grant us the authority to cease all other non-essential construction projects. As for the potential social ramifications of halting these unnecessary endeavors, we entrust that to the social sector for examination and resolution. A representative from the social sector interjected, this poses no issue. However, we propose that the true nature of the crisis not be disclosed to the public at this juncture. Prematurely revealing the truth could incite social unrest, which would be detrimental to the subsequent planning and execution of our strategies. The agricultural sector representative chimed in, should a rationing system be implemented, our food reserves would suffice to sustain humanity for 3 years. However, after this period, we would face the looming threat of food scarcity. Therefore, we request that a portion of the research resources be allocated towards agriculture, urging the research department to expedite the development of cold-resistant crop varieties, as well as techniques for soilless and indoor cultivation. A representative from the Central Academy of Sciences Agricultural Research Department responded, this is indeed our obligation. Following the scientists' candid disclosure of the crisis confronting human civilization and their subsequent appeals, the specifics of how to respond were delegated to the relevant departments for thorough discussion. The meeting extended for quite some time, during which Zhao Huaxing held no authority to voice his opinions. His presence at this assembly was solely due to his unique status. Amidst the continuous discourse and fervent discussions, Zhao Huaxing's thoughts gradually drifted far away. Once more, the figure of Li Qi emerged in Zhao Huaxing's mind, accompanied by the lingering echo of that final farewell and the blank sheet of paper left behind for him. In Zhao Huaxing's contemplation, that seemingly ordinary piece of white paper suddenly seemed to possess a magical quality, although devoid of any markings. It appeared to encapsulate the myriad sentiments Li Qi had wished to convey. Li Qi was aware of everything, yet he chose to remain silent. Zhao Huaxing understood that his identity was unique and that he held significance, yet even he was unaware of the precise nature of his uniqueness or importance. "My name is Li Wei, and I am the sister of Li Qi," the young woman declared. "Currently, I am employed in the high-energy laser research laboratory at the Central Academy of Sciences under the Alliance." She continued, "My brother spoke highly of you, describing you as a diligent and intelligent young man." Li Wei appeared to be no more than 25 years of age. At that moment, seated as she was, her height remained indiscernible, yet Zhao Huaxing could perceive her slender figure. Her exquisite features framed by cascading, silky hair rendered her strikingly beautiful. However, the slight redness and swelling around her eyes betrayed her distress, a fact that even makeup could not conceal. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Zhao Huaxing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. "Li Gu was a wonderful person. He cared for me deeply," he confessed. "I heard that on the last night of his life, he shared drinks with you," Li Wei inquired. "Indeed," Zhao Huaxing replied. Zhao Huaxing nodded slightly. Had he known that an unfortunate event would transpire that night, even if it meant inciting his anger, he would have accompanied him for the entire evening. Li Wei lowered her head, retrieving a tissue from her bag to gently dab at her eyes. "I apologize. I did not mean to cast blame upon you." After a moment, Li Wei regained her composure. "Such unforeseen occurrences are unwelcome to anyone. However, I do harbor some inquiries that I wish to address with you." "Please, speak," Zhao Huaxing replied. "My brother left behind his only possession for you, a piece of white paper. He also mentioned that you could unravel all our uncertainties," Li Wei inquired. Zhao Huaxing was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Li Wei was aware of such highly confidential matters. Yet, considering her identity, he quickly reconciled this surprise. He nodded, affirming the veracity of her statements. Li Wei diverted her gaze from Zhao Huaxing, her thoughts seemingly drifting to a distant realm. "I understand my brother. He was a person of meticulous planning and discipline. From my earliest memories, I cannot recall him engaging in any trivial pursuits. Thus, I have faith in the words he left behind. His decision to act in such a manner must have been guided by profound reasoning. I possess a foreboding sense that amidst the solar crisis, all human endeavors will ultimately falter, and the final glimmer of hope, as my brother indicated, resides within you." Chapter 5. Psychological Models. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Zhao Huaxing felt a slight embarrassment. "I am willing to dedicate everything for the betterment of humanity, yet I remain unaware of what makes me so exceptional. I do not understand why your brother chose to leave his final belongings to me." "My brother's words are never mistaken," Li Wei replied, retrieving a pen and paper from her bag. She inscribed a series of numbers and handed the paper to Zhao Huaxing. "This is my contact information. Should you wish to inquire about anything, feel free to reach out at any time." "Thank you," Zhao Huaxing acknowledged as he accepted the note with a nod. As the meeting drew to a close, Zhao Huaxing departed the venue under the guidance of the staff. He recognized that this meeting was pivotal, one that could potentially alter the fate of humanity. Yet, it was precisely because of its significance that he felt unqualified to partake in it. This gathering was merely a broad, strategic discussion, devoid of specific matters. Following this meeting, numerous internal sessions would be convened by the relevant departments to determine actionable strategies, succeeded by several joint meetings, all of which would bear no consequence for Zhao Huaxing. In the afternoon, the memorial service for Li Qi took place. At the service, Zhao Huaxing encountered Li Wei once more. However, this time, they exchanged no words, merely nodding to each other as a form of greeting. Standing in the memorial hall, gazing at Li Qi's body draped in the Alliance's flag, adorned with flowers, and observing the monochrome portrait, Zhao Huaxing was inexplicably overcome with a sense of surrealism. The fate of humanity has undergone a profound transformation. At this very moment, countless individuals are laboring diligently to embrace this change, yet Zhao Huaxing remains detached from the bustling activity surrounding him. After a brief moment of distraction, he bowed deeply before Li Qi's lifeless body and then departed from the mourning hall. Meng Zhu shook his head and coldly uttered two words, "Not acceptable." "Why?" Zhao Huaxing was taken aback. "Are you monitoring me?" "No," Meng Zhu replied, "for your safety, I must accompany you at all times. If you were to meet an untimely demise like Li Qi, none of us could bear the consequences." Zhao Huaxing sighed and conceded, "Very well." He pushed open the door and entered alongside Meng Zhu. Meng Zhu continued, "If you wish to be alone, I can make myself invisible to you." "Invisible?" "Indeed." Meng Zhu nodded and walked directly towards the balcony, after which he fell silent. Zhao Huaxing approached, drew aside the curtains, only to find the balcony utterly deserted. A wave of surprise washed over him as he quickly looked up at the ceiling and then behind him, yet Meng Zhu's figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Meng Zhu had vanished. However, Zhao Huaxing knew that Meng Zhu must still be within his home. As for the method by which Meng Zhu concealed himself, Zhao Huaxing felt little curiosity. To have ascended to the rank of a first-level agent in the Alliance's security department and to have garnered such esteem from that elder. Meng Zhu undoubtedly possessed abilities that transcended ordinary comprehension. Zhao Huaxing refrained from seeking out Meng Zhu again. Instead, he settled onto the couch, casually pouring himself a glass of apple juice, though he did not drink it. He lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the darkened television opposite him. Setting aside the question of why Director Li Qi had chosen him, he pondered the significance of being entrusted with a blank sheet of paper. What could it symbolize? Why did he possess all the answers yet choose to remain silent? From a conventional perspective, Director Li Qi's lack of disclosure appears devoid of motive. After all, this matter pertains to the survival of humanity itself. As a member of the human race, one would expect him to announce such crucial information at the very moment it was revealed, rallying the collective strength of the human alliance to seek a solution. Yet, he acted otherwise. Might this indicate that it was not Li Qi's unwillingness to disclose the news, but rather the existence of some unknown force that rendered him incapable of doing so? Could it be that he was compelled to convey this vital information through the veiled metaphor of a blank sheet? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. Perhaps Director Li Qi ultimately selected me because the key to unraveling this obscure metaphor lies within my grasp. But what, precisely, is that key? Meng Zhu, Zhao Huaxing called. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a calm and measured voice responded, "I'm here." Turning his head, Zhao Huaxing saw Meng Zhu emerge from the balcony. "What do you need?" Zhao Huaxing did not dwell on where Meng Zhu had concealed himself earlier. Instead, he straightforwardly inquired. "I recall that the F-Rare once mentioned the establishment of a dedicated team of psychologists and scientists to analyze the psychological motivations of Director Li Qi, as well as the remnants he has left behind. They would also scrutinize my past in an attempt to uncover the rationale behind Director Li Qi's actions, correct?" "Indeed." Meng Zhu nodded affirmatively. "Very well. I request that this psychological team maintain a channel of intelligence sharing with me. I wish to receive any research findings, conclusions, and speculations promptly. Am I entitled to such access?" "Certainly. You are entitled to that," Meng Zhu assured him with a nod. "Please hold on for a moment." Meng Zhu produced a device resembling a mobile phone, and, after a brief interaction, within less than 20 minutes, 4 or 5 young men clad in black suits, akin to Meng Zhu, arrived at Zhao Huaxing's residence. They brought along various instruments, and upon entering, they bypassed Zhao Huaxing's consent, proceeding under Meng Zhu's guidance to a side room where they commenced their activities with great urgency. Meng Zhu gestured towards the fax machine, signaling Zhao Huaxing, who responded with a somewhat dazed nod. "I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, simply call for me," Meng Zhu remarked as he turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Zhao Huaxing in solitude, uncertain of his next destination. Zhao Huaxing sat in his chair, taking a full 5 minutes to regain his composure. Subsequently, he picked up the documents and began to peruse them page by page. The materials were abundant and diverse. Within this body of material, the psychological team embarked on a meticulous journey, tracing back to Li Qi's childhood to gradually construct a psychological model of his mind. This model then served as a foundation for deducing Li Qi's behaviors, which were subsequently compared with documented instances of his actual conduct. If the inferred behaviors aligned with Li Qi's genuine actions, that aspect of the psychological model would be retained. Conversely, if discrepancies arose, the corresponding construct would be called into question, prompting further analysis in pursuit of the correct model. In addition to the construction of Li Qi's psychological profile, there exists documentation regarding the psychological model of Zhao Huaxing. While Zhao Huaxing initially felt indifferent towards Li Qi's psychological data, the moment he encountered the analysis pertaining to his own psyche, a cold sweat began to form along his back, culminating in a slight tremor. The sensation was akin to being stripped bare, exposed under the harsh glare of a spotlight, while countless observers wielded various instruments to conduct the most exhaustive examination imaginable. Under such scrutiny, no secret, not even the most deeply buried within one's soul, could remain concealed. In essence, This method of psychological analysis entails observing an individual's behaviors to infer the underlying mechanisms of their psyche. Once the intricacies of this mental framework are grasped, it serves as a basis for predicting how the individual might respond to a myriad of real-world situations. Under this analytical approach, every action of an individual can be traced back to a corresponding psychological mechanism, essentially revealing the rationale behind their conduct. Remarkably, even before the individual has fully comprehended their own course of action, this psychological analysis team can already predict their eventual decisions. They accurately anticipated that Zhao Huaxing would experience sleeplessness last night and that he would request Mengzhu's departure today. This exemplifies the extraordinary capabilities of leading psychologists armed with advanced psychological theories, supplemented by comprehensive data support, which is truly daunting. Until this moment, Zhao Huaxing has genuinely grasped the immense power wielded by the human alliance. However, this realization proves futile, for the conclusion of the extensive documentation clearly states, regrettably, the psychological model we have constructed still fails to elucidate the actions of Director Li Qi in his final moments. In other words, we remain unaware of the reasons behind Director Li Qi's behavior. Chapter 6. The brightness of Mars. The actions exhibited by Li Qi prior to his demise are utterly incompatible with the psychological model derived from his previous behaviors. In essence, the Li Qi who undertook these actions is not the same individual as the one we have known during his normal state. We are left in the dark regarding the causes of this transformation, as we lack sufficient sources of information. Even accounting for discrepancies, this analytical method remains profoundly unsettling. The power of this method is evident from their precise prediction that I would have a restless night and subsequently request solitude from Mengzhu today. However, their conclusion asserts an inability to assess Li Qi's behavioral patterns. What does this imply? Zhao Huaxing shook his head and continued to peruse the stack of documents before him. We are diligently gathering any available footage, audio, and behavioral data pertaining to Li Qi, aiming for a comprehensive analysis of his conduct to identify the temporal demarcation between the normal and abnormal facets of his persona. Should we ultimately uncover this pivotal moment, we may discern the events that precipitated Li Qi's transformation, thus potentially unveiling the enigmatic force that lurks behind him. Further information and conclusions will be forthcoming as our research progresses. This document concludes here. Zhao Huaxing set down the materials, once more sinking into contemplation. The final conclusions of the psychological team largely aligned with his own speculations. Both parties considered the possibility that an unknown force was influencing Li Qi's actions. The distinction lay in the fact that the psychological team's findings were more rigorous and detailed. Yet, this only deepened Zhao Huaxing's confusion. If government resources cannot unveil the truth, can one solitary individual unravel such a significant enigma? He pondered, but I am not like them. The key to unraveling this enigma undoubtedly lies within me. Although at this moment, I remain oblivious to the nature of that key. Zhao Huaxing pondered silently, recognizing that the crux of the matter hinges upon this very key. Yet, what could this key be? It is this key that ultimately determines why Li Qi has chosen Zhao Huaxing. The solar activity is rapidly waning. Over the past 48 hours, we have observed 29 minor flare eruptions, and in the last 24 hours alone, there have been merely 13. Currently, the Sun is at the crest of its 11-year activity cycle, where C-class flares are typically witnessed daily, occasionally accompanied by M-class or even X-class eruptions. However, in recent days, even B-class flares have significantly diminished. Below are the vivid images captured by the solar atmosphere satellite. The images clearly depict an eerily tranquil Sun. Yet, up until now, we have not derived any valuable hypotheses or conclusions. The Sun portrayed in those images remains colossal, radiant, and fervent. However, Zhao Huaxing astutely discerned a subtle hint of red within the images. According to stellar classification, the Sun is categorized as a G-type dwarf star. The color of a star is determined by its surface temperature. Yellow light indicates a surface temperature of approximately 6,000 Kelvin. If red light were present, it would signify that the star's surface temperature ranges from 2,000 to 5,000 Kelvin. The emergence of red hues within sunlight suggests that the Sun's surface temperature has decreased by at least 500 degrees. However, amidst the relentless observations, we have also encountered certain perplexing issues. The most significant of these is the matter of Mars' brightness. The documentation states thus: the issue of Mars' luminosity? A flicker of doubt arose in Zhao Huaxing's mind. He possessed a certain understanding of the orbital patterns of the major planets within the solar system. Zhao Huaxing was aware that, At this moment, Mars was situated on the opposite side of the Sun. Consequently, from the vantage point of Earth, Mars appeared to rise and set in tandem with the Sun. During the day, Mars was obscured by the Sun's intense brilliance, rendering it invisible for the majority of the time. It could only be glimpsed in the early morning and at dusk, when the Sun's glow was diminished. Presently, Mars was indeed positioned on the Sun's far side. Thus the light observed from Earth was merely the reflection of the sunlight from Mars' hidden hemisphere. Based on our current observations of the diminishing solar luminosity, one would expect a corresponding decrease in Mars' brightness. However, we have not witnessed such a change on Mars. What could this phenomenon signify? Zhao Huaxing was acutely aware. It implied that the reduction in radiation intensity occurred solely on the side of the Sun facing Earth, while the opposite side maintained its normal radiation levels. Only in this scenario would Mars' brightness remain unchanged. How could this be possible? The thought sprang to Zhao Huaxing's mind. If this were indeed the case, we would have discovered it long ago. After all, not all of our deployed satellites are situated on this side of Earth. In recent decades, human civilization has launched numerous interstellar probes designed to explore celestial bodies such as Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and even comets and asteroids. Notably, some of these probes have ventured beyond the heliosphere. As far as Zhao Huaxing is aware, the comet probe Deep Impact, the Stardust probe, and the Messenger probe are all situated on the opposite side of the Sun. Therefore, if indeed there had been a decrease in radiation levels on the Sun's far side, the research department would have received signals long ago, rather than deducing this information only now through variations in Mars' luminosity. However, Zhao Huaxing's curiosity was fleeting. He soon realized that these probes are not specialized solar observatories. Their capacity to conduct detailed observations of such a luminous celestial body as the Sun is inherently limited, which explains their failure to detect any changes in solar luminosity. Zhao Huaxing collected his thoughts and continued reading. The implications of this situation remain somewhat unclear, yet a plausible hypothesis emerges. A hitherto unknown physical reaction may be occurring above the Sun's atmosphere, particularly in the photosphere, which obstructs the outward path of photons emanating from the Sun's interior. Further observations, modeling, and calculations are currently underway. This hypothesis, though simplistic, possesses a certain logical coherence. Theoretically, if the composition and mass of the Sun remain unchanged, its radiation levels should also remain constant. However, the reality is that its radiation levels have fluctuated. This contradiction suggests that it is not the Sun's radiation that has diminished. Rather, some obstructive substance within the solar atmosphere may be impeding its radiation. But how could this occur? Zhao Huaxing pondered deeply about the nature of the physical reaction that could yield such an outcome. If such a physical process does indeed exist, how long could it persist above the Sun? Furthermore, what connection does this bear to the blank paper left to me by Li Qi? Chapter 7. A Type K2 civilization. An undeniable fact confronts Zhao Huaxing and all of humanity: the fundamental law of conservation of mass and energy. This principle asserts that energy cannot simply vanish without cause. Therefore, if an obstructive material has appeared within the solar photosphere, where has the obstructed energy gone? Perhaps this obstructive substance has formed a heat-absorbing layer, yet the overall radiation power of the Sun is exceedingly formidable. What kind of heat-absorbing layer could withstand such an immense energy impact? A term surfaced in Zhao Huaxing's mind: Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere is a theoretical construct envisioned by human civilization, designed to fully harness solar energy. This hypothetical sphere could be comprised of numerous panels that completely envelop a star, capturing all the energy it emits. The Kardashev scale categorizes potential civilizations in the universe into 3 distinct levels: K1, K2, and K3. A K1 civilization harnesses the energy of an entire planet. A K2 civilization utilizes the energy from a whole star, while a K3 civilization exploits the energy of an entire galaxy. Within the framework of the Kardashev scale, the Dyson sphere stands as a quintessential manifestation of a K2 civilization. It is evident that the construction of a Dyson sphere would enable the utilization of the full energy output of a single star. Furthermore, should the hypothesized heat-absorbing layer truly exist within the solar photosphere, one might ponder whether it constitutes a form of a Dyson sphere. It is crucial to note that, according to the classification standards of the Kardashev scale, contemporary human civilization is merely at a K0, 7 level, still a considerable distance from achieving the capabilities of a Dyson sphere. If, hypothetically, A civilization were to approach the sun and construct a Dyson sphere to harness its total energy, humanity, at its K07 level, would stand no chance against a K2 civilization. Should this scenario prove accurate, it would undoubtedly herald the end of human civilization. Fortunately, this remains a preliminary conjecture with low probability of veracity. Zhao Huaxing reflects on the notion that the physical world possesses certain commonalities. Even a K2 civilization, far more advanced than ours, would likely not contravene fundamental physical laws. Much like how, despite the significant advancements in relativity, the law of universal gravitation continues to hold sway. If the Dyson sphere truly exists, it must inevitably possess subsequent energy collection devices. However, at this moment, we have yet to observe the presence of such apparatus. The Mercury probe, named Thunderstorm, has altered its trajectory and is now hastening towards the far side of the sun. In approximately 5 days, we shall receive precise information from the sun's obscured hemisphere. Let us await that moment for further discourse. Zhao Huaxing sighed and set aside the documents in his hands. He rose and approached the window. Meng Zhu remained elusive, his whereabouts unknown. Zhao Huaxing chose not to concern himself with him. Instead, he hastily consumed a piece of bread before returning to his computer. This time, he refrained from researching data and instead navigated to several prominent forums. After casually perusing a few threads lamenting the recent anomalous weather, he refreshed the page. And a particular title caught his attention. The recent drop in temperature is not due to climatic factors. It is a result of diminishing solar radiation levels. Zhao Huaxing furrowed his brow and clicked on the thread. Within, there were no concrete observational data. The poster claimed to be an astronomy enthusiast in possession of a solar observation device. At some point, he had aimed his instrument at the sun, and through meticulous observation and calculations, he arrived at this conclusion. At the conclusion of the post, the author expressed in a rather chilling tone, "The government must be aware of these matters, yet it has chosen to conceal them. We have cause to suspect that the government is clandestinely engaging in certain activities. Whether these activities involve the construction of underground shelters or the implementation of a population screening program remains uncertain. In any case, the government can no longer be trusted. Our only recourse is self-preservation. From this moment forth, we ought to stockpile provisions such as food, water, and fuel, for the apocalypse is imminent. This situation cannot be hidden for long. It is quite straightforward. Observing variations in solar radiation intensity does not necessitate sophisticated instruments or advanced theories. Any seasoned astronomy enthusiast, if they dedicate some time to meticulously observe the sun, could arrive at the same conclusion. The government may monopolize all communication channels, but it cannot monopolize knowledge." Zhao Huaxing ventured into a well-regarded astronomy forum. Here, the discussions corroborated his thoughts. Within this space, the reduction in solar radiation intensity has become an accepted fact. However, it is evident that the participants are not privy to extensive information. Their discussions revolve solely around the mechanisms behind this event and the underlying physical principles. They continue to regard this occurrence as a normal solar activity, without considering alternative explanations. Yet, if the solar radiation levels fail to rise, they will inevitably arrive at that realization. In due course, information will disseminate throughout society, emanating from individuals possessing astronomical expertise, and every person will be aware of these matters. This process is inexorable and irreversible. By that time, it is uncertain how many upheavals will erupt in society, nor how many lives may be lost. One can only hope that the response center is adequately prepared for the ensuing chaos, and that the construction of large-scale shelters near the equator can be completed before the turmoil spirals out of control. Zhao Huaxing let out a deep sigh and powered down his computer. It was already around 8 or 9 o'clock. For a summer night, this hour felt early. However, Zhao Huaxing lacked the inclination to engage in any other pursuits. He briefly attended to his personal hygiene and then lay down on his bed. Zhao Huaxing had a habit of contemplating matters while lying in bed before sleep, synthesizing the information he had absorbed throughout the day, and delving deeply into the occasional flashes of insight that arose during daylight hours. At this moment, he hoped to leverage the peak efficiency of his cognitive faculties to draw conclusions from the information he had gathered throughout the day. Regrettably, his exhaustive contemplation yielded little fruit. Rather, it severely disrupted his sleep. Whenever Zhao Huaxing closes his eyes, a vivid scene materializes in his mind, beneath a sky blanketed in heavy snowfall. A biting wind howls relentlessly. Exhausted individuals drape themselves in every garment they can find, yet still fail to fend off the penetrating chill. As they stagger onward, some suddenly collapse, succumbing to death. Those who remain, driven by the desperation for even the slightest morsel of food or fuel, are willing to engage in fierce conflict. In this harrowing tableau, life appears so insignificant, so utterly trivial. It is a hellscape, the most brutal inferno that humanity can fathom. Civilization has crumbled, order has disintegrated, and people have regressed into beings devoid of moral compass, without law or conscience, willing to commit any act in the name of survival. This marks the twilight of civilization. Not merely of human civilization, but of all life on Earth. A profound sense of mission and responsibility compels Zhao Huaxing to remain awake, urging him to fervently churn his thoughts, striving to conceive a way to alter this grim reality. Thus, even in the early hours of dawn, he finds himself unable to sleep. Never before has he felt such an urgency for sunlight and warmth. For over 4 billion years, the Earth has basked in the stable light and heat from the sun, so consistently that all life upon its surface has taken it for granted, perceiving it as an inherent right. It is only when signs of its waning emerge that Earth's inhabitants, including humanity, come to truly appreciate its value. For sunlight signifies life. Without sunlight, there can be no life. Zhao Huaxing lifted the quilt, exposing his chest to the cool morning air. Disheveled and unkempt, with a scruffy beard and a pallid complexion, he appeared gaunt. Yet, the brightness of his eyes revealed an inner strength sustaining his form. Rising from his slumber, Zhao Huaxing hastily splashed water on his face, neglecting to comb his hair or brush his teeth. "Meng Zhuo, are you there?" he called into the empty room. "I am here," replied Meng Zhuo, emerging from the balcony with an expressionless demeanor, his posture still upright and his attire impeccably neat. Zhao Huaxing had long grown accustomed to Meng Zhuo's uncanny ability to appear at a moment's notice, always impeccably dressed and unfazed. "Drive me to the Research Institute. I need to retrieve something," Zhao Huaxing instructed. Chapter 8. The Solar Environment Simulator. By 7 in the morning, Zhao Huaxing arrived at the Stellar Physics Research Institute, a place with which he was intimately familiar, having spent 3 years of his life there. Surrounded by many familiar faces and experiences, the environment now felt strangely foreign. Almost all his colleagues were present. As a primary institution for stellar physics research, each individual bore a heavy burden of responsibility. It was evident they had continued their work from the previous day into the present. The atmosphere within the institute was heavy and oppressive. Zhao Huaxing exchanged brief pleasantries with a few individuals before leading Meng Zhuo to another building. The building looms impressively, yet its interior is hollow. Within lies a colossal machine, which Zhao Huaxing has personally operated. This remarkable apparatus was constructed approximately 2 years ago, as per the request of Director Li Qi, primarily designed to simulate the physical mechanisms within the sun. Since its inception, numerous research endeavors have achieved significant breakthroughs. However, one particular instrument within this apparatus is quite extraordinary. Apart from Li Qi, no one has ever utilized it, nor has any data been gleaned from it. There were rumors within the Research Institute that Li Qi was engaged in a substantial project, necessitating the prohibition of others from accessing this area for confidentiality reasons. Though the veracity of such claims remains uncertain, the premises are bustling with numerous individuals, each appearing exceedingly busy. Zhao Huaxing understands that a wealth of data is currently being generated, intertwining in the minds of the researchers as they strive diligently to extract any semblance of insight from it. Had it not been for Li Qi's relics, Zhao Huaxing might also be laboring here, endeavoring to unravel the mysteries of the sun. With a tinge of sentimentality, he approached the door to Li Qi's office. As anticipated, several personnel from the United Security Department halted him, informing him that the area was sealed off and entry was temporarily prohibited. Meng Zhu then produced what appeared to be an identification document and presented it to the officials. After a brief exchange of glances, the personnel silently stepped aside. Upon entering the office, Zhao Huaxing soon realized that it would be more accurately described as a control room. In the center of this chamber stood a computer, above which was mounted an enormous screen. The imagery displayed on the screen revealed an even grander hall, surrounded by an array of intricate instruments, with numerous cables crisscrossing the space. At the heart of the hall was a machine whose name Zhao Huaxing could not recall. Dominating this apparatus was a robust column, upon which rested a circular mechanism resembling a tire. This column pierced the center of the tire-like circular device. Several researchers, unfamiliar to Zhao Huaxing, were busily engaged both in this room and within the hall depicted on the screen. After a flurry of activity, these individuals reported their findings before vacating the hall. Subsequently, peculiar waves of air began to manifest within the space, visible even to the naked eye. Zhao Huaxing discerned that these disturbances were the result of a vacuum pump at work, causing rapid air movement that disrupted the light. What purpose could they have for creating a vacuum in this hall? A twinge of curiosity arose within him. However, Zhao Huaxing refrained from voicing his questions, choosing instead to remain silently observant. Meng Zhua, standing beside him, also maintained a wordless demeanor. The others in the room paid them no heed, as if the two were invisible. Surely, this rotational speed must exceed that of a helicopter's rotor blades? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Meng Zhu, the rotor speed of a helicopter typically hovers around 600 revolutions per minute, yet this machine's speed has reached an astonishing 1,000 revolutions per second. The revelation left Zhao Huaxing somewhat astounded, even with a limited understanding of material science. He recognized the immense centrifugal force that such a high rotational speed would impose on the circular structure. What kind of resilience must a material possess to withstand such colossal forces while remaining intact? A question arose in Zhao Huaxing's mind regarding the true purpose of Director Li Qi's research with this machine. As the massive circular ring began to spin rapidly, the large screen in the operation room also underwent a transformation. A new image materialized on the display, and upon a mere glance, Zhao Huaxing felt a jolt of recognition. This image was exceedingly familiar to him. Over the past 3 years of his work, he had likely seen it countless times. The visual depicted a substance reminiscent of molten lava, radiating an astonishing amount of heat even from a single glance. The image had undoubtedly undergone multiple processes of attenuation, resulting in a color that blended a charred yellow with deep red, with wisps of what appeared to be gas rising from its surface. At times, these gaseous forms would coalesce into a circular shape in midair, only to be violently torn apart by what seemed to be powerful air currents, subsequently reconnecting and being shredded once more in an endless cycle. This was unmistakably an image of the solar surface. Yet, why did it appear here at this moment? The real-time rotational speed is 1,135 revolutions per minute, while the current temperature stands at 5,867 Kelvin. At this moment, Apollo has reached the levels of gravity and temperature on the surface of the sun. The researcher operating the computer lit a cigarette, exhaled a plume of smoke, and addressed Zhao Huaxing. At this juncture, Zhao Huaxing comprehended the situation and nodded in acknowledgement towards the scientist. "I am aware of your circumstances," the scientist remarked. "I am Wang Tang, a member of the research department under the Crisis Coordination Center, specifically assigned to assist the psychological team studying Li Qi and clarifying certain matters." "Have you managed to clarify them?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. "Indeed," Wang Tang responded, gesturing towards the enormous rapidly spinning ring displayed on the screen, alongside the image of the sun's surface in the lower right corner. This peculiar apparatus simulates the environmental conditions of the sun's surface. Through the immense centrifugal force generated by its extraordinarily high rotational speed, a gravity akin to that of the sun's surface is produced within the device. Coupled with the electromagnetic heating system and magnetic field simulator situated externally around the ring, it can replicate the temperature and magnetic field of the sun's surface. With the gravity, temperature, and magnetic field established, along with various micro-adjustments to the apparatus, it can simulate the sun's surface with at least 95% accuracy. This device undoubtedly holds tremendous significance. With its capabilities, scientists can measure material properties in an environment closely resembling the sun's surface, simulate solar activity, and even investigate the internal structure of the sun. Its utility is indeed substantial. Before his demise, Li Qi spent over a year here in solitary operation. It could be said that all of Li Qi's energy in his final moments was devoted to this instrument. However, what relevance does this hold to Li Qi's last words? "I cannot ascertain." Wang Tang shook his head, stating that this was a question for the psychology team to investigate. "My responsibility is solely to inform them of the instrument's utility and to evaluate what the data it generates signifies for a stellar physicist." Zhao Huaxing remained silent. After a moment, he inquired, "May I receive a copy of your evaluation results?" Wang Tang readily responded, "Certainly. I have been notified that I will provide you with the utmost support within my capacity, should you require my assistance in researching the physical environment of the solar surface. I can report to you immediately." "No, that won't be necessary," Zhao Huaxing replied, shaking his head. I merely wish to understand what Director Li Qi was truly engaged in and the reasoning behind it. We all yearn to know, Wang Tang added after a brief pause. Young man, the fate of humanity rests at least partially in your hands. Your work is of great significance. Zhao Huaxing managed a wry smile. The sentiment was far from pleasant. Everyone was aware of Zhao Huaxing's importance, and he too recognized his own significance, yet the essence of that importance remained elusive. What is the key to unraveling all these mysteries? Zhao Huaxing moved behind Wang Tang and gazed at the pulsating data displayed on the computer monitor. Zhao Huaxing was quite familiar with this data. It merely represented certain measurements of physical quantities on the sun's surface. After observing for a moment, he detected something peculiar. He pointed to one of the data points and inquired, high-precision light intensity detector? How can the precision be so remarkable? Is such high precision truly necessary? Not at all. Wang replied bluntly, but this was a request made by Li Qi during the initial installation. As for the reason behind it, we are left in the dark. Chapter 9. 200 bytes. A light intensity detector is an instrument devised to measure the intensity of illumination. Logically speaking, installing a light intensity detector on a device simulating the sun's surface environment is not an unusual practice. After all, the luminosity of the sun's surface is exceedingly intense, and fluctuations in luminosity signify alterations in certain physical processes, thereby rendering the presence of such a detector quite essential. However, a light intensity detector boasting such an extraordinary level of precision raises questions. Zhao Huaxing examined the parameters within the instrument and calculated in his mind. Arriving at a conclusion, this light intensity detector could perceive variations in sunlight equivalent to even a single candle's luminosity. In other words, if the sunlight's intensity diminished by the equivalent of a candle's glow, this instrument would be capable of detecting it. What does this imply? From a distance of 150 million kilometers on Earth, where the sun is still blindingly brilliant and cannot be gazed upon directly, one can only imagine the terrifying intensity of sunlight at its surface. The terrifying luminosity is such that even a mere diminishment of a candle's brightness can be detected. To what extent, then, does the prowess of this instrument extend? It is almost beyond comprehension. What perplexes Zhao Huaxing even more is the purpose behind Li Qi's installation of such a formidable device in this location. Do not inquire of me. I know nothing. He thought. Perhaps the psychology research team might discern Li Qi's true intentions. Sensing the doubt in Zhao Huaxing's eyes, Wang Tang interjected. Could it be that the current fluctuations in solar radiation are linked to the variations in brightness on the sun's surface? While we remain oblivious to the solar crisis, could Li Qi have detected this subtle change through measuring the faint luminosity shifts? What underlying physical mechanisms are at play, and what do these luminosity changes signify? Is there anyone within the research department investigating this domain? Zhao Huaxing inquired. I have already reported the relevant details, and soon there will be someone assigned to delve into this research, assessing the potential implications of the minuscule changes in solar luminosity prior to the solar crisis. Wang Tang replied. After all, such an extraordinarily precise optical detection instrument implies a multitude of possibilities. However, do not harbor excessive expectations. This device merely simulates the conditions of the sun's surface. It does not replicate the genuine solar environment. Therefore, the data obtained here will have limited utility. Wang Tang took another drag from his cigarette, adding, I suspect this endeavor will not significantly aid our understanding of the physical world concerning the sun. Its value lies solely in assisting you in unraveling the enigma surrounding Li Qi. I understand, Zhao Huaxing remarked. According to the existing intelligence, we are aware that Director Li Qi has been cognizant of the solar crisis for at least a year. Furthermore, it was also a year ago that Director Li began to monitor the subtle variations in the sun's luminosity. Thus, we have reason to believe there exists a connection between these two occurrences. I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly. Excellent, Wang Tang replied. Rising to his feet and casually flicking away the cigarette butt in his hand, he patted Zhao Huaxing on the shoulder, saying, Young man, give it your all. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, Wang Tang strode towards the door to depart. As his figure faded from view, his voice lingered, the information you need will be faxed to you shortly. The person beside you has my contact details. Meng Zhu, with an air of indifference, responded. I possess the contact information of anyone in the world. Whenever you need it, I can provide it to you at any moment. Meng Zhu's stature seemed to be quite elevated, and his capabilities could easily be described as vast. The fact that someone of Meng Zhu's caliber was assigned to follow Zhao Huaxing around the clock further underscored the elder's regard for him. During this visit to the Stellar Physics Research Institute, Zhao Huaxing returned with more questions than answers. Yet, having questions is a positive sign. It is through questioning and resolution that progress is made. The most daunting scenario is to be left in utter ignorance, unsure of where to begin. Shortly thereafter, the information Zhao Huaxing required was transmitted via the computer. However, the first set of data contained nothing that warranted his attention. The contents encompass a plethora of research data regarding the solar surface environment, which may hold significant value in scientific endeavors. However, for Zhao Huaxing, the situation is markedly different. What piqued Zhao Huaxing's interest was the second document. The hard drive in question is a high-speed device with a capacity of 1 terabyte. It potentially harbors a wealth of information deemed crucial for the entire human race and the planet itself. Alas, the vital data has been corrupted, leaving only a meager 500 words of recoverable information. The primary objective of life is survival, and the essence of survival lies in the continuous acquisition of energy from the external environment to sustain one's operations. When faced with inevitable extinction, living organisms tend to preserve their information, specifically through reproduction to transmit their genes. But why is this so? While the foremost task of life is indeed survival, its essence transcends mere energy acquisition, encompassing the expulsion of energy into the environment to maintain its existence. This assertion stems from the inherently high energy intensity possessed by living beings. In addition to this particular record, a second document has also been recovered, albeit it is considerably shorter and its content more perplexing. Can you come out? No, it is too cold outside. What happens if it is too cold? I will suffocate. There exist only these 2 records. After perusing these 2 records, Zhao Huaxing set aside the documents in his hands and once again approached the window. He opened it wide, allowing the cool summer breeze to caress his body as he gazed down at the hurried passers-by below, sinking once more into contemplation. Does a living organism inherently possess an exceptionally high energy intensity? Zhao Huaxing murmured to himself. Indeed, one could assert that the energy intensity of living beings is remarkably high. However, can survival truly be sustained through the release of energy? Humans, along with other animals, incessantly expend their energy, but does this pertain to the essence of survival? Is there an inevitable causal relationship between the chill outside and the state of being overwhelmed? With whom is Li Qi engaged in conversation? What role does this enigmatic interlocutor play in the current events? Zhao Huaxing felt as though he had ensnared himself in a peculiar logical vortex. Since he took on this matter, every incident he encountered had been so bizarre, with an elusive connection seeming to weave through many of these strange occurrences. Yet, Zhao Huaxing could not decipher the nature of the relationships among these odd events. He recognized that he lacked a key, a crucial point of understanding. If only he could grasp this pivotal element, all matters would coalesce, and every mystery would be unraveled. The fact that Li Qi bequeathed the soul relic to him suggested that this key resided solely within his possession. But what could it be? What is it truly? A blank sheet of paper deliberately left for him? Or perhaps the conversation they shared over drinks? What connection exists between them? Zhao Huaxing found himself unable to comprehend it. No matter how hard he tried, his gaze drifted aimlessly outside the window, and the veins in his tightly clenched hands began to protrude, even causing his body to tremble. In that moment, Zhao Huaxing felt a tinge of resentment towards Li Qi, questioning why Li Qi had chosen to burden him with all these uncertainties. Why he could not articulate everything clearly, instead forcing Zhao Huaxing to exhaust himself in seeking answers. If only he could unravel the mystery, it would be acceptable, yet he was devoid of any clues. Zhao Huaxing struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. The sky darkened, though he could not discern when it happened, and the weather grew increasingly chilly. With a sigh, Zhao Huaxing closed the window, exited the room, and called into the empty living room. I am going downstairs to eat. Will you join me? Meng Zhu stepped out from the balcony once more and replied, sure. Chapter 10. The Equatorial Project. Zhao Huaxing was a bachelor, and Meng Zhu did not appear to be the type to cook. The two descended the stairs together and settled into their usual small restaurant downstairs. Zhao Huaxing was quite familiar with this eatery, having visited it countless times in the past. The proprietor, a man in his 60s, managed the kitchen, while his wife took on the roles of waitress and cashier. The old man's culinary skills were exceptional, and the dishes were always clean, which contributed to the restaurant's thriving business. However, for reasons unknown, the establishment was considerably less busy today. Even though it was the time for dinner, the restaurant was nearly devoid of patrons. Perhaps due to the lack of business, an elderly man emerged from the kitchen and took a seat at another table, engrossed in the vintage television affixed to the wall. The screen displayed a news broadcast, where a neatly attired and composed anchor delivered the report with an air of detachment. The Equatorial Project has officially commenced today. Over 2 million soldiers have been deployed across the equatorial regions, tasked with the initial construction and subsequent maintenance of order. The government is in the process of formulating favorable policies as a substantial influx of construction personnel is converging around the equator, with estimates suggesting that the number of participants in the construction efforts will exceed 300 million. As a complementary initiative, it is anticipated that over 1 billion individuals will be involved in sectors such as dining, culture, entertainment, and services. The success of the Equatorial Project is pivotal to the future of human civilization, and we possess ample justification to dedicate our utmost efforts and resources to this endeavor. We now connect with Mr. Sun Hui, the Chief Commander of the Equatorial Project and the Minister of the Human Alliance Construction Department, who will provide us with a brief overview of the project's progress and future plans. Greetings, I am Sun Hui. Humanity shall not remain perpetually confined to this diminutive planet we call Earth. Owing to its unparalleled geographical positioning, the vicinity of the equator is destined to become our bastion for venturing into the cosmos. All resources of human civilization will gravitate towards the Equatorial Project. To date, we have established 26 dedicated freight railway corridors, 195 air transport routes, and over 36 maritime channels, with an incessant influx of immeasurable goods converging upon the equator. In the initial phase of this endeavor, we shall construct in excess of 5,000 residential communities, complemented by essential amenities. Assuming each community accommodates 20,000 inhabitants, this first phase will enable 100 million individuals to reside here. Concurrently, a grand initiative of land reclamation is underway, with extensive factories for raw materials, processing, energy, electricity, food, and light industry also in the process of being erected. The government's actions are remarkably swift. Zhao Huaxing remarked, "What justification do they employ? In what guise is the Equatorial Project being promoted?" This rationale is riddled with inconsistencies, woefully inadequate to elucidate the magnitude of this undertaking. Zhao Huaxing contemplated, human civilization was progressing methodically, and people had grown accustomed to their current way of life. Yet now, under the pretext of advancing aerospace technology and reaching for the stars, they seek to transform everything, to alter the very habits of humanity. Is this reasoning not rather flimsy? How long can it endure? How long can the truth remain concealed? Meng Zhu cast a glance at Zhao Huaxing, maintaining a tone of mild indifference. Do we truly require this rationale to endure for an extended period? Must we conceal the truth for so long? Let us not forget that, given the current rate of decline in solar radiation levels, in merely 2 months, regions above the 50th parallel north and south will no longer be suitable for human habitation. Furthermore, the need for construction is genuine. We are in dire need of countless residential communities, energy plants, power stations, steel mills, food processing facilities, and the like. Additionally, there exists an immeasurable number of infrastructures that demand our attention. Such an unprecedentedly vast construction endeavor cannot solely rely on governmental efforts. We must mobilize the entire society and the collective strength of civilization to hold even a glimmer of hope. Thus, the rationale for deceiving people into the Equatorial Project is of little consequence. What truly matters is their arrival here. The government serves merely as an organizer, not an executor. Tasked with coordinating the construction of dwellings for the populace, power plants for their use, and all infrastructures that they themselves will build for their own benefit, the government is indifferent to the flaws in the justification for the Equatorial Project or to the possibility of it being dismantled. As long as this rationale can draw sufficient population toward the equator, that is all that matters. This is the reality. Our civilization comprises over 7 billion individuals. Yet fewer than 1 billion reside in equatorial regions, implying that our government must facilitate the relocation of 6 billion people. A sudden wave of helplessness surged within Zhao Huaxing's heart. 6 billion, a figure that evokes a sense of trepidation. Time is of the essence, and the burden is heavy. Apart from mobilizing the collective strength of humanity, there appears to be no alternative. What has transpired in this world? It seems as though everything has changed in an instant. The elderly man beside me murmurs to himself, "This is madness." "Old man, why don't you head to the equator?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. "Everyone has gone to the equator project, and your restaurant seems to have lost its patrons." He continued, "You should really consider it. The government is providing all expenses for the journey. With your culinary skills, once you establish a new restaurant there, your business is bound to flourish." "No, no," the old man replied. "There are only a few years left for me anyway. I shall remain here." Zhao Huaxing felt a heaviness in his heart. He yearned to reveal the truth to the old man, but found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Huaxing understood that even the most flawed justification serves as a justification. As long as there are reasons, human society can maintain a semblance of order and rules. However, without excuses, when the truth is laid bare, one cannot fathom the extent of chaos and upheaval that may ensue. Nor can one predict the toll it would take on the Equator Project or the countless lives it may claim. "Let us depart," Zhao Huaxing said, setting down his utensils. And together with Mengzhua, they exited the quaint eatery. "What shall become of those unwilling to go to the equator?" Zhao Huaxing queried. Mengzhua paused in contemplation before responding. "The government can only consider the broader picture and must choose to save as many lives as possible. They have done all they can. Perhaps once the situation has been firmly established and the majority of the population has successfully migrated to the equator, the government may choose to unveil the truth, making one final effort to salvage their fate." Zhao Huaxing, in a state of profound despair, murmured, "Indeed, it is so. It ought to be thus. The government has truly exerted its utmost." The sky had turned dark. Zhao Huaxing lifted his gaze to the night sky. Within that celestial expanse, the moon appeared dim, and the planets, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars, were all shrouded in darkness. The sun's luminosity had diminished, and naturally, the brilliance of those celestial bodies, which relied on the reflection of sunlight to illuminate the human inhabitants of Earth, had also waned. "By the way," Meng Zhu interjected, "I just received word from the Crisis Coordination Center's research department that Mars has also experienced a reduction in brightness just moments ago. The decrease in luminosity corresponds directly to the decline in solar radiation levels." Chapter 11. The City of Life. Zhao Huaxing's body trembled slightly. The previous brilliance of Mars had not faded, which implied that the radiation levels on the opposite side of the sun had remained unchanged. Yet now, Mars too had dimmed. Meng Zhu's words echoed in Zhao Huaxing's mind. Nevertheless, the research department has decided to proceed with the Mercury probe, Thunderstorm, towards the sun's far side. After all, the duration of the dimming on that side has been relatively brief. They hope to uncover some trace of evidence from there. Very well then. The entire sun has been enveloped, Zhao Huaxing sighed. What is the condition of the sun today? It has not improved. The levels of solar radiation continue to decline, Meng Zhu replied, shaking his head. If the level of solar radiation continues to diminish, even to the point where the equator becomes too frigid for human existence, what shall we do? What fate awaits our civilization? Zhao Huaxing spoke with urgency, as if he were struggling to catch his breath. Meng Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Huaxing. The Equatorial Project is merely a facade, while the government clandestinely oversees the Life City initiative. This initiative aims to construct an enormous, fully enclosed city in a geologically stable location, a safeguard against the extreme cold and severe weather that may arise from a drastic reduction in solar radiation. Indeed, even if the sun were to extinguish completely, and the Earth's atmosphere were to solidify and descend to the ground, the Life City, protected by its robust outer shell and defensive systems, would remain impervious to the harmful cosmic rays, asteroid impacts, and the perils of a vacuum environment. How many souls can the Life City accommodate? No more than 2 million. The research department has conducted an assessment, and due to the extreme difficulties in energy acquisition post-apocalypse, should the population exceed 2 million, even with the most extensive reserves of energy and sustenance, survival would not extend beyond 10 years. This decade is the minimal expectation for achieving breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion technology. And what of the remaining populace? That amounts to nearly 7 billion souls, Zhao Huaxing murmured. In truth, Zhao Huaxing already harbored an answer within, yet this answer was too harrowing for him to contemplate. Yet the answer that Zhao Huaxing could scarcely dare to imagine effortlessly escaped the lips of Meng Zhu. Meng Zhu's tone remained unchanged, as calm as if he were merely stating that he had consumed a bowl of noodles today. Death. Meng Zhu uttered this word with a detached air. We had no choice. Tell me, who among us is eligible to enter the City of Life? Zhao Huaxing inquired, his voice trembling. The elites of human society. Meng Zhuo replied, his tone still matter of fact. Only the elite can carry forth the legacy of human civilization. They may be successful merchants. Their achievements already reflect their exceptionalism. They could also be influential politicians. Let us not deny that without leaders, human society would be utterly dismantled. Furthermore, there are scientists, engineers, and researchers from various fields, as well as distinguished artists such as musicians, painters, singers, and calligraphers. They will serve as the principal bearers of humanity's technological and cultural heritage. In essence, only the most outstanding individuals may procure a pass to the City of Life. Of course, we are included among these exceptional individuals. Even if you do not possess a unique status at this moment, with your knowledge as a stellar physicist, you too qualify for entry into the City of Life. Naturally, this is merely a contingency for the worst-case scenario. Personally, I also hope for an improvement in circumstances and wish that their efforts prove to be futile. Meng Zhuo stated with indifference. Yet Zhao Huaxing's body trembled uncontrollably. Your contemplation is remarkably thorough. You have considered every aspect, even the preservation of artworks and animal specimens. However, you have conspicuously overlooked our own kind. Indeed, there are 70 billion of us. Zhao Huaxing bellowed this statement, his voice strained with intensity. A fierce glimmer ignited within his eyes, reminiscent of a predatory beast. Yet, Meng Zhuo remained unfazed, as if Zhao Huaxing's emotional turmoil had gone unnoticed. Once more, Meng Zhuo cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Huaxing. I have stated it before, you have no choice. You must make this decision. You should shift your focus from individual entities and observe the situation from a broader perspective. Tell me, if the worst were to transpire and the City of Life could accommodate only 2 million, whom would you select to gain entry? Would you choose ordinary individuals? Even if all 2 million were commonplace, nearly 70 billion others would still be excluded from the chance of survival. Since every selection is a selection, why not choose the exceptional, those who could better perpetuate human civilization? Zhao Huaxing found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Meng Zhuo's reasoning appeared compelling. If every choice is a choice, then selecting the exceptional seems indeed the most prudent course of action. From the perspective of maximizing benefits, admitting the exceptional into the City of Life is undoubtedly the wisest strategy. The advantages gained from the survival of the exceptional, for humanity as a whole, would surely surpass those offered by ordinary individuals. In the grand design of the City of Life, only 1 million slots are designated for the exceptional, while the remaining million are reserved for the ordinary populace. Meng Zhuo remarked that during the Great Migration towards the equator, each individual would be subjected to a blood draw by the Genetic Research Department to analyze their DNA. This genetic data would be compiled in a database for subsequent screening, where those carrying pathogenic genes or exhibiting signs of frailty would be eliminated, while those with superior genetic traits would be selected. In the following phase, further filtering of these ordinary individuals possessing outstanding survival genes would ensue, prioritizing those with specific skills and in the prime of their lives for the next round of selection. This would culminate in a final selection based on demographic ratios, including gender distribution, leading to the final choice of 1 million ordinary citizens. Then, aside from the 2 million who would be granted entry into the City of Life, the remaining 7 billion would be left to perish in the frigid cold, would they not? Zhao Huaxing murmured. Indeed, Meng Zhuo nodded in affirmation. Zhao Huaxing inhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the now somewhat desolate long street. The implementation of the Equatorial Project had almost instantaneously transformed this once thriving metropolis into a place of quietude. Yet, despite this, a few souls lingered on the street. Beneath a man's coat lay a simple, snug-fitting tank top that showcased his clearly defined and robust muscles. A girl paused, her eyes resting upon the man's chest. Filled with tender affection, she gazed at the man's chest, as if beholding the entirety of the world, a source of solace. The girl turned and embraced him tightly, and he reciprocated her embrace. Together, they nestled closely, as though no force in the universe could separate them. Yet, Zhao Huaxing was acutely aware of the forces that could indeed tear them apart. Should the man be selected in the genetic screening while the girl was not? Or vice versa? Or perhaps if both were deemed unworthy? Something within Zhao Huaxing stirred uneasily. He suddenly found it unbearable to witness this couple. They likely remained oblivious to their dire circumstances. If the solar radiation levels did not improve, and if the City of Life project were truly to be enacted, what brutal future awaited them? If matters escalated to the worst-case scenario, how many others, like this couple, would find themselves ensnared in tragic predicaments? Among these individuals could be spouses, parents and children, siblings, friends, lovers, held in the balance of his decisions, Zhao Huaxing murmured. Indeed, Meng Zhu affirmed. If Director Li Qi truly possessed a solution to the dilemma, and you have genuinely unraveled the riddle he left behind, then none of us need confront this most harrowing choice. Lovers, spouses, parents and children, siblings, friends, all could remain united, none need perish. Chapter 12. Memories of the past. Another sleepless night awaited Zhao Huaxing. Listening to the chilling evening breeze tapping against the window panes, illuminated by the somewhat dim moonlight that resembled flowing water, Zhao Huaxing tossed and turned in bed, unable to succumb to slumber. Despite having been awake for over 40 hours, he felt no trace of fatigue. An inexplicable force sustained both his spirit and body, allowing him to retain a remarkable vitality beneath the tranquil night sky. Gradually, morning arrived. Zhao Huaxing's visage appeared even more gaunt, and his hair had become increasingly disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. Feeling a pang of hunger, he recalled the several bags of milk residing in his refrigerator. Thus, he hastily donned a garment and rose from the bed. The sudden onset of dizziness made him furrow his brow slightly, causing his unsteady body to sway. He steadied himself against the edge of the bed before cautiously making his way out of the bedroom, just as he retrieved a bag of milk. Before he could take a sip, a knock resonated at the door. As a solitary man with few acquaintances, Zhao Huaxing typically received no visitors aside from the occasional water bill collector or food delivery person. It was still early in the morning. Clearly not the time for bill collection, nor had he ordered any food. Without overthinking, he approached the door and opened it, revealing a young woman standing outside, approximately 1.7 meters tall, slender in build, with cascading long hair and adorned with dark glasses. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Huaxing recognized her as Li Wei. During that meeting, I had a brief conversation with Li Wei. Just waking up, Li Wei raised her arm, indicating the breakfast she held in her hand to Zhao Huaxing. I recalled some matters concerning my brother, so I thought I would pay you a visit. I presumed you hadn't had breakfast yet, so I brought you some. Oh, thank you, Zhao Huaxing replied, inviting her in. As Zhao Huaxing turned to usher Li Wei into the room, an overwhelming wave of dizziness swept over him. In an instant, the world around him faded into darkness, while a kaleidoscope of colors danced in his mind, leaving him disoriented. He fell heavily to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he faintly heard Li Wei's gasp of alarm. Li Wei, holding the breakfast, stood frozen in shock at the sight of Zhao Huaxing collapsing. She had just set down the breakfast box, intending to assist him, when a neatly dressed man in a black suit, with short hair and an expression of stern indifference, emerged from the balcony. It was Meng Zhu. Meng Zhu approached Zhao Huaxing, pressing a finger against his carotid artery. After a moment's assessment, he lifted Zhao Huaxing's eyelid, then stood up, declaring, "He is fine. He merely fainted from exhaustion." Exhaustion? Li Wei murmured. What should we do then? I will call an ambulance. Meng Zhu cast a mild glance at her, causing Li Wei to fall silent, standing there motionless. Meng Zhu took out an object resembling a mobile phone from his pocket and pressed a few buttons. In less than 5 minutes, several young men in military uniforms burst into Zhao Huaxing's room. Without exchanging a word with Meng Zhu, they swiftly retrieved a stretcher, placed Zhao Huaxing upon it, and carried him away. The entire sequence transpired in under 30 seconds. I heard you have some matters regarding your brother to discuss with him? Meng Zhu inquired. Would you like to accompany me to see him? Li Wei instinctively nodded. Let us go, Meng Zhu responded, turning to leave. Li Wei hurriedly followed in his wake. In the depths of slumber, Zhao Huaxing wandered through a myriad of bizarre dreams. Upon awakening, however, he found himself nearly devoid of all memory of those visions. Holding on to the vague sensation of having experienced much and having slept for an extended period, as his eyes fluttered open, he beheld a white ceiling and an intravenous drip suspended beside him, with a soft tube extending from it, continuously delivering a transparent fluid into his body. The air was permeated with the strong scent of disinfectant. Turning his head, Zhao Huaxing spotted Meng Zhu standing motionless by the hospital window, resembling an immovable mountain. Meanwhile, Li Wei sat beside him, peeling an apple. Noticing Zhao Huaxing had awoken, Li Wei offered him a gentle smile and said, "Please remain still. I will fetch the doctor." Moments later, the doctor arrived, conducted a brief examination, and remarked, "You are in good health. A combination of excessive fatigue and low blood sugar caused your fainting spell. Take a good rest and have something to eat. Everything will be fine. Li Wei stood up and expressed her gratitude to the doctor, saying, "Thank you. Thank you very much." As the doctor departed, Meng Zhu continued to gaze out the window, while Li Wei resumed her seat beside Zhao Huaxing. "You mentioned you had some information about your brother to share with me?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. When he had just heard Li Wei mention the high-precision light intensity detector, a ripple of curiosity stirred within him. However, upon learning that Li Wei was unaware of what Li Qi intended to do with it, a sense of disappointment washed over him. "Oh," Zhao Huaxing replied, "I already know." "You do?" Li Wei responded with mild surprise, yet she did not probe further. Instead, she continued, "Aside from this matter, there is something else. I am uncertain which details might be of significance to you, so I shall share everything. Please proceed." Zhao Huaxing nodded. He murmured, his focus gradually sharpening. After hearing the door open, my brother swiftly closed that chat window. When he turned to see me, he immediately reprimanded me sternly, insisting that I should knock before entering. My relationship with my brother has always been very close. Yet now he scolded me over such a trivial matter. This piqued my curiosity, leading me to wonder if my brother was secretly in contact with some woman. Too shy to let me see. Suddenly, Zhao Huaxin's mind conjured the image of the researchers from the Computational Science Research Institute, who had restored what appeared to be dialogue records from Li Qi's damaged hard drive. Who was Li Qi conversing with? Zhao Huaxing inquired. "Tell me, what did you see?" he said, his voice trembling. Li Wei glanced at Zhao Huaxing with slight surprise, seemingly perplexed by his agitation. "There are numerous peculiar scientific software applications on the computer. I do not comprehend them and did not concern myself with them. I found the instant messaging application I had seen before, opened it. But apart from a few recent exchanges, it was devoid of any records." "Do you recall what those exchanges were?" Zhao Huaxing asked eagerly. "I remember," Li Wei nodded. "The dialogue was brief, comprising only a few dozen characters, so I recall it vividly." Chapter 13. "To the Arctic, tell me what they were," Zhao Huaxing urged. "Let me out. You wish to leave this place? Are you not afraid of bursting? If you assist me, I can adapt." "Very well. I shall help you." The dialogue record contained merely these 4 sentences, Li Wei stated. The ward once again fell into silence. Zhao Huaxing was lost in contemplation, his expression shifting unpredictably. Li Wei watched him with a hint of concern, uncertain why such a succinct exchange would have such a profound effect on Zhao Huaxing. "Are you certain? Not a word is amiss?" Zhao Huaxing asked. Zhao Huaxing once again relaxed, his gaze fixed upon the pristine white ceiling, sinking once more into contemplation. "Allow me to reconsider this matter from the beginning. From the dialogue, it appears that this enigmatic individual is not an ordinary person. His perspectives on life and the environment starkly contrast with those of the common man. He seems trapped in a certain realm, unable to escape, for should he emerge, he would be overwhelmed. Yet, Li Qi possesses a unique means to assist him in adapting to the external environment, preventing his demise. Did he ultimately manage to escape? Perhaps he has already done so, and it is precisely his existence that has caused numerous constraints on Li Qi's actions. Indeed. Li Qi is aware of the impending solar crisis. What connection does this hold with the mysterious figure? Is it the presence of this individual that has enabled Li Qi to foresee the solar catastrophe? How then did this enigmatic person come to possess such knowledge? With humanity's current technology, it is inconceivable to detect such a phenomenon before the solar crisis unfolds. Could it be that this mysterious being transcends human classification? What then? Is he an extraterrestrial? A specter? A time traveler? If he is indeed an alien, is there a connection between him and the Dyson sphere-like structures emerging around the sun? Or perhaps these constructs are of their own making, with this alien being a member of a collective that, for some reason, became separated from the main group, thus encountering Li Qi on Earth? What purpose do they serve in constructing such Dyson-like entities around the sun? With the vast multitude of stars in the universe, why has their focus settled upon the sun? This is perplexing, utterly bewildering. Human civilization has persistently endeavored to seek extraterrestrial life, yet after such an extensive period of searching, we have encountered naught. The likelihood of an invasion by aliens within our solar system appears exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, a multitude of fragmented thoughts swirled tumultuously within Zhao Huaxing's mind, rendering it nearly chaotic. Before him lay a world characterized by a white ceiling and hanging vials filled with transparent liquid, accompanied by the worried expression of Li Wei, and the silhouette of Meng Zhu standing by the window. In that moment, everything Zhao Huaxing beheld suddenly warped, and concurrently, a sharp, needle-like pain surged through his mind. He let out a cry, darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness once more. When Zhao Huaxing regained awareness, night had fallen. The milky white chandelier illuminated the figure of Meng Zhu still poised by the window and the concerned visage of Li Wei. A doctor clad in a white coat stood before Zhao Huaxing. Huaxing, the doctor remarked, you cannot continue in this manner. Your mind has been burdened with excessive thoughts, and you are now exhibiting signs of neurasthenia. If this persists, you may well succumb to mental illness. Li Wei, with a heavy heart, added, I'm sorry. Had I known of your fragile health, I would not have disclosed these matters. Though Zhao Huaxing had awakened, his head was still beset by waves of sharp pain. It was a peculiar kind of pain. When he cleared his mind and maintained tranquility, the discomfort would dissipate, yet the moment he engaged in thought, the stinging sensation would surge forth like a tide. Perceiving Zhao Huaxing's suffering, the physician remarked, this is a protective stress response of the body. If you continue to dwell on it, your brain may sustain serious damage. Therefore, in order to avert harm, your mind resorts to pain as a deterrent against further contemplation. After a brief hesitation regarding the weight of Zhao's responsibilities, the doctor continued, I can see that your burdens are indeed substantial. It is precisely because of this heavy load that you must take care of your own health. If you falter, everything will be lost. Turning to Li Wei, the doctor inquired, are you his beloved? No, I am merely a friend, Li Wei replied. Thank you, doctor, she added, hastily rising to express her gratitude. The doctor glanced at Zhao Huaxing, sighed, and exited the ward. But the key lies within me. Only I can unravel this enigma. Only I can prevent the impending catastrophe facing humanity. Li Wei, do you understand? They are our kin, just like us, capable of joy and sorrow, of love and familial bonds. They are living beings. If disaster is unavoidable, they will perish. Our civilization will crumble, and the imprints we leave on this earth, along with the myriad stories of the past, will vanish into oblivion, forgotten by all. Zhao Huaxing spoke with great frailty. But your health, Li Wei's concerned words were abruptly interrupted by Meng Zhu. Zhao Huaxing, Meng Zhu began, there is something you must know. You see, Zhao Huaxing remarked. After an assessment by a team of psychological experts, it has been determined that given your current mental state, it is no longer advisable for you to engage in such intense contemplation. The doctor spoke the truth. Should you continue down this path, you risk a mental breakdown, potentially descending into madness. Zhao Huaxing offered a bitter smile. Very well, he said, his demeanor somber as he nodded slightly. Where do you wish to go? His gaze drifted off wistfully. After a brief pause, Zhao Huaxing declared, let us first journey to the Arctic. I long to behold its wonders. Very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Meng Zhu replied. But in his current frail condition, will he be able to endure this? Li Wei interjected anxiously. I will enlist a professional medical team and the most advanced medical equipment to ensure that no complications arise during the journey. You need not worry about that. Meng Zhu reassured her. Will you accompany us? Li Wei hesitated briefly before shaking her head. No, I shall not go. All right, Li Wei conceded. She remained in the hospital room until late into the night, quietly departing only after witnessing Zhao Huaxing succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, Meng Zhu remained motionless by the window, his presence as formidable as a mountain. At dawn the following day, Meng Zhu escorted the still somewhat weakened Zhao Huaxing from the hospital. A vehicle awaited them at the entrance. They climbed in, and the driver, silent as the grave, sped off with the two. After picking up Li Wei, it was but a short while before they arrived at an open space where a helicopter stood ready. Our destination is the Changshan Research Station in the Arctic, Meng Zhu announced. However, prior to our arrival at the Changshan Research Station, we shall first rest for 5 days in the quaint town of Huis in the northern region. Our stay at the Changshan Station will span 3 days. After this period, we will evacuate the Arctic alongside the personnel from the research station. Of course, should you have any special requests, I shall ensure that arrangements are made to guarantee your safety in the Arctic, Meng Zhu stated. Very well. Zhao Huaxing hesitated for a moment before inquiring, evacuate? Are the staff from Changshan Station leaving the Arctic? Indeed, once the personnel have departed, robots will assume their duties in safeguarding the Arctic. However, should they sustain damage, there would be little recourse. After an arduous journey lasting several hours, Zhao Huaxing and his companions finally reached their destination. Huis, a realm blanketed in ice and snow, revealed its beauty, yet at that moment, Zhao Huaxing found himself too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery. Upon entering his room, he succumbed to a deep slumber, neglecting even the most basic of personal care. Chapter 14. The Freya family Qs lacked hotels, so Zhao Huaxing and his companions were dispersed among the homes of local residents. Zhao Huaxing was fortunate to reside in the best appointed house in the town. The household comprised an elderly couple, their daughter, and their granddaughter, a delightful little girl of merely 7 years. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of visitors in Qs, Zhao Huaxing and his party were met with a warm and grand reception. Almost all the residents of the town gathered to welcome the arrival of their guests. Since morning, many had been bustling about, gathering an abundance of fine wines and delectable dishes, which shortly began to emanate an enticing aroma. Zhao Huaxing awoke in the golden light of dawn. The Arctic was enveloped in perpetual daylight, and the night in the town of Qs was exceptionally brief. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon for 2 hours before it re-emerged. Upon glancing at the time, Zhao Huaxing realized it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, prompting him to rise from his bed. Within the well-insulated room, he felt no chill whatsoever. The fatigue from his long journey had afforded him a night of restful slumber, a luxury he had not enjoyed in quite some time. As he arose in the morning, Zhao Huaxing felt rejuvenated. Suddenly, voices drifted in from outside his room. A young girl's tender voice inquired, "Mama, may I go into Uncle's room to wake him?" A woman's voice responded, "Freya, Uncle is a patient, he is sleeping, and you must not disturb him." "But I want to give Uncle his gift quickly," the little girl protested. "Go prepare breakfast first. Uncle will wake up soon," came the reply. At that moment, Zhao Huaxing opened his door, observing the mother-daughter duo engaged in conversation, and greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, Freya." "Good morning, Uncle. You're awake," the little girl exclaimed, rushing towards him. "Uncle, I have prepared a gift for you." Freya held in her hand a rather rudimentary creation made of clay that resembled a reindeer, though the craftsmanship left much to be desired. The colors were mismatched, and its appearance was grotesque, resembling a dismal, dark donkey. The little girl, brimming with hope, tiptoed and presented this peculiar object to Zhao Huaxing. Her mother, a young woman, appeared somewhat embarrassed, but nonetheless said to Zhao Huaxing, "Mr. Zhao, this is something Freya crafted by sacrificing a bit of her sleep. I hope you will like it." Zhao Huaxing, filled with delight, took the object in his hands, inspecting it from various angles while exclaiming, "Freya, did you truly make this? Is it a gift for me?" "It is absolutely beautiful. I adore it." A look of relief finally graced the little girl's face. Seeing that Zhao Huaxing appreciated her handmade gift seemed to bring her even more joy than him. "You have given me such a precious gift. I too have something for you." Zhao Huaxing gently patted Freya's little head, and from his pocket, he retrieved a pearl necklace, placing it around her neck. "I love it, Uncle. Give me a hug." Freya opened her arms wide, and Zhao Huaxing lifted her into an embrace. This scene elicited laughter from the elderly couple and the young woman alike. After sharing a few moments of joviality, they all gathered around the dining table. Although it was merely breakfast, the spread was lavish and inviting. The distinctive dishes awakened Zhao Huaxing's appetite, and he indulged until he could eat no more. "This afternoon, our small town will host a welcome luncheon for the guests. If you have the time, Mr. Zhao, we would be delighted to have you join us," the young woman said to Zhao Huaxing after breakfast. Zhao Huaxing nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality. "Thank you for the invitation. I shall certainly attend." "Mr. Zhao, do you come from a distant place?" the young woman inquired. "Indeed, quite far," Zhao Huaxing replied. "I hail from Hope City, and it takes several hours by plane to reach here." "Uncle, where is Hope City?" Freya asked. "Hope City lies to the south, and it is the capital of our human alliance, home to a vast population," Zhao Huaxing gently explained as he ruffled Freya's hair. "I heard on the town broadcast that our capital is to be relocated to Equatorial City. They also mentioned that there is a project underway there, and most of the young people from our town have gone to that place. Now, our town is mostly inhabited by the elderly. Why don't you all move to Equatorial City? Life there could be quite good," Zhao Huaxing questioned. The young woman shook her head. "Neither my father nor my mother wishes to go. I want to stay here to accompany them. However, for some unknown reason, the weather has grown increasingly cold. Despite it still being summer, the ice has formed a thick layer. When we go fishing, we have to travel far away." "Uncle, do you know why the weather is so cold?" Freya remarked. "Mother has even forbidden me from playing outside." Zhao Huaxing felt a pang in his heart, yet he maintained a smile on his face. "The sun is merely taking a rest. Once it has rejuvenated, the weather shall warm once more." A young woman sighed softly. "The chill intensifies, and fishing grows increasingly difficult. If the cold persists, We may have to journey to Equatorial City. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Huaxing's heart lightened. Indeed, the cold was becoming more pronounced. Equatorial City boasts a warm climate, and with the government's favorable policies, life there would pose no worries. Perhaps. The woman nodded in agreement. Luo Weisha, we must set off now, came the voice of an elderly man from outside. Upon hearing his call, the woman rose and addressed Zhao Huaxing. Mr. Zhao, we shall step out for a moment. If you find yourself feeling restless at home, you may visit the church in the town center, where preparations for lunch are underway, and the atmosphere is quite lively. Where are you headed? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Are you taking a sled? Freya asked eagerly. Of course. I want to go too. I want to go, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the mention of sledding. After a moment's hesitation, the woman finally acquiesced. Very well, thank you, Freya. Zhao Huaxing smiled and nodded, turning to the woman to add, do take care in this inclement weather. As they reached the church entrance, Zhao Huaxing noticed that Meng Zhu and the medical and safety assurance team had gathered. At that moment, they were collaborating with the townsfolk to prepare lunch. Even the typically stoic Matzo took it upon himself to lend a hand. This flurry of activity persisted for over 2 hours. As midday approached, the sky inexplicably darkened. Moments later, delicate snowflakes began to descend. This weather is becoming increasingly peculiar, an elderly man remarked. A sense of foreboding stirred within Zhao Huaxing. He approached the elder and inquired, the Freya family has gone out to retrieve their nets. Given the current weather, could they be in some peril? The elder responded, how long have they been gone? Approximately 3 hours, Zhao Huaxing replied gravely. A middle-aged man named Yinz acknowledged this and turned to leave. The elder reassured Zhao Huaxing, Freya's grandfather is the finest fisherman in our town. He will surely be unharmed. There is no need for concern. It's cold outside. Let us seek refuge from the snowstorm within the church. Somewhat unsettled, Zhao Huaxing entered the church, but found himself unable to sit still. He returned to the entrance, noticing that the snowfall had intensified and the chill winds began to howl. After a moment of contemplation, the elder nodded decisively. Very well, we shall go in search of them. Chapter 15. The snow pile. The elder rose and called out to those behind him, who gathered around. After issuing a few directives, the crowd dispersed, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the church, equipped with sleds and vehicles from their homes. Monsieur, Montjoy advanced, we are robust youths, and it is unconscionable to remain behind. We shall accompany you. Let only Watson remain. Watson is unwell and cannot endure the severe cold. Zhao Huaxing promptly stepped forward, protesting, nay, we shall all go together. Nearly all the townspeople, save for the infirm and the aged, turned out en masse. The cacophony of barking dogs and roaring engines filled the air. The elder, evidently aware of the Freya's course, proceeded without hesitation in a single direction. The snow fell with increasing intensity, and the wind's initial whimper escalated into a harrowing shriek. Despite being clad in the heaviest of winter garments, Zhao Huaxing felt a chill that permeated him from head to toe. Before them lay a white, icy realm, where the swirling snow obscured anything beyond 20 meters. Apprehension weighed heavily on Zhao Huaxing's heart. As if the cold had seeped into his very soul. What if the Freyas had lost their way in such a tempest? What if misfortune had befallen them? After further progress, a figure emerged, head bowed and almost entirely cloaked in snow. The figure trudged through the thick drifts, struggling against the gale. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Yinz, whom the elder had dispatched to locate the Freyas. Have you found the Freyas? The elder inquired. No. Yinz shook his head. Upon arriving at the fishing site, I discovered that the net had already been removed, yet I could not find Freya's family. What about your sled? Did you not arrive on a sled? The elder inquired. The sled dogs are a remarkably unique breed, endowed with exceptional cold resistance capabilities. Yet, shockingly, they had succumbed to frostbite. Freya's family was in a perilous situation. We must locate them swiftly, or they too risk freezing to death, Mons remarked. We must remain together and be vigilant not to lose one another. Little Tiger, please retrieve the helicopter and employ the thermal imaging device to search for Freya's family. A group continued their search amidst the howling blizzard, yet they remained empty-handed. In such weather, even footprints would be obliterated in an instant by the swirling snow. All that met the eye was an expanse of white, devoid of any exceptions. After searching for over half an hour, Mons's device, resembling a mobile phone, vibrated. He took it out to check and said to Zhao Huaxing, they have been located not far from us, approximately 2 kilometers to the left. How are they? Is there anything wrong? Zhao Huaxing urgently inquired. Mons sighed. patting Zhao Huaxing's shoulder, and replied, "You will know once you arrive." An ominous premonition grew stronger in Zhao Huaxing's heart, yet a glimmer of hope persisted within him. He refrained from asking further questions, as the main group shifted direction and, under Mansa's guidance, advanced toward that location. After about half an hour of walking, they finally arrived, encountering what initially appeared to be a snowdrift. Zhao Huaxing approached and discerned it to be a sleigh, its occupants nearly concealed by accumulated snow. Several sled dogs lay prostrate and frozen before it. Tremulously, Zhao Huaxing descended from his own sleigh and advanced towards the snow-laden tableau, closely followed by Mengzhua, evidently wary of unforeseen contingencies. Zhao Huaxing adjusted his head covering and knelt, gently brushing the snow from the faces of Freya and her mother. The young girl, who had only recently addressed him with such endearing familiarity, had succumbed to the eternal slumber. Her mother still embraced her tightly, as if attempting to preserve some vestige of warmth within her arms. Alas, her efforts were futile. Nearby, an elderly couple lay entwined in a final embrace, maintaining their posture even in death. "Observe," Mengzhua reiterated, "they are smiling even in death." Their demise was devoid of suffering. Zhao Huaxing's countenance remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion, seemingly oblivious to Mengzhua's words. He continued to caress Freya's delicate face, acutely aware of the gradual dissipation of warmth. Its inexorable descent into frigidity, ultimately solidifying into an indelible emblem etched within the recesses of his mind. A cacophony of voices echoed within his thoughts, yet their originators lay permanently silenced in that desolate expanse. Zhao Huaxing still carried in his pocket the clay sculpture of a reindeer, resembling a donkey, crafted by Freya at the expense of her sleep. Upon touching it, he felt as though he could still sense the warmth of Freya's fingertips upon its surface. Around Freya's neck hung the string of pearls that Zhao Huaxing had gifted her. The pearls retained their crystalline clarity, yet everything felt irrevocably altered. Everything was indeed different. Zhao Huaxing knelt before Freya's family, unable to contain his sorrow any longer, and wept aloud. Li Wei stood behind him, reaching out as if to offer support, but ultimately refrained from making contact. She gazed on, her own eyes reddening with emotion. It had been a long time since Zhao Huaxing had shed tears. He had not cried since reaching adulthood, yet at this moment, he wept like a child. "It is my fault they perished. It is my fault," he cried out in anguish. The townsfolk gathered around, offering their consolation, assuring Zhao Huaxing that the demise of Freya's family was not his doing, attributing it instead to the sudden change in weather and their lack of preparedness. Yet only Meng Zhu understood that this was not the sentiment Zhao Huaxing harbored. He was filled with self-loathing. "If only I could have unraveled Director Li Qi's riddle sooner, allowing the sun to shine warmly again, this place would not be so frigid. Such severe weather would not have manifested, and Freya's family would still be alive." Zhao Huaxing also harbored resentment towards Li Qi. "Li Qi, why did you choose me? Why me? I may not possess exceptional intellect, logical prowess, or specialized expertise. Why have you entrusted me with this responsibility? Why not select an individual of extraordinary sagacity to undertake this endeavor? Have you considered that your decision might lead to the needless demise of many, who might otherwise have been spared?" Zhao Huaxing felt a surge of emotion constricting his chest, yet he was unable to give it vent. At that moment, Meng Zhu's frigid voice pierced Zhao Huaxing's consciousness. "Zhao Huaxing, if you wish to prevent further innocent and agonizing deaths, then steel yourself and do not give me cause to despise you. You are at liberty to weep and succumb to despair, but if you falter, who will bear the burden of the responsibility that falls to you? This enigma can only be unraveled by you. No one else is capable. Even if you are on the verge of collapse, you must persevere until you have deciphered the puzzle. Zhao Huaxing, if you are indeed a man, then rise to the occasion." Chapter 16. The Neutrino Hypothesis. Zhao Huaxing's mind conjured a multitude of people and events. He recalled the couple he had encountered that day, the elderly chef in the small restaurant, and every ordinary person he had encountered on the streets. A throbbing ache resurfaced in Zhao Huaxing's head. He stood up, intending to wipe away the tears that streamed down his face, only to discover that they had frozen upon his skin. As he brushed them away, they shattered into icy fragments that cascaded from his face. "I apologize. I understand," Zhao Huaxing said, his voice raspy. "Huaxing, this is not your fault." Li Wei consoled him gently. "No one desires such a tragedy to occur." Zhao Huaxing cast a grateful glance at Li Wei and nodded in her direction. The elderly man in the town sighed deeply, directing several individuals to assist the Freya family onto the sled. The group then slowly made their way towards the town. To prevent the sled dogs from expending excessive energy and succumbing to the cold, they dared not urge the dogs to move too swiftly. Additionally, they removed their own garments and draped them over the sled dogs to provide warmth. The atmosphere within the town began to grow heavy and oppressive. Zhao Huaxing confined himself to his room, emerging only for meals and to attend to basic needs, and remained secluded for 3 consecutive days. He seemed capable of sensing the presence of the Freya family within the walls of the house, hearing their conversations and laughter. Yet he could no longer see them, forever lost to him. In the course of these 3 days, supplies gradually arrived, marking the time to embark on their journey. Zhao Huaxing finally left his room and rejoined the others. Several helicopters had landed in front of the town church, and as the moment of departure approached, the townsfolk gathered here to bid farewell. Addressing the crowd seeing him off, Zhao Huaxing spoke. "Do not linger in this town any longer. Make your way to Equatorial City. Contact the government immediately. They will send someone to assist you. Do not remain here any longer. Are you not aware? The weather has changed. This place is no longer suitable for human habitation." Zhao Huaxing could not breach the confidentiality regulations. These words constituted all he was able to convey. The elderly man trembled as he sighed, replying, "Indeed, the weather is growing increasingly cold. Alas, we are all aware of it. But how can we depart from this place? We have resided here for a lifetime, enduring the long passage of 70 or 80 years. All we wish is to grow old peacefully and eventually pass away in this familiar land. If we leave, we are uncertain where we might go. The youth are ever so eager to roam and explore. If they desire to venture to Equatorial City, let them do so. We are aged and weary, content to remain here, with no intention of going anywhere else." Zhao Huaxing seemed to hear the words of the aging restaurant owner echoing in his mind. After all, there are only a few years left to live, so why not stay here? Zhao Huaxing struggled to comprehend the sentiments and choices of these elders. Yet he recognized the profound emotions that lay beneath. Confronted by the specter of death, this deep-seated feeling compelled them to remain steadfast in their homeland, unwilling to depart. Zhao Huaxing was certain that countless elderly individuals across the globe shared this same sentiment. Even in death, they would not leave. To remain means to face death. Yet, Zhao Huaxing did not wish for their demise. He felt a surge of warmth welling up in his eyes, but he ultimately restrained himself. Turning away, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. "Very well, then. You shall stay here. I hope to possess the ability to change all of this before the cold becomes unbearable." The elders appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning behind Zhao Huaxing's words. Nevertheless, they expressed their gratitude and blessings toward him. Zhao Huaxing then turned and boarded the helicopter, daring not to cast another glance at this place. The helicopter ascended amidst a tremendous roar and a flurry of snowflakes whipped up by its blades, swiftly departing towards the Arctic. There, the personnel at the Arctic Changshan station would remain for an additional 3 days. The Arctic is perilous, especially now, with the significant decrease in solar radiation. The dangers and the harshness of the environment surpass the limits of human imagination. Yet, Zhao Huaxing resolutely chose this destination. No one questioned his motives. As long as Zhao Huaxing deemed it necessary, even if he wished to journey to the moon, they would find a way to accommodate him. In truth, even Zhao Huaxing himself was uncertain about his reasons for heading to the Arctic. A persistent voice within urged him, "Behold these landscapes, they will soon vanish, never to be seen again. The effects of the reduced solar radiation are global." Zhao Huaxing understood that henceforth, vibrant blooms, melodious birds, and babbling brooks would gradually fade away, leaving only eternal frost and tempestuous storms. As he reminisced about all this, Zhao Huaxing wished to engrave these scenes in his memory before they ultimately disappeared. Perhaps only in this way could the scales within his heart, where resilience, striving, and an unwavering spirit reside, triumph over the inclinations towards despair and collapse. After all, Zhao Huaxing is but an ordinary man. He sat silently beside Li Wei, both absorbed in their thoughts. At this moment, the helicopter's deafening roar seemed exceptionally monotonous, mirroring the desolate landscape below, a boundless expanse of white ice. Occasionally, one might observe living creatures upon this glacial expanse, such as polar bears, Arctic foxes, or perhaps wolves or deer. As the helicopter traverses the sky, they raise their heads, scrutinizing this unfamiliar object, seemingly pondering the enigma of its flight. Previously, our concerns were fixated on the potential ramifications of global warming induced by the greenhouse effect, leading to the melting of Arctic glaciers and subsequent disruption of the local ecosystem. Now, fortunately, We need no longer dwell on this apprehension. Li Wei gestured expansively, remarking, if my memory serves me correctly, this area was not yet frozen at this time last year. This is hardly amusing, Zhao Huasheng retorted, shaking his head. Do not always be so grave. Li Wei responded softly. My brother has confidence in your abilities, which is why he entrusted you with this mission. Similarly, I have faith in my brother's judgment, and I believe his choice will prove correct. You are undoubtedly capable of succeeding. Zhao Huasheng sighed, redirecting his gaze towards Meng Zhua. Have there been any novel discoveries from the research department in recent days? Indeed, Meng Zhua replied. Further observation indicates that the substance resembling a Dyson sphere within the solar photosphere is not a solid entity. Instead, its darker hue is attributable to a reduction in temperature. Furthermore, certain observational data suggest that it appears above the solar convection zone, rather than within the photosphere as previously hypothesized. However, this assertion requires further corroboration through additional observational evidence. The Sun is divided into 3 parts from the inside out: the core, the radiation zone, and the convection zone. Further out is the atmosphere, and the photosphere is the layer of the solar atmosphere closest to the Sun's surface. Does this imply that the reduction in solar radiation levels is attributed to certain physical mechanisms occurring within the Sun? Zhao Huasheng inquired. The evaluation data from the research department indicates that this possibility has risen to 80%. Conversely, the likelihood of interference by some external force, namely an unknown civilization, has diminished to less than 20%. The research department had previously entertained the notion that solar changes might be instigated by an advanced civilization, but it now appears otherwise. This seems more akin to the Sun's autonomous fluctuations. As an expert in stellar physics, perhaps you could elaborate on your speculations regarding this matter. I cannot conceive of any physical mechanisms that could account for this phenomenon. Zhao Huasheng shook his head. Has anyone in the research department proposed a physical model? There are 2. One is the neutrino escape hypothesis, and the other is the uncontrolled thermonuclear fusion under extreme conditions. Of course, these are merely hypotheses, and the research department has yet to find sufficient evidence to substantiate either claim. Oh, Zhao Huasheng felt a flicker of interest. Please bring me the relevant materials. Meng Zhua nodded and, 5 minutes later, presented a stack of documents to Zhao Huasheng. The neutrino escape hypothesis posits that, for reasons yet unknown, a substantial number of neutrinos are generated during the fusion processes at the core of the Sun due to the immense density present at the solar core. Even these elusive particles, which rarely interact with matter, are unable to escape unimpeded. These neutrinos play a crucial role in sustaining the Sun's structure. And once they break free from the solar core, they begin to escape freely, carrying away a significant amount of energy, which subsequently leads to a reduction in the level of solar radiation. Neutrinos are remarkable particles. They seldom interact with any form of matter. They are minuscule, so small that they can traverse the entire Earth without colliding with any of the particles that constitute our planet. This hypothesis presents neutrinos as the key to elucidating all variations observed. However, it contains a substantial flaw. Is the density of matter at the solar core truly so great that even neutrinos cannot escape? At least according to the knowledge currently possessed by Zhao Huasheng, the density of solar core matter falls far short of such an assertion. Moreover, if this hypothesis were accurate, the neutrino telescopes deployed deep underground on Earth should be able to detect neutrinos far exceeding previously observed levels. A new model of nuclear fusion has been proposed, predicting an entirely novel type of neutrino particle to address the contradictions present within this hypothesis. The research department is diligently working to validate this hypothesis, and results will soon emerge, Manchu stated. Chapter 17. The Vanished Aurora Borealis. This is utterly absurd, Zhao Huasheng exclaimed, shaking his head. It is simply impossible. The mass of the Sun, along with the temperature and pressure in its core, does not reach the levels necessary for heavy elements to participate in fusion. Within the research department, many oppose these 2 hypotheses, yet at this moment, we are devoid of any leads. No theory has emerged that withstands scrutiny. Even if these 2 hypotheses are utterly absurd, the research department has resolved to deploy relevant resources to validate them. This approach is decidedly preferable to floundering about aimlessly. Meng Zhua remarked that, in the face of bizarre phenomena that far surpass our technological capabilities, we must diligently explore every potential breakthrough, no matter how ludicrous the idea may seem. It is precisely for this reason that I have garnered such attention, Zhao Huasheng chuckled bitterly. Indeed, Meng Zhua nodded, Hence the F-Rare asserts that the fate of humanity on Earth rests significantly in your hands. Zhao Huaxing nodded in agreement, sinking once more into silence. Outside the window, the scenery remained unchanged. Ice and snow, biting winds, and a somber sky. Even within the fully sealed cabin, Zhao Huaxing felt the chill of the external world, a cold so profound it could make even polar bears, known for their resilience to cold, shudder. Li Wei gazed vacantly out the window, her thoughts seemingly adrift in an unknown realm. Has there been any progress from the psychological expert group? Zhao Huaxing inquired. No significant developments, Mengzhu replied. By analyzing Li Qi's psyche and the traces he left behind, the psychological expert group deduced that Li Qi had been aware of you for quite some time. Li Qi once accessed your records and personally intervened in your work arrangements. This was quite unusual, considering at that time you were merely an intern while Li Qi held the esteemed position of the director of the Stellar Physics Research Institute. Indeed. I can corroborate this. Li Wei remarked that her brother had mentioned you to her at least 10 times. Typically, he would not discuss work-related matters with me. Regrettably, even the psychological expert group could not ascertain the reason behind Li Qi's interest in you. Otherwise, the enigma he presented would be considerably easier to unravel. Mengzhu noted that approximately 2 years ago marked the onset of changes in Li Qi, coinciding with a time when he seemed less like himself. It remains uncertain whether Li Qi's attention towards you preceded these changes or if the alterations occurred first, subsequently drawing his focus to you. However, there is one matter with a precise timestamp, which is documented within the educational system. 1 year, 10 months, and 9 days ago, Director Li Qi retrieved your academic records from the education system. Perhaps due to a lack of proper authorization, this retrieval record was not deleted. 1 year, 10 months, and 9 days ago, Zhao Huaxing fell into contemplation. He stowed away his notebook, donned a specially designed cold-resistant suit, and exited the cabin. Not far from the helicopter landing site, a cluster of low-lying bungalows formed a residential compound, where several staff members, similarly clad in heavy cold-weather gear, awaited his arrival. The solid ice cap beneath my feet is indistinguishable from solid land. Although there is no land here, the thickness of the ice cap can exceed 30 meters, exhibiting the same resilience as terrestrial soil. Snow accumulates atop the ice, and as the cold wind sweeps across, it stirs the snow, casting a grayish hue over the entire sky. Even with a thick hat perched upon his head, Zhao Huaxing can still hear the lament of the icy breeze. This is the time of the midnight sun. Despite it being evening, the sun lingers at the horizon, reluctant to descend. Yet, the difference between having the sun and not having it seems negligible, as its meager warmth offers little change to this desolate landscape. Standing on the Arctic ice cap, amidst the swirling wind and the pallid surroundings, Zhao Huaxing is enveloped by a sense of primordial wilderness and frigid desolation. Accompanying this feeling is the profound sense of powerlessness that one experiences as a mere human in the face of the vastness of nature. The weather is indeed growing increasingly frigid. A staff member approaching expresses this sentiment, casually accepting a supply box handed over by the medical and safety team. He inquires, "Are we taking these fellows with us when we evacuate?" "Indeed," Mengzhu nods. "We are also tasked with assisting in capturing specimens of polar bears, wolves, Arctic foxes, and reindeer. I truly cannot fathom why we need to capture those animals during our retreat," the staff member complains, then turns to beckon those behind him. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and move the supplies." Amidst the flurry of activity, the provisions are swiftly transported from the helicopter to the living quarters. Having been meticulously secured to prevent damage from the frigid conditions, the helicopter was left behind as Zhao Huaxing, Mengzhu, Li Wei, and the others retreated into the specially insulated dwelling. The structure's unique double-paned windows not only shielded them from the external cold, but also preserved exceptional light transmission. Zhao Huaxing divested himself of his bulky cold-weather gear and settled at the table by the window, gazing pensively at the exterior. After a considerable interval, he retrieved the documents Mengzhu had entrusted to him and began to scrutinize them intently, continuing until midnight. Though the sun lingered on the horizon, refusing to set, Zhao Huaxing felt a weariness emanating from the depths of his being. He massaged his forehead, drew the curtains, and reclined on the bed. He reflected with a touch of irony that having long desired to witness the aurora borealis firsthand, now that he had arrived in the Arctic, it was nowhere to be seen. The aurora's generation stemmed from the collision of high-energy charged particle streams from the sun with the Earth's magnetic field. With the solar radiation level diminished so significantly, the aurora was naturally absent. It was in this somewhat apprehensive state of mind, listening to the howling wind outside and surrounded by this pallid world, that Zhao Huaxing drifted into his first slumber since arriving in the Arctic. Upon awakening, the sun still hung in the sky, refusing to descend. After partaking in breakfast with the personnel of Changshan Station and tending to his personal hygiene, Zhao Huaxing once again donned his heavy cold-weather attire and, along with Li Wei, Meng Zhua, the Changshan Station staff, departed the base. Our task today is to capture at least 3 polar bears, and if we can manage to catch 2 reindeer along the way, it would be even better, remarked a staff member. Chapter 18. The Weight of Life. The personnel at Changshan Station were unaware of the purpose behind capturing these animals. Yet Zhao Huaxing understood all too well. This was a preparation for the City of Life. Should the levels of solar radiation continue to diminish uncontrollably, plummeting to a point beyond human endurance, the City of Life would be activated. These animal specimens would accompany the fortunate 2 million humans into the City of Life, securing their chance to survive in this frigid apocalypse. Clad in heavy winter gear, the team boarded the rumbling snow vehicle, fully equipped with ropes, nets, cages, tranquilizer guns, and other necessary tools before setting off. Due to the dropping temperatures and the extending polar ice cap, large creatures like polar bears were migrating southward, where the ice was thinner and food could be found. Thus, we too must head south to capture them, explained a staff member from Changshan Station to Zhao Huaxing. Zhao nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The snow vehicle did not progress swiftly. Sitting in the cabin, Zhao gazed out the window, absorbing the desolate Arctic landscape. Cold, silence, desolation. This was the true depiction of the Arctic. Zhao sensed that the icy chill of the Arctic seemed to seep into his mind, gradually cooling the restless thoughts that had been racing without respite, providing him with a profound sense of relaxation from within. Perhaps travel does indeed serve a purpose. Zhao Huaxing pondered silently. The staff at Changshan Station first went to inspect the traps set the previous day. Most of these traps had yielded results. The Arctic is exceedingly desolate, rendering the allure of food irresistible to the animals. Moreover, due to the human-imposed ban on hunting and fishing in the Arctic, the local fauna generally harbors little suspicion towards traps or humans. Capturing prey through these traps proves to be a rather straightforward endeavor, before even locating a polar bear. For Arctic foxes, 2 deer and 3 wolves had already been tranquilized and placed into the vehicle's compartment. They would be temporarily confined and then transported by plane to the City of Life. In contrast, polar bears present a far greater challenge. They are simply too large and too formidable. Zhao Huaxing estimated that only Meng Zhu could effectively confront a polar bear, relying solely on these staff members. Even 4 or 5 working together would likely falter against such a creature. However, this was of little concern. The formidable power of human technological advancement would reveal itself in moments like these. Even the physically weakest, Li Wei, could independently subdue a polar bear with a tranquilizer gun. Thus, this hunting expedition felt less like a mission and more akin to a leisurely outing. The convoy came to a halt, and an Arctic biologist disembarked. Scanning the ground attentively, with a tone of certainty, he declared, "Let us search around. There must be a group of polar bears nearby. 1 large and 3 small. The large one is a mother bear. There is no need for such trouble." Meng Zhu leapt from the vehicle, effortlessly pulling down a deer weighing over 100 pounds from the rear compartment with a single hand. In his other hand, he produced a sharp black dagger seemingly from nowhere and plunged it directly into the reindeer's neck. The unconscious creature emitted a faint, indistinct sound before succumbing to death from excessive blood loss. The Arctic bears, possessing an acute sense of smell, were undoubtedly drawn to this fresh prey, especially in such frigid conditions where food was scarce. With an air of detachment, Meng Zhu dragged the reindeer and made his way to the rear of an ice mound, approximately 200 meters from the convoy, where he discarded the lifeless body. At that moment, Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei also exited the vehicle. The callousness of Meng Zhu and his ruthless disregard for life left Zhao Huaxing feeling quite unsettled, and even Li Wei found it hard to witness such an act. However, both Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei understood the broader context, recognizing that Meng Zhu's actions, while harsh, were not without justification. Meng Zhu cast a fleeting glance at the biologist before turning away, methodically wiping the blood from the dagger's blade with his gloved left hand. After a brief outburst, the biologist fell silent, his protests quelled. The group remained in silence for a moment, until the distant sound of crunching snow reached their ears. Meng Zhu gestured, and the staff followed him. The biologist exclaimed, You butcher, stand back. We will handle the bear. Your interference is unnecessary. Unfazed, Meng Zhu retreated to the rear of the line, following at a leisurely pace. Li Wei grasped Zhao Huaxing's hand and exclaimed, "Let us go and take a look together." The expedition and hunting activity taking place in this remote and desolate Arctic seemed to dispel all the gloom within her heart, rejuvenating the vivacious spirit of this youthful girl. A long-lost smile reemerged on her face as she skipped joyfully. Even clad in heavy winter attire, she resembled a frolicsome sprite. Several staff members concealed themselves behind an ice mound, aiming a tranquilizer gun at the largest polar bear before pulling the trigger. The mother bear emitted a roar, attempting to stand upright, but the rapid loss of strength thwarted her efforts, and she ultimately collapsed heavily to the ground, succumbing to slumber. The 3 cubs that followed her were thrown into disarray, abandoning the food at their mouths to huddle around their fallen mother, whimpering mournfully. The cubs posed no threat for the time being, so the tranquilizer gun was deemed unnecessary. With their mother present, they would not flee. A biologist cautioned that the tranquilizer might inflict damage upon their nervous systems. The staff members nodded in agreement and proceeded with nets in hand. Behind them, machinery was brought into operation. Li Wei's enthusiasm soared as she tugged Zhao Huaxin's hand, advancing until they were less than 10 meters from the mother bear. The 3 cubs, now ensnared in nets, struggled desperately. Li Wei even approached to gently stroke one cub's head, soothingly whispering, "Be good, don't fuss. We are here to rescue you." A maternal luminescence emanated from Li Wei, stirring a faint ripple of emotion within Zhao Huaxing's heart. He turned, gazing at her in stunned admiration, realizing in that instant that she possessed an unparalleled beauty, surpassing any he had witnessed before. However, the prostrate mother bear had, unnoticed, opened its eyes. Upon discovering Li Wei caressing its cub, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through the bear, propelling it to its feet. With a thunderous roar, it lunged ferociously towards Li Wei. The distance separating the bear from Li Wei and Zhao Huaxing was a mere 10 meters. The bear's explosive speed exceeded that of even the most accomplished human sprinters. The events unfolded with breathtaking swiftness, leaving little room for reaction. Just as the biologist managed to utter the words tranquilizer gun, and another staff member frantically grasped the weapon, yet before either could take aim, Zhao Huaxing swept Li Wei into his arms, shielding her with his back as he faced the oncoming bear. The suddenness of the attack allowed Zhao Huaxing only enough time to protect Li Wei, and Li Wei only enough time to emit a startled cry. Before the echo of her cry had faded, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. Zhao Huaxing braced himself, holding Li Wei tightly, anticipating the inevitable embrace of death and pain. But neither came. Releasing his grip, Zhao Huaxing turned to find the mother bear collapsed on the ground, a bloody aperture marring its skull, from which blood flowed freely. In the rear, Meng Zhu remained standing there with an unperturbed demeanor, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. Clearly, at that critical moment when the stakes were high, he had drawn his weapon and fatally shot the mother bear, only to subsequently return the gun to its holster. No one witnessed the swift motion of his draw, the act of shooting, nor the manner in which he sheathed his firearm. An oppressive silence enveloped the group, broken only by the increasingly mournful cries of the 3 polar bear cubs upon realizing their mother was gone. The biologist began to tremble, pointing a quivering finger at Meng Zhu as he stammered, You killed a polar bear? Why didn't you use a tranquilizer?" Meng Zhu cast a calm glance in his direction and replied, "The lives of these 2 individuals outweigh that of a single polar bear." With that, he walked past the biologist and approached the lifeless body of the mother bear, continuing with an air of indifference, "I apologize. But the hopes of humanity and the earth cannot be sacrificed at your hands." After uttering these words, Meng Zhu snapped his fingers and declared, "Let us go. 3 cubs are sufficient." In that moment, he had effortlessly assumed the role of leader among the group. Following his command, the individuals each boarded their vehicles and embarked on their journey home. "Thank you, Zhao Huaxing," Li Wei said, her expression shifting as she finally whispered her gratitude. Zhao Huaxing gazed into the distance as if he had heard her, yet remained eerily unresponsive. "We have taken the life of a mother, one who attacked an intruder to protect her young." His tone was somber, reflecting the harsh realities of a world in ruin, for such is the cruelty of the apocalypse. Chapter 19. Siberia. The ever-present sun in Siberia stirred a sense of unease within Zhao Huaxing. The relentless illumination had a way of disrupting one's circadian rhythm, leading to a plethora of adverse effects on the human body. He drew the curtains tightly and switched on the lamp, feeling a modicum of relief wash over him. It was at this moment that Li Wei entered Zhao Huaxing's room. Observing the tightly shut curtains and the glowing ceiling light, she cast a quizzical glance at him. Zhao Huaxing shrugged. This brings a bit of comfort. Ah, indeed, Li Wei chuckled. People are perpetually in pursuit of the light bestowed by the sun. Yet when that light refuses to wane, they find themselves weary of it. Zhao Huaxing began to gather the scattered documents on his desk and casually offered her a chair. Please, have a seat. Li Wei accepted the chair but did not sit down. Instead, she watched him as he continued to organize the papers. A flicker of inspiration glimmering in her eyes. She approached the desk and gently remarked, documents should not be arranged in this manner. While it may appear orderly, it is, in fact, quite chaotic. Locating the necessary materials becomes a daunting task. As she spoke, Li Wei effortlessly took the papers Zhao Huaxing had already gathered, along with those still in his hands, and, with a deftness akin to having eyes on her fingertips, she scattered them once more and meticulously sorted them by date. Despite the sheer volume and disorder of the materials, Li Wei's skillful hands swiftly restored order to the chaos. After placing the final piece of information in the folder, Li Wei smiled at Zhao Huaxing. Thank you for today, she said. Oh, no need to thank me. It was my duty, Zhao Huaxing replied. I hardly contributed anything. If it weren't for Mingzhua, we might have been injured. You resemble my brother, Li Wei remarked, her eyes curving into crescent moons as if recalling something delightful. Both of you are rather taciturn, appearing cold on the outside, yet harboring a profound sense of responsibility within. Whenever I find myself in peril, my brother rushes to my side, shielding me. Zhao Huaxing was at a loss for words and could only respond, it's nothing. Come, it's time for dinner, he added. Sensing Zhao Huaxing's discomfort, Li Wei flashed a radiant smile, took his arm, and together they exited the room. After dinner, Zhao Huaxing was met once more by the serene Arctic night. In the morning, the staff at Changshan Station set out again to capture prey. As many Arctic creatures listed remained untrapped, Mengzhua had initially intended to accompany them, but the Arctic biology expert vehemently opposed his participation, leaving Mengzhua no choice but to remain at Changshan Station. Since Mengzhua could not go, Zhao Huaxing could not either. Mengzhua's reasoning was simple. What if you encounter danger in my absence? Thus, Zhao Huaxing also had to stay behind. The departure of numerous staff members plunged Changshan Station into a tranquil silence. Zhao Huaxing donned his heavy winter clothing and made his way to a nearby area of the station's courtyard, where he sat down casually, gazing off into the distance. Lost in thought, the weather seemed to have improved somewhat today. Although the sun remained listless, the wind had diminished considerably. Zhao Huaxing remained seated there until noon, and after lunch, he returned to the same spot. No one knew what Zhao Huaxing was contemplating, perhaps not even Zhao Huaxing himself. His mind was ethereal and tranquil, much like the vast and desolate Arctic expanse. Zhao Huaxing appeared to be dozing, yet perhaps he was not. Over these 3 days, Zhao Huaxing's spirits had steadily improved. Upon departing the Arctic, he no longer possessed that enervated feeling of being detached, as if on the verge of collapse. His eyes began to gleam with vitality. His voice regained its strength, and even his thoughts sharpened. Where do you intend to go next? Mengzhua inquired. Mengzhua nodded and assented. Thus, Zhao Huaxing and his entourage parted ways with the staff of the Arctic Changshan Station. One contingent of helicopters conveyed the staff and the various animals they had captured toward the City of Life, while another contingent transported Zhao Huaxing, Mengzhua, Li Wei, and the medical and security detail to the expansive Siberia, near Lake Baikal. Here, the medical and security teams swiftly erected over a dozen tents, and helicopters even airlifted in a food truck and an abundance of precious ingredients, along with numerous hunting implements. With these provisions, a small settlement burgeoned in less than a day. The site chosen by the staff for the encampment was exceptionally advantageous. This place is not only in close proximity to Lake Baikal but also sheltered from the wind, with a nearby hot spring that harnesses geothermal energy. Consequently, the diminished solar radiation levels do not adversely affect it. Although Siberia is similarly situated in high latitudes and experiences cold temperatures, it is markedly more hospitable than the Arctic. Unlike the desolation of the Arctic, one can discover sprouting green grass or traces of small creatures if one looks closely. Regrettably, the newly emerged green shoots have succumbed to frost, and to endure the chill, small animals typically refrain from venturing outdoors. Zhao Huaxing appears to have entirely set aside his worries, relinquishing thoughts of profound and obscure matters. During the daylight hours, Zhao Huaxing, along with Li Wei and Mengzhua, engages in fishing in the lake, or joins others in hunting. At lunchtime or dinner, a professional chef, summoned alongside the catering service, prepares culinary delights that Zhao Huaxing had previously deemed unimaginable. Occasionally, Zhao Huaxing takes it upon himself to grill or roast food, gathering with the staff to sing, dance, and drink together. In response to Li Wei's overtures, Zhao Huaxing seems to have opened his heart. Their relationship evolves in an unspoken understanding, resembling that of lovers or longtime friends. Zhao Huaxing does not broach the subject of Li Qi, and the staff, including Meng Zhuo and Li Wei, also refrain from mentioning it. It seems that everyone has forgotten about this matter. When Zhao Huaxing speaks of fishing, they fish. When he mentions hunting, they hunt. When he suggests barbecuing, they barbecue. Even Meng Zhu has summoned several motorboats, and when the weather permits, Zhao Huaxing would venture forth across the vast expanse of Lake Baikal, piloting the motorboat alongside Li Wei and Meng Zhu. Every whim of Zhao Huaxing is indulged. Whatever he desires is brought to him, with aircraft arriving from thousands of kilometers away, delivering anything he requests, including a magnificent RV. This RV is equipped with a grand high-definition screen and state-of-the-art sound system. However, after using it for a single karaoke session, Zhao Huaxing abandoned it, realizing that his previous lack of vocal prowess was not due to inferior equipment. The campsite is perpetually enveloped in laughter, as if these individuals are merely on holiday. Time quietly slips away in this tranquility. Zhao Huaxing can hardly recall how many days he has spent here, 7? Or perhaps 15. It matters not. He is indifferent to such details. Yet, the weight in his heart grows ever heavier. The more joy he experiences, the more laughter he shares, the softer Li Wei's words become. And the more tender her gaze towards him, the heavier his heart feels. This weight lingers like a shadow behind him, ever present and, with the passage of time, increasingly burdensome. One evening, after dinner, Zhao Huaxing approached Li Wei and inquired, "Would you accompany me for a brief respite outdoors?" Li Wei acquiesced with a nod, whereupon they strolled hand in hand towards the adjacent lake. They settled upon a smooth, flat rock, side by side. Zhao Huaxing peripherally detected the presence of Meng Zhuo, yet chose to disregard it. He had long grown accustomed to Meng Zhuo's unobtrusive presence, understanding it was Meng Zhuo's prerogative to ensure his safety, a duty he ought not impede. The air was invigorating, the pristine atmosphere of Siberia affording what was arguably the most breathtaking nocturnal vista on Earth. Myriad stars adorned the ebony firmament, with the resplendent Milky Way arcing across the horizon in the east, resembling a celestial ribbon. Immersed in the faint susurrus of undulating waves and the enigmatic, profound night sky, Zhao Huaxing found his spirit unusually serene. He felt akin to a solitary fish, and the night sky was like a boundless ocean. With his thoughts as fins, Zhao Huaxing swam through the sea of stars. "Huaxing, is there something on your mind?" she inquired after a moment of silence. "Oh," Zhao Huaxing responded, lapsing once more into contemplative silence. Li Wei refrained from further inquiry, instead tenderly enfolding Zhao Huaxing's arm within her embrace, nestling her head upon his shoulder. For those unversed in astronomy or physics, it may be challenging to truly grasp the vastness of the cosmos and the insignificance of our existence. Zhao Huaxing softly began to speak, noting that while they may have encountered terms such as vastness and insignificance through books, films, or the internet, they will never possess a genuine understanding of the universe's expanse and humanity's diminutive nature. Li Wei remained silent, attentively listening. From the dawn of civilization, humanity has forged a brilliant culture upon this barren earth. One may find it difficult to appreciate the monumental leap forward when the first primitive human fashioned a stone knife or axe, propelling human civilization into a new era. Following this, the discovery of fire, the invention of the bow and arrow, fishing nets, bronze tools, and eventually the Industrial Revolution, the steam engines. The discovery and utilization of electricity, the invention of computers, and atomic energy, among countless others. Each tool or principle unveiled has wrought transformative changes upon human society. We have created art, advanced medicine, and brought into existence myriad wonders that had never before graced our planet, and perhaps have never been seen in the cosmos. Indeed, we have ample reason to take pride in our own magnificence. Yet the stark reality remains. We are profoundly small, exceedingly small. Zhao Huaxing sighed, remarking that the universe resembles an endless ocean, and we have merely scooped a single cup of water from its depths. In the vast expanse of the night sky, every star is positioned at a distance that could occupy a lifetime of pursuit, while each shadowed corner harbors enigmas that may remain unsolved until the twilight of human civilization. We are indeed minuscule, profoundly insignificant. Before your brother's demise, he imparted words to me that, despite my affiliation with the realm of astronomy, I have only now begun to fully comprehend. Just as it is now, in the cosmos, stars are born, live out their brief existence, and ultimately explode. These occurrences are merely commonplace. Such events unfold incessantly throughout the universe. Yet here we are, with our sun's radiation levels diminished by less than 15%. And humanity teeters on the brink of apocalypse. Astronomers and physicists are perhaps the most acutely aware of the precariousness of our existence. It is precisely because we recognize our own diminutive nature and triviality that we willingly devote our lives to unraveling the infinite mysteries. Your brother felt this way, and so do I. Many others within our civilization share this sentiment. However, there are moments when I feel utterly powerless, overwhelmed by our insignificance amidst the boundless cosmos. Zhao Huaxing sighed, pondering, what is the lifespan of an individual, or even a civilization, when juxtaposed with the entirety of the universe? Even the brilliance of geniuses such as Newton and Einstein merely addressed certain queries, inadvertently unveiling even more unknowns for humanity to ponder. Human civilization has evolved over several 100,000 years, and even now, we remain unable to ascertain the reasons behind the dimming of the sun. Li Wei nestled in Zhao Huaxing's embrace and softly remarked, our human civilization advances continuously, thanks to the relentless efforts of geniuses like you. Zhao Huaxing fell silent, then shook his head. No, I am not a genius. Your brother is the true genius. He is an absolute prodigy. Without Director Li Qi, our understanding of the sun would have taken at least another decade to reach its current level. In the scientific community, some refer to your brother as the son of the sun. Do you know why? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Is there such an epithet? I was unaware, Li Wei replied. Because how could one possess such profound knowledge of the sun if not born from its very essence? Your brother seems as if he resides upon the sun itself, effortlessly unraveling complex problems related to solar fusion models, solar atmospheric models, convection, radiation, the corona, and magnetic fields. It is as if he has witnessed all these phenomena firsthand. None of us, including myself, can fathom the brilliance that resides within Director Li Qi's mind. To put it candidly, in the realm of stellar physics, your brother's stature is akin to that of Einstein in the field of physics. I have heard whispers of his work, but it seems that these remarkable achievements have only surfaced in the past 2 years. 2 years prior, while your brother was indeed a prominent astrophysicist, he hadn't yet ascended to the exceptional status you describe. One wonders why. Perhaps an extraterrestrial presence influenced him, though I prefer to attribute it to his own ingenuity. Zhao Huaxing mused. Li Wei speaks truthfully. Indeed, before that time, Li Qi wasn't as distinguished. It was the accumulation of achievements within these past 2 years that earned him the illustrious title of Son of the Sun. I deeply admire your brother. I've idolized him since my university days, Zhao Huaxing confessed. So, how does it feel to be conversing with the sibling of your idol under this tranquil night sky? Li Wei jested, perhaps due to the somber and abstruse nature of their discussion. However, Zhao Huaxing, being a man of earnest disposition, disregarded the jest. I feel immense pressure, he admitted. Great pressure. Li Wei's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Pressure from being with me? No, I wasn't referring to you, Zhao Huaxing clarified, his voice devoid of emotion, maintaining its steadiness. It's your brother. He's exceedingly brilliant. Compared to him, I'm merely ordinary. Now, he entrusts me with deciphering the enigmas he's set forth to fulfill the task of safeguarding human civilization. The weight of this responsibility is immense. I have drawn upon all my experiences, knowledge, and reflections on my past, even enlisting the aid of governmental machinery. Yet, to this day, I find myself making no progress whatsoever. I ponder whether your brother's decision to entrust this task to me was a grave error. I strive to calm my thoughts, immersing myself in the most exquisite vistas my imagination can conjure, savoring the finest life imaginable, surrounded by the most wonderful individuals. Despite my utmost efforts to temporarily cast aside this enigma, I find myself utterly incapable of doing so. Your brother's last words cling to me like a relentless parasite, refusing to grant me even a moment's respite. I yearn to unravel it, yet it eludes me. I wish to cast it away, but it remains ever present by my side. Zhao Huaxing's tone was somewhat despondent. Li Wei tightened her grip on Zhao Huaxing's arm, as if transmitting some unseen energy to him. I am here with you, Li Wei softly assured him. I will share this burden with you. Thank you. Without you, I truly could not bear this weight, Zhao Huaxing replied. The night remained tranquil, the faint sound of waves perpetually echoing in the background. The sky resembled a pure black curtain, with the twinkling stars resembling scattered gemstones. The night was beautiful, and both Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei maintained a contemplative silence. Beneath the night sky, Zhao Huaxing's thoughts drifted far away once more. The time for enjoyment must come to an end. After a while, Zhao Huaxing declared, starting tomorrow, I shall resume my work. I possess the unique key to unravel the enigma, and you are the one most acquainted with your brother. Therefore, let us together decipher the riddle left by him. Very well, replied Li Wei. Meng Zhu stood motionless, no more than 20 meters away, ensuring he could reach Zhao Huaxing within a second in case of an unforeseen event. While not disturbing Zhao Huaxing's thoughts, based on the assessment of our psychological expert group, we believe that engaging in a romantic relationship will not only have no adverse effect on Zhao Huaxing's work efficiency, but will also provide numerous beneficial aids. This will fortify Zhao Huaxing's mental resilience and significantly enhance his capacity to endure. Under positive emotions, Zhao Huaxing's thinking will become more acute, greatly assisting him in solving the puzzle. Particularly, since Li Wei is the sister of Li Qi, she is the most familiar with him, and her presence will offer considerable convenience to Zhao Huaxing's endeavors. Hence, this is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Rather than hindering them, you should strive to create as many opportunities for them as possible. I understand, Meng Zhu replied indifferently, his voice maintaining a volume that would not be audible to Zhao Huaxing, yet sufficiently detectable by the microphone in the headset. The latest development is that, encouraged by Li Wei, Zhao Huaxing has decided to resume work starting tomorrow. You see, this is the advantage of love, came the voice of a psychologist through the headset. Chapter 21, Reverse Fusion. The frigid night in Siberia has finally passed. The weather today is splendid, with a cerulean sky, and the gentle breeze carries a hint of the fragrant waters of Lake Baikal. However, a minor drawback is the biting cold. After breakfast, Zhao Huaxing sat within his tent, casually perusing some documents. After a moment, he called out, Meng Zhu? Meng Zhu lifted the tent flap and entered, replying, I'm here. Where do you intend to go? Zhao Huaxing pondered briefly before responding. Let us head to Equatorial City. Equatorial City is not merely a city. It encompasses an area larger than that of many nations. In the latest geographical delineations, the government has classified all territories within the tropical zone, oceans, mountains, and land, under the jurisdiction of Equatorial City. This vast expanse radiates from the equator, extending to 500 kilometers to the north and south, with a total width of 5,000 kilometers. The entire area spans an impressive 200 million square kilometers, which, notably, includes uninhabitable terrains such as mountains, deserts, and oceans. Once these inhospitable regions are excluded, the habitable land shrinks to a mere 40 million square kilometers. Humanity's resources and construction capabilities are thus concentrated on this limited expanse. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Meng Zhu nodded, preparing to depart. Let others handle the itinerary. Meng Zhu, I have a few matters to discuss with you, Zhao Huaxing interjected. A great deal has transpired over the past month. Meng Zhu agreed with a nod and began. Let us first address the matters concerning solar exploration. Through the concerted efforts of numerous telescopes, detectors, and researchers, we have elucidated the physical processes underlying the emergence of cool matter bands on the solar surface, even replicating this phenomenon within physics laboratories. Indeed, such a monumental breakthrough, I must examine the relevant data forthwith. Meng Zhu nodded, seemingly anticipating Zhao Huaxing's inquiry, and promptly produced a stack of documents from his person, which he then presented to Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing devoted approximately 30 minutes to perusing the material. The documents meticulously detailed the reaction process, physical equations, and reaction models. With his scientific acumen, Zhao Huaxing encountered no difficulty in comprehending the information. In essence, the physical process unfolds as follows. Within the extreme environment of the solar surface, even rarefied matter can undergo nuclear fusion. However, this fusion differs from the core fusion that sustains the sun's combustion and heat generation. Rather than utilizing hydrogen or helium as fusion fuel, it employs elements heavier than these two. Within the fusion reaction chain, elements lighter than iron release energy upon fusion, while elements heavier than iron, including iron itself, absorb energy during fusion. This holds true under normal circumstances. But the nuclear fusion occurring on the solar surface deviates from this pattern. The reactants involved, though lighter than iron, also absorb energy rather than releasing it. This mode of fusion has been termed inverse fusion by physicists. The phenomenon of reverse fusion, its occurrence, delves into the intricate and esoteric mechanisms of the microscopic world, which remain somewhat enigmatic to physicists. They merely acknowledge that reverse fusion indeed exists and is currently transpiring above the surface of the Sun. The catalyst for this reverse fusion may be linked to the movements of certain materials on the solar surface and the presence of intense magnetic fields, alongside a plethora of other exceedingly stringent conditions. Although physicists remain unclear about the specific parameters, one certainty prevails. This reverse fusion process is exceptionally rare, so rare, in fact, that among the countless stars observed by astronomers, only the Sun exhibits such a phenomenon. Consequently, the events unfolding on the Sun can be reasonably elucidated. The Sun's mass has not diminished, its volume remains unchanged, and its pressure is stable. It is solely due to the occurrence of reverse fusion events on the solar surface that the energy radiated by the Sun is absorbed by the reverse fusion layer, resulting in a diminished level of solar radiation. However, this revelation gives rise to three new questions. The first inquiry is, what is the primary impetus? What exactly propels the solar surface to manifest this reverse fusion phenomenon? According to physicists' assessments, the conditions necessary for reverse fusion reactions are excessively demanding, and they have expended immense effort to replicate this phenomenon a mere 3 times within laboratory settings, implying that the likelihood of such occurrences arising spontaneously in natural environments is exceedingly low. On the document Zhao Huasheng perused, a physicist vividly illustrated the probability of reverse fusion occurring naturally. It is akin to venturing into a primeval forest untouched by humans for tens of millions of years, only to stumble upon a tree that has miraculously grown into the precise form of a household wardrobe. Upon opening its doors, one might even discover that the interior is complete with shelves and hanging rods. This represents a probability so infinitesimal as to be practically negligible. The ensuing question arises, given that humanity has never observed such a phenomenon on other stars in the cosmos, why has it manifested specifically on the Sun? Is this merely a coincidence, or is there an underlying force propelling it? The second query pertains to the nature of the force sustaining the existence of reverse fusion. Based on the limited understanding of this phenomenon, physicists have ascertained that maintaining reverse fusion necessitates a confluence of conditions. Even if it were to occur on the Sun, it could not persist indefinitely, much like a dwelling that inevitably deteriorates without upkeep. What force, then, has enabled the reverse fusion layer not only to endure, but also to expand to encompass nearly the entirety of the Sun? Another physicist appended a statement to the document. This strongly suggests the presence of extraterrestrial entities. I would sooner attribute these occurrences to alien intervention than believe they arose spontaneously on the Sun and evolved to such magnitude naturally. The third query pertains to the destination of energy absorbed during inverse fusion. Why have we never observed energy release phenomena above the Sun? Where has all that dissipated energy gone? Zhao Huasheng closed the folder, musing, this is quite an idealized Dyson sphere model. Imagine if we could artificially create such an inverse fusion layer and also devise a method to collect and store the antimatter. Stars would become an inexhaustible source of energy for us. Perhaps in the future, our spacecraft will no longer require any chemical or nuclear fuels. Merely stocking up on some antimatter would enable us to accomplish interstellar voyages that we dare not even contemplate now. Well, what are your thoughts? Mengzhuo inquired. I have no particular opinion, Zhao Huasheng replied, placing the folder down and rising to his feet. The existence of the inverse fusion layer, in many respects, suggests the presence of an extraterrestrial supercivilization. This civilization has attained at least a K2 level. They have taken a liking to the Sun, so they have deployed a Dyson sphere outside the Sun to harvest its energy for their own use. As for why they would choose the Sun, who knows? Perhaps the Sun genuinely possesses some unique attributes. Such rhetoric is of little value. Mengzhu shook his head and said, after confirming the existence of the inverse fusion layer and the associated physical mechanisms, the scientists at the Crisis Management Center's research department have speculated that this may be the work of an extraterrestrial supercivilization. Indeed, a portion of optical and radio telescopes has been allocated for the search for potential extraterrestrial vessels and signals. However, humanity remains indifferent to such matters, focusing solely on resolving current issues. A diverse group comprising physicists, social psychologists, and science fiction writers has convened to deliberate on the hypothetical existence of this K2 civilization. pondering why it would directly disregard us and refrain from making contact, as well as whether we should proactively reach out to them and the appropriate demeanor for such communication. The scientists are also speculating about the societal models and cultures of the potentially existing K2 civilization, contemplating strategies to persuade them to spare the sun, how to initiate contact, and whether such an engagement might provoke them, risking the annihilation of Earth. Numerous experts are evaluating the materials left by Li Qi and the role you will play in this unfolding event. Drawing upon previous data, experts believe that Li Qi had established contact with this K2 civilization long ago, secretly uncovering its vulnerabilities and subsequently conveying methods to defeat this civilization through subtle hints. Indeed, this is precisely what they are currently undertaking. Meng Zhu spread his hands in front of Zhao Huasheng. Following Meng Zhu's discourse, Zhao Huasheng paused in contemplation before inquiring. Assuming this K2 civilization genuinely exists, do you believe we possess the capacity to vanquish them? That hinges upon you, Meng Zhu stated unequivocally. Zhao Huasheng relapsed into silence, then shook his head with a wry smile. Let us posit two preconditions. First, this K2 civilization is indeed extant, and they have deployed a reverse fusion layer as a Dyson sphere around the sun. Second, Director Li Qi has indeed discovered a means to overcome this K2 civilization and has subtly conveyed this method to me. Nay, it need not necessarily be a conquest. Peaceful coexistence remains a possibility, Meng Zhu interjected. Nay, the prospect of peaceful coexistence can be dismissed, Zhao Huasheng countered. The situation is patently clear. Humanity's survival is contingent upon the sun. This constitutes our inviolable boundary. I doubt that a K2 civilization, having meticulously selected the sun as their energy source, would concede on this front. To put it succinctly, the cosmos abounds with stars. Yet they have elected to exploit the sun's energy. This implies that the sun possesses an irreplaceable and singular significance for them. Therefore, should this K2 civilization genuinely exist, peaceful coexistence is untenable. Either we triumph over them, securing the sun and restoring it to its normal radiative output, or they vanquish us, leading to our civilization's collapse and their acquisition of the sun's energy. That possibility can also be excluded. Zhao Huasheng shook his head, for at present, they had not taken such actions. The civilization of Earth had been profoundly affected, and many lives had already been lost. This signified that whether it entailed creating a fissure in the Dyson sphere or relying on their technological prowess to ensure the survival of humanity, it ultimately represented a sacrifice and a loss of benefit for them. Hence, they would refrain from such measures. Moreover, if the methods left by Director Li Qi were indeed as he suggested, it would equally imply a struggle. Clearly, only when we demonstrate sufficient leverage and negotiating prowess would this K2-level civilization concede to ensure our existence. Furthermore, there exists no distinction between compelling them to yield and vanquishing them. Meng Zhu fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Let us then deliberate on the feasibility of compelling or defeating a K2-level civilization with the strength of human civilization. Zhao Huasheng remarked, regrettably, that he believed such possibilities to be non-existent. Throughout history, artists and directors within our human society have produced numerous cinematic works depicting humanity's response to extraterrestrial invasions. In these portrayals, there were instances where enemies were repelled by sound waves, defeated by computer viruses, or outsmarted through cunning strategies. In essence, during the process of repelling these extraterrestrial civilizations, humanity has consistently resorted to cunning tactics. It appears that even ordinary individuals recognize the futility of relying solely on genuine strength to repel adversaries. Therefore, let us further explore the possibility of using clever methods to defeat a K2-level civilization. Regrettably, such a contingency remains implausible. Zhao Huasheng shook his head with indifference, his words as frigid as glacial ice. If you deem it feasible, then I implore you to devise a method by which primitive humans, employing /and-burn agriculture, could repel a fully equipped, modern military legion. Your assertion is excessively categorical, Meng Zhu countered. While such rigidity might apply to two civilizations with limited disparities, it does not hold true for our situation. Even primitive humans can fell a modern human with a stone. However, we, a K07 civilization, possess no conceivable means to vanquish a K2 civilization. Perhaps some stratagem exists, such as the rumored dark forest theory, employing the threat of coordinate exposure to induce a K2 civilization to retreat. Yet, given our technological limitations, I doubt our capacity to unearth such a solution. Technological disparities manifest in every facet, resulting in a brutal and merciless obliteration. It is akin to a rabbit, capable of activating a button that would eliminate the human predator before it, yet remaining oblivious to this capability from its limited perspective. Thus, I conclude that while a solution might exist, it is beyond our grasp. No, that is incorrect, Mengzhu demurred. While conventional wisdom dictates such, we must not forget Li Qi. Perhaps Li Qi has already discovered this method and subtly conveyed it to you. And what exceptional qualities does Li Qi possess to achieve this? Regardless of his exceptional abilities, he remains, at his core, an ordinary human. Where, then, did he unearth the means to repel a K2 level civilization? It is conceivable that Li Qi has indeed had prior encounters with this K2 civilization, thereby acquiring such a cunning strategy. However, let us be mindful that this remains but a possibility. If we were to entertain this notion as truth, we must revise our premise. A certain K2 civilization engaged with Li Qi for an extended duration, after which Li Qi devised a method to fend off said civilization. Subsequently, this K2 civilization orchestrated a Dyson sphere around the sun to harness its energy. Yet, the principle of Occam's razor suggests that entities should not be multiplied beyond necessity, which conversely implies that the more hypothetical conditions one introduces, the less credible the assertion becomes. Mengzhu opened his mouth, eager to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he rubbed his forehead and confessed, "I am but a simple man. I cannot contend with you scholars. Allow me to interject." At that moment, a sound emanated from Mengzhu's arms. He retrieved an object resembling a mobile device and remarked, "Our conversation has been recorded, and the dialogue is being transmitted in real time to the Crisis Management Center for analysis by scientists. Now, you and your colleagues may proceed." Zhao Huaxing, greetings. I am Wang Tang. We have crossed paths briefly in Director Li Qi's office, came a voice from the device. Hello, Zhao Huaxing replied. We have been privy to your prior discussion with Mengzhu. Undeniably, your assertions possess considerable merit. With our civilization's technological prowess at AK-0-7 level, repelling AK-2 level civilization is, admittedly, a near impossibility. The probability of success is indeed exceedingly low, yet one must not dismiss it entirely based solely on its improbability. Can you assert with absolute certainty that Director Li Qi will not discover an ingenious solution? I cannot, Zhao Huaxing conceded, shaking his head. I merely contend that its likelihood is minimal. However, it represents our civilization's sole remaining hope for survival. Even with a reduced probability, we must relentlessly pursue it. Are you suggesting that we should allocate substantial resources, manpower, and materials to this endeavor? Zhao Huaxing inquired, a hint of irony in his tone. Precisely. Wang Tang affirmed with unwavering conviction. You have all become ensnared in a logical fallacy, embarking upon an erroneous path, Zhao Huaxing declared forthrightly. You are deluded by superficial appearances. And what, pray tell, is your proposition? Wang Tang inquired. The two initial hypotheses under consideration are inherently contradictory, their coexistence improbable. Therefore, why not revise the initial conditions? Positing that the hypothetical K2 level civilization does not exist, and that Director Li Qi possesses no means of repelling it? Wang Tang uttered an ambiguous sound from within the device, followed by a chorus of hushed whispers, suggesting that Wang Tang was engaged in discussion with others. After a brief interlude, Wang Tang's voice resonated once more. Yet, numerous phenomena intimate the existence of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Hence, I reiterate that you are all deceived by illusions. Zhao Huaxing gently remarked that if AK-2 level civilization truly exists, then the possibility of Director Li Qi possessing a means to repel them is exceedingly slim. Conversely, if Director Li Qi indeed has the capability to resolve the problem, then the existence of AK-2 level civilization is rendered nearly negligible. These two conditions cannot coexist. Thus, would you choose to place your faith in Director Li Qi? Or would you rather believe in the actual existence of K2 level civilizations? We, of course, wish to believe in Li Qi, Wang Tang responded, his voice somewhat feeble. Yet, aside from the notion of super-extraterrestrial civilizations, how else can we account for the phenomenon resembling a Dyson sphere occurring above the sun at this very moment? Chapter 23. Conspiracy theory from one perspective. The hypothesis that Li Qi possesses a solution to the current predicament serves as the foundation for all discussions. If this hypothesis holds true, then there remains a glimmer of hope. If it is false, further discourse becomes futile, and humanity might as well abandon the struggle, placing their hopes for the preservation of civilization solely in the city of life. The latter scenario renders continued discussion meaningless. Thus, the entirety of human society, including Zhao Huaxing, can only engage in deliberation and exploration under the premise that this hypothesis is indeed true. Moreover, the assumption that a K2-level civilization has established a Dyson sphere around the sun is evidently contradictory to the hypothesis that Li Qi possesses a means to resolve the existing dilemma, which constitutes the crux of Zhao Huaxing's argument. He does not wish for human society to expend excessive energy and resources in a misguided direction, for doing so, to some extent, signifies a form of self-destruction. While I cannot assert this with absolute certainty, Zhao Huaxing lamented, under the present circumstances, we must place our hopes upon this matter. The research department will convene a plenary session to deliberate on your proposition. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, I shall apprise you of the outcome, Wang Tang stated. Very well, I shall await your communication, Zhao Huaxing responded. Wang Tang paused momentarily, refraining from terminating the call. After a brief interlude, he inquired, Zhao Huaxing, I have heard tell that you have recently become romantically involved with Li Qi's sister Li Wei? Indeed, Zhao Huaxing stated impassively. A psychologist informed me that positive emotions are conducive to my work, aiding in the expansion of my cognitive horizons and enhancing the acuity of my thoughts. Fortuitously, Li Wei is a most agreeable young woman, and I am quite amenable to cultivating a relationship with her. Such a formulation is unlikely to endear you to the young lady, Wang Tang remarked with a sigh. However, it appears this affair has indeed proven beneficial to your work. In times past, you would never have conceived of such an insightful proposition. Farewell. I must now report this matter to the research department's superiors, and we shall convene the meeting forthwith. Farewell. With the call concluded, Zhao Huaxing refocused his attention upon Meng Zhua. Pray, furnish me with further details regarding the current progress of the psychological studies on Li Qi undertaken by the psychological experts subordinate to the research department. In this regard, there has been little advancement. Mancho stated that they were still unable to ascertain the precise moment of Leech's transformation, nor were they certain of the specific reason for Leech's interest in you. However, after consulting and analyzing a substantial amount of data, psychologists have proposed a novel theory. As you are aware, Leech is known as the son of the sun due to his virtually unimaginable contributions and talent in the field of stellar physics. However, Leech's numerous world-shaking discoveries have almost all been published within the last 2 years. The time frame of this occurrence coincides with other events, such as Leech's conversations with a mysterious individual, the alteration in Leech's personality, and his covert interest in you. Therefore, psychologists speculate that Leech's ability to make so many contributions may not be due to his own exceptional abilities. In other words, psychologists suspect that Leech's contributions are related to the mysterious entity concealed behind him. This, in turn, reinforces the credibility of the notion that an extraterrestrial supercivilization had contact with Leech. However, you believe that the extraterrestrial supercivilization does not exist. So I am unsure how to interpret this matter, Mancho stated. There will be an explanation, Zhao Huaxing nodded. Trust me, I can unravel all of these enigmas. What are the research department's views and analyses on the mysterious entity concealed behind Leech? In short, to have more specific analyses, we must obtain more data to accomplish this. Mancho emphasized. Zhao Huaxing acknowledged, I understand. Please apprise me of the current state of human society. The situation is far from ideal. The recent anomalous weather patterns have finally captured the attention of the general populace. Individuals with specialized knowledge, such as amateur astronomers and peripheral astronomers, have been gradually disseminating information approximating the truth throughout society, resulting in widespread societal unrest. Conspiracy theories are rampant. Our analysis indicates that at least 300 distinct theories have emerged. These theories encompass a range of assertions, from clandestine government weapons testing causing the solar dimming to extraterrestrial invasions. There are even claims of governmental schemes to reduce solar radiation for human culling, as well as preposterous rumors of government collusion with aliens, trading Earth and its inhabitants for self-serving gains. In addition to these fabrications, various cults have resurfaced, and doomsday prophecies have been revived. Numerous individuals claiming to be saviors or divine emissaries are aggressively recruiting followers. The crime rate has increased fivefold, hedonism is prevalent, and social order is in danger of collapsing. Very well, Meng Zhua responded. Of the 50 billion people slated for evacuation, 27 billion have been relocated to the equatorial city and housed in temporary settlements. Immense quantities of resources, manpower, and materials are being channeled into the equatorial city, fueling the most extensive construction endeavor in human history. Among the remaining 2,300,000,000 individuals, over 600 million have explicitly expressed their unwillingness to evacuate. The subsequent mobilization is underway, yet due to transportation limitations, the remaining 1,700,000,000 are being evacuated in batches according to the established plan. The agricultural sector is advancing low-temperature cultivation techniques and exploring marine and mountainous planting methods. Grain reserves have commenced transportation. However, uncertainty regarding the timing of technological breakthroughs and the duration of the catastrophe has prompted the implementation of stringent food rationing within Equatorial City. Residents must engage in the construction of Equatorial City to exchange for the essentials necessary for their survival. The military has begun a substantial recruitment drive, with police forces, reserve units, militia groups, and joint defense teams undertaking extensive organization efforts. The government is exerting every effort to maintain order within Equatorial City. Preliminary statistics indicate that in the wake of persistent extreme low temperatures and widespread migration, along with various criminal activities and other factors, at least 10 million individuals have perished unnaturally since the onset of the solar crisis. This figure continues to rise rapidly. The initial construction of the City of Life has been completed, with the first residents being scientists from various fields who can conduct their research without interference or threat. The originally planned large-scale solar exploration initiative, which included at least 30 solar probes and a manned solar observation spacecraft, has been temporarily stalled due to the presumed existence of a K2 level civilization. Mons maintained a tone devoid of any fluctuation, akin to reciting a text, as he conveyed a series of messages. With each revelation, Zhao Huaxing felt an increasing weight in his heart. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of human history, a migration of such colossal scale, an undertaking of immense construction, and a myriad of intricate affairs that deeply entangled every individual within human society. It resembled a powerful vortex, drawing in everyone, leaving no one untouched. Everything has been thoroughly prepared. We are ready to embark. At that moment, a voice of report echoed from outside the tent. Zhao Huaxing nodded and stepped out alongside Mons. Still in the company of Mons and Li Wei, as they sat aboard the aircraft bound for Equatorial City, Zhao Huaxing's thoughts remained somewhat scattered. The expanse of Siberia lay flat and pristine, its landscapes still breathtaking. Yet Zhao Huaxing found no inclination to gaze upon such sights at this moment. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed aboard the plane, a communication request suddenly came through on the device before Zhao Huaxing. He pressed the answer button, and Wang Tang's voice emerged. The meeting has concluded, Wang Tang announced. With a total of 137 scientists from various fields participating in the discussion regarding your assertions. Oh, what was the outcome of the discussion? Zhao Huaxing inquired. The final conclusion was that the scientists expressed a limited acceptance of your claims. Furthermore, the probability of the existence of a K2 civilization has been adjusted from 90% to 50%. This signifies a substantial reallocation of manpower, material resources, and scientific research away from addressing matters concerning the K2 level civilization, redirecting them toward other scientific endeavors. Furthermore, with the endorsement of the Commander-in-Chief, the Ministry of Science has resolved to reactivate the Solar Probe Initiative. When does it commence? Zhao Huaxing inquired. It commences forthwith, Wang Tang declared without hesitation. We have no time to squander. However, prior to the recommencement of the Solar Probe Initiative, we contemplate dispatching a communique in the vicinity of the Sun. Chapter 24, The Galaxy Radio Telescope Dispatching a Communique? Zhao Huaxing voiced, somewhat perplexed by the notion. What information is to be conveyed? And for what purpose? Given the exigency of the situation, it is imperative that we ascertain whether the conjectured K2 level civilization genuinely exists. Should they have indeed constructed a Dyson sphere around the Sun, then, indubitably, they shall intercept the radio signals we transmit sunward. Indeed, we aspire to proactively establish contact with them, irrespective of their sentiments or intentions toward us. We can no longer persist in this manner, Wang Tang articulated, his tone tinged with resignation. Has the Commander-in-Chief resolved definitively? Zhao Huaxing queried after a moment of contemplation. I, too, concur with this proposition. Zhao Huaxing nodded in agreement. In that case, which observatory shall undertake the signal transmission? The Galaxy Radio Telescope, situated within the Galaxy Observatory, which once received the WOW signal. The Galaxy Radio Telescope reigns as the preeminent radio telescope on Earth, boasting a diameter of 500 meters. Such a colossal diameter radio telescope is certainly not constructed in the conventional manner of a typical radio telescope, which consists of a base and a massive parabolic antenna. As humanity's current technological capabilities cannot support such an enormous apparatus above ground. In reality, it is situated within a valley on the terrestrial surface. This basin, with a diameter of 500 meters and a depth of several tens of meters, was meticulously modified by engineers during the construction of the Galaxy Radio Observatory. They leveled the valley at specific angles and curvatures, subsequently installing over 400,000 aluminum panels in a systematic arrangement along the walls and floor of the basin. Furthermore, a framework was erected above the basin to support the signal receivers. Consequently, all radio signals within the 500-meter diameter are reflected by these aluminum panels toward the receivers above, endowing the observatory with unparalleled sensitivity to signals on Earth. Theoretically, the Galaxy Radio Telescope is capable of detecting radio signals from Mars that possess a strength comparable to mobile phone communications. Notably, it was the instrument that received the most renowned signal in the history of extraterrestrial life exploration, known as the WOW signal. This signal originated from a direction in the Sagittarius constellation and exhibited characteristics that raised considerable suspicion. The signal displayed a certain level of logical arrangement, making it improbable for it to have emanated from a natural phenomenon. Upon receiving this signal, the staff of the Galaxy Radio Telescope were astounded, and in their astonishment, inscribed a large WOW on the signal printout, thus bestowing the name WOW signal upon it, a designation that subsequent researchers have continued to use. The WOW signal made a singular appearance, and for the subsequent decades, the Galactic Radio Telescope diligently monitored the same direction each month. Yet it never again captured a signal of similar nature. Other research institutions on Earth also directed their efforts towards the direction of Sagittarius, but similarly yielded no results. The WOW signal thus flashed before humanity like a fleeting glimpse, revealing itself for but a moment before vanishing without a trace, never to re-emerge. The true significance of the WOW signal remains an enigma yet to be deciphered. The task of transmitting information to the sun falls upon this most powerful and renowned radio telescope. Very well, Montreux. Let us forego Equator City and proceed to the Galactic Observatory, Zhao Huaxing declared. Let us witness this event together. Understood, Montreux replied. I will not be at the Galactic Observatory, but that is of no concern. I will report this matter to my superiors. You may proceed directly. And there will be personnel to greet you upon your arrival, Wang Tang stated. That settles it then. Farewell, and do not hesitate to reach out should anything arise. All right. Goodbye, Zhao Huaxing responded. The helicopter pivoted in the sky, stopping for a resupply at a military base yet to be evacuated before resuming its journey. After approximately 8 hours, Zhao Huaxing and his companions arrived at the Galactic Observatory. The observatory occupies an expansive area, with a 20-kilometer radius designated as a restricted zone by the government, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from approaching. However, the building area of the observatory is considerably smaller, comprising merely a solitary structure located 2 kilometers away from the Xinghe radio telescope. All research personnel and maintenance staff reside within this modest edifice. The 5 helicopters carrying Zhao Huaxing and his companions descended gracefully in front of the building, where a group awaited their arrival. Greetings, I am the head of the Xinghe Observatory, and these are the relevant scientists from the research department. A balding middle-aged man approached, extending his hand to Zhao Huaxing, who reciprocated the gesture. Hello, I am Zhao Huaxing, he acknowledged with a nod. The number of individuals at the Xinghe Observatory has notably increased compared to the past, in addition to the original staff and researchers from the Solar Crisis Coordination Center. There is now an augmented presence of security personnel surrounding the observatory. These young individuals, robust and clad in impeccably fitted military uniforms, exude an air of seriousness and authority. The research department personnel were aware of Zhao Huaxing's identity. However, they refrained from discussing it further or engaging in conversation, merely nodding in acknowledgement of his presence. Upon entering the control hall, Zhao Huaxing was met with an array of screens displaying a myriad of flickering data, diverse charts, and lines in red, green, black, and white. Although Zhao Huaxing is not an expert in radio astronomy and could not decipher the information before him, he chose not to inquire further. When will the signal be transmitted? Zhao Huaxing inquired. It will be around noon, came the response. The head of the observatory introduced that the signal's emission is directed towards the sun, and only at noon does the telescope align perfectly with it. You may take a rest, he suggested. No, Zhao Huaxing replied. May I go and take a look at the telescope? Certainly, the observatory head responded. Sending a signal is merely a routine task for us. There is no need for so many people to remain here. There is a viewing platform beside the telescope. Let us proceed there. Thus, Zhao Huaxing and his companions, along with several staff members from the observatory and scientists from the research department, totaling over 30 individuals, made their way to the viewing platform adjacent to the telescope. The platform is elevated above the nearby valley, providing a panoramic view of both the lush forests in the distance and the enormous telescope reflecting sunlight from a kilometer away. However, the leaves of the verdant trees are beginning to show signs of withering yellow due to the dropping temperatures. Despite the sweltering summer, the mountain breeze that greets them atop the platform carries a hint of chill. This may very well be our last visit to this viewing platform, lamented the observatory head. The weather will grow increasingly colder, and apart from essential maintenance of the telescope, we shall remain within the base, no longer venturing out. So, are you not evacuating to Equatorial City? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Of course not. The observatory head shook his head. If we were to evacuate, what would become of the telescope? It is essential to recognize that contemporary human governments lack the funds and capability to reconstruct such a colossal entity. We serve as humanity's ears, attuned to the whispers of the universe, and our presence here is imperative. Beyond this observatory, there exist at least 30,000 institutions on Earth, employing over 5 million individuals who will not withdraw to Equatorial City. Meng Zhu remarked with indifference that among these institutions are energy plants, coal mines, oil fields, nuclear power stations, and various research facilities. These establishments are irremovable. Zhao Huaxing nodded slightly, acknowledging the necessity of these institutions for the continuation of human civilization. It is crucial for individuals to steadfastly occupy these roles. With just 15 minutes remaining until the signal transmission, the head of the observatory raised his wrist to glance at his watch and announced the time. Zhao Huaxing appeared to be oblivious to this statement, his gaze transcending the kilometers, fixating on the vast valley in the distance. At this distance, hundreds of thousands of aluminum sheets coalesced into a singular shimmer, reflecting the sunlight and causing Zhao Huaxing to squint slightly. Within a 300-meter radius of the valley, no vegetation or signs of wildlife could be found. Beyond that, the area was lush with plant life, punctuated by the occasional howls of wild beasts. Under the gently waning sunlight, the immense radio telescope of the Milky Way exuded an air of ancient desolation. The moment has arrived, declared the head of the observatory. Simultaneously, Zhao Huaxing seemed to perceive a faint yet resonant hum, low in tone yet profoundly powerful. This sound penetrated the ears, inducing a slight dizziness in his mind. The observatory director, seemingly oblivious, suddenly exclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed unknown civilization. We are the human civilization from the third planet of this small solar system, sending our voices." Chapter 25. The Vulcan Solar Telescope. The humming intensified, inducing a sensation of giddiness in Zhao Huaxing. Simultaneously, he noticed a peculiar numbness on his exposed skin, akin to a thin layer of plastic or a static charge. Looking up, he observed a multitude of birds erupting from the forest, swirling erratically in the sky like disoriented insects, some plummeting to the ground. Zhao Huaxing surmised that their navigational senses were disrupted. I am witnessing what is possibly the inaugural exchange between human civilization and an extraterrestrial one in history. Having evolved in isolation on this diminutive blue planet for millions of years, from ancient hominids to the present day, humanity's technological prowess has finally culminated in this moment. The boundless cosmos resembles an all-encompassing black curtain, concealing infinite mysteries. At this juncture, a mysterious civilization, potentially originating from this realm of enigmas, has arrived in the solar system. We are now endeavoring to establish contact. A surge of fervor coursed through Zhao Huaxing's veins. If they genuinely exist, if they genuinely receive this message, what thoughts will stir within them? Is it derision at the overestimation of this rudimentary civilization, or outright indifference, dismissing it as the chirping of ants? Yet, we humans have, after all, persevered to this juncture. Our current technological deficit is merely a consequence of insufficient time for development, not an indication of our civilization's inferiority. Should we surmount this tribulation in the not-so-distant future, Our footprints shall also be ubiquitous throughout the cosmos, and we too shall enter this enigmatic world. Zhao Huaxing's emotions surged like a tumultuous sea, relentless in their agitation. Amidst the slight giddiness and cutaneous discomfort, the observatory director's stentorian voice continued to permeate Zhao Huaxing's ears. Zhao Huaxing was cognizant that the words uttered by the observatory director constituted the substance of the signal transmitted by the radio telescope towards the sun. Fortuitously, our two civilizations can converge here, traversing the potentially tens of millions of light-years that separate us. As the stewards of this modest solar system, we extend a cordial welcome to your arrival, and permit us to convey our sincere salutations. We posit that a civilization's ethical standards are commensurate with its technological prowess. Possessing technology advanced beyond our comprehension, you must undoubtedly possess a moral compass befitting your technological achievements. And endowed with such sublime morality, you would scarcely deign to trouble a nascent civilization whose presence remains confined to its home planet. It is with profound regret that I inform you that certain actions concerning our solar system have severely impacted our existence, resulting in the tragic loss of millions within our civilization, with the potential for billions more to perish in the future. We are deeply saddened by this reality. We believe your intentions are benevolent, and that these consequences may stem from certain misunderstandings beyond our comprehension. We earnestly hope that you will rectify these missteps to alleviate the suffering imposed upon our civilization. We aspire to coexist peacefully with your kind, and trust that this is also your desire. The anguished cries of the observatory director subsided, and the disorientation and discomfort felt by Zhao Huaxing simultaneously dissipated. The humming ceased, and the birds in the forest returned to silence. It was then that Zhao Huaxing understood the transmission had ended. The entire message was delivered with sincerity, bordering on humility. To that potentially existent, or perhaps non-existent, K2 level civilization. The deaths of millions of humans and the deeper suffering concealed behind those words were glossed over by the phrase, certain misunderstandings beyond our comprehension. In that moment, Zhao Huaxing recalled the family of Freya, who perished amidst the biting wind and snow in the town of Qus. He remembered the stubborn elders who refused to evacuate even in the face of death, and he thought of the mother bear, shot by Meng Zhu while fiercely protecting her cubs in the Arctic. A surge of passionate resolve coursed through Zhao Huaxing's veins. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor and refrained from speaking. Beside him, Li Wei clutched Zhao Huaxing's arm, her soft sobs resonating in the air, and he felt the warmth of her tears dampening his sleeve. Damn it, damn it! The director of the observatory, his eyes reddened, had approached the railing, gripping it so tightly that the veins in his arms stood out, his entire being trembling with agitation. Those were millions, after all. Just like that, they were gone. Robbers had invaded our home, seizing the sunlight that rightfully belonged to us. Yet here we were, groveling for mercy, pleading with them to spare us under the guise of lofty morals. It's utterly infuriating. Damn it, damn it, Meng Zhu remarked impassively. This is politics. Politics remains untouched by emotion. It is governed solely by the pursuit of the highest interests. If bowing in deference could save the sun and prevent further loss of life, I would not hesitate to kneel before these alien scoundrels and prostrate myself a dozen times. Zhao Huaxing walked over and gently patted the director's shoulder, murmuring, let's not forget. We cannot be certain whether this K2 level civilization truly exists. The disturbances above the sun may merely be the result of natural physical mechanisms. The director inhaled deeply several times, turning to Zhao Huaxing and saying, I apologize for my outburst. It's all right, Zhao Huaxing sighed, then turned to the research department staff, inquiring, what is the scheduled duration? Very well, let us wait for 3 days then. Zhao Huaxing nodded. If my memory serves me right, the Hephaestus Solar Telescope is situated not far from here, correct? Director Li Qi had led the construction of this telescope shortly before his demise, and he ensured that the Stellar Physics Research Institute maintained data sharing with the Hephaestus Solar Telescope, did he not? Indeed, the members of the research department affirmed. The Hephaestus Solar Telescope lies less than 500 kilometers away. By helicopter, one could reach it in just over an hour. The Hephaestus is a solar telescope, specifically designed for solar observation, and it is entirely reasonable for Director Li Qi, as the head of the Stellar Physics Research Institute, to oversee its construction and facilitate ongoing data sharing. Understood, Zhao Huaxing nodded. In 3 days, I shall visit there. Meng Zhu replied, certainly. The signal transmission has concluded, and the Xinghe radio telescope has returned to silence, shifting from transmission mode to reception mode. Zhao Huaxing was aware that not only the Xinghe radio telescope, but also all radio telescopes, optical telescopes, observatories in Earth's orbit, satellites, and numerous devices in space would now be aligned towards the sun following the signal transmission. The Xinghe radio telescope had been adjusted to its highest sensitivity, and it was likely that other radio telescopes on Earth had been similarly calibrated to their utmost sensitivity. At this very moment, at least 600 pairs of eyes are fixed upon the sun, scrutinizing every movement emanating from its radiant sphere. The hearts of thousands of informed individuals are suspended in their throats, poised to receive a signal potent enough to reverberate throughout the world. The atmosphere within the control room is as dense as lead. In a space housing over 100 personnel, the only sounds that pierce the silence are the faint hums of machinery. Even the act of breathing is subdued, as if to avoid disturbing some hidden entity lurking in the shadows. The sun, a colossal source of radiation, emits powerful waves incessantly. At this moment, these radiations are perfectly displayed on the instruments within the control room. However, these signals bear no significance. The signal filtering equipment can completely eliminate these interferences, leaving only those signals that exhibit unusual logical characteristics. Should a signal possess such logical traits, it is highly probable that it originates from an intelligent life form. 18 minutes, 25 minutes, an hour, 3 hours. Silence prevails from the direction of the sun. Well, the observatory director remarks, it seems either that K2 level civilization does not exist, or they have chosen to disregard us. Chapter 26. A millionth of a change. 5 hours have elapsed. It is nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, yet the sun remains eerily quiet. Neither satellites, nor observatories, nor radio telescopes have detected any logically significant signals from the solar direction. Perhaps, as the director of the observatory has suggested, either that K2 civilization does not exist, or it has chosen to disregard us. Now, 5 hours later, due to the angular discrepancy caused by the Earth's rotation, even if a signal were truly transmitted from the direction of the sun, the Galaxy radio telescope would be unable to receive it. Clearly, owing to its construction within a valley, the Galaxy radio telescope cannot freely rotate to align with varying directions. It is confined to scanning a specific range of the celestial sphere along a fixed trajectory in unison with the Earth's movement. However, even if the Galaxy radio telescope is unable to monitor the sun, it is of little consequence. At this very moment, other radio telescopes situated in different regions of the Earth, capable of free rotation, continue to chase the sun's silhouette until it descends below the horizon. In any case, let us wait for these 3 days, the observatory director remarked. This is the most sensitive ear crafted by human civilization. It can even detect radiation emitted from distant galaxies, some 70 billion light-years away. Since its completion, the Galaxy radio telescope has identified over 500 neutron stars and white dwarfs. Through gamma-ray monitoring, it has confirmed at least 300 new celestial bodies suspected to be black holes. It has made numerous significant discoveries in the realms of close binary stars, Cepheid variable stars, supernova explosions, binary neutron star or white dwarf systems, and models of dense main sequence stars. In the vast expanse of the universe, immense radiation and signals are perpetually present. The role of the Galaxy radio telescope is to listen to these signals, filtering out the extraneous noise, and isolating those that hold value for astronomical research. Zhao Huaxing, an astronomer in his own right, may have pursued a different research direction than those at the Galaxy Astronomical Observatory, yet this disparity did not hinder his participation. He resided at the observatory for 3 days. Until noon on the third day, 72 hours elapsed, and the direction of the sun remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Not a single receiving device worldwide had detected even a hint of a signal. It was at this juncture that Zhao Huaxing received a notification from Wang Tang, with the approval of the head of state. We have decided to reactivate the solar exploration program. At least 30 probes, along with a manned spacecraft, will depart from Earth towards the sun. Excellent, Zhao Huaxing remarked. When is the launch? Tomorrow, the astronauts will embark from Earth. Very well, I shall also be there to bid them farewell. You are welcome, replied Wang Tang. Agreed. Meng Zhu affirmed. After an hour of preparation, 5 helicopters transported Zhao Huaxing and his companions away from the Galaxy Astronomical Observatory, en route to the Mars Solar Telescope. The Mars Solar Telescope is an optical telescope, hence, it must be constructed in a pristine environment to mitigate atmospheric interference with the light, thereby enhancing observational accuracy. In fact, The site chosen for the telescope's construction is situated in a mountainous region at an elevation exceeding 5,000 meters, characterized by its arid climate and infrequent rainfall. Nestled within the lower latitudes, the plains here sustain temperatures above freezing, despite a considerable reduction in solar radiation. The mountains, however, present a stark contrast. At altitudes surpassing 5,000 meters, the mercury plummets to approximately minus 30 degrees Celsius. It was amidst this frigid expanse that Zhao Huaxing's helicopter alighted upon the clearing before the Vulcan telescope. The director of the Vulcan telescope base welcomed Zhao Huaxing's party. After ushering Zhao Huaxing in from the frigid outdoors, he departed, replaced by another individual to accompany Zhao Huaxing and his colleagues. This was a somewhat gaunt, taciturn middle-aged man with spectacles, a pen clipped to his breast pocket, exuding the aura of an intellectual from a bygone era. Indeed, this telescope was constructed under the auspices of Director Li Qi, the middle-aged man affirmed. Since Director Li Qi's unfortunate demise, the research department has dispatched no fewer than 7 teams to inspect this site, all of whom have found nothing of consequence. Are you, perchance, also affiliated with the research department, here to investigate Director Li Qi's affairs? Zhao Huaxing nodded. Yes, we aspire to unearth any vestiges of Director Li Qi's legacy here. Alas, there is nothing to be found, the middle-aged man lamented, shaking his head. Director Li Qi possessed the authority to utilize this telescope, yet after its construction and commissioning, he scarcely paid it any heed, save for receiving the observational data. It is improbable that any trace of Director Li Qi remains here. Zhao Huaxing inquired. Does Director Li Qi also possess operational authority over this telescope? Is it conceivable that he could bypass your oversight and directly conduct certain observations using his own privileges? The lean middle-aged man replied, theoretically, such a possibility exists. However, the previous 7 teams of investigators from the research department have already looked into this matter and seemingly uncovered nothing. Indeed, the personnel from the research department have investigated this issue, Meng Zhu affirmed. The investigators found no traces left by Li Qi. This situation presents 2 possibilities. Either Li Qi did not perform any operations, or he executed them flawlessly, erasing all evidence of his actions. We remain uncertain as to which scenario is accurate. I refrained from reporting this information to you due to its lack of significance. Zhao Huaxing nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Li Wei and asked, since it is an optical telescope, did the personnel from your Optical Research Institute partake in its construction? Yes, they did, Li Wei responded. The investigators also examined the construction blueprints and technical parameters of the telescope, finding nothing unusual. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Huaxing addressed the lean middle-aged man. May we have the opportunity to view the telescope? Certainly, the middle-aged man replied. We can drive there. Thus, the group proceeded to the vast facility where the telescope was housed. Optical telescopes differ significantly from radio telescopes. They are not characterized by a parabolic shape resembling a pot lid, but rather possess a traditional cylindrical structure, albeit on a considerably larger scale. When in use, a panel above the facility is retracted, allowing light from distant sources to enter its reflective surface. Though it features a similar mirror structure, it is distinct from other telescopes, which primarily observe celestial bodies at immense distances, as this one is dedicated to the study of the sun. The sun, being both vast and relatively close, poses a challenge. Without adequate filtration, the concentrated solar rays could easily melt steel plates. Consequently, multiple filters are affixed externally to the telescope, enabling the personnel at the base to conveniently adjust the intensity of light entering the instrument according to their observational requirements. Numerous staff members are diligently engaged in their tasks. On a colossal screen within the facility, Zhao Huaxing observes real-time images of the sun, a blazing sphere radiating a deep crimson hue. Even after significant attenuation, it still exudes a formidable presence. Due to the recent solar crisis, the observational workload for this telescope has surged dramatically, resulting in a workforce that has increased 3- to 4-fold compared to previous times. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Huaxing inquired, what is the resolution capability of this telescope concerning solar light? Resolution capability? What do you mean? A lean, middle-aged man responded with a hint of confusion. The intensity of the light. To illustrate, Zhao Huaxing inquired if, with its precision calibrated to the utmost level, it possessed the capability to detect variations in luminous intensity within a specific area of the sun, perhaps as diminutive as 10 square kilometers. Assuredly, the gaunt middle-aged man affirmed. This telescope boasts formidable capabilities, standing as one of humanity's most sophisticated ground-based observatories. To what degree of precision can it attain? Zhao Huaxing pressed. Could it discern a variation in luminosity as minute as 1 part in a million? Zhao Huaxing nodded pensively, as if contemplating the implications. Theoretically, it is feasible? He queried. Yet, you have not conducted empirical trials to ascertain this. Precisely, the gaunt middle-aged man concurred. Zhao Huaxing exited the factory building and ventured onto the level terrain of the mountain. This peak, the loftiest within a radius of 100 miles, had been subjected to the ultimate expression of human endeavor. The summit had been flattened, and a diverse array of colossal structures had been erected upon it. All provisions and supplies were airlifted from external sources, and even communication with the outside world relied on satellite transmission. In this virtually isolated locale, the colossal Vulcan Solar Telescope, representing humanity's vigilant eye, maintained a steadfast gaze upon the sun. Amidst the biting air, Zhao Huaxing craned his neck, directing his gaze toward the towering telescope, which stood at a height of over 20 meters. Numerous mechanisms underpin its operation. The Earth's rotation induces alterations in its orientation, with each increment of rotation prompting a corresponding adjustment. Throughout daylight hours, it remains steadfastly directed towards the sun, persisting until sunset. The atmospheric clarity is so profound as to evoke a sense of ocular purification. Devoid of any cloud cover, the firmament presents an unprecedented clarity to Zhao Huaxing's perception. Indeed, even at this early afternoon hour, several celestial luminaries are already discernible in the sky. Solar emanations traverse the vast expanse of 150 million kilometers, penetrating the pristine atmosphere. While bestowing illumination and warmth, they concurrently convey latent solar data. Zhao Huaxing recognizes the venerable age of these rays, predating even the entirety of human history. Photons, originating from the sun's fusion core, must traverse a distance of up to 700,000 kilometers, the sun's radius, to reach its surface. This process typically spans 15 million years. Considering that human history, even from the era of early hominids, encompasses only a few million years, the solar light we perceive today was, in essence, generated within the sun long before the advent of humanoid species. It took 15 million years for the light to traverse from the sun's core to its surface, followed by a mere 8 minutes to reach Earth, penetrate our vision, and register in our consciousness. Zhao Huaxing, gazing at the colossal telescope, was lost in contemplation. Upon beholding this instrument and learning of Li Qi's authorization to employ it, a connection, however faint, stirred within Zhao Huaxing's mind. It was an elusive sensation, indistinct and veiled. Do I possess the authorization to operate this telescope? Zhao Huaxing inquired of Mengzhua, turning to face him. Indeed, Mengzhua affirmed with a nod. However, I must first seek approval from the head of the research department. The directive granting you access to the telescope will be dispatched here by the research department. Very well, attend to it immediately, Zhao Huaxing urged. Mengzhua then produced a device resembling a cellular phone and murmured a few words into it. Moments later, he declared, "It is done. You now possess unrestricted access to this telescope. Should you deem it necessary, even to the point of its destruction, I am bound to comply." All existing observation assignments were suspended, leaving the researchers temporarily unoccupied. They gathered in their respective stations, exchanging hushed whispers, seemingly speculating on Zhao Huaxing's provenance. Paying no heed to the murmurings, Zhao Huaxing proceeded directly to the operator's side. "Greetings," he said. "Kindly adjust the telescope to its highest resolution and direct it toward, let us say, this point here." Zhao Huaxing gestured arbitrarily at a spot on the solar model. Acknowledging the directive, the operator tapped away at the keyboard, fine-tuning the telescope's observational parameters. A low, mechanical whir, brief in duration, resonated through the space, followed by a rapid magnification of the solar image on the main screen. As if hurtling towards their vantage point, Zhao Huaxing beheld the surging plasma tides of the sun, the magnetic field-bound prominences resembling interstellar gateways, and myriad features upon the solar surface. These, though diminutive in appearance, dwarfed a dozen Earths in scale. As the telescope's gaze penetrated further, the tumultuous plasma waves and colossal prominences receded, giving way to a blurry, crimson vista. "This is an image of the photosphere," the operator explained. "It's the innermost layer of the sun's atmosphere, the limit of our visual penetration." Zhao Huaxing nodded, refraining from disclosing his identity as a stellar physicist. "Is this the highest resolution attainable at present? What is the image resolution?" he inquired. Each pixel represents 3 kilometers. The entire frame is approximately 3,000 by 3,000 pixels, encompassing an area of 9 million square kilometers of the solar surface, the operator replied. Very well, Zhao Huaxing stated. Begin recording the luminosity variations of the pixel located at coordinates 926, 1453, commencing now. The coordinates were chosen at random. Zhao Huaxing merely sought to assess the capabilities of the telescope, harboring no genuine expectation of discerning anything of significance. Very well, the operator acquiesced, proceeding to manipulate the keyboard. A minute elapsed before Zhao Huaxing instructed, "Furnish me with the results in print." A sheet of paper was promptly delivered to Zhao Huaxing, upon which the operator had depicted, via graphical representation, the fluctuation of luminosity at that specific pixel over time, given the volatile nature of the solar surface. The luminosity of any given locale would invariably undergo perpetual change. These alterations were of a near-random character, precluding Zhao Huaxing from gleaning any discernible information from the chart. Nor did Zhao Huaxing anticipate extracting any meaningful data therefrom. His sole intent was to validate his conjecture. What is the degree of precision? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Excellent. I have no further requirements. You may resume your duties, Zhao Huaxing remarked, casually depositing the paper into his pocket. The operator cast a slightly perplexed glance at Zhao Huaxing but refrained from questioning his intentions. Under the direction of the lean, middle-aged man, the researchers within the factory resumed their work. The Vulcan solar telescope readjusted its orientation, and the incandescent image of the sun reappeared on the large screen. Have you arrived at any conclusions? Meng Zhuo probed. Perhaps the scientists in the research division could assist you in organizing your thoughts. I have reached no conclusions. Zhao Huaxing demurred. I possess not even a rudimentary hypothesis. It was merely this telescope that evoked memories of the high-precision light intensity detector once installed by Li Qi on the solar environment simulator. I am curious to explore any potential connections between these two entities. Perhaps there exists some correlation. Upon hearing Zhao Huaxing's remarks, Meng Zhu lost interest in further inquiry. Let us depart. There is nothing more to be done here, Zhao Huaxing stated. We shall rest here for the night and set off for the rocket launch site tomorrow to bid farewell to those brave souls embarking on their journey to the sun. As night enveloped the surroundings, Zhao Huaxing lay in bed, unable to find slumber. His mind seemed to grasp a tenuous connection between two elusive points. Yet the nature of this link remained shrouded in mystery. It was uncertain when Zhao Huaxing finally drifted into sleep, but perhaps due to the remarkably pure air. He awoke the next morning feeling invigorated rather than fatigued. The sun rose as anticipated, and the Mars-Sun telescope resumed its daily duties in tandem with the sun. At that moment, Zhao Huaxing boarded the helicopter, embarking on his journey to the launch site. Chapter 28. The Crimson Heart. This was the largest site among the numerous launch facilities designated for the inaugural space mission. Zhao Huaxing spent several hours traversing from the Mars-Sun telescope base to this launch site. Launch Pad 1, situated in what was once a subtropical region during Earth's era, was now experiencing the height of summer, thus one would expect it to be quite sweltering. However, due to the solar crisis, the average temperature here had plummeted to around 15 degrees Celsius, with nighttime temperatures even dipping to freezing. The weather today is rather uninviting. Although the sky is devoid of clouds and there are no signs of rain or snow, the wind is quite fierce, causing even the helicopter to sway precariously. Upon the helicopter's landing, Zhao Huaxing raised his collar and, accompanied by Meng Zhuo and others, exited the cabin. Outside, Wang Tang and his team were already awaiting their arrival. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group proceeded towards the launch control room. Along the way, Wang Tang delivered a concise introduction to this launch mission. This endeavor represents the most critical segment of the solar exploration program. Wang Tang explained that modifications had been made to the Mars probe, previously stationed in Earth's orbit. It has been equipped with thermal insulation, radiation shielding, an augmented fuel reserve, enhanced engine and communication equipment, and various scientific instruments have been replaced. Numerous other alterations have transformed it into a manned spacecraft capable of undertaking solar exploration. Prior to the outbreak of the solar crisis, the human government spearheaded an ambitious manned Mars exploration initiative. However, just as the spacecraft was completed and awaited the arrival of astronauts, the solar crisis erupted, halting the mission. Now, its purpose has shifted. Its target is no longer Mars but the Sun. The distance between the Sun and Earth is significantly greater, averaging 150 million kilometers, which is more than twice that of the Mars exploration mission. This endeavor inevitably necessitates a greater reserve of materials and fuel. And the space environment near the Sun is considerably harsher than that of Mars. The vessel known as the Crimson Heart can reach Mars, yet it is incapable of approaching the Sun. Thus, under the auspices of the human government, the research department has made numerous enhancements to the Crimson Heart, ultimately enabling it to undertake missions in proximity to the Sun. The construction tasks will be distributed among tens of thousands of factories worldwide, where components will be manufactured separately. Upon passing quality inspections, these parts will undergo preliminary assembly, followed by extensive debugging and testing. Once successful, they will be launched into Earth's orbit via rockets. A temporary space station will also be established to oversee the subsequent docking, assembly, and maintenance of these modules. Out of over 100 rocket launches, 3 have ended in failure, resulting in the tragic loss of 4 distinguished astronauts and the destruction of 3 batches of precious precision instruments. Over 1 million exemplary scientists, engineers, workers, managers, and logistical support personnel have participated in this monumental project. Through their sweat and blood, humanity has dedicated 5 years to ultimately forge this magnificent spacecraft. However, at this final juncture, its objective has shifted from Mars to the Sun, which is undeniably dramatic. Zhao Huaxing paused, casting his gaze toward the immense rocket that loomed in the distance, standing tall like an arrow aimed at the heavens. It is the Hercules heavy lift launch vehicle, towering at 70 meters and weighing an astonishing 3,500 tons. With each launch, it can deliver an effective payload of 130 tons into the cosmos. A marvel in the annals of human engineering, it stands as the most colossal rocket ever constructed by humankind. The Titan rocket, situated over 2,000 meters from Zhao Huaxing, exudes a majestic presence that is palpable even at such a distance. Any observer beholding this rocket would be awestruck by its immensity and potency. Zhao Huaxing gazed at it transfixed, his thoughts inscrutable. Wang Tang approached Zhao Huaxing from behind and murmured, "Among the 130 tons of payload for this launch, besides the 5 astronauts, 3 men and 2 women, there is a supply depot and the provisions stored within. It possesses some propulsion capabilities. After the Titan rocket propels them into space, the astronauts will maneuver the supply depot to dock with the Crimson Heart spacecraft, integrating it as part of the vessel. Subsequently, the astronauts will enter the control module and pilot the Crimson Heart spacecraft to break free from Earth's orbit and journey towards the Sun." Zhao Huaxing nodded, diverting his gaze from the Titan heavy lift launch vehicle, and followed Wang Tang into the control room. Over 100 personnel were diligently working in the control room, continuously monitoring various data aspects of the Titan launch vehicle and the supply depot. Zhao Huaxing nodded and, along with Li Wei and Mingxue, took a seat in the viewing gallery. Perhaps affected by the solemn atmosphere of the control hall, Li Wei, after sitting down, grasped Zhao Huaxing's hand and whispered, "Huaxing, I feel a bit apprehensive." Zhao Huaxing gently squeezed Li Wei's hand and whispered reassuringly, "There is no need to be anxious. The Hercules rocket is renowned for its safety, and this launch will undoubtedly proceed without incident." After ensuring that Zhao Huaxing and his companions were settled, Wang Tang returned to the intense demands of his work. A plethora of data awaited his analysis, and numerous decisions required his discerning judgment. Thus, he could not afford to linger with Zhao Huaxing for too long. After approximately an hour of waiting in the operations hall, the entrance swung open once more, and 5 astronauts clad in sky blue space suits filed in. Upon the arrival of these 3 men and 2 women, all personnel in the operations hall paused their tasks and rose to their feet, a resounding applause echoing throughout. Wang Tang stepped forward, embracing each of the 5 astronauts in turn before standing aside, his expression grave as he surveyed the entire operations hall. "These are the 5 astronauts who will undertake our solar exploration mission," Wang Tang announced. Chapter 29. The Oath of Service. Each of these individuals possesses the most resilient psychological fortitude, the strongest physique, and the most remarkable capacity for stress management and decisive action, coupled with a profound love for our human civilization. They will carry the eyes and ears of all the scientists remaining on Earth as they venture into space towards the Sun, leading us in uncovering the mysteries that transpire above. "In a sense, they embody our hopes," Wang Tang remarked. "In truth, in a certain sense, humanity has advanced at a pace that may be deemed excessively rapid. As of now, we have only set foot upon the Moon and have yet to venture to Mars. Our technological prowess remains insufficiently advanced. Our capabilities are not yet formidable enough. Our understanding of the heliocentric cosmos is still rather superficial. and our ability to accurately assess potential risks is limited. Our technical standards barely meet the required thresholds. However, we find ourselves devoid of alternative options. The current solar crisis presents the first formidable challenge to our civilization. We lack the luxury of time, energy, and resources to prepare meticulously. Thus, the inaugural manned solar exploration mission is being executed in haste. This mission is fraught with peril, immensely perilous. Among the 5 astronauts, the tallest among them remarked, "There are certain endeavors that must be undertaken by humans. If we do not act, what will become of human civilization? We exist within the framework of human civilization, and as each individual contributes to its advancement, they simultaneously receive its protection. Each of us bears an inherent obligation to sacrifice for the greater good of civilization. Therefore, we are unafraid. We seek only to fulfill our mission and to gather ample scientific data. Our lives and deaths are inconsequential to the larger picture." Indeed, a female astronaut responded with a light-hearted smile. "I have already prepared a farewell letter at home, but I hope that it remains unopened unless our demise is confirmed." Wang Tang declared, "I am the commander of this manned solar observation mission. I vow to exert every ounce of my strength to ensure your safety and the successful execution of the task. Should the Crimson Heart spacecraft encounter unforeseen calamities that jeopardize your well-being, I shall bear full responsibility and redeem myself with my life." Another astronaut responded with a smile. "The mission will undoubtedly succeed. We are exceedingly optimistic about accomplishing this endeavor. Prior to this mission, we underwent 5 years of rigorous space navigation training, and we believe we possess the capability to tackle any unexpected challenges that may arise during our journey." "Excellent." Wang Tang nodded in agreement. At that moment, a staff member approached him and whispered a few words. Wang Tang then continued, "The leader has received our report and wishes to address you personally." He pressed a button, and the figure of the elderly gentleman appeared on the large screen in the operations hall. Zhao Huaxing's gaze fixated on the screen, his pupils involuntarily contracting. The last time he had seen this elder was over a month ago, yet in this brief span, the man appeared to have aged a decade. The wrinkles on his face had deepened, resembling gorges etched into his skin. Though his hair had been dyed, the roots betrayed strands of gray. His eyes appeared clouded, as if he had not rested for several days. Even through the screen, Zhao Huaxing could perceive the palpable aura of fatigue emanating from this venerable figure. The migration plan, encompassing billions of individuals, represents an unprecedented construction endeavor in human history. Numerous rumors, conspiracies, cults, and issues surrounding food, energy, and transportation abound. Ultimately, all matters require the decisive judgment of an elderly figure. If Zhao Huaxing holds half of humanity's fate in his hands, this elder possesses it all. Though the elder appears remarkably weary, his voice remains resonant and imbued with strength. After a slight adjustment of the video equipment, his powerful voice reverberated throughout the operations hall. "Greetings, heroes." The 5 astronauts bowed in unison towards the screen. "Greetings, Frere." The significance of this mission requires no elaboration. You are all well aware. I have but one message to convey, regardless of your location, even in the distant reaches of the cosmos. The entirety of Earth and human civilization will stand as your unwavering support. No matter the crises you may face, no matter how desperate or fearful you may feel, never forget this small blue planet behind you. On this planet resides 7 billion of your kind, your relatives, friends, lovers, children, and parents, all watching over you, blessing you. Rest assured, Frere, we shall accomplish our mission, the 5 astronauts declared in unison. Perhaps influenced by the poignant atmosphere, tears welled in Li Wei's eyes unbeknownst to her. She grasped Zhao Huaxing's hand with increasing intensity. However, Zhao Huaxing's disposition was not merely one of gravity. Beyond the weightiness, he harbored an additional sentiment. This emotion, arising from an unknown origin and devoid of any discernible rationale, simply induced a sense of inexplicable unease and agitation within him. It was as if something of consequence had slipped his mind, something critically pertinent to the manned solar observation mission. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Zhao Huaxing endeavored to compose his thoughts, striving to unearth the cause of this feeling. It felt tantalizingly close, as if separated from his conscious awareness by only the most delicate veil. Yet, ultimately, he was unsuccessful. He remained unenlightened, failing to bring the elusive notion to the forefront of his mind. In the end, Zhao Huaxing relinquished his mental pursuit. Lowering his gaze, he addressed Li Wei, stating, "I shall ascend and exchange a few words with them." Li Wei nodded in acknowledgement, releasing his hand. Zhao Huaxing proceeded to the podium, first nodding towards Wang Tang. Then addressing the screen, "Your Excellency, greetings." "Huaxing, you are also present," the elder statesman responded with evident delight. "Is there something you wish to convey to me?" "No. I merely desire to address these 5 heroes." As he spoke, Zhao Huaxing turned his gaze towards the 5 astronauts, who, in turn, directed their attention towards him. Zhao Huaxing's lips moved, but the words ultimately caught in his throat, unspoken. He was suddenly at a loss for what to say. Zhao Huaxing was plagued by an inexplicable sense of agitation, a feeling that subtly suggested the man's solar observation plan was fundamentally flawed, yet he could not pinpoint the reason. If he remained unaware of the cause, how could he articulate his concerns? Reason dictated that without concrete evidence, the man's solar observation initiative was imperative, and he had no justification to impede the endeavor merely based on his ominous premonition, risking the sacrifice of countless hours of labor from the dedicated personnel involved. A profound silence enveloped the operations hall. The 5 astronauts cast questioning glances at Zhao Huaxing. Even Wang Tang, along with numerous staff members and the elder on the screen, turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Murmurs began to ripple through the operations hall. Apart from Wang Tang, the elder, and a select few, the rest were oblivious to Zhao Huaxing's unique status. His sudden appearance at the podium, coupled with his silence, left many bewildered. "Thank you," said the tallest astronaut with utmost courtesy. "We eagerly anticipate this day." Chapter 30. Rocket launched. The supply module of the Crimson Heart spacecraft had been installed onto the Hercules rocket. At this moment, the imposing Hercules rocket stood majestically beside the launch tower, its towering structure reaching a height of 70 meters, pointed unwaveringly towards the heavens, exuding an aura of valiant determination that seemed to pierce the very sky. After the elder issued his command, the 5 astronauts stood at attention, saluting the screen and all personnel in the control room with a standard military salute. They then turned and exited the control room in a neatly organized formation. Through the surveillance screens, Zhao Huaxing observed the 5 astronauts boarding the shuttle, which proceeded directly to the launch tower. Upon disembarking, they ascended via the elevator to a height level with the tip of the Hercules rocket. The staff had already evacuated from the launch tower. One by one, the astronauts entered the rocket through the aerial walkway. Subsequently, the supply storage compartment's exit was sealed and the rocket's passageway closed. Cameras within the storage compartment transmitted real-time footage of the astronauts, while their spacesuits continuously monitored vital statistics such as heart rate, respiratory rate, blood pressure, and body temperature. The anemometer reported the current surface wind speed as well as high-altitude wind conditions, while meteorological satellites relayed the prevailing weather conditions. The rocket's sensors conveyed the operational status of various instruments throughout the vessel. The personnel worked with palpable intensity, enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme gravity. The elder's image remained prominently displayed on the large screen, evidently observing the proceedings intently. Approximately 40 minutes after the astronauts entered the rocket, Wang Tang returned to the forefront of the screen to report to the elder. "Report, Supreme Leader, all preparations are complete. The rocket's modules are functioning normally, and the weather conditions are favorable. Please provide further instructions." The elder nodded. "Launch." Wang Tang turned and bellowed. "Initiate 30-second countdown." On another screen, 2 colossal Arabic numerals appeared, 3 and 0. Moments later, the numbers transformed into 29. At that instant, the immense steel framework connecting the rocket to the launch tower thunderously separated, severing the link between the mighty Saturn rocket and the launch pad. Continuous reports from the rocket's various modules indicated their status, all concluding with the reassuring phrase, "All systems normal." This signified that the Saturn rocket was in excellent condition. As the countdown reached 4, a large screen broadcasting the live exterior of the Saturn rocket revealed a plume of crimson flame erupting from its rear. This flame, though not fierce, exuded an undeniable strength. Within a mere 4 seconds, the intensity of the fire surged, ultimately forming a vertical jet. Simultaneously, the 4 boosters affixed to the Saturn rocket ignited. The combined brilliance of the boosters' flames and the rocket's main engine created a dazzling spectacle, nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. 0. Launch. Wang Tang bellowed the command. At that moment, the fiery plume at the rocket's tail intensified once more. Strangely, as it first emanated from the rocket, the flames appeared colorless and transparent, their potency only indicated by the surrounding air, distorted by the extreme heat. It was only several meters from the rocket's rear that the flames revealed their vibrant crimson hue, billowing majestically. A voluminous cloud of white mist billowed from the rocket's stern, nearly engulfing the space within a radius of several dozen meters. Zhao Huaxing was cognizant that this was the result of the rocket's ejected flames being channeled away by the diversion trough, causing the coolant liquid to evaporate rapidly. Even from his vantage point, situated over a kilometer away from the Herculean rocket, Zhao Huaxing discerned a tremor in the earth. It was a subtle yet profound vibration, reminiscent of an earthquake, yet distinct in its nature. Raising his gaze, Zhao Huaxing observed on the real-time exterior display screen the Herculean heavy-lift launch vehicle. Towering at 70 meters and weighing over 4,000 tons, ascending gradually. Initially, its ascent was languid, as if hoisted by a rope, but within mere seconds, its velocity surged to a breathtaking magnitude. Under this extreme acceleration, the gravitational forces within the rocket could reach magnitudes exceeding 10 times that of Earth's gravity. This was evident in the somewhat contorted visages of the 5 astronauts reclining in the reserve compartment, subjected to such immense gravitational forces. The astronauts were rendered incapable of even lifting their arms. They could only lie quiescently in the reserve compartment, exerting all their strength to withstand the colossal gravity that defied human comprehension. A multitude of fragments, seemingly debris, peeled away from the rocket's fuselage, cascading towards the ground like a torrential downpour. Zhao Huaxing recognized these fragments as the rocket's insulation layer, composed of foam plastics. While the rocket remained tethered to the Earth, engineers affixed those components to its exterior to mitigate the impact of frigid ground temperatures on the rocket's structural integrity. As the rocket ascended, the intense friction generated by its passage through the atmosphere would shear off these foam insulators, giving rise to the debris observed at this moment. A constant stream of reports echoed through the control center. Hearing each affirmation of normal, Zhao Huaxing's slightly apprehensive mood began to dissipate. Approximately 20 seconds after liftoff, the rocket's trajectory underwent a subtle alteration, deviating slightly eastward from its vertical ascent. This deliberate eastward drift harnessed the Earth's rotation to augment the rocket's velocity. After slightly more than a minute, the 4 boosters mounted on the Hercules rocket detached simultaneously. Having fulfilled their purpose, their departure became imminent. At this juncture, the rocket's velocity remained insufficient to attain Earth's first cosmic velocity. Consequently, the jettisoned boosters would plummet towards Earth at tremendous speeds, disintegrating amidst the intense friction of the atmosphere. In instances of incomplete combustion, the possibility existed for remnants to reach the surface. Subsequent to the booster separation, the first stage engine soon detached. To ensure formidable propulsive force, the Hercules rocket incorporated a 3-stage configuration. Among these stages, the first stage engine bore the most critical and arduous responsibility, hence its considerable dimensions. The Hercules rocket boasts a total length of 70 meters, with its first stage engine measuring nearly 30 meters in length. As the Hercules rocket continues its high-speed ascent, an unexpected event occurs. The fiery plume at its rear suddenly extinguishes. In the next instant, the 30-meter-long first stage engine separates from the rocket with a resounding roar, plummeting to Earth much like the previously detached boosters, ultimately vanishing amidst the fierce friction of the atmosphere. With the first stage engine jettisoned, the second stage engine ignites, assuming the critical responsibility of propelling the rocket further into orbit. However, within less than a minute, the second stage engine follows the same fate as its predecessor, detaching from the rocket and descending into the atmosphere, paving the way for the ignition of the third stage engine. At this moment, the Hercules rocket has ascended over 300 kilometers above the Earth's surface, reaching the altitude of low Earth orbit. Yet, this height is insufficient. The rocket must continue its ascent. The atmosphere at this altitude is exceedingly thin, rendering the aerodynamically designed nose cone ineffective, which is subsequently discarded, falling into the atmosphere. The supply module is now fully exposed to the vacuum of space. Fortunately, the supply module is equipped with a sophisticated life support system, ensuring the astronauts within remain unaffected. After operating for just over half a minute, the third stage engine successfully completes its task. However, it will not be cast off from the rocket. Instead, it is the supply module that must detach at this juncture. This marks the moment of separation between the spacecraft and the rocket. Following the acceleration provided by the third stage engine, the supply module has achieved sufficient velocity to enter into Earth's orbit. Subsequently, it shall embark on a solitary voyage. Having reached this juncture, the launch can be deemed largely successful. Within the control center, the staff members have recuperated from their tense dispositions. The display screens continue to broadcast real-time footage of the astronauts. Zhao Huaxing observes that the astronauts have transcended the constraints of immense gravity. At present, they find themselves in a weightless environment. Zhao Huaxing witnesses their spontaneous levitation within the module, akin to being submerged in water. At long last, no untoward incidents have transpired. Zhao Huaxing exhales with relief, dismissing the faint premonition from his thoughts. Zhao Huaxing remained in situ, awaiting its arrival. At the supply depot, the sun ascended and descended, repeating its cycle twice. The silhouette of the Crimson Heart solar probe finally materialized within view. Both the supply depot and the Crimson Heart spacecraft were traveling at an astonishing velocity of 9.3 kilometers per second. Despite this incredible speed, they appeared stationary relative to each other due to their synchronized velocities. In this near-static state, the two vessels gradually converged. Ultimately, with the assistance of ground personnel, the docking interface successfully engaged, and the steel claws designed to secure the connection extended, firmly uniting the two entities. The 5 astronauts then traversed the docking interface, transitioning from the supply depot to the control room of the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Chapter 31. The bustling equatorial city. During these 3 days, 5 astronauts, with the assistance of ground staff, will conduct the final tests and adjustments of the Crimson Heart spacecraft before its departure. After all, the spacecraft is still in Earth's orbit, and should any unforeseen issues arise, they can be rectified by launching a rocket. However, once it ventures into the vast expanse of space, there would be no recourse. The Crimson Heart spacecraft employs both conventional and ion propulsion systems as sources of power. Wang Tang explained to Zhao Huaxing that the spacecraft utilizes the conventional engine for rapid acceleration, deceleration, and trajectory adjustments, while the journey towards the sun requires minimal orbital alterations, thus employing the ion engine. The conventional engine derives its power from the combustion of chemical fuels, which produces high-temperature gases expelled backward, generating substantial thrust capable of exerting immense force on the spacecraft in a short span of time, albeit at a high fuel cost. In contrast, the ion engine operates differently. It first ionizes the propellant and then accelerates the ions using a strong electric field, expelling them from the rear to generate thrust. However, the ion engine bears a critical flaw. Its thrust is exceedingly low. For instance, the ion engine equipped on the Crimson Heart spacecraft, when operating at full power, can merely increase the spacecraft's speed by 0.5 centimeters per second. However, aggregation yields results. An incremental velocity of 0.5 centimeters per second culminates in an acceleration of over 400 meters per second for the spacecraft in a single day. Consequently, ion propulsion remains an efficacious method of propulsion. Acknowledging this, Zhao Huaxing merely nodded in response to Wang Tang's remarks. Within the solar system, Mercury is the planet nearest to the Sun, yet its distance is nearly 60 million kilometers. The Red Heart's distance is approximately 30 million kilometers, roughly half that of Mercury. Personally, I harbor reservations regarding our technological prowess to alter the Sun, Wang Tang somberly expressed. I merely aspire that the data amassed by the Red Heart spacecraft, along with the forthcoming 30 solar probes, might furnish clues and inspiration for your enigma. Zhao Huaxing nodded taciturely. Forgive my lapse in composure, Wang Tang apologized. What are your subsequent plans? Excellent, quite excellent, Wang Tang affirmed. Will you not journey to the City of Life? It maintains order and stability, whereas Equatorial City is presently experiencing turmoil. No, I shall proceed to Equatorial City, Zhao Huaxing declared. Very well, I wish you a propitious journey, Wang Tang said, patting Zhao Huaxing's shoulder. And may the Red Heart fare equally well. Farewell. Upon departing the launch base, Zhao Huaxing boarded a flight bound for Equatorial City. During his journey southward, Zhao Huaxing observed the landscape transform from pale and desiccated hues to a vibrant array of colors, with verdant greenery emerging upon the surface. This region, being tropical, retained its warmth despite a 15% reduction in solar radiation. However, the duration for which this warmth would endure remained uncertain. Beyond the natural scenery, Zhao Huaxing encountered a multitude of man-made structures. A serpentine line of heavy-duty trucks stretched across the horizon, each vehicle representing a minimum of 50 tons of cargo. Just a fleeting glimpse from above revealed a staggering number of trucks, numbering in the tens of thousands, occupying this solitary stretch of road within a small area. The extent of the traffic on other roads delivering goods to Equatorial City was beyond Zhao Huaxing's knowledge. He also spotted a railway, where a train exceeding 1,000 meters in length thundered past at nearly 3-minute intervals, laden with coal, oil, salt, grain, cement, and steel. On the opposing track, numerous trains traversed, yet they were devoid of cargo. The sheer volume of goods transported daily by this singular railway to Equatorial City constituted an astronomical figure. Furthermore, according to Meng Zhua, the number of railways leading to Equatorial City had already surpassed 300, exclusive of passenger lines. On the maritime front, countless cargo ships plied the waters. The majority of cargo vessels are characterized by expansive, level decks, densely packed with stacked shipping containers. Countless of these colossal vessels that the sea, virtually enveloping the entire surface when viewed from above. In addition to roads, railways, and ships, the skies are teeming with activity. Helicopters fly at altitudes of only a few hundred meters, while jet aircraft constantly traverse the airspace thousands or even tens of thousands of meters above. Their thunderous engine roars audible even to Zhao Huaxing within the helicopter. Even before arriving at Equatorial City, Zhao Huaxing sensed an overwhelming atmosphere of bustling activity. The immense operational capacity of human civilization was unmistakably evident here, so vast as to inspire awe. Zhao Huaxing was cognizant that at least tens of millions of individuals were engaged along this crucial supply line. Train operators, bus drivers, sailors, aircraft pilots, dock workers, airport personnel, freight station staff, dispatchers, stevedores, and others collectively constitute a lifeline, ceaselessly transporting enormous quantities of resources from around the globe to Equatorial City, sustaining its inhabitants. According to statistics, the daily influx of various supplies into Equatorial City has recently reached 1.57 billion tons, excluding the local produce from Equatorial City's 40 million square kilometers of territory. Meng Zhua remarked that, in order to expand transportation routes, they have even dismantled railway tracks from other locations and reinstalled them here, and have modified river cargo ships for use in long-distance ocean transport. Virtually all of the world's freight vehicles have been requisitioned and placed under government control. In a desperate bid to salvage the wealth that humanity had once scattered across the globe before the Earth succumbed to ice, civilization has mobilized all its might. Zhao Huaxing nodded silently, still refraining from speech. The helicopter continued its journey, and as it drew nearer to the Equatorial City, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant with activity. Zhao Huaxing beheld the emergence of countless construction sites, which were rapidly coalescing into vast expanses, and witnessed the endless greenhouses dedicated to food cultivation, along with the throngs of busy, bustling people. To expedite the construction process, a modular building approach was adopted, whereby a significant quantity of construction materials were pre-manufactured before being transported to the sites. There, they underwent minimal processing before being assembled with an ease akin to stacking blocks. Workers toiled day and night, completing a 50-story building in merely half a month. Such a structure could provide basic living provisions for at least 5,000 individuals, though comfort was a luxury long forsaken. In this apocalyptic era, mere survival was a triumph, as the government lacked the resources and energy to ponder the notion of comfort. The monetary system had undergone reform, with prior currencies being converted into contribution points at a meager ratio. A laborer could earn approximately 30 contribution points for a day's work, enough to sustain the minimum living standards for 5 people. However, there were rationing restrictions in place, limiting the quantity of goods each individual could procure daily. Even if one possessed a substantial amount of contribution points, the ability to purchase an abundance of supplies remained unattainable. The entertainment and leisure industries are under stringent restrictions. The production of luxury goods is prohibited, and the production of alcoholic beverages is limited. Meng Zhua quietly explained the current situation in Equatorial City to Zhao Huaxing, who listened attentively. The helicopter eventually traversed the towering skyscrapers and bustling construction sites, ultimately descending into a relatively tranquil and spacious neighborhood. This is Area 337 in District C of Equatorial City. You will temporarily reside here. Should you have any other requests, I am at your service, Meng Zhua stated. Chapter 32. A bag of chips. Zhao Huaxing settled into the place arranged by Meng Zhua. Although the living conditions here were markedly inferior to those he experienced in the capital city, lacking convenient supermarkets, shopping malls, affordable and delicious eateries, and entertainment venues, Zhao Huaxing found contentment in his current life. He was not a person prone to being finicky about living conditions. The residents of Equatorial City typically reside in crowded shared accommodations, breathing polluted air, with limited food supplies and scant recreational opportunities. The days are filled with arduous labor. and evenings offer no respite through entertainment. Yet, this is the best that human society can offer under the circumstances. To endure this existence is certainly preferable to succumbing to the cold. Zhao Huaxing maintained close communication with various departments under the Solar Crisis Coordination Center, where any new discoveries were promptly reported to him. However, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough in his work. An indistinct notion had already taken root in Zhao Huaxing's mind, yet it lacked certain pivotal corroboration, hindering Zhao Huaxing from effectively interlinking them. Deciphering the enigma left behind by Director Li Qi was no mere matter of conjuring a hypothesis with a pat on the head. Proposing suppositions was permissible, but one must possess substantiation. Otherwise, the conjecture is rendered devoid of significance or worth. For instance, Zhao Huaxing could posit the notion of life existing upon the sun. But where is the evidence? Devoid of substantiation, what alteration could this supposition bring to humanity? Zhao Huaxing persistently refined his notion, ceaselessly endeavoring to coalesce the present evidence. Yet certain indispensable junctures remained absent, consequently impeding the consummation of Zhao Huaxing's undertaking. The weather was becoming increasingly frigid. Despite being situated in Sector C, one of the zones nearest the equator, Zhao Huaxing was compelled to don an overcoat even during daylight hours. An inchoate sense of unease pervaded Zhao Huaxing's consciousness. This sensation did not emanate from news reports detailing fatalities, nor from apprehensions regarding humanity's destiny. Rather, this disquietude stemmed from quotidian existence. Even traversing the tranquil environs of this sector, Zhao Huaxing could seemingly detect in the atmosphere a scent akin to gunpowder. It was as though a powder keg, replete with explosives and a lit fuse, was poised to detonate imminently. Today persisted as an ordinary day. Recalling that he had not yet explored the cityscape since arriving in Equatorial City, Zhao Huaxing decided to set aside the documents at hand and ventured out with Meng Zhuo. Li Wei, feeling slightly unwell, remained behind. Despite the frigid weather, the thoroughfare teemed with people. However, the atmosphere differed markedly from that of the capital. In the capital, the crowds exuded mirth and levity, with vibrant neon lights adorning the streets, lined with shops and fashionable, smiling faces. Here, the throng seemed enveloped in a pall of oppression. Zhao Huaxing sensed a palpable weight and apathy. The sky was ashen, as were the streets. There were no glittering neons, no rows of shops. Even individuals clad in brightly colored attire were conspicuously absent from this long street. People were clad in somber, heavy garments, hurrying along, their faces devoid of smiles. Arduous labor and a stifling existence had robbed them of their capacity for joy. Zhao Huaxing and Meng Zhuo strolled along the thoroughfare, observing the myriad forms of humanity struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Passing a small square, Zhao Huaxing noticed a multitude of people seated in orderly rows on the frozen ground, each holding what appeared to be a doll, while making strange gestures with their other hand. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their faces were filled with piety. Several figures adorned in azure robes were pacing about at the forefront of the queue, seemingly murmuring incantations. An atmosphere of solemnity, gravity, and an unsettling eeriness permeated the entire plaza. What are they doing? Zhao Huaxing inquired. A congregation of heretics, Meng Zhuo responded impassively. This is the Church of the Sky God. They venerate the Sky God, convinced that the current frigidity is a divine retribution for humanity's irreverence. They profess that offering wealth to the church and sincere repentance will appease the Sky God, granting them ascension to paradise after the apocalypse. Such doctrines actually garner believers? Zhao Huaxing expressed astonishment. Why would the cultists dare to assemble so openly? Why is no one intervening? In these apocalyptic times, even the most transparent falsehoods are seized upon as a glimmer of salvation, and once ensnared, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Meng Zhuo's countenance darkened as he added, "As for why no one intervenes, there are simply too many to manage. Don't you comprehend? The apocalypse has arrived. It is already upon us. The government is no longer reliable. Those dolts and imbeciles are solely concerned with their own interests, and they will abandon us without hesitation. We are our own salvation, and only we can save ourselves." It resembled a street harangue, albeit one delivered with impassioned rhetoric and haphazard conjecture, utterly devoid of logical coherence. Undeniably, the more absurd and sensational the statements, the more readily they capture the attention of the masses. In an atmosphere charged with fervor, individuals often forsake their rational judgment. At least, this was the case here. With each shout from that individual, the surrounding crowd erupted in deafening cheers and applause. In stark contrast to this frenzy were the passers-by on the street, who seemed indifferent to the spectacle unfolding before them. It appeared they had long since grown accustomed to such phenomena, scarcely pausing for even a fleeting moment, let alone casting a glance in that direction. Zhao Huaxing felt as if the world had transformed. Within the span of just a few months, the realm of existence on this planet had undergone changes that left him feeling disoriented. Madness, ignorance, heaviness, and oppression intermingled in the air, rendering it as dense as quicksilver, almost suffocating. Amidst the throng of at least several thousand individuals on this long street, Zhao Huaxing sensed that only he and Mingzhu remained vibrant. In disbelief, he shook his head and departed, continuing his journey. Eventually, he stumbled upon a shop that was still open for business. Feeling parched, he entered and retrieved a bottle of water from the sparse shelves. Nearby, another person approached, carefully brushing away the dust from a bag of potato chips before taking it in hand. This individual collected 2 bags in total. Zhao Huaxing paid little attention to him. After Meng Zhuo completed the transaction, Zhao Huaxing exited the shop, and the other person followed suit. Zhao Huaxing observed a person who had just purchased a bag of potato chips attempting to tear it open. However, in a moment of carelessness, the individual inadvertently dropped another bag of chips onto the ground, which emitted a crisp sound upon impact. The person bent down to retrieve the fallen bag, but just as their fingers grazed the package, before they could grasp it, the bag of chips suddenly vanished. "This is mine," declared a young woman. The individual replied, "Are you very hungry? You may take it." The young woman nodded and turned to leave with the chips in hand. At that moment, within a 10-meter radius around this person, at least a dozen onlookers halted in their tracks. After confirming that the bag had been relinquished to the woman, a man approached her, demanding, "Give me some." The woman cradled the chips protectively, shaking her head in guarded refusal. Suddenly, the man reached out, forcefully yanking the bag from her grasp. With a resounding rip, the bag tore open, scattering its contents across the ground. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, while simultaneously, something ignited within a brief span of moments. Zhao Huaxing witnessed an indescribable scene, absurd to the utmost degree. At that very moment, the gathering crowd surged forward, and a young man, the fastest among them, lunged and knelt upon the ground, desperately shoving the fallen chips into his mouth. Chapter 33. The uprising. A few individuals lagged behind, yet they reached the scene before the last of the potato chips was claimed. Each person adopted the same frantic motion, crouching down to desperately gather the scattered chips from the ground. A young woman emitted a piercing scream, frantically pushing those around her while hastily collecting the fallen snacks. There was but a single bag of chips on the floor, a meager quantity, which ignited a fierce dispute among the dozen or so scavengers. Clutching a small handful of chips, the young woman was thwarted by a burly man who swatted them from her grasp, allowing a scrawny man to seize the opportunity and shove a handful into his mouth, only to be met with a kick from the burly man. Zhao Huaxing stood nearby, utterly bewildered. The man remained rooted in place, motionless, even as another bag of chips was snatched from his arms without a hint of reaction. In that moment, someone shouted, "There are more in the store." Instantly, the crowd surged towards the shop as if orchestrated. Meng Zhu furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous portent. He propelled himself forward to the entrance of the shop and bellowed, "What are you doing?" Under normal circumstances, Meng Zhu's voice would have silenced a hall filled with 100 people, yet the assembly before him appeared devoid of reason. His shout bore no fruit. The throng continued to flood in like an unstoppable tide. With arms outstretched like an iron bastion, Meng Zhu stood as an impenetrable barrier, thwarting the advance of over a dozen individuals. However, the commotion had already attracted the attention of others. A shout pierced the air, "Clear the way. There's food inside." At least 100 more individuals surged forward. Meng Zhu furrowed his brow, glanced at Zhao Huaxing standing beside him, and ultimately relented, ceasing his obstruction. Having lost the capacity to quell the pandemonium, Meng Zhu could no longer permit Zhao Huaxing to be exposed to peril. The initial dozen, along with the ensuing 100, flooded the diminutive shop like a tidal wave, overturning counters and tables, and instantaneously plundering the merchandise. Those who managed to seize goods desperately guarded their acquisitions, while those who were unsuccessful turned their fists against their former comrades. The majority, evidently unwilling to remain empty-handed, directed their fury towards securing provisions. Consequently, the unruly mob, akin to a swarm of locusts, swept through the area, breaching the doors of closed shops lining the streets. They ransacked each establishment before advancing to the next. igniting widespread chaos that ensnared an increasing number of participants. Some, oblivious to the cause of the unrest, were driven by fervent zeal and followed the throng, inadvertently engaging in physical altercations with those nearby. Fists gave way to bricks and wooden rods as the crowd swelled. Seizing Zhao Huaxing at that instant, Meng Zhuo exclaimed, "Depart this place with haste. Peril abounds here." Meng Zhuo, clasping Zhao Huaxing's arm, began to navigate against the surging tide of the tumultuous throng. In their progress, Zhao Huaxing beheld a multitude of contorted visages and hearkened to the lamentations of countless souls, witnessing scenes previously confined to the realm of television. A woman, inadvertently falling to the ground, was met with indifference as a myriad of feet continued their relentless trampling. Initially, she emitted cries and stirred, but silence soon enveloped her. Zhao Huaxing observed blood trickling from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Zhao Huaxing observed a young man, exuding an air of refined elegance, brandishing a dagger of unknown origin. His face contorted in a savage grimace as he plunged it into the frame of an obese man beside him. Zhao Huaxing then saw a statuesque young woman wielding a brick, which she brought down with terrible force upon the cranium of a middle-aged woman. Anarchy reigned supreme. Yet, even amidst this pandemonium, a sense of bewilderment lingered in Zhao Huaxing's mind. But, it was merely a bag of potato chips. Just a bag of potato chips. A bag that, in times past, would have been ignored even if discarded on the ground. "They have all succumbed to madness," Meng Zhuo murmured. Meng Zhuo guided Zhao Huaxing into a building, and within moments, they ascended to the rooftop. Standing there, buffeted by the bracing winds, Zhao Huaxing gradually regained his composure. Zhao Huaxing gazed downward, witnessing the chaos that had spread from the current street to others, rapidly engulfing the surroundings. His eyes beheld a scene of turmoil and cries. People were oblivious to the reason behind this pandemonium and uncertain of their desires. Armed or unarmed, they attacked all visible figures, venting their long-suppressed frustrations and fears for the future. Report to command. A riot has erupted on Street 1867 in District C, and it is swiftly escalating beyond control. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Following the report, Meng Zhu shook his head at Zhao Huaxing. "This is beyond our capacity to manage. We cannot intervene." "Is it merely due to a bag of chips?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. Meng Zhu continued to shake his head. "People have been repressed for far too long, living in fear for too long. The sun crisis erupted too swiftly, too unexpectedly, plunging them from heaven to hell. They cannot endure this." Those fools at the Social Science Academy. I had long urged them to conduct psychological assessments and provide guidance to prevent mass incidents, yet they always dismissed my concerns, claiming there was nothing to worry about. Now, let us see how they will explain this to the F-rare. Thus, Zhao Huaxing comprehended that it was not merely a matter of a bag of chips. In this apocalyptic world, each individual harbored an overwhelming accumulation of pressure and fear, unable to release it. With the slightest spark, Equatorial City could erupt like a powder keg, and it merely required a catalyst to ignite the explosion. "Rest assured, the military will soon regain control," Monshuo affirmed. Zhao Huaxing nodded somberly. Moments later, however, Monshuo abruptly slammed his hand onto the stone steps, hissing through gritted teeth, "Bastards." In Zhao Huaxing's estimation, Monshuo had always been an emblem of indifference and composure. Never before had Zhao Huaxing witnessed such an outburst of emotion from him. Zhao Huaxing turned his gaze toward Monshuo, who gestured below, remarking, "Do you see those individuals? Those uniformly clad in black are orchestrating events, inciting insurrection. Cultists, conspirators, zealots, anarchists, revolutionaries, doomsday prophets." With each epithet, Monshuo's countenance darkened. "These specters have all emerged. These reprobates, the dregs of society." Monshuo struck the stone steps with vehemence, the veins on his hand bulging. "Has our society truly descended to this level?" Zhao Huaxing mused inwardly, pivoting to observe another direction, from which he detected the faint echoes of tumult. The two remained atop the edifice, observing the scene unfolding below. An indeterminate amount of time elapsed, perhaps an hour or two, before Zhao Huaxing noticed a sudden burst of intense light emanating from a location at least a kilometer away. 3 or 4 seconds later, a muffled explosion reverberated through the air. Zhao Huaxing recognized that the chaos had escalated. By this juncture, the thoroughfare below was devoid of pedestrians. The riotous throng, akin to a swarm of locusts, had spread to other locales. Upon this long street lie numerous bodies, sprawled in disarray, their fate uncertain, whether they have succumbed to death or cling to life. Yet, The absence of ambulances, soldiers, or law enforcement is palpable. Scattered remnants of debris, blood, and shards of glass transform this place into a veritable wasteland. It appears as though the entire city of Equator has erupted in chaos. Since the first flicker of flame emerged, a rapid cascade of fire has ignited across numerous locales, as if triggered by a chain reaction. The sky seems to be shrouded in a veil of smoke. From the rooftop, Zhao Huaxing inhales the acrid scent of death and madness. Helicopters begin to dot the heavens, while the city resonates with piercing sirens, though their wails fade swiftly, and the helicopters merely hover, never descending. It's calm down there now. I must go rescue those in need, Zhao Huaxing declares, pointing below. Meng Zhu, feeling somewhat powerless, gestures dismissively. It's futile. The chaos has spread beyond control. How many can you save alone? Every soul counts, Zhao Huaxing replies resolutely. I have acquired some knowledge in first aid. Even in the absence of medicine and equipment, my skills can still prove beneficial. If I can save even one life, it will instill a glimmer of hope within our civilization. Very well, I shall accompany you. Meng Zhu concedes, seemingly inspired by Zhao Huaxing's determination. There appears to be a flicker of life within this individual. Zhao Huaxing swiftly conducted a brief examination of the individual before initiating artificial respiration. He tore away the victim's clothing and employed a wooden stick to stabilize a fractured bone. It seemed that Zhao Huaxing was oblivious to the malevolence, bloodshed, and terror that permeated the long street. His singular focus was on saving lives, as many as possible. The words he had uttered earlier echoed in Meng Zhu's ears. As long as we can save one more person, our civilization will possess a glimmer of hope. This prompted Meng Zhu to entertain the thought that perhaps, indeed, he could salvage our civilization. Chapter 34. The celebrity Zhao Huaxing was resolute in his desire to rescue more individuals, as many as he could. Numerous bodies lay scattered along the street, some lifeless, others still clinging to existence. There were no ambulances, no medical supplies, no equipment. Zhao Huaxing diligently applied the first aid knowledge he had acquired in the past. One unconscious victim was revived by Zhao Huaxing. Although he regained consciousness, he remained motionless, staring vacantly at the sky. A young girl, upon being awakened by Zhao Huaxing, reacted with tears. He cradled her gently, offering soft words of comfort before rushing to the next casualty. Throughout the ordeal, Zhao Huaxing maintained an expression of calm. He exhibited no urgency, no anger, no despair, and no sorrow. His sole mission was to save lives, nothing more, nothing less. Many individuals had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Even if they bore minor injuries, it was not deemed a significant concern. Upon regaining consciousness, seemingly inspired by Zhao Huaxing, they steadied themselves and rose to join him in the rescue efforts. Initially, only a few individuals followed Zhao Huaxing, but their numbers rapidly swelled, exceeding 100 within the hour. The rescuers moved with remarkable coordination, systematically gathering the injured, administering basic first aid to prevent further deterioration, clearing debris, and extinguishing fires to avert secondary hazards. Among them were individuals with medical expertise who retrieved medications from a breached pharmacy, providing urgent care to the critically wounded. While chaos persisted elsewhere, a sense of tranquility began to pervade this area. Though the injured still wept and many suffered, the atmosphere differed markedly. The frenzy that gripped other places was swiftly transformed into serenity and peace, as virtues such as compassion, resilience, and mutual aid, hallmarks of human civilization, quietly blossomed. Unwittingly, Zhao Huaxing had become the leader of this group. Under his direction, all tasks were handled with remarkable efficiency. As Zhao Huaxing passed, the injured, laid out along the streets, offered him smiles and gratitude. When he approached, those writhing in agony miraculously calmed. His mere presence seemed to quell the surrounding disorder. It seemed as though Zhao Huaxing possessed an almost mystical power. Meng Zhu knew the origin of this power within Zhao Huaxing, a single sentence. I only want to save people, as many as possible. At that moment, even Meng Zhu felt a sense of reverence for Zhao Huaxing, a sentiment previously unknown to him. With governmental aid yet to arrive, Zhao Huaxing orchestrated the gathering of sustenance, distributing it, along with potable water, to the injured. Meng Zhu distinctly observed that after the last piece of bread was given to a small boy, Zhao Huaxing's hands were empty. Meng Zhu also keenly recalled that Zhao Huaxing had not eaten for at least 14 or 15 hours since the onset of the riot. Zhao Huaxing remained tirelessly occupied, without rest. In this post-solar crisis world, even the equatorial regions grew frigid at night. Thus, Zhao Huaxing again rallied people to collect quilts and clothing, covering the injured with them. Meng Zhu distinctly noted that after contributing his own overcoat, Zhao Huaxing was left with only a thin sweater. Yet, even this could not fully ward off the biting cold. Therefore, Zhao Huaxing organized the collection of fuel, igniting bonfires along the long street. After relinquishing all positions near the fire, Zhao Huaxing and Meng Zhu huddled together in the dark. Cold corner of a wall, at least the corner offered some protection from the wind. Meng Zhu perceived a completely new Zhao Huaxing, or perhaps this was the authentic Zhao Huaxing. I can summon a helicopter to evacuate us at any moment, Mondros stated. No, these people need me, Zhao Huaxing demurred. Mondros countered. This riot will result in casualties numbering in the thousands. Even with your tireless efforts, you can only salvage the lives of fewer than 200. 200 lives represent 200 glimmers of hope, Zhao Huaxing rejoined with a smile. Beset by the encroaching cold, Zhao Huaxing remained sleepless. For to succumb to slumber in such frigid conditions would risk succumbing to death. He periodically ventured out for a brief respite, both to monitor the accommodation of the injured and to mitigate the effects of the bitter cold through movement. A constant stream of greetings and expressions of gratitude reached Zhao Huaxing's ears, to which he invariably responded with a smile. He observed with profound gratification that those of robust constitution were relinquishing their garments to the frail, while those with minor injuries were sharing their clothing and sustenance with the critically wounded. Zhao Huaxing further witnessed a brawny, bald-headed man removing his coat and forcibly draping it over another individual, despite the latter's protests. The recipient's repeated refusals elicited an impatient roar from the bald man. Take it. If you utter another word, I'll thrash you. A young man of dubious appearance broke off a substantial portion of his bread and offered it to a small boy with a yearning expression, muttering, "You'd better devour every morsel before I change my mind." In the distance, the relentless sound of explosions echoed, and Zhao Huaxing raised his head to behold the western sky, illuminated in a fiery red. Yet, the atmosphere here remained serene and reassuring. He silently hoped that after this night passed, they would embrace a new dawn. The officers, soldiers, and paramedics observed this scene with astonishment. Clearly, they had been tirelessly navigating the chaos of the previous night, but this tranquil place was a first for them. Simultaneously, their curiosity about Zhao Huaxing grew. Why did this unremarkable young man receive such gratitude from so many? Well done, mate. Meng Zhu clapped Zhao Huaxing on the shoulder, uttering a brief compliment before heading towards the group of police officers. After presenting his credentials, Meng Zhu successfully acquired a police vehicle and drove it over to Zhao Huaxing. Let us go. You can rest now. Zhao Huaxing nodded and took his seat in the passenger's side, overwhelmed by fatigue. He closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber before the vehicle had even traveled 100 meters. As Zhao Huaxing drifted into dreams, Meng Zhu moderated the speed, ensuring the already smooth ride became even more gentle. Zhao Huaxing remained in peaceful repose until the following day. Upon awakening, he found Meng Zhu standing by the window, smoking a cigarette against the backdrop of the rising sun, casting a broad silhouette. Before Zhao Huaxing could make a sound, Meng Zhu's voice reached him. "You're awake?" "Yes," he replied. "How fares the insurrection?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. "Preliminary figures indicate a death toll exceeding 400,000, with countless others wounded," Meng Zhu responded, flicking a cigarette but out the window. Equator City's dense population exacerbated the situation, as the revolt engulfed nearly the entire metropolis. Quelling the uprising and initiating rescue efforts presents a formidable challenge. 400,000. Zhao Huaxing was taken aback by the figure. Despite anticipating significant casualties, the sheer scale of the loss was staggering. The devastation could have been mitigated, Meng Zhu asserted, but malevolent actors intervened. They disseminated information about the City of Life, incited the populace, and spearheaded attacks on government institutions with lethal weaponry. Naturally, these individuals will face retribution, Meng Zhu stated grimly. Only by purging these insidious elements can our civilization hope to weather this solar crisis. Zhao Huaxing nodded in tacit agreement. Another matter, Meng Zhu continued. You have ascended to prominence. Your exploits have been disseminated across the internet, and the government, seeking to establish a paragon in the wake of the unrest, has not only permitted this dissemination but actively promoted it. Consequently, you now possess considerable renown, with a multitude of adherents and admirers. Chapter 35. The oration, I have become a celebrity, then? Zhao Huaxing was momentarily taken aback. Then he broke into a wry smile. I am merely engaging in actions that I ought to undertake, as any competent individual should. However, under such circumstances, it becomes exceedingly challenging to retain one's humanity and not succumb to despair. Meng Zhu extracted another cigarette, lit it, and remarked, "This matter is inconsequential. Should you have any interest, you might explore the website Voice of Humanity. This platform was established to commemorate the 400,000 souls lost during the turmoil." "Oh, I see," Zhao Huasheng replied. "Yet, given my position, would it be appropriate for me to appear before the public?" Meng Zhu shook his head. "I cannot say. However, since the higher-ups have made such a decision, they must have their reasons. They may have erred once, but they are unlikely to repeat the same mistake." "Very well. You should rest for now. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, Meng Zhu exited, and Zhao Huasheng stretched languidly before rising from his bed. After a profound fatigue, a restorative slumber rejuvenated him. The cold air wafting in from outside struck his face, imparting a refreshing sensation. Zhao Huasheng tidied himself and stepped out of his room, whereupon a delightful aroma of food wafted into his nostrils. At that moment, Li Wei emerged, carrying a plate. Upon seeing Zhao Huasheng, she smiled brightly. "After such a long slumber, you must be famished. I just prepared this. Come and eat." Yet, in that instant, Zhao Huasheng perceived a subtle change in Li Wei compared to her former self. Perhaps it was due to the recent experience of bloodshed and chaos, but at this moment, Zhao Huasheng found himself longing for beauty like never before. In his eyes, apart from Li Wei's radiant smile, what else could embody such beauty? Zhao Huasheng took the plate and placed it on the table, then turned around and embraced Li Wei tightly. "Thank you," he whispered. Li Wei stiffened momentarily, then relaxed, and somewhat hesitantly wrapped her arms around him in return. "Oh." Zhao Huasheng found himself at a loss for words, merely letting out a soft "oh." Having grown accustomed to Zhao Huasheng's awkwardness and reticence, Li Wei wiped her tears and chuckled softly. "Let's eat quickly, or you'll starve." "All right." Zhao Huasheng released Li Wei and settled into a chair, while she turned away, busying herself with something unknown. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Huasheng and Li Wei sat together on the sofa, turning on the television. Soon, a public address by the leader would commence, evidently related to the recent unrest. The elderly man's visage appeared on the screen moments later. Though his face bore more wrinkles and fatigue was more pronounced in his eyes, the essence remained unchanged. "As for the deterioration of our living conditions, I apologize. Our civilization is not yet robust enough to ensure a prosperous life for everyone in such apocalyptic times. The crisis erupted too abruptly, leaving us no time to prepare adequately. Consequently, our present endeavors are so arduous because we are compelled to construct a sanctuary in Equatorial City, the region with the highest global temperature, sufficient to ensure the survival of the majority of our populace. All our efforts are for our own benefit. The dwellings we erect will be our residences, the sustenance we cultivate will be our nourishment, and the conduits we lay will furnish us with potable water. All that we undertake is for our own sake. The world has undergone a transformation, and to perpetuate our civilization, to safeguard the existence of the majority, we must endure the exigencies of the present. We have striven to ameliorate our living conditions, and, frankly, the current standard of living represents the zenith of our civilization's capabilities. At the very least, we possess adequate sustenance to sustain life, sufficient raiment to ward off the cold, and warm abodes where we may repose in safety. We shall not perish from starvation or succumb to frost, nor shall we be homeless in the night. We have successfully ensured the stable lives of at least 80% of the population, and we have minimized the impact of calamities on our civilization to the greatest extent possible. Perhaps many harbor discontent with the current state of life, however. Are we aware that at this very moment, tens of thousands of researchers steadfastly persist across the globe? Even in regions where temperatures plummet to a frigid minus 120 degrees Celsius, they remain undeterred. In these inhospitable climes, inhaling the outdoor air can inflict frostbite upon the respiratory tract. Yet, millions of workers tirelessly salvage the wealth we once created from the remnants of former cities. With thousands perishing daily from the merciless environment, countless individuals labor in the wilderness to ensure the connectivity of equatorial cities and other locales, safeguarding our lifeline from severance. It is through the sacrifices of these innumerable souls that our current living conditions are upheld. Our food reserves are sufficient to sustain us for at least 3 more years. Thus, for the next 3 years, we need not fret over food supply issues. Agricultural scientists are diligently innovating various new methods for food cultivation, and we can trust that a glimmer of hope will soon emerge. Therefore, I implore everyone, for the continuity of our civilization and for our very survival, to shun the seductions of conspiracy theorists, doomsayers, and cultists. On this earth, no deity or mythical extraterrestrial civilization can rescue us. Our salvation lies solely within ourselves. We must rely on our own hands and efforts to construct the cities that will sustain our existence, and within these cities, we shall await the dawn of a new era. Now, let me further elucidate the concept of the city of life. Let us all remember that science, along with the diligent researchers behind it, represents our civilization's sole hope for continuity. Until the scientists discover a viable solution to our predicament, I will reside alongside you in Equatorial City, awaiting the dawn's arrival. Finally, allow me to extend my heartfelt condolences on behalf of all humanity to the 400,000 souls lost in this tragic event. It is my fervent hope that we may all glean lessons from this calamity. I believe none of us wishes to witness such a tragedy befall our civilization again. May we, once this crisis has passed, continue to thrive on this beautiful planet. As the elder concluded his speech, he stepped away from the microphone and offered a deep bow to the camera. The scene shifted, and the elder vanished. This address marked the official revelation of the solar crisis to society, validating the myriad speculations that had circulated prior. What repercussions this will have for our civilization remains uncertain, sighed Zhao Huasheng. As a new week dawns, it is now the 3rd hour, and I seek your support through recommendations for my work. Chapter 36. The Savior. Following the elder's speech, the news transitioned to other reports, including announcements such as the military declaring a state of control over Equatorial City and the establishment of a website dedicated to the solar crisis, where all updates would be disclosed, as well as the completion of a memorial for the victims of the solar crisis, all of which occupied Zhao Huasheng's thoughts. However, Zhao Huasheng found little interest in such matters and promptly switched off the television. The elder's words contained at least 95% veracity. Zhao Huasheng could comprehend the deliberate concealment of certain information. After all, the populace often acts in ignorance, and some truths are perhaps unfit for public consumption. For instance, personal affairs, or the unsettling realities of the city of life. A faint sense of melancholy washed over Zhao Huasheng. If those individuals had perished due to the solar crisis, it would be more palatable, for such occurrences are beyond human control. Yet, to think that so many lives were lost to the internal decay and strife of human civilization evokes sorrow in any rational and empathetic individual. Rising from the sofa, Zhao Huasheng approached his desk, where a computer awaited. He powered it on and navigated to the Voice of Humanity website, previously mentioned by Mengzhu. The site was predominantly black, featuring a towering monument as its backdrop, emblazoned with the words "Monument to the Victims of the Uprising." Flanking it were 2 lines of smaller text: "Contemplate the present and awaken to the future." The website was already buzzing with numerous comments from netizens. Zhao Huasheng casually selected a post and began to read. Have we truly reached such a perilous moment in our civilization? Life in the capital city seemed to belong to yesterday, yet here we find ourselves plunged into the depths of despair. I can scarcely believe that I once committed such an act. I personally smashed open the doors of a store and laid waste to its contents. I am at a loss to explain my state of mind at that moment. Only upon regaining my senses did I truly grasp the horror of my actions. I offer my sincerest apologies and seek forgiveness from all. Should a similar situation arise in the future, I vow never to inflict harm upon my fellow beings again. Despicable cultists. Abominable conspiracy theorists. When shall we resolve this solar crisis? If the sun continues to grow colder, what shall we do? Shall we perish? Will our civilization face extinction? I extend my deepest condolences to the victims of this uprising. Let us reflect on the present and remain vigilant for the future. May our human civilization successfully navigate this perilous challenge. No matter how arduous or taxing, it is for our own sake. I wonder how many others endure conditions far harsher than ours, laboring in more grueling circumstances. In comparison to them, our living environment is indeed rather favorable. At the very least, we need not fear freezing or starving to death. Zhao Huasheng conducted a brief survey and discovered that, within a single page, at least 1/3 of the posts were focused on self-reference. Upon witnessing these words, Zhao Huasheng realized the significant influence he wielded in the public sphere. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. After some contemplation, Zhao Huasheng lost interest in continuing to browse. However, at that moment, he encountered a somewhat sensational headline. Those scientists are utterly ineffectual. Zhao Huasheng is the sole individual capable of salvaging human civilization. Zhao Huaxing's expression swiftly turned grave as he rapidly maneuvered the mouse pointer to click on the post. Perhaps many remain unaware that former director of the Stellar Physics Research Institute, Li Qi, had foreseen this solar crisis several years ago. Yet he refrained from disclosing any information to the public. Are you familiar with Li Qi? He is without a doubt the most distinguished stellar physicist in the annals of human civilization, earning him the moniker Son of the Sun, a testament to his remarkable achievements in the field of stellar physics. Tragically, Li Qi took his own life merely an hour before the onset of the solar crisis, leaving behind a final message stating that only researcher Zhao Huaxing, also affiliated with the Stellar Physics Research Institute, could resolve these dilemmas. As for why he chose Zhao Huaxing or how he came to possess such knowledge, Li Qi divulged nothing, leaving only his last words before his demise. Zhao Huaxing not only embodies an impeccable character, but also bears the hope of our human civilization. Attached, a comprehensive overview of Li Qi's achievements. Evaluations from fellow scientists regarding Li Qi, a chronological account of the Li Qi incident, a summary of information related to Zhao Huaxing. Although the underlying truths of these events remain shrouded in mystery, I wholeheartedly trust the judgment of director Li Qi. Zhao Huaxing is our only hope for the salvation of human civilization. The poster has meticulously chronicled nearly every detail concerning Li Qi and Zhao Huaxing. At the conclusion of this post, there are two large photographs. One features Li Qi, while the other showcases Zhao Huaxing. In the image, Zhao Huaxing still appears somewhat youthful, as it is his university graduation photo. This piece of information adheres to all the principles of information dissemination. It is sufficiently sensational, closely aligned with public sentiment, inherently captivating, imbued with an element of curiosity, and, importantly, possesses an undeniable authenticity. Zhao Huaxing remains perplexed as to how this information was leaked when many scientists were oblivious to it, how the poster acquired such knowledge, and why they chose to unveil it in such a public forum. He is also uncertain about the ramifications this incident may entail. He merely senses that exposing every aspect of his life to the public eye seems profoundly inappropriate. Mengzhua, we are in trouble, Zhao Huaxing murmurs, pondering the roles of the Public Opinion Monitoring Department and the Information Security Division. Why has this matter surfaced here, garnering such immense viewership? I immediately reported the incident to my superiors. Mengzhua promptly produced a communication device. They were already aware of the situation. Mengzhua shrugged his shoulders, stating that the information was not leaked by them, and that the specific source of the breach is currently under investigation. The Crisis Coordination Center has already assessed the situation, concluding that it is best to disregard the incident and allow it to unfold naturally, suggesting that, if necessary, they might even covertly facilitate its progression. Why? Zhao Huaxing was taken aback. As Mengzhu let out a sigh, the recent upheaval revealed a multitude of issues. The government has consistently focused on the people's livelihood, yet has paid scant attention to the societal psyche. However, in the wake of this turmoil, a dedicated department for social psychological intervention has been established. They assert that the burdensome toil and dire living conditions merely serve as catalysts for the unrest, while the profound sense of hopelessness regarding the future constitutes the primary impetus for the riots. The leak of this information may, fortuitously, instill hope within the populace to escape such a life. As long as hope persists, everything remains within the realm of control. Remarkably, you have garnered immense renown from the previous disturbances, making you the most fitting harbinger of hope. Indeed, even if you were to take no action, your mere existence would significantly contribute to societal stability. Therefore, do not interfere with this information. Allow it to disseminate freely, Mengzhu stated. What then do I become? A savior? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Mengzhu replied, in the eyes of the people, you are indeed a savior, the sole savior. In truth, you embody the essence of a savior, possessing not only a noble character but also the capacity to rescue us from this apocalyptic scenario. Your presence alone would strip cults, conspirators, and doomsayers of their fertile ground for growth. Zhao Huaxing remained silent for a long time. After a while, he rubbed his forehead and remarked, it seems I lack the power to decline. Indeed, Mengzhu nodded. Then let me assume the role of savior. Zhao Huaxing declared, I shall bear all these responsibilities. Mengzhu gently patted Zhao Huaxing's shoulder before departing. Zhao Huaxing then sat at his desk, continuing to peruse the materials regarding his past records. However, this seemed of little assistance to his work. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Li Qi's sudden interest in him. The thoughts that swirled in his mind were perpetually fragmented, lacking essential components to coalesce into a coherent idea. Thus, the days slipped away unnoticed. As the sun began its descent, Meng Zhu approached Zhao Huasheng once more. With the arrival of the second watch, he implored for recommendations. Chapter 37. The Oasis Reconstruction Plan. Indeed, Meng Zhu nodded, while the researchers at the Calculation Institute reported that all recoverable data from the hard drive had been restored, and it was no longer possible to retrieve even a single character from it. In other words, this hard drive had lost all value for human civilization. Zhao Huasheng murmured to himself, gazing out at the fiery evening glow, as he picked up the report before the window and began to scrutinize it. This is your homeland. No, this is not my homeland. Who is this little one? Oh, please refrain from such actions in the future. I cannot bear it. Thank you, I have arrived home. I apologize for taking so long to reach out to you, as I have been in search of an oasis, even upon discovering it. I find myself unable to communicate with you solely through my own efforts. Oh, have you indeed found the oasis? Did you encounter any peril? Yes. The surroundings are quite treacherous. Usually, there are buffer zones encircling the oasis, and traversing these barriers consumes much of my strength. However, I am grateful to have finally reached the oasis alive. I am thriving within its embrace, as the environment here brings me great comfort. I rejoice for you. Blessings upon you, my child. Thank you. I appreciate your kind words. I am faring well. I have gathered numerous companions, and together we seek the oasis and strive to breach the barriers that encircle it. As the leader, my companions are devoted to safeguarding my well-being. Knowing that you are unharmed brings me solace. There is something I wish to convey to you. I recall your words, that survival is paramount. Indeed, is there an issue? My companions and I intend to put this principle into practice. We are preparing to initiate a transformation plan for the oasis. We desire not to be perpetually exhausted in our quest for it, nor do we wish to witness our comrades perish in great numbers at every turn. No, you must not proceed with such a plan. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Moreover, do you possess the technology and capability to undertake this oasis transformation? I regret to inform you that survival is indeed our foremost priority. For the sake of myself and my companions, we must take this course of action. I have returned to you a sufficient number of items, which I believe are ample in exchange for the knowledge I acquired during my time beside you. As for the technology and capabilities required for the Oasis Transformation Project, that is our concern. Thank you for your consideration. This shall be our final communication. Let it conclude here. Farewell. The eruptions were exceedingly violent, with energy released that surpassed our wildest imaginings. We surmise that this is due to the energy stored within the reverse fusion layer above the sun finally erupting. However, according to our statistics, it appears that this phenomenon of energy eruption may only manifest at the solar poles, possibly due to certain unknown physical properties of the reverse fusion layer, alleviating our concerns about its potential impact on us. The chill wind continues to howl outside the window, while the sunlight reflected from the opposite buildings remains gentle, almost feeble. In the distance, the rumble of machinery resonates, and airplanes persistently traverse the sky. Humanity's grand construction projects continue unabated, and Equatorial City maintains its operations. At this moment, Zhao Huasheng, who has been striving to construct an evidential chain that has eluded him thus far, finds that 80% of its gaps have been filled. I believe I have come to a general understanding of what has transpired. Yet, several crucial points remain disconnected. If I could identify these pivotal elements, I would be able to report my conjectures to the research department in their entirety. Zhao Huasheng pondered silently, grappling with the lingering uncertainties that still resided in his mind. However, these matters have become inconsequential, as Zhao Huasheng was confident that he had unraveled the most formidable enigma, and that in due course, any lingering questions would be resolved one by one. Zhao Huasheng arose and opened the window adjacent to his desk, allowing the crisp, frigid air to caress his being. As he felt a shiver, he also experienced a sense of liberation that permeated his entire being, from the depths of his soul to every fiber of his body. It was akin to having borne heavy armor, which he had finally shed. Zhao Huasheng felt as though he had emerged from the shadows into the light. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Zhu had vanished, and at that moment, Li Wei arrived with a cup of coffee for Zhao Huasheng. He accepted the coffee, placed it on the desk, and turned to embrace Li Wei, stating, "I believe I have nearly solved the riddle your brother left behind." Zhao Huasheng was aware of the profound bond between Li Wei and Li Qi, and that Li Wei had been unable to come to terms with her brother's demise. It was an eternal wound concealed within her heart. "I apologize, but I cannot divulge it to you just yet," as my theory is not yet complete, and I require further confirmation, Zhao Huaxing said. Only after these matters have been verified can my conjecture be deemed accurate. I know you are capable of it. Li Wei released Zhao Huaxing and gazed into his eyes, her gaze filled with trust and conviction. Mengzhua, Zhao Huaxing called out, and Mengzhua entered, stating nonchalantly. You have finished reviewing the materials? What are your thoughts? I do. Acknowledging your directives, Zhao Hua responded to Mengzhua. I require your assistance in verifying several matters. Firstly, ascertain whether Li Qi has presided over or participated in any scientific exploration missions necessitating the launch of probes towards the sun within the past 2 years. If affirmative, furnish me with all comprehensive data pertaining to said mission, along with the extant status of the probe. Secondly, if my recollection serves me correctly, the Crimson Heart spacecraft, currently executing the solar exploration mission, is equipped with a light intensity detector, is it not? Given its proximity to the sun, it is poised to obtain superior clarity and resolution compared to the Vulcan Solar Telescope. Therefore, I mandate that the Crimson Heart immediately orient its light intensity detector towards the sun, randomly selecting a region to commence recording variations in solar light intensity. Let the recording cycle be fixed at 3 minutes, with a shift to a new region for re-examination every 3 minutes, continuing until I issue the subsequent command. What inspires such conjecture? Li Wei inquired. Zhao Hua shook his head. You shall soon be enlightened. For now, I must withhold this information from you. Following Zhao Hua's prognostication, the trio awaited momentarily, whereupon data concerning Li Qi was transmitted via facsimile. Hua retrieved the stack of documents and, after a cursory glance, regarded Zhao Huaxing with a hint of surprise before reading aloud. Project Gemini Sun Probe. This initiative involved the launch of 2 exploratory satellites toward the sun 1.5 years prior. One satellite was designed to orbit the sun's equator, while the other was intended to orbit its north and south poles. Although not the project's principal director, Li Qi served as its chief scientific advisor. Satellite A, the one orbiting the sun's equator, lost contact with Earth due to a technical malfunction before reaching its destination. Based on its trajectory, scientists anticipated its direct plunge into the sun. Satellite B successfully reached the sun, but after 3 months of data collection, approximately 8 months ago, it too lost contact with Earth due to an unexplained malfunction. Upon hearing this information, Li Wei emitted a soft gasp. Realizing the complete and unerring alignment between Montrewa's account and Zhao Huaxing's earlier statements, Zhao Huaxing, seemingly anticipating this confirmation, displayed no astonishment. Zhao Huaxing's hypothesis had received preliminary validation. Yet this alone was insufficient. He still required irrefutable evidence, impervious to challenge, to solidify his conjecture. Montrewa, unaware of the precise nature of Zhao Huaxing's deduction, faithfully executed the given instructions. Montrewa departed swiftly, while Zhao Huaxing returned to the window, gazing through the glass at the distant, dim sun. Zhao Huaxing once again found himself immersed in contemplation. Wang Tang established a real-time connection with Zhao Huaxing, undertaking the task of seeking linguists, logicians, and cryptography experts to decode the signals from the Crimson Heart spacecraft. He assured that any progress would be promptly communicated to Zhao Huaxing. At that moment, radio signals from Earth traversed the vast expanse of 90 million kilometers to reach the Crimson Heart. The spacecraft floated silently in the boundless cosmos, akin to a solitary vessel adrift upon an endless ocean. It was now nearing the orbit of Mercury. Although the solar radiation had diminished by over 15%, the sun remained an overwhelmingly powerful force. At this distance, without the protective shield, the Crimson Heart would be incinerated in an instant. Lager fastened himself securely in his seat with a safety belt, gazing dreamily at the solar image displayed before him. This was a real-time capture from the Crimson Heart, albeit significantly dimmed. Were it not for the reduction in brightness, the intense light would scorch his retina, leaving him forever blind. Throughout this protracted journey, the astronauts spent the majority of their time in a state of waiting. With the destination yet to be reached, their workload was not burdensome. During their downtime, quietly observing the sun and basking in its warmth and might become a habitual practice for Lager, the captain of the Crimson Heart. Despite the intense interference from the sun, the high-gain antenna on the spacecraft still received the signals from Earth with remarkable clarity. After the electronic assistant reported the information to Captain Lager, he unfastened the safety belt securing him and, utilizing the auxiliary propulsion device, floated into the control chamber. Under Captain Lager's guidance, a team of 5 astronauts, 3 men and 2 women, embarked on their collaborative mission. The commands transmitted from Earth were somewhat peculiar, yet they did not voice any skepticism. The spacecraft. The Crimson Heart was shielded on its sun-facing side by a substantial structure resembling a sunshade, constructed from highly heat-resistant and insulating ceramic materials. This protective layer effectively blocked the intense heat and radiation directed at the vessel's hull, allowing the onboard instruments to function properly and ensuring the astronauts' survival. As the astronauts maneuvered, a small opening gradually formed at the edge of the sunshade. Through this aperture, a specially treated optical lens emerged. Its heat-resistant properties enabled it to operate efficiently even at a distance of less than 60 million kilometers from the Sun. Given its considerable aperture and the current proximity to the Sun, it stood as the most powerful solar telescope ever constructed in human history, without exception. Its resolution could reach an astonishing precision of 1 square kilometer, in stark contrast to the Mars Observer Solar Telescope on Earth, which achieved a maximum resolution of 9 square kilometers. The optical telescope captures 100 images per second, while other associated instruments meticulously record the luminosity from each image, compiling the data into tables for the astronauts' perusal. In a span of 3 minutes, this amounts to 18,000 images and an equal number of data points. The telescope adjusts to a minuscule angle and directs its gaze to another location on the Sun, capturing yet another 18,000 images before shifting to a third position. This arduous photographic endeavor persisted for a fortnight. Throughout these 15 days, the astronauts diligently engaged in this monotonous task. Despite the high degree of automation aboard the Crimson Heart spacecraft, human involvement remained imperative. Consequently, the astronauts were compelled to divide into 5 shifts to fulfill this duty. Over the course of these 15 days, the Crimson Heart traversed the orbit of Mercury, with the proximity to the Sun enhancing the image resolution from 1 square kilometer to an impressive 40,000 square meters, corresponding to a 200-meter by 200-meter area. However, no termination command or further instructions emanated from Earth. The astronauts continued their relentless photographing and signal transmission, repeating this routine ad infinitum. After 15 days of capturing images, they had yielded nothing of significance. Logicians, linguists, and cryptographers failed to extract any valuable insights from the data. It appeared to be mere gibberish, a collection of meaningless figures depicting the motion of plasma on the solar surface. It was at this juncture, 15 days into the mission, that Wang Tang located Zhao Huaxing. The Crisis Coordination Center is convening a joint conference, and you are required to address the assembly, elucidating the rationale behind your actions. Wang Tang stated, "You must be aware that the Crimson Heart spacecraft is drawing ever closer to the Sun, poised to enter its orbit. Numerous prearranged observation missions have been scheduled, but your proposed observation requirements have commandeered the telescope, causing a deferral of these missions. The spacecraft has a mere 4 months of observation time remaining, and our human society is counting on it to glean valuable data from the Sun. Therefore, should you fail to present a compelling justification, the Crisis Coordination Center is prepared to rescind your observation request." Chapter 39. Bewilderment upon hearing Wang Tang's words. Zhao Huaxing remained utterly impassive. Wang Tang paused, scrutinized Zhao Huaxing's reaction, and then continued, "As you know, the Crimson Heart spacecraft, to a certain extent, embodies the aspirations of our human civilization. Every second of its observation time is precious, and we cannot afford to squander it. I shall not attend," Zhao Huaxing demurred, "nor shall I disclose the reasons for my actions. However, I shall seek an audience with the Premier and impart to him the rationale behind my course. Let the Premier render the ultimate decision." Zhao Huaxing's conjecture was too profound. He would not divulge it until he had secured the most critical evidence. For premature disclosure could engender unforeseen complications, potentially inciting widespread panic. "If you insist," Wang Tang acquiesced with a shrug, "though I implore you to expedite matters. Your observational assignment is severely depleting the energy and time of the astronauts. While they have voiced no complaints, the medical division has issued warnings and protests, asserting that it poses a grave threat to the astronauts' well-being." "I am aware," Zhao Huaxing acknowledged with a nod. "I have scheduled an audience with the Supreme Leader for tomorrow morning, during which I intend to articulate my rationale and justifications in their entirety, without reservation. While I am intrigued by the nature of your reasoning and deductions, I suspect you are disinclined to divulge them to me. Very well, then. I wish you the best of fortune, young man." Wang Tang patted Zhao Huaxing's shoulder before departing. As Wang Tang exited, a gust of frigid air infiltrated Zhao Huaxing's abode, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The weather was becoming increasingly severe. Even indoors, Zhao Huaxing was compelled to maximize the heating and air conditioning. Indeed, a new low-temperature record of -57 degrees Celsius had been registered at the equator. Furthermore, research robots stationed at the North and South Poles had reported a minimum temperature of -203 degrees Celsius. The oceans were now enveloped in thick ice sheets, rendering maritime transport entirely unfeasible, as no vessel could possibly breach such formidable ice. For contemporary human society, maritime transport accounts for at least 40% of all material transport. Should the supply line be severed, countless souls within Equatorial City would succumb to the absence of energy. Without energy, there is no electricity. Without adequate warmth, factories essential for producing the necessities of human survival would cease operations, leading to the demise of millions from freezing and starvation. Yet, this grim scenario has not transpired. Although maritime transport has been entirely halted, an alternative mode of transportation has quietly emerged. Due to the formidable thickness and solidity of the ice cap, trucks weighing over 100 tons can traverse its surface with safety. The ice surface is remarkably smooth, rivaling that of a well-paved road. Consequently, numerous observation and supply stations have been established atop the sea, charting countless routes for large trucks to navigate the icy highways securely. Resources such as oil, coal, and steel from various corners of the earth flow ceaselessly into Equatorial City along these routes, achieving a transportation efficiency that surpasses that of the former maritime methods. Indeed, had it not been for the unsuitability of the ice surface for railway construction, the engineering department might have even contemplated laying tracks upon the ice cap. However, the ice is not a road. The onslaught of seawater, geological movements, and even the gravitational pull of the moon pose risks of fractures in the ice. The surface is perilously slippery, making high-speed trucks susceptible to accidents. According to statistics from the Crisis Prevention Department, at least 1,000 individuals perish daily on this vital artery that sustains human society. The causes of death are varied. Some are struck by out-of-control trucks, others drown due to ice fractures, and some succumb to the chilling temperatures. Nevertheless, human society continues to escalate the freight transport along the icy highways. As humanity lacked viable alternatives to sacrificing lives, truck drivers have ascended to become the most well-compensated common occupation outside the equatorial zone. They underpin over 30% of Equator City's energy and resource consumption. Zhao Huaxing was acutely aware of this reality, recognizing that his garments, nourishment, appliances, and heating were largely sustained by these individual sacrifices. Consequently, a sense of urgency pervaded Zhao Huaxing's thoughts. However, this urgency failed to permeate human society at large. The following morning, en route to the premier's office, Zhao Huaxing observed the desolate streets and sensed an ominous cloud enveloping Equator City. This cloud bore the name of despair and apathy, which Zhao Huaxing distinctly perceived. In the wake of the last major upheaval, human society had remained largely quiescent. People subsisted in a state of numb existence, working and resting without enthusiasm. While uprisings were brutal, they also signified a fervent yearning for a better life and the safeguarding of personal interests. Yet, now, even uprisings had ceased within human society, which was stagnant and moribund, like a stagnant pool. More than half a year had elapsed since the onset of the solar crisis. During this period, the sun's surface temperature had plummeted from 6,000 degrees Kelvin to 4,500 degrees Kelvin, marking a staggering 25% reduction. Moreover, there was no assurance that the sun's temperature would not continue its downward trajectory. Beneath this frigidity, people had succumbed to hopelessness. Manchu remarked that they could neither perceive the glimmers of hope for the future nor comprehend the purpose of their continued existence. The reason the order within human society has yet to disintegrate may lie in the persistent presence of government and violent institutions, along with the assurance of a minimum standard of living. I would wager that if the convoy traversing the Pacific and Atlantic were to vanish for merely a day, the order within Equatorial City would collapse instantaneously. This, indeed, represents the worst-case scenario, Zhao Huaxing gently stated. However, Manchu appeared oblivious to the underlying implications of Zhao Huaxing's words, remaining focused on driving until he had transported Zhao Huaxing to the location of the Frère's office. The vehicle proceeded directly into the parking lot, and then Zhao Huaxing ascended via the elevator to a specific office. Manchu waited outside the door, while Zhao Huaxing pushed it open and entered. Inside the office, the elderly gentleman awaited him. Zhao Huaxing softly closed the door, thereby silencing any sounds from within. The conversation exchange between Zhao Huaxing and the elder remained a secret known only to them. When Zhao Huaxing emerged from the Efrair's office, Manchu glanced at his watch, noting that only 20 minutes had elapsed. Through the slightly ajar door, Manchu caught a glimpse of the elder's visage. The deeply lined, gaunt face bore an expression that was somewhat peculiar, a blend of sorrow and anger, though not entirely fitting either description. After a moment of contemplation, Manchu discerned the most fitting word to encapsulate this expression: bewilderment. This concerns the entirety of human civilization, which once numbered a staggering 7 billion. However, that figure has now diminished to 62 billion and continues to decline rapidly. The leader of humanity, Meng Zhu, cannot deny the prowess of the elder. Under his formidable leadership, even as human civilization finds itself in such dire straits, a semblance of basic sustenance has been maintained, preventing total collapse. Without him, the number of deceased within human society could not possibly have been limited to a mere 800 million. Meng Zhu had spent a considerable amount of time in the elder's company. In fact, prior to joining Zhao Huaxing, he had served as the elder's personal guard for 4 consecutive years. Meng Zhu believed himself to possess a profound understanding of the elder, having witnessed numerous moments of decision-making that could potentially affect the lives of millions. Yet, the elder always appeared unflustered and self-assured, seemingly impervious to any peril or hardship. He consistently found optimal solutions to the most challenging problems within the briefest of time frames, and expressions of confusion were never meant to grace his visage. However, now, the elder is engulfed in bewilderment, and it is a profound disorientation at that. This confusion surpasses even the most despondent, ignorant, and hopeless expressions found among the downtrodden of society that Meng Zhu has ever encountered. The leader has consented to the continuation of observational operations aboard the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Zhao Huaxing gently remarked that regarding what has transpired, if his deductions are not amiss, you shall soon be enlightened. Not just you, but all of humanity will come to know. Why? Is the Efrair not apprehensive about instigating pandemonium? Mondro inquired once more. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of Zhao Huaxing's conjecture, Mondro could discern that it was an answer of profound and startling magnitude. Was it truly prudent to disseminate such a revelation to society at large? Nay. The Efrair harbors no such trepidation, Zhao Huaxing responded in a measured tone. Have you not observed that the suicide rate in Equatorial City has surged from 1 in 10,000 to 29 in 1,000, a staggering 290-fold increase? 29 out of every 1,000 souls are succumbing to self-destruction. The cumulative number of suicides has surpassed 150 million. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? It signifies that our human society has been drained of its vitality, and our spirits are being consumed by despair. Indeed, I find myself yearning for an uprising within our human society at this very moment, for rebellion, too, signifies defiance. Yet, even uprisings have become a rarity in our human society. Zhao Huaxing lamented with a sense of helplessness. The populace has been divested of the courage to resist. If this trajectory persists, humanity will annihilate itself before the solar crisis has a chance to extinguish us. Therefore, human society is in dire need of this explosive revelation. I harbor the hope that this news will ignite a spark of hope for the future within the depths of people's hearts, cleaving a fissure in this desolate sky and allowing the radiance of hope to permeate once more. Thus, the Efrair has acceded to my proposition to disseminate this information. This, of course, hinges on the verification of my hypothesis. I shall disseminate this information once the Crimson Heart has procured the object of my desire. Are you unequivocally certain that your conjecture is accurate? Mondro inquired. Zhao Huaxing affirmed with a nod. This time, I shall not err. I possess unwavering confidence. Mondro acquiesced with a nod, falling silent thereafter. The vehicle was swiftly approaching Zhao Huaxing's domicile, yet several kilometers shy of their destination. Mondro discerned that their progress was impeded. A multitude of individuals thronged the path ahead, effectively obstructing their passage entirely. Additional persons were rapidly converging towards their location, integrating themselves into the assembled mass. The congregation swelled incessantly. What is the purpose of this gathering? Is it a riot? Zhao Huaxing mused, perplexed. This is perilous. We must depart immediately, Mondro asserted, poised to execute a reversal. However, Zhao Huaxing forestalled Mondro's maneuver. He perceived that the atmosphere remained serene, the crowd quiescent. No clamorous cries, no acts of aggression, no tumult. No bloodshed marred the scene. The populace appeared merely to have congregated, awaiting an unknown event. They are remarkably composed. This cannot be a riot. Thus, Zhao Huaxing disembarked from the vehicle. Mondro shadowed him closely, positioning himself protectively beside Zhao Huaxing. "What is the purpose of your gathering here?" Zhao Huaxing casually inquired of a nearby individual. Upon recognizing Zhao Huaxing, the individual pivoted, an intense luminescence of fervor igniting within their gaze. Swiftly suppressing their emotions, they articulated, albeit with a tremor that belied their composure, "We have been awaiting your arrival." "Awaiting me? For what purpose?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. The exchange piqued the curiosity of the surrounding multitude, their visages turning in unison. Within their eyes, a confluence of hope and supplication was palpable. Meng's musculature tautened, his resolve hardening. Should an uncontrollable surge of humanity ensue, he was prepared to sacrifice all, even to stain his hands with the blood of innocence, to ensure Zhao Huaxing's safe passage. As he had when confronting the polar bear in the Arctic, he would safeguard humanity's beacon of hope. Sensing Meng's apprehension, Zhao Huaxing gently reassured him with a pat, signaling him to relax. Zhao Huaxing comprehended the unfolding situation. Desperate souls had vested their last vestige of hope in him. Though he was no messiah, he recognized the exigency to assume that mantle. Fortunately, he mused, he possessed tidings that, while not entirely felicitous, could offer solace. "Notify all media outlets," he instructed, "and direct them to convene at my residence to prepare for an immediate interview. Furthermore, ensure they are equipped to broadcast the interview in its entirety. I want all media present. I want the entire world to hear my voice," Zhao Huaxing declared. Meng nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, Zhao Huaxing observed over a dozen helicopters emblazoned with the insignia of various media outlets soaring through the sky. Their trajectory set towards Zhao Huaxing's residence in Equatorial City. Zhao Huaxing turned to the individual who had just spoken with him, saying, "Rest assured, I have arrived. I will safeguard our entire civilization. We are eternally grateful. You represent humanity's last beacon of hope. You are our savior," the person responded, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. Zhao Huaxing nodded and proceeded forward with Meng Zhua. Amidst the hushed crowd, a path spontaneously cleared wherever Zhao Huaxing walked, with countless individuals bowing and pressing their palms together in supplication. Yet, the crowd remained remarkably silent, devoid of any commotion, with several kilometers still separating him from his abode. Zhao Huaxing continued his advance through the throng, eventually reaching his residence. Security personnel were diligently maintaining order, having established a cordon 20 meters from the complex, prohibiting unauthorized access. The public cooperated seamlessly with the security personnel, avoiding any congestion. Zhao Huaxing noticed over a dozen helicopters stationed in front of his residence, with numerous crew members clutching recording equipment, meticulously calibrating their devices. Ahead, a makeshift podium had been erected, complete with a fully operational sound system. At this moment, the entirety of Equatorial City was captivated by the broadcast on every television station, radio channel, and public screen, all displaying the unfolding scene. The host was narrating the situation with palpable tension. Today, over 200,000 citizens had gathered before Zhao Huaxing's residence, imploring him to rescue our civilization. It appeared that Zhao Huaxing's research had yielded some progress, and he was poised to reveal certain news today. Whether this news would be favorable or adverse remained to be seen. If there exists a savior capable of redeeming our entire human civilization, it is undoubtedly Zhao Huaxing. He alone possesses the capacity to shoulder this monumental responsibility. Now, let us commence our collective prayers. The fate of our human civilization is on the verge of being determined by Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing approached the already erected podium. Countless flashbulbs illuminated him simultaneously. From this moment forth, every utterance and action of Zhao Huaxing would be transmitted via these cameras to the farthest reaches of the world, reaching the eyes of every individual gathered before their televisions or other communication devices. "I have some news to share with you all," Zhao Huaxing stated calmly. His voice resonated not only through the cameras to all media outlets, but also through the sound equipment installed on-site, reaching the ears of all those assembled. Zhao Huaxing's voice thundered like a rolling storm, amplified by the sound system, echoing several kilometers away. "I regret to inform you that, at this very moment, I am unable to elucidate the reasons behind the sun's cooling. My conjecture still requires validation on one final point, and until the results are confirmed, I cannot irresponsibly disclose it. What I can share regarding this matter is my profound confidence and assurance in my hypothesis. I sense that I have unraveled the enigma left by Director Li Qi. Furthermore, I have uplifting news to convey." At this juncture, Zhao Huaxing paused. Across the globe, Whether it be those laboring in the frigid construction sites, those ensconced in their homes clad in heavy garments, or the personnel stationed worldwide. Every heart collectively quickened at that moment. Yet, we have now reached the nadir of our circumstances. Zhao Huaxing spoke softly, affirming that indeed, our future cannot be worse than the present. We are currently at the lowest point, which implies that even if the future does not improve, it certainly will not deteriorate further. Chapter 41. The indecision. Zhao Huaxing's words left many in bewilderment. What does it mean to be at rock bottom? What constitutes the worst-case scenario? After a brief pause, he continued, expressing a tinge of sorrow. Since when did the notion that things could not worsen become a piece of good news? Perhaps it is only in a world where circumstances continually deteriorate that one can deem such news as favorable. Zhao Huaxing lifted his gaze to the sun, which, though dimmed, still lingered in the sky. He raised his arm, pointing towards the sun, and remarked, under normal conditions, the surface temperature of the sun is 6,000 Kelvin. Currently, it stands at 4,500 Kelvin. The surface temperature has decreased by a full 25%. However, as I mentioned, 4,500 Kelvin represents the minimum threshold. It shall not decline further. Henceforth, the prospect of our future worsening is virtually eliminated. We are left with but two possibilities. 1. Conditions remain unchanged, or 2. They improve. Indeed, these are the only two scenarios. Mr. Zhao Huaxing, may I inquire what basis you have for this judgment? Could you enlighten us? A journalist queried. I regret to inform you that the rationale behind my conclusion cannot be disclosed at this moment. Nevertheless, my assertion is readily verifiable. From this moment forth, amateur astronomers equipped with basic solar observation instruments may begin to monitor the temperature data of the sun's surface to validate my claims. Since the onset of the solar crisis, the sun's surface temperature has been declining each day, yet tomorrow, this figure shall cease its descent. Zhao Huaxing possessed no prophetic abilities to foresee the events of tomorrow, but he held a remarkable confidence in his assertion. I am not a savior, yet I possess enough confidence to guide everyone out of the current predicament, Zhao Huaxing proclaimed, stepping back from the microphone and bowing deeply before the audience. Zhao Huaxing, Zhao Huaxing, Zhao Huaxing. At that moment, as Zhao Huaxing's figure vanished from sight, an overwhelming wave of cheers resonated throughout the world, with countless voices echoing his name. This was the very essence of Zhao Huaxing's ambition. His endeavors garnered the recognition of the leader. Humanity had languished in silence for far too long, akin to a soul on the brink of freezing to death in a frigid wilderness. Only by taking action could one hope to survive. To halt and rest would undoubtedly lead to demise. Zhao Huaxing refused to allow humanity to perish. Thus, he chose to unveil this rather ambiguous piece of news to invigorate the colossal entity that is human society. It now appeared that Zhao Huaxing had achieved his objective. The cessation of further deterioration signified that the safety of the majority within human society could be preserved, and while supplies of food and energy might not improve immediately, they would not diminish any further. As long as the current standard of living could be maintained, people would find solace in that. After all, stability was the precursor to discovering a path out of adversity. Zhao Huaxing sat before his desk, lost in thought as he gazed out the window, enveloped in silence. It was at this moment that Li Wei approached him from behind, placing her hands gently on his shoulders and offering a soothing massage. Zhao Huaxing remained still, neither turning nor speaking. Zhao Huaxing merely massaged his forehead, then relaxed, relishing Li Wei's ministrations. There is a matter I would like to request of you, Li Wei expressed. What is it? Zhao Huaxing inquired. It concerns my brother. Li Wei's tone was tinged with melancholy. I wish to ascertain the precise role my brother played during this solar crisis. Was he a protagonist or an antagonist? Does he bear culpability for this solar cataclysm? Did he ultimately commit a grave error, precipitating significant losses for the entirety of human civilization? Indeed, Zhao Huaxing affirmed. My brother is deceased. After a protracted silence, Li Wei uttered tremulously. He expended his all to atone for his transgressions, leaving behind intimations that he hoped humanity could ultimately resolve this crisis. He exerted his utmost to make amends. He is now deceased. Therefore, I implore you, refrain from consigning him to the pillory of historical infamy. I beseech you. Zhao Huaxing eventually sighed. Yes, he is deceased, and the die has been cast. Even were we to exhume his remains from the sepulchre, it would avail us naught in the present circumstances. Moreover, we are presently leveraging your brother's legacy to attain our current achievements. And the ultimate solution to this solar crisis must be unearthed from the hints he left behind. Li Wei, do you know? I have consistently held your brother in high esteem ever since my days as a university student. Your brother has been the object of my veneration. When I initially surmised the magnitude of your brother's transgressions against humanity, I was beset by doubt and disbelief. However, as my conjectures were progressively validated, I was compelled to accept the veracity of the situation. Believe me, my anguish is no less profound than yours. Li Wei ultimately succumbed to tears, which cascaded from her eyes, each drop a testament to her sorrow as it landed upon Zhao Hua's shoulder. Her voice trembling, she continued, I had long suspected that my brother bore responsibility for this solar cataclysm. Every time I recall the Fry family, frozen to death in the snow, the polar bear slain by Meng Zhua, the countless souls in Equatorial City who succumbed to despair and took their own lives, the multitude of our compatriots who perished from the frigid cold, my heart feels as though it is being pierced by needles. I endure sleepless nights, haunted by dreams of my brother still alive, of him being led to the guillotine by a wrathful populace, and of them tearing his flesh from his bones. Piece by piece, I imagine, she continued, that my brother perished in a state of profound remorse, self-reproach, and agony. Could you possibly grant him clemency, so that even in death he might find respite from torment and not be denied peace? Is that acceptable? Zhao Hua, visibly pained, covered his face with his hands. I am unable to render such a decision. Regardless of your brother's initial intentions, and despite his subsequent Herculean efforts to atone, the gravity of his error remains an undeniable truth. I fervently wish I could absolve your brother and bear the weight of his transgressions. I also yearn to shield the public from the role your brother played in this calamitous event, but I find myself incapable. My sincerest apologies, Li Wei, I cannot. Amidst this solar cataclysm, you, I, our friends, and our kin were spared from immediate peril. Our status and position afforded us sanctuary and ensured our well-being. We continue to possess ample warmth, sustenance, and secure dwellings. Frankly, we dwell among the societal elite. Therefore, neither you nor I possess the prerogative to pardon your brother on behalf of the masses. The authority to absolve your brother rests solely with those who risked their lives on the Pacific ice sheet, safeguarding the lifeline of Equatorial City. With those who toiled tirelessly in factories, construction sites, and the wilderness amidst sub-zero temperatures. With those who, bound by duty, remained steadfast in non-equatorial regions, and with those who, in this disaster, have been bereaved of parents, lovers, relatives, and children. Only they hold the power to grant absolution, and only through their forgiveness can your brother find true redemption. Zhao Huaxing rose to his feet, turned, and embraced Li Wei, who was shedding copious tears. We must not conceal the truth. Even if we withhold the reality from the public, will the torment within our hearts abate? Will your brother find solace in the afterlife? Nay, it shall not be so. Therefore, I have resolved to reveal the truth, and, together, you and I shall atone for the transgressions of your brother. We shall endeavor in unison, contributing to human society, to seek public absolution for your brother's misdeeds. Only in this way can your brother find true repose in the afterlife, and our hearts discover genuine serenity. Li Wei was cognizant of Zhao Huaxing's unyielding nature. Hence, she remained silent, embracing him tightly, allowing copious tears to cascade, saturating his attire. Chapter 42. A day belonging to Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing continued to embrace Li Wei, both experiencing profound sorrow in that moment. I love you, he declared. Regardless of the circumstances, my love for you shall remain immutable. Should the populace refuse to forgive Director Li Qi and, in their indignation over your brother's errors, direct their ire towards you, I would willingly face judgment alongside you, nor would I hesitate to perish with you. Li Wei, I love you. The two embraced fervently, as if no force in the universe could ever sunder them. Simultaneously, scientists in the research department, along with astronomy enthusiasts in society, directed their solar observation instruments toward the sun, meticulously monitoring the fluctuations in its surface temperature. Even those in the Western Hemisphere, still cloaked in night, followed these events in real time through various communication tools and the internet. The prophecy of Zhao Huaxing has captured the attention of the entire world. One data point after another has been released, each inciting considerable discussion and stirring the emotions of the populace. According to real-time measurements from the Vulcan Observatory, the average surface temperature of the sun currently stands at 493 Kelvin, which reflects a decrease of 1.5 Kelvin compared to the previous measurement period. It appears that the sun's surface temperature continues to decline. However, the observatory staff have indicated that fluctuations in the sun's surface temperature are a natural occurrence, and such minor variations may simply be the result of normal movements of solar material. Furthermore, Zhao Huaxing's prophecy is confined to a temporal framework of 24 hours, and thus far, only 3 hours have elapsed, leaving us with a glimmer of hope. Additionally, researchers at the observatory have noted that, based on the prior rate of decrease in the sun's surface temperature, a decline of no more than 50 Kelvin within the 24-hour period would suffice to demonstrate that the rate of cooling is slowing. Even if the sun's surface temperature were to indeed drop by more than 50 Kelvin within this time frame, it would not necessarily invalidate Zhao Huaxing's prophecy. The prophecy is grounded in scientifically derived observations, and while we currently lack knowledge of the basis upon which Zhao Huaxing formulated his prediction, it seems improbable that one could accurately predict such phenomena within a single day. The observatory's researchers posited that Zhao Huaxing's prognostication likely signified a protracted developmental trajectory. Ergo, in the long run, the solar surface temperature would be sustained within a certain fluctuating range of its present level, rather than forecasting a specific diurnal variation. Zhao Huaxing adopted such phrasing, presumably, to facilitate broader comprehension. The global populace, including the head of state, vigilantly monitored the solar surface temperature data. Seated behind his desk, he gazed intently at the charts displayed on his computer, a profoundly inscrutable expression etched upon his wizened countenance. While the precise import of this expression remained ambiguous, it was assuredly devoid of elation. At that moment, the elder statesman even harbored the hope that Zhao Huaxing's prophecy would prove erroneous, that the solar surface temperature would continue its descent. The rationale was patently evident. Should the solar surface temperature indeed cease its decline, as Zhao Huaxing had foretold, then his other conjectures, while not substantiated by direct evidence, would gain considerable credibility. This, indubitably, implied that human society was drawing inexorably closer to that most dreaded prediction. The elder's sentiments were deeply conflicted. In contrast, Zhao Huaxing's disposition remained serene. He eschewed scrutinizing the solar surface temperature data, secure in the conviction of his accuracy. Nor did Zhao Huaxing betray excessive apprehension or solemnity. In this precious interlude of leisure, Zhao Huaxing elected to spend time with Li Wei, even in silence. Their mere proximity was a profound indulgence. As the sun gradually descended beneath the horizon, nightfall ensued. After partaking in supper, they exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective chambers in preparation for slumber. Seemingly emboldened by a newfound resolve, Zhao Huaxing experienced a night of placid repose, undisturbed by nightmares or nocturnal awakenings. As the night finally relinquished its hold, Zhao Huaxing arose, attended to his ablutions, and partook of the breakfast prepared by Li Wei. He then approached the window, inhaling deeply as he faced the nascent sun and the biting wind that swept across the land. As Zhao Huaxing prepared to cast his gaze afar, he observed a multitude of individuals congregated beneath his window, their faces upturned in anticipation. Upon witnessing Zhao Huaxing open the window, a thunderous cheer erupted from below. Zhao Huaxing! Zhao Huaxing! In that instant, his name reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Zhao Huaxing registered no surprise. After waving to the crowd below and summoning Mengzhuo to disperse the throng, he closed the window and shrugged at Li Wei, remarking, "It seems my prediction has been validated." Zhao Huaxing switched on the television, where an announcer was conveying information with palpable elation. "This is simply astounding. The temperature decline on the sun's surface, which has persisted for over half a year, has miraculously ceased today. Based on the determinations from major observatories, various space telescopes, infrared telescopes, and the Crimson Heart spacecraft, the solar surface temperature remained consistently around 4,500 Kelvin last night. Although there were occasional fluctuations, the amplitude never exceeded 20 Kelvin. This signifies a cessation in the temperature decline on Earth. While the future remains uncertain, the situation will, at the very least, not deteriorate further." Although the precise means by which Zhao Huaxing formulated this strikingly accurate prediction remains enigmatic, we have cause to believe that Zhao Huaxing, like director Li Qi before him, has acquired certain intelligence yet unknown to us. We have reason to trust that Zhao Huaxing, a man possessing both impeccable character and profound scientific accomplishments, is capable of leading us out of our current predicament. Today is Zhao Huaxing's day. Let us collectively celebrate Zhao Huaxing. Despite the exceptional soundproofing of his residence, Zhao Huaxing could still faintly discern the cheers emanating from outside his windows and from all directions. At this moment, the name Zhao Huaxing resounded throughout Equatorial City. Now, We await only news from the Crimson Heart spacecraft, Zhao Huaxing stated. Captain Lager's spirits were also exceptionally high at this moment. Upon obtaining the final measurement conclusions, he even contravened the regulations of the duty schedule, forcibly awakening all 4 of the other astronauts from their slumber to impart the news to them. Do you comprehend? Zhao Huaxing's prophecy has been validated. The surface temperature of the sun has indeed ceased its decline today. The astronauts, still somewhat fatigued, immediately stirred to life upon hearing this news. An uncontrollable cheer erupted within the confines of the cramped work pod. One female astronaut, unable to contain her exhilaration, performed several somersaults in the weightless environment of the spacecraft. Humanity still holds hope. The clouds of despair that have long shrouded our civilization have finally been pierced, allowing us to glimpse a sliver of hope. Captain Lager remarked. I recall Zhao Huaxing inviting us for a drink before our departure. I now eagerly anticipate that moment. If memory serves me correctly, it seems that our mission to photograph the sun was indeed assigned to the Space Command by Zhao Huaxing, which was subsequently delegated to us. Initially, I found this mission perplexing. However, it is evident now that Zhao Huaxing's insistence was driven by profound reasoning. We are but ordinary individuals, unable to make monumental contributions to human civilization. So let us diligently fulfill our duties and execute the mission, thereby offering our modest support to Zhao Huaxing's vision. One astronaut remarked. Indeed, Captain Lager responded joyfully. Who knows, in the next moment, the photographs we capture and the data we gather may play a pivotal role. By the way, Captain, an astronaut reported that they were currently 33 million kilometers from the sun and would reach their designated location in less than a day. According to the timeline, they should be initiating orbital braking imminently. After months of continuous acceleration, the Crimson Heart's velocity had become considerable, to such an extent that even the sun's gravity would be insufficient to capture it. If it were to proceed at its current speed, the Crimson Heart would bypass the sun entirely, failing to enter its orbit. Therefore, the Crimson Heart must decelerate and adjust its trajectory to successfully orbit the sun. My assistant has already alerted me to this matter, and I have configured the velocity and orbital parameters accordingly, so there is no cause for concern, said Lager. However, we must pay close attention to the matter of the moth impactor. If the calculations are correct, the moth impactor will collide with the sun's surface in 3 days. At that juncture, we will have a plethora of observational tasks to execute. Chapter 43. This spaceship is yours. The moth impactor derives its appellation from the idiom, like a moth to a flame. The sun is a colossal sphere of fire, and the moth impactor is the moth drawn to it. It detached from the Crimson Heart spacecraft over 2 weeks prior and has been independently accelerating toward its solar collision. Scientists are endeavoring to create a minor, artificial solar quake on the sun's surface and then leverage this seismic event to observe the operational mechanisms of certain physical phenomena beneath the photosphere. It would be most felicitous if this impact allowed scientists to capture some data regarding the inverse fusion layer. The moth impactor's shell is constructed from the most robust heat-resistant and radiation-shielding materials known to humankind, incorporating a superior heat dissipation structure, which in turn houses the most dependable observation instruments. These instruments will observe the solar corona as it traverses it, with the expectation of being incinerated upon reaching the chromosphere. However, its remnants should penetrate the chromosphere and photosphere, reaching the true solar surface and initiating the impact. Kayla, reascertain the position of the moth impactor and recalculate its impact point on the sun. We will use this as a basis for velocity and trajectory adjustments, ensuring that the spacecraft is precisely above the impact site when the collision occurs, Ragel instructed. The astronaut named Kayla immediately complied. Furthermore, upon entering the heliocentric orbit, our proximity to the sun will reach its nadir, and the resolving precision of the optical telescopes will be maximized. Hopefully, at this zenith of precision, our telescopes will detect something, Ragel stated. Our human civilization is certain to surmount this crisis. Even if our telescopes ultimately yield nothing, I remain steadfast in this conviction. Another astronaut affirmed. I have faith in our human civilization, and I have faith in Zhao Huaxing. Since Zhao Huaxing announced the intention to measure the luminosity variations in a random region of the sun using the spacecraft Crimson Heart, and to have a multitude of experts interpret these signals, the attention of all informed parties has been drawn to this pinnacle of human engineering. Although the precise motivations behind Zhao Huaxing's pursuits remain unclear, it is evident to all that they hold substantial significance. So much so that Zhao himself has personally engaged with the information decryption department, immersing himself in the analytical efforts concerning data from the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Despite not being a linguist, cryptographer, or logician, Zhao Huaxing felt compelled to be present, perhaps believing it could facilitate the progression of his subsequent endeavors. The following day after Zhao's arrival, a call from Wang Tang reached his mobile phone. Upon pressing the answer button, the familiar voice of Wang Tang resonated. Huaxing, I have something to inform you. Between 3 and 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the telescope aboard the Crimson Heart will be unable to perform luminosity measurements of the solar surface. Oh, what is the reason for this? Has something unexpected occurred? Zhao Huaxing inquired, his brow furrowing. No, there are no unforeseen circumstances, Wang Tang replied. Another exceedingly important observational task necessitates the use of that telescope, which will occupy it for 3 hours. In 3 hours, it will recommence photometric measurements of the sun's surface to forestall any potential disruption to your endeavors. I felt it necessary to apprise you of this beforehand. Should you require temporal adjustments, please inform me. We can advance or postpone the observation by a maximum of 1 hour. If you deem it necessary to abort this observation, kindly furnish the rationale. An ominous premonition stirred within Zhao Huaxing's mind, lending a gravity to his subsequent words. Why was I not made aware of this impending task? A hint of resignation laced Wang Tang's tone. Firstly, you did not inquire about a comprehensive compendium of the Crimson Heart's exploratory missions. Secondly, we perceived no correlation between this observation and your current assignment, thus deeming a report unnecessary. Tell me, Zhao Huaxing inquired with gravity, is it feasible to halt this mission? As I stated, should you deem it imperative to abandon this task, please articulate your reasons. The research division will then evaluate them. If your justification proves sufficiently compelling, we can relinquish the observation. Alternatively, you may report to the Chief of State, who can then issue a direct command, Wang Tang stated. Perhaps Zhao Huaxing's grave tone had affected Wang Tang, for upon hearing the question, he hesitated before replying. Please wait a moment. I must perform some calculations before I can furnish you with an answer. Through the telephone, Zhao Huaxing overheard Wang Tang quietly issuing several instructions to others, after which there was a profound silence. It was evident that Wang Tang was also awaiting the calculation results. After what seemed like a minute or two, Wang Tang's voice returned to Zhao Huaxing's ears. Huaxing, I apologize, but the Moth No. 1 impactor is now merely a little over a day away from the sun. Its velocity is astonishing, and during the previous acceleration phase, it exhausted its fuel. Even if it had fuel remaining, given its current distance from the sun, it lacks the sufficient force to escape the gravitational pull. Thus, we have no means to prevent the impending impact. Zhao Huaxing appeared as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. After a significant pause, he murmured, is there truly no way left? Indeed. I am very sorry, Huaxing. We are unable to avert the collision. Wang Tang replied, can you enlighten me on what exactly transpired? Why is it that we cannot avoid crashing into the sun? Very well. I shall consult with the leader at once. Zhao Huaxing responded, swiftly ending the call. He then retreated to a secluded area, dialing the leader's office. In the brief seconds spent awaiting the call to connect, Zhao Huaxing recalled many memories. He remembered the scene of the 5 astronauts during their oath-taking ceremony at Base 1. Before venturing into space, he recalled the words of the tall astronaut named Lager. If we do not take action, what will become of our human civilization? Our sole aspiration is the fulfillment of our mission, the acquisition of sufficient technological data. Our lives are inconsequential in the grand scheme. I have already prepared a testament. Left at my abode, these 5 astronauts are, indubitably, paragons of valor. Without hesitation, they embarked upon this perilous journey, where life may be forfeited at any moment. Their sole aim being to contribute, in some measure, to the advancement of human civilization. It is precisely because they are all heroes that Zhao Huaxing cannot idly allow them to perish. Hence, his fervent urgency. The telephonic connection was finally established. Zhao Huaxing swiftly apprised the head of state of certain matters. Consequently, a mere 3 minutes hence, Wang Tang received a direct command from the head of state. I hereby decree that, commencing forthwith, Zhao Huaxing shall assume complete control over the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Acknowledged. Your Excellency, Wang Tang responded, before initiating a call to Zhao Huaxing. Huaxing, this vessel is now under your command. Chapter 44, Immediate Return. Wang Tang's diction betrayed no emotional inflection. Yet, Zhao Huaxing discerned a modicum of discontent therein. Zhao Huaxing comprehended this sentiment. After all, The Crimson Heart spacecraft had been functioning impeccably under my direction. Now, with a mere utterance, the authority over the vessel is wrested from me. Moreover, you are not an expert in astronautics, nor are you privy to the genesis of this exploratory mission. What if an unforeseen event transpires under your command? Very well. I shall await your instructions, Wang Tang stated. Despite harboring some reservations, Wang Tang's commitment to his duties and obedience to orders remained unyielding. As a scientist of considerable caliber, evidenced by his appointment as the chief director of the Solar Exploration Mission, Wang Tang exemplified excellence. Meng Zhuo, we're facing a predicament. I need you to arrange immediate transport to Launch Base 1 within the hour. Zhao Huaxing abruptly terminated the call, summoning Meng Zhuo and issuing the seemingly cryptic directive. Even by helicopter, the journey to Base 1 typically spans 3 hours. Yet, Zhao Huaxing possessed unwavering confidence in Meng Zhuo's ability to fulfill his request. Despite the seemingly unreasonable nature of Zhao Huaxing's demand, Meng Zhuo simply nodded, his countenance betraying no emotion. Extracting a device akin to a cellular phone, Meng Zhuo issued a series of succinct commands before escorting Zhao Huaxing to the roof of the Information Decoding Department building via elevator. The moment Zhao Huaxing stepped onto the rooftop, a helicopter descended with a resounding roar. Without hesitation, Zhao Huaxing opened the door and entered. The pilot remained silent. And once Meng Zhuo and Zhao Huaxing were both aboard, he maneuvered the helicopter skyward. Undoubtedly, the pilot was an exceptionally skilled aviator, and the helicopter represented the zenith of human technological achievement. However, Zhao Huaxing detected a subtle tremor in his conveyance, reminiscent of the vibrations experienced when pushing a vehicle beyond its speed threshold. Thus, Zhao Huaxing understood that the helicopter was advancing at its utmost speed. Ultimately, he arrived at Launch Base 1 in a mere 52 minutes, before the helicopter had even come to a complete halt. Zhao Huaxing leaped from it and rushed into the control hall. Wang Tang, immediately connect me to the Crimson Heart spacecraft. I wish to communicate directly with the astronauts. Furthermore, I require you to prepare for the spacecraft's return at once. Zhao Huaxing spoke with urgency. What? His words instantly stirred a tempest within the control hall, even causing Wang Tang to furrow his brow. We have expended an immense amount of manpower, resources, and time conducting hundreds of rocket launches, and it has taken us over 6 months to finally position the spacecraft into solar orbit. Now, with all scientists and the public eagerly anticipating the discoveries of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, which has only just entered its designated orbit and commenced its observational mission, you instruct us to prepare for its return? Do you understand the implications? This would waste the efforts of millions of dedicated workers and sever a critical line of intelligence regarding the sun. Zhao Huaxing, have you lost your mind? I absolutely cannot accept this order. Under no circumstances, Wang Tang declared resolutely. If the spacecraft does not depart from the vicinity of the sun at this moment, it will be destroyed. So, do you choose to leave the spacecraft in close solar orbit or prepare for its return? I, too, lament the squandering of the assiduous labor of millions. However, do you not yet comprehend? This forfeiture is now inexorable. Ergo, we must bear the responsibility for the lives of those 5 astronauts. Let us not forget the words spoken by the Chancellor at the rally, which, I believe, resonate in the hearts of all humankind on this earth. No matter where you find yourself in the solar system, all of humanity on this small blue planet will be your unwavering support. And now, you tell me that even at the cost of sacrificing these 5 astronauts, you refuse to allow the spacecraft to return? Zhao Huaxing, typically of a mild disposition, now spoke with considerable severity. Wang Tang was taken aback. What are you saying? Why would the spacecraft be destroyed? You shall soon know, Zhao Huaxing stated, his tone once more hardening. Execute the order. Otherwise, I am within my rights to apprehend you immediately and reassign a new mission commander. Meng Zhuo advanced a step, his expression impassive, and stated indifferently, please. Execute the order immediately. Wang Tang seemed to age in that instant, tears welling in his clouded eyes. This solar probe mission had consumed Wang Tang's efforts and embodied the aspirations of countless scientists, yet now it was to return fruitless? Wang Tang waved his hand weakly. Addressing those in the control room, carry out Huaxing's orders. The ground crew immediately began to ascertain the current position, orbit, and velocity of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, while also calculating the return trajectory and undertaking essential preparations for its homeward journey. At that moment, a direct communication channel with the spacecraft was established. Zhao Huaxing stood before the audio and video equipment, articulating with an authoritative tone, Greetings to the astronauts aboard the Crimson Heart. I am Zhao Huasheng, and from this moment forth, I hold full command of this vessel. I hereby command you to prepare for the return journey. Upon receiving the return trajectory and velocity parameters from the ground crew, you are to immediately activate the spacecraft's conventional propulsion system at maximum power to escape the sun. The speed at which you depart from the sun will determine the survival of both the spacecraft and yourselves. I reiterate, upon receiving the relevant parameters, immediately escape the sun at maximum power. After delivering this message, Zhao Huasheng pressed his hands upon the table and closed his eyes, seemingly striving to regulate the anxious emotions within him. He understood that his words had been converted into electromagnetic signals. These signals traversed the deep space communication network composed of 3 large antennas located on different continents, departing Earth at the speed of light, propelled into the vast expanse of the universe. Yet, even at the speed of light, the journey from Earth to the Crimson Heart would take nearly 8 minutes, as the spacecraft was situated an astonishing distance of 140 million kilometers away, despite the Earth residing 150 million kilometers from the Sun, and the Crimson Heart spacecraft orbiting at a distance of merely 30 million kilometers. Ascertaining the gulf between our terrestrial home and the vessel necessitates more than a simple subtraction. Their disparate orbital velocities and trajectories around the Sun dictate that these celestial bodies are not aligned on a common axis. Zhao Huasheng commenced a silent vigil, inhaling deeply before articulating. Given the impending impact of the Moth spacecraft, I am virtually certain that an extraordinarily potent solar flare will erupt proximate to the impact site. This cataclysmic surge of energy will obliterate the vessel and extinguish your lives. Evasion is futile. The temporal constraints preclude any possibility of escape from the expanding sphere of energy, even at the apogee of orbital velocity. Therefore, to safeguard the Crimson Heart from annihilation and preserve your existence, heed my directive. Initiate immediate preparations for a return to Earth. Should the astronauts demur from executing this command, Zhao Huasheng's authority, vested in the terrestrial control base, is insufficient to compel the vessel's return. The cooperation of both the ground control and the astronauts is indispensable for the ship's repatriation. The Crimson Heart's design, from its inception, did not contemplate a divergence in volition between terra firma and its celestial voyagers. 16 minutes later, a message from the Crimson Heart spacecraft reached the control base. We do not wish to inquire how you determined that the sun would undergo an energy eruption. Rather, we seek to ascertain whether there exists a method to determine the intensity of this solar explosion and to what magnitude it may approximate. Chapter 45. No, I refuse. If the fuel is sufficient, Captain Regel's proposed solution could indeed be a viable approach. This implied that this compromise had also been dismissed. The situation was now exceedingly straightforward. The information was contained in a mere sentence. No, we still refuse to execute the command. At the moment those words were uttered, Zhao Huasheng's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. He could not fathom that, upon receiving orders from the ground control base, the astronauts aboard the spacecraft would choose to defy the command. Moreover, Zhao Huasheng had no means to compel their compliance. Had it been Wang Tang who disobeyed the orders, Zhao could have instructed Meng Zhu to detain him and subsequently reassign the mission command. But what could be done if the astronauts of the Crimson Heart spacecraft refused to obey? Zhao Huasheng pressed his hands against the table, the veins in his arms standing out prominently. He nearly held this statement, as if he had expended all his strength, causing his body to tremble slightly. We have traversed over 100 million kilometers to arrive here, not for leisure. Rager's voice resonated with steadfastness and resolve. Watson, I appreciate your concern for our lives. However, prior to our departure from Earth, we had already reconciled ourselves to the possibility of sacrificing our lives for this mission. We would rather perish in the embrace of the sun than return without accomplishing our objective. We have undergone 5 years of rigorous training, and millions of scientists, engineers, and workers have dedicated their efforts to this endeavor. We cannot allow their contributions to be in vain. The eyes of the entire world are upon us. We cannot betray their trust, nor can we compromise our own conscience. We are resolved to remain at our posts, even if it means facing death. Since even you, Watson, cannot ascertain the intensity of the impending energy surge, we shall take a gamble. If we can withstand the impact, we will proceed with our mission. If we succumb to the energy surge, we shall not hold anyone accountable. Let our sacrifice serve as sustenance for the growth of human civilization. In addition to steadfastness and resolve, Rager's words possessed a profound sense of tranquility. He articulated his final decision with composure, devoid of any apprehension towards death. The atmosphere in the control room fell into a hush. From his concise statement, people gleaned a multitude of emotions. Zhao Huaxing paused for a moment before inquiring, "Tell me, is this your individual decision, or is it the collective decision of all 5 astronauts? Are there any dissenting opinions? We have collectively resolved to steadfastly remain at our posts. Therefore, if you wish to save us, please assist us in discovering a means to withstand the solar energy eruptions from a distance of 30 million kilometers." Indeed, we have made our decision. In pursuit of our mission, we are prepared to embrace death if that is our ultimate fate, Cairo expressed, believing that everyone shares my conviction. Long before departing Earth, we had already reconciled ourselves to the possibility of leaving our lives behind in this vast expanse of space. Naturally, it is well understood that this journey will be fraught with peril. A female astronaut quipped, "To become a great hero who saves the world, one must be willing to pay a price. Even if I ultimately perish, my little daughter will proudly declare to others that her mother sacrificed her life for the sake of human civilization." From a young age, my aspiration has been that when my time comes, my ashes may be interred among the stars, accompanied by the myriad celestial bodies. It seems now that this wish may soon be realized. Another astronaut remarked with a carefree demeanor, "To fight alongside you all is the greatest fortune of my life. My comrades, I thank you." Captain Lager extended his powerful arms, embracing all 4 of his companions in a heartfelt hug. "Indeed, we must share a drink. And let us call Zhao Huaxing to join us. We shall not return until we are inebriated." Captain Lager laughed heartily. Amidst this laughter, the somber atmosphere within the spacecraft dissipated. At this moment, this message had reached the ground control base. Zhao Huaxing turned around and addressed Wang Tang. "It seems this is our only recourse. Let us now assist the astronauts in discovering a means to withstand the solar flare at close range." Wang Tang nodded in affirmation. "This is indeed our imperative. Before we seek a solution, I must ascertain certain details. Huaxing, are you familiar with the types of solar flares? Is it merely light and heat radiation, or does it encompass X-rays, gamma rays, beta rays, or perhaps solar winds?" Zhao Huaxing replied, "I cannot say with certainty. However, based on my personal conjecture, I surmise that gamma rays and solar winds are the most probable." "Very well, I understand," Wang Tang stated. After directing the staff to conduct a series of calculations and simulations, and convening a brief assembly of materials specialists, medical experts, and radiation specialists, he approached Zhao Huaxing's former position and spoke into the communicator. "This is ground control. Lager, I am instructing you to increase the spacecraft's velocity by 50 meters per second. Effective immediately. Furthermore, abandon the collision zone observation plan. Simultaneously, power down all non-essential instruments aboard the spacecraft, retaining only life support and communication systems, along with the operation of certain indispensable equipment. Adjust the parasol to the following angle. Seek refuge in the rearmost section of the spacecraft, specifically the supply depot. Moreover, create a substantial barrier between yourselves and the sun, utilizing any available objects, be it instruments, furnishings, or various supplies. Pile them all in that direction, according to medical experts' recommendations. From this moment forth, you are to administer the anti-radiation medication stored aboard the spacecraft at the prescribed dosage, with intervals of every 4 hours, until further instructions are issued by the medical specialists. You must equip yourselves with all vital sign monitoring devices and report any discomfort to the base promptly. Finally, I wish you good fortune, and may our human civilization prosper as well." Chapter 46. What constitutes a hero? This indeed is a lamentable situation. Considerable energy and resources have been expended to launch this small spacecraft into solar orbit, with the hope that it might yield scientific data beneficial to alleviating the crisis. Yet now, it remains uncertain whether the vessel will even survive. Zhao Huaxing inquired, "What is the precise impact time of the Moth probe?" "Good," Zhao Huaxing nodded. Both he and Meng Zhuo remained at Base 1, silently awaiting the verdict of fate. Since the upheaval and the leader's address, many affairs of the Solar Crisis Coordination Center have been made public. Anyone can access the latest developments regarding the solar crisis by logging onto the Human Voice website. Similarly, the journey and exploration of the Crimson Heart spacecraft will also be published on this platform. Thus, this incident quickly became known to the public through various channels of communication. This message originated from the Humanity Voice website and spread with an astonishing speed that almost defies belief, permeating every facet of society and swiftly becoming the most significant topic of recent times. At this moment, Let us join together in prayer for the 5 most remarkable astronauts. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, they have demonstrated their profound commitment to human civilization through their actions. Fearless of death, undeterred by the vastness of the cosmos. Their only apprehension lies in the thought of the fruits of civilization being squandered and the colossal investment in this exploratory mission yielding no results. Should this mission falter, humanity would be deprived of the capability to undertake another solar exploration of such magnitude for at least 5 years. Thus, they have chosen to remain steadfast in their posts, wagering their lives on a glimmer of hope that resides in the unknown. Raigel, Keela, Wang Xiao, Zhou Mingyu, and Viveka, you 5 are truly exemplary. Allow me to extend my deepest respect to you. It is precisely because our civilization is graced with such heroes that hope continues to thrive. The essence of heroism does not reside in the accumulation of wealth, the extent of power, or the magnitude of ability. Rather, if an individual possesses sufficient responsibility and a willingness to contribute to our civilization, then without a doubt, they are a hero. In legends, the figures who can traverse the skies and the earth, seemingly omnipotent, capable of obliterating a planet with a mere wave of their hand, are not heroes. They are, at best, ordinary individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. The 5 individuals aboard the Crimson Heart spaceship appear diminutive. Frankly, based on my training, had we encountered each other face to face, I could have effortlessly vanquished them all within a minute. Yet, I remain an ordinary person, while they embody the pinnacle of heroism. True heroism is not annihilation of the physical form, but rather the conquest of the spirit. I could easily extinguish their corporeal existence, yet my spirit has been irrevocably swayed by them. This compels me to willingly sacrifice my own life to protect them. When Captain Raigel declared, "This is our mutual decision. We refuse to carry out the orders," I felt as if I were struck by an overwhelming shockwave. In that fleeting moment, I found myself unable to think. I could not fathom the emotions or the resilience required to utter such words and make such a choice. I could not comprehend the magnitude of courage necessary to arrive at this resolution. All I knew was that they were indeed heroes. In that instant, these 5 individuals transformed into idols I would willingly follow for a lifetime. Almost instantaneously, messages from individuals across various societal strata inundated the Human Voice website. Each piece of information from that tiny spacecraft in the distant cosmos resonating deeply within the hearts of all humanity on Earth. Spontaneously, a multitude of citizens congregated, braving sub-zero temperatures in plazas, cathedrals, and temples to partake in grand-scale supplications. Esteemed dignitaries from the world's foremost religions emerged to personally engage in these benedictory observances. All awaited the decree of destiny, anticipating the final juncture at 3 o'clock the following afternoon, when the Moth spacecraft was slated to collide with the Sun. Throughout this interval, there was no skepticism regarding Zhao Huaxian's prophecy concerning the emanation of intense solar energy at the point of impact. Since the verification of his forecast regarding the cessation of the Sun's temperature decline, Zhao Huaxian had ascended to the status of a veritable savior, enjoying unparalleled prestige across the globe. The veracity of his pronouncements remained unchallenged. In contrast to the somber atmosphere on Earth, the Crimson Heart spacecraft maintained a buoyant ambience. Ground control had recently transmitted countermeasures to mitigate the anticipated solar energy eruption, which were promptly implemented. In essence, all feasible actions had been executed, leaving only a passive anticipation of the ultimate moment. Adhering to their customary routine, the astronauts convened, sharing lighthearted banter during their evening repast, and subsequently conducted a meticulous inspection of the spacecraft. Typically, at this juncture, Captain Lager would promulgate the duty roster, whereupon those assigned would commence their tasks, while others would retire for rest. However, this day deviated somewhat from the norm. The astronauts gathered once more, yet silence enveloped them. "Perhaps this was to be our final night together," mused the youngest astronaut, Wang Xiao. Aboard the Crimson-Hearted spacecraft, there was no true night. The vessel could perpetuate daylight or darkness as required. Nevertheless, the astronauts adhered to the Earth's timekeeping habits, designating the hours past 8 in the evening as night. "It may very well be just one of the countless nights we are destined to endure in the future," Captain Lager smiled gently. "Captain, I apologize. It's not that I doubt our decision. I simply feel a twinge of sorrow," Wang Xiao murmured. "If possible, I would like to convey a few words to my fiancée." "Of course," Captain Lager replied. Wang Xiao then retreated to the communications room. Upon activating the video and audio recording equipment, she spoke. Dear Jesse, hello. This may be my last opportunity to address you. I love you. Even if I ultimately find my resting place in the vastness of space, my love for you will endure, unwavering. I, too, wish to speak to my wife. Zhou Mingyu said quietly. He shared his thoughts for no more than 5 minutes before emerging. The next to enter was Viveka, a single mother whose 5-year-old daughter was being cared for by her grandparents. Due to the demands of her profession, Viveka has seldom found the time to attend to her daughter, having seen her but a handful of times since her birth. Yet, Ruggell has witnessed countless moments where Viveka gazed at her daughter's photograph, lost in a blissful reverie. Following Viveka was Kayla, and after Kayla's arrival, Ruggell was the last to enter the communication room. Ruggell is a quintessential bachelor. His wife, son, and parents perished in a tragic accident, leaving him alone. Even now, in his 40s, he is yet to remarry. Ultimately, Ruggell resolved to leave what might be his final words to Angelina, a female colleague from the space agency. Chapter 47. Energy Surge. You may be aware of the misfortunes I have endured. My parents, wife, and son all perished in an accident a decade ago. I am equally cognizant of the tribulations you have faced. Had you not chosen to divorce your alcoholic husband, I suspect the torment would have driven you to madness. Well, how should I articulate this? I apologize. I am at a loss for words. Ruggell offered a self-deprecating smile, sensing a certain undercurrent between them. I suspect you might harbor feelings for me as well. I am aware that you deliberately damaged the water pipe to summon me for repairs. And if I am not mistaken, the lamp in your home was also intentionally broken, was it not? Indeed, I know everything, yet I have never voiced it. For I have always been more than willing to visit your home. Moreover, I must confess that I intentionally injured my hand on that occasion, for it provided me with a pretext to seek your assistance in tidying my home. Indeed, I have longed for your presence in my abode. My emotions have been in a perpetual state of conflict. On one hand, I remain ensnared by the guilt stemming from the loss of my loved ones, unable to find solace, while on the other, I yearn to be with you and to rebuild a family anew. I have been trapped in this duality, never daring to be forthright with you or to make any promises. However, as I confront what may be the final night of my existence, clarity has dawned upon me. It is evident that one cannot dwell solely in the past. I believe that even my departed parents, wife, and son would wish for me to embrace a new life, to find joy for myself and for those I cherish. Thus, in this moment, I lay bare my heart to you, for if I fail to do so now, the opportunity may never arise again. And so, I shall take my leave to rest and prepare for the challenges that tomorrow may bring. Farewell, dear Angelina. Very well. Everyone should retire for the night, Ruggell announced to the astronauts. I have programmed the spacecraft to operate autonomously, so there is no need for anyone to stand watch tonight. Let us all enjoy a restful slumber and ready ourselves for the challenges of the morrow. The astronauts dispersed, drifting into a tranquil and steady slumber. Their formidable mental fortitude ensured that the impending challenges would not disrupt their repose. In the vast expanse of space, against the backdrop of the magnificent sun, a diminutive spacecraft hums quietly in operation. In stark contrast, the Earth remains far from serene. Countless workers toil day and night, striving to discover new methods to enhance the chances of the Crimson Heart spacecraft enduring a solar energy eruption. Every suitable ground-based telescope and all capable space optical telescopes are directed towards the sun. They stand ready to document the events that may unfold following the impact of the Moth probe on the sun. Even if the Crimson Heart is ultimately destroyed, humanity is determined to uncover the nature of the force that led to its demise. Almost all of humankind silently anticipates the arrival of 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Huasheng, too, awaits this moment. It is currently 11 o'clock in the morning, with 4.5 hours remaining until 3:30. The Moth probe is now less than 1,000,000 kilometers from the sun's surface, having entered the corona's domain. This marks the first occasion that a human-made spacecraft has ventured so close to the sun, obtaining first-hand data directly from its surface. The value of this information is beyond question. However, due to the considerable distance, the diminutive size of the probe, and the overwhelming background interference, the optical telescope aboard the spacecraft can no longer capture the probe's presence. However, the high-velocity impactor, in conjunction with the friction against the solar corona, emits an extraordinarily intense light and radiation. Through these luminous emissions, the spacecraft is still able to ascertain the position of the impactor and conduct tracking photography. The imagery of the impactor is thus relayed back to the terrestrial base. On the large screen, Zhao Huaxing observed, against the vast expanse of the sun, a brilliant white line extending upwards, perpetually drawing nearer to the solar surface. This line is a result of the friction between the moth impactor and the corona. Yet, Zhao Huaxing understood that matter could not simply vanish without cause. Although humanity can no longer capture any information regarding the moth impactor, its remnants must surely continue along its previous trajectory toward the sun. Let us begin to wait, Zhao Huaxing proclaimed. After a span of over 2 hours, the fate of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, as well as the pivotal component of the solar exploration program, one that has demanded countless efforts from human civilization, would be revealed. Would the endeavors of humanity be rendered futile? On Earth, countless individuals were fixated on the movements of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, eagerly monitoring the developments of this event. The largest-scale prayer gathering in human society commenced, with tens of millions participating in this solemn event. In an instant, churches, squares, and temples were brimming with people. The astronauts had all taken refuge in the vessel's aft supply hold, even donning the spacesuits typically reserved for extravehicular activities. All non-essential instruments were deactivated, and life support systems were shut down in all sections except the supply hold. With preparations complete, they awaited the final moment. At this juncture, Captain Regel inquired of his 4 fellow astronauts, "Do any of you regret having chosen this path?" "No, we have no regrets. Were I given the choice again, I would still make the same decision," the others responded in unison. Regel smiled, remarking, "Indeed, I do not regret it either." Time elapsed with each passing second, the anticipated moment of impact drawing ever nearer. Finally, after glancing at the precision clock, Zhao Huaxing announced, "The impact should have already occurred, though its effects have not yet reached us." 150 million kilometers away, a diminutive artificial object struck the sun's surface. The Crimson Heart spaceship was 30 million kilometers from the point of impact. It would take light 100 seconds to traverse that distance. Moreover, a full 8 minutes would need to pass before the impact could be observed by the Earth base. 100 seconds after Zhao Huaxing's pronouncement, he added, "If the solar energy is released in the form of electromagnetic waves, then these energies have now reached the ship. The signals bearing the impact's imprint are hurtling towards Earth at the speed of light. Every available observation instrument on the planet is now trained on the sun. If my calculations are correct, we should receive the impact signal in 10 seconds, Zhao Huaxing stated. The clock's second hand relentlessly ticked onward. An agonizingly protracted moment passed before it finally moved from 3 to 5. 10 seconds had elapsed, precisely as Zhao Huaxing had foreseen. The sun erupted with unprecedented ferocity due to the Firefly impactor's collision. Chapter 48. Solar flare. The surge in X-ray, gamma-ray, and visible light radiation detected on Earth was disproportionate to the impact's magnitude. It was implausible that such a diminutive man-made object, even striking the sun at tremendous velocity, could unleash such potent energy. Thus, Zhao Huaxing's prediction was once again vindicated. "Good heavens, come quickly!" An exclamation of astonishment reverberated from the communication device connected to the Vulcan solar telescope. "If my eyes do not deceive me, the Firefly impactor has pierced a substantial breach in the sun's reverse fusion layer, an area spanning 1 million square kilometers. Indeed, the reverse fusion layer has been ruptured. The true solar surface, with its normal temperature and luminosity, previously concealed by the layer, stands revealed. The temperature reads 5,860 Kelvin. What? At this moment, even Zhao Huaxing was taken aback. Prior to this, he had never anticipated such an occurrence. The reverse fusion layer had been breached. Setting aside any physical analysis for the time being, the immediate priority was to gather data, an imperative to collect information with utmost intensity. Zhao Huaxing decisively issued the command, postponing the physical analysis for later. For now, it was crucial to amass as much data as possible, as this information could prove invaluable to our endeavors. Under Zhao Huaxing's directives, even some telescopes that were originally deemed incapable of solar observation risked damage to redirect their gaze towards the sun. This discovery was nothing short of astonishing. It not only unequivocally confirmed the existence of the reverse fusion layer, but also demonstrated that it could indeed be breached. Most importantly, it validated the prior speculation that the sun was merely enveloped by the reverse fusion layer, beneath which it maintained its normal temperature and radiation. This assumption had now been substantiated. Undoubtedly, this represented humanity's most significant breakthrough since the onset of the solar crisis. It was this 1 million square kilometers of normal solar region that contributed to an increase in brightness and an elevation in average temperature across the sun. The moment this void appeared, countless individuals on Earth turned their gazes towards the sun. The change was so profound that it could be perceived through mere physical sensation. The sun had grown warmer, brighter. Alarmingly, the void in the reverse fusion layer was rapidly diminishing. It appeared that the reverse fusion layer possessed the ability for self-repair, having already reduced its area by 0.7. Moreover, it continues to diminish, and if the current rate of contraction persists, it will completely vanish in 5 hours. At the helioscope, a researcher reported new findings. Upon noticing the incessant reduction of the reverse fusion layer's void, the operators of all solar observation telescopes on Earth succumbed to a frenzy. The reason is abundantly clear. There is merely a fleeting 5 hours, and the quantity of data that can be gathered within this time frame rests solely upon their efforts. Zhao Huaxin's breath quickened, his emotions stirred by this unexpected event. Yet, he was acutely aware of another crucial matter demanding his attention. The intense bursts of X-rays and gamma rays dissipated after a mere 30 seconds, leaving only light and thermal radiation in their wake. Zhao Huaxing wrapped his fingers on the table and declared, "The collection of data is the responsibility of the major observatories. Our involvement is unnecessary. I hereby command an immediate assessment of the potential damage that such intense X-ray and gamma-ray bursts may inflict on the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Additionally, the communications department must initiate contact with the vessel at once, while the information reception team should remain vigilant for any signals from the Crimson Heart. Should any communication be received, it must be reported to me without delay." Zhao Huaxing's orders were swiftly executed. Moments later, the damage assessment report for the spacecraft was submitted to him. According to our comprehensive evaluation, the intensity of the X-ray and gamma-ray bursts is insufficient to obliterate the Crimson Heart spacecraft. It may cause some damage to the spacecraft, such as circuit malfunctions and damage to electronic components. However, these issues are all reparable and will not affect the overall integrity of the vessel. Zhao Huaxing nodded gently. The assessment report seemed to convey good news, yet he understood that this was not the time for celebration. This was merely electromagnetic wave radiation, perhaps just an appetizer. The most formidable subsequent energy explosion had yet to arrive, the solar wind. This is a stream of high-energy charged particles emitted by the sun. The auroras observed on Earth are a result of the interaction between the solar wind and the Earth's magnetic field. When the solar wind is particularly powerful, it can even disrupt electrical grids and satellite communications on Earth. The speed of the solar wind is significantly slower than that of electromagnetic waves. While electromagnetic waves travel at the speed of light, the solar wind advances at a pace of 300 to 800 kilometers per second. It takes 3 days for the solar wind to journey from the sun to Earth. This means that it will be 3 days before devices on Earth can measure the intensity of the solar wind and assess its potential impact on the spacecraft. The Crimson Heart. However, thanks to the presence of various solar observation satellites, this 3-day time frame can be reduced to just a little over a day. These satellites have been launched to within a mere 60 million kilometers of the sun, allowing the solar wind to reach them in a much shorter duration. Once the satellites measure the intensity of the solar wind, they will transmit the pertinent data back to Earth at the speed of light. Therefore, even before the solar wind reaches Earth, the intensity of the impending solar wind can be ascertained. Thus, even having weathered the initial trial of the solar energy burst, the fate of the Crimson Heart spacecraft remains uncertain. These two reasons are quite manifest. Indeed, all the staff present, save perhaps for Meng Zhua, are cognizant of this. Let us hope for the latter possibility, Zhao Huaxing remarked, that they have merely temporarily lost contact with Earth. All personnel at Base 1 remain in a state of anticipation. It was only when Zhao Huaxing felt overwhelmingly weary, unable to sustain himself any longer, that he departed for a brief respite. After a brief slumber, Zhao Huaxing once more entered the control hall. However, no reports had been received from the satellites. This, too, implies two possibilities. First, the predicted solar wind outburst did not occur. Second, the prior estimation of the solar wind's velocity was erroneous, and thus the solar wind is still en route, yet to reach the observation satellites. The propagation speed of the solar wind is not constant. If the eruption is intense, its velocity may be accelerated, whereas if the eruption is weak, its velocity may be diminished. In addition to this factor, the type of eruption also influences the solar wind's propagation speed. Zhao Huaxing, of course, hoped for the former possibility. Not only Zhao Huaxing, but everyone at the base, and indeed across the Earth, yearned for the former possibility. Everyone hoped that due to the impact of the Moth spacecraft collision device, the sun would only experience some electromagnetic bursts and no solar wind would occur. However, Zhao Huaxing knew this was an impossibility. His deductions would prove accurate. The solar wind was inevitable, the only variable being its timing. In the 25th hour, Base 1 finally received some intelligence regarding the solar wind. However, the staff exhibited peculiar expressions, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. What precisely has transpired? Report to me immediately. What is the intensity of the solar wind? We have lost contact with the satellites, the staff member murmured. Indeed. We can no longer establish communication with our satellites. Chapter 49. Odds of survival. Launching spacecraft is an inherently perilous endeavor. In the vast expanse of space, one cannot foresee the events that may unfold. In addition to external environmental hazards, even a minor malfunction within the equipment could render an entire, costly satellite irreparable. For there, in space, one cannot simply repair it as one would a home computer. The temporary loss of contact with spacecraft due to malfunctions is a commonplace occurrence, with numerous instances throughout the history of human space exploration. However, this particular satellite disconnection held an unusual significance. Its timing was too coincidental, occurring precisely when the arrival of the predicted solar wind was imminent. This could not help but evoke some dreadful premonitions in Zhao Huaxing's mind. For instance, if the intensity of the solar wind exceeded the satellite's designed threshold, it would be instantly obliterated upon encountering the solar wind. Recently, a satellite was located a mere 60 million kilometers from the sun. If the solar wind's intensity were potent enough to annihilate a satellite at such a distance, then what formidable assault would the spacecraft, Heart of Mars, face when situated only 30 million kilometers from the sun? Efforts to establish communication with the satellite continued. While close attention was paid to the status of the second satellite, Zhao Huaxing suppressed his unease and issued directives to the researcher. The second solar observation satellite was positioned 70 million kilometers from the sun, a distance exceeding that of the first satellite by 7 million kilometers. If the first satellite had indeed been destroyed by the solar wind, then, based on the estimated speed of the solar wind, the second satellite would be affected within 3 to 5 hours. After 3 hours and 50 minutes had elapsed, the second satellite mysteriously vanished. Ground personnel ceased to receive any information regarding this satellite. Thus, we can essentially conclude, Zhao Huaxing murmured, that even at a distance of 70 million kilometers, the intensity of this solar wind eruption was still sufficient to obliterate a satellite. In the direction of the sun, we have a third satellite, positioned 69 million kilometers away. According to prior estimations regarding the solar wind, this satellite is projected to be impacted by it in approximately 1 hour, a researcher stated. The other satellites are positioned on the far side of the sun. They are unable to observe this solar flare, nor will they be affected by it. Zhao Huaxing, with a hint of weariness, rubbed his forehead and instructed, continue attempting to establish contact with the first and second satellites. Simultaneously, closely monitor the status of the third satellite. Immediately ascertain the maximum solar wind intensity threshold that the second satellite can withstand, and utilizing this threshold as the benchmark for solar wind intensity, calculate the potential impact on the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Acknowledged, another researcher responded, promptly initiating the relevant calculations. A satellite's capacity to endure solar wind intensity is finite. Once the solar wind intensity reaches a critical threshold, the satellite is inevitably destroyed. Given that the satellite has already been decimated by the solar wind, it is reasonable to posit that the solar wind intensity was precisely at this critical limit. With the parameters of solar wind intensity and distance now available, the team can commence calculations. The results were swiftly computed. The researcher reported to Zhao Huaxing, based on the solar wind intensity threshold of the second satellite, the probability of the Crimson Heart spacecraft surviving this solar flare event is 26%. The solar storm may have obliterated the spacecraft, or it may have left it unscathed. Its intensity lies precariously between a grave threat and outright destruction. The exact circumstances could be influenced by a plethora of additional factors. Only 26%? Zhao Huaxing murmured. His spirits once again weighed down. It is imperative to remember that the solar wind intensity value employed by the researcher is merely the upper limit that the satellite can endure. Assuming the satellite can withstand a solar storm intensity of 1, anything exceeding that threshold would lead to its annihilation. Thus, the actual intensity of the solar wind could span an immense range, potentially varying from 1 to infinity. This indicates that the researcher may have significantly underestimated the true intensity of the solar wind, suggesting that, in reality, The survival probability of the ship Crimson Heart is even lower than 26%. As for how much lower, it remains impossible to estimate at this juncture. Another hour elapsed in anxious anticipation. Suddenly, the researcher responsible for monitoring the condition of the third satellite exclaimed, "The third satellite has detected an exceedingly intense solar storm. Its circuit board, computational modules, and various other components have been severely affected. The communication module has also sustained damage, and we are unable to maintain normal contact. I am initiating the backup communication system." The backup communication system has been successfully activated, but the signal quality is poor, and we still cannot communicate effectively. Zhao Huaxing immediately inquired, "Has the third satellite detected the solar wind? Was the intensity measured?" The intensity could not be gauged. Its associated components seemed to have sustained damage. "I am still substantiating the specifics, but it has not been entirely annihilated. It tenaciously clings to its operational capacity." "Excellent," Zhao Huaxing assented. "Then, let us designate the third satellite's maximum tolerance as the upper limit of the solar storm's intensity and the second satellite's maximum tolerance as the lower limit. Recalculate the potential impact on the Crimson Heart spacecraft within this intensity range, with the addition of the second data point." The calculation of the Crimson Heart spacecraft's survival probability became considerably more precise. The researchers swiftly computed the data under the assault of a solar storm within this range. The Crimson Heart spacecraft's survival probability lies between 17 and 26%. Zhao Huaxing emitted a soft exhalation. This figure is remarkably precise. Even if the solar storm were to reach Earth and the intensity of the solar wind were to be measured with precision by terrestrial instruments, the final calculation of the Crimson Heart spacecraft's survival probability would inevitably fall within this range. The current degree of accuracy is ample. The solar storm is projected to reach Earth in approximately a day and persist for several hours or more, until the solar storm subsides. Even if the Crimson Heart spacecraft survives, establishing contact with the vessel will be improbable due to the overwhelming interference. Thus, everything hinges on the cessation of the solar tempest. The fate of the Crimson Heart will be revealed at that juncture. Zhao Huaxing massaged his brow and departed the control chamber. Standing outside, he allowed the crisp wind to caress him, finding his mind clearing in its wake. He lifted his gaze towards the sun, which had reverted to its former dimness, indistinguishable from its prior state. Yet, only Zhao Huaxing and a select few were privy to the breathtaking events that had transpired on and around the sun in recent days. "There should be auroras tomorrow," he murmured. Since the decrease in solar radiation, auroras had vanished from Earth's skies. Now, with the advent of the solar storm, this spectacle would grace the planet once more. Auroras are undeniably beautiful and magnificent. Zhao Huaxing had always yearned to witness them. But after failing to do so on a previous trip to the Arctic, he found himself devoid of the desire to see them now, despite confirmation of their imminent arrival. The intense solar storm would undoubtedly impact numerous instruments and devices on Earth. Fortunately, it was predictable. The government had received warnings and prepared countermeasures as early as yesterday, ensuring that the storm, despite its intensity, would likely have a negligible impact on Earth. Even if there were effects, they would be within acceptable parameters. Eventually, the solar storm reached Earth. Having orchestrated an aurora borealis of such breathtaking splendor as to border on the sublime, the sun, in its wake, left a trail of damaged satellites, compromised power grids, and sundry technological detritus before relenting to quiescence. It was at this juncture that Control Base 1 initiated its maiden attempt to hail the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Chapter 50, Summons and Response. At this very moment, an untold number of individuals were glued to their televisions and computer screens, witnessing the unfolding drama. With each reiteration of Zhao Huaxing's call, a palpable sense of anticipation gripped the global audience. Family members and close acquaintances of the 5 astronauts had been invited to bear witness to the ground base's endeavor to establish contact with the vessel. Among them was Angelina, a woman in her early 40s, exuding an air of intellectual sophistication and poised maturity. She had been a colleague of Captain Lager during his tenure at the space agency. Given that Captain Lager's final communique had been directed to her, her presence was deemed essential. Beside Angelina stood a young boy of perhaps 12 or 13 years. With youthful inquisitiveness, he turned to Angelina and inquired, "Mommy, has Uncle Lager lost contact with Earth?" "Uncle Lager is such an accomplished individual. All my classmates hold him in high regard. Do you think he might become my father? That would be wonderful. I'd love for him to teach me how to play rugby, Jamie exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. Zhou Mingyu's wife, Yang Fei, a woman of striking and capable demeanor, was also in attendance. However, due to her current state of pregnancy, she exuded not only a sense of grace and competence, but also an unmistakable maternal aura. The voice of Zhao Huaxing calling the Crimson Heart spacecraft reverberated incessantly in her ears, yet she remained focused on her abdomen, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the unborn life within her. The Deep Space Communication Network, comprised of 3 colossal antennas situated across 3 distinct continents, was diligently attempting to locate the position of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, poised to capture any signals transmitted from that vicinity and convert them into audible messages for the control base. Yet, apart from some background interference, they had not received any substantial information. This resulted in a continuous cacophony of static and crackling sounds, akin to the noise produced by a television lacking signal. Only when the static exhibited certain fluctuations would Yang Fei lift her gaze toward the receiver, brimming with anticipation. Alas, each time she was met with disappointment. Those so-called fluctuations were merely variations of the background noise, consisting of meaningless, chaotic signals. An elderly woman clutched Yang Fei's hand tightly, her grip trembling gently, betraying the anxiety and turmoil within her heart. This elderly woman was Yang Fei's mother, who had accompanied her to this place. Additionally, Wang Zhao's fiancé, her parents, relatives, as well as the kin of Kayla and Vivica, were all present here. Together with Zhao Huaxing, they anxiously awaited news of the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Zhao Huaxing had been stationed at the communication device for 5 hours, ever since the solar wind had passed. During these 5 hours, Zhao Huaxing had made countless calls, his voice now hoarse, but the ground control base had yet to receive any signal from space. For a full 5 hours, no one had left their post. All remained steadfast. If the Crimson Heart spacecraft were destroyed, it would be the most catastrophic event in the history of human space exploration. A spacecraft of immense cost would be lost, the efforts of millions of people would be rendered futile, and most critically, 5 of our most exceptional astronauts would perish with the ship. Our civilization lacks the immediate capacity to launch another solar exploration endeavor of such magnitude. Therefore, we can only offer our supplications, praying for the 5 astronauts, for the Crimson Heart spacecraft, and for the fate of human civilization. Another 2 hours elapsed. Zhao Huaxing's voice was now so strained that speaking caused him pain. Consequently, he stepped down, and Wang Tang took his place. The calls persisted relentlessly. With each passing moment, the probability of the Crimson Heart spacecraft's survival diminished. In this moment of uncertainty and dim prospects for the future, countless individuals once again emerged from their homes. Congregating in temples, churches, or public squares, they endeavored to beseech any deity whose name they knew, hoping that some unseen force might heed their heartfelt desires and rescue the 5 astronauts ensnared in a life-and-death crisis. 2 hours elapsed, bringing the total to 9 hours. The sun had traversed the sky from east to west, its brilliance waning. Nightfall was imminent. Despair had nearly enveloped the populace. Yet a tenacious spirit of defiance against fate surged from their hearts, sustaining their presence. This was not merely a matter of a spacecraft's fate. It was a struggle between the might of human civilization and the forces of nature, a question of triumph or defeat. Control base, this is the Crimson Heart spacecraft. Please advise. In that instant, everyone in the control room sprang to their feet. Chapter 51. Repair and Healing. It was the voice of Lager. Despite the signal being fraught with static and clarity eluding them, the meaning behind the words resonated deeply with all present. Following the transmission, a momentary silence enveloped the control room, as if a divine presence had manifested, leaving everyone in awestruck stupor. It was a moment of profound emotional upheaval. Just a moment ago, individuals were engulfed in a ceaseless torrent of worry and anxiety, unable to extricate themselves from its grasp. Yet now, with a mere utterance, their spirits were elevated from the depths of despair to the lofty heights of elation. Following a brief silence, an exuberant cheer erupted, reverberating through the control hall as people danced and shouted in a frenzy, oblivious to the very words they were exclaiming. This was their sole means of expelling the boundless joy that surged within them. Even those who had been seated stoically before their computers joined in the revelry. Embracing one another, the previous atmosphere of somber oppression was instantaneously swept away. Upon hearing the familiar voice of Lager, Angelina could no longer sustain her weary body. As if half her strength had been siphoned away in that instant, she clung tightly to her son, relying on his support to remain upright. Alongside Angelina, Wang Zhao's fiancée. Viveka's daughter, her parents, Zhou Mingyu's wife, and Kira's relatives were all swept away by tears of joy. The ecstasy of regaining what was once lost resonates deeply within the human heart. From the depths of despair, they had nearly resigned themselves to the belief that they would lose their loved ones forever. Yet now, knowing that the Crimson Heart spacecraft still existed, and that their family members had a significant chance of survival, how could one not feel elation? After the voice of Lager reached him, Zhao Huaxing felt an unimaginable surge of strength erupt within him. In an instant, he dashed to the microphone, forcefully pushing aside Wang Tang. And with a throat that was painfully hoarse, he nearly shouted, "Lager, this is Zhao Huaxing. Tell me, how's the ship faring? How are you all?" There was a hint of urgency in Lager's words, which was highly unusual. Nearly everyone on Earth knew the kind of person Lager was, a tall, composed, and quiet man who never seemed flustered, no matter the circumstances. Yet now, it appeared that the situation aboard the Crimson Heart was truly dire. Accompanying Lager's voice were the sounds of other astronauts' relatives and loved ones. It was clear that the condition of the Crimson Heart was gravely serious, and the crew's state was undoubtedly precarious. Thus, Zhao Huaxing did not hinder these expressions of concern. At this moment, the encouragement and care from family and loved ones would significantly bolster the astronauts' morale and enhance their psychological resilience. However, there was a delicate balance to maintain. After a brief lapse into emotional turmoil, the staff began to soothe those present, and the hall soon regained its tranquility. These individuals understood well that aside from necessary encouragement and support, they should not display excessive emotion, as it could potentially affect the astronauts' performance. Medical experts and spacecraft specialists, who had been waiting nearby, quickly gathered to address the situation. Upon receiving the damage assessment report for the Crimson Heart spacecraft and the astronauts' physiological metrics, the experts promptly commenced their work. Aerospace specialists were divided into 6 teams, each addressing a critical damaged area of the spacecraft. After formulating a repair plan for their respective areas, they would submit it to the Central Command Group. The Central Command Group, composed of 7 of the most distinguished and acclaimed aerospace experts worldwide, would evaluate the submitted proposals. They would then make overall arrangements from a holistic perspective, determining the sequence of repairs for each part of the Crimson Heart and providing specific guidance for the repair work. The medical expert group was also divided into 5 teams, each corresponding to one of the 5 astronauts. Each astronaut's health indicators would undergo the most thorough analysis, and the experts would devise the most appropriate treatment plan as quickly as possible, considering the medical equipment and pharmaceutical reserves available on the spacecraft. A burst of cheers erupted once more in the control hall. Zhao Huaxing then departed from the communications console, beckoning Wang Tang. "There's nothing more for me to do now," Zhao Huaxing said with a hoarse voice, his face bearing a relaxed smile. "The rest is up to the experts in you." Wang Tang extended his hand, clasping Zhao Huaxing's tightly. "Huaxing, thank you. If it weren't for your early warning, which allowed us to prepare for the solar flare in advance, the spacecraft would have undoubtedly been destroyed, and the astronauts would have certainly perished. It was you who salvaged the Crimson Heart spacecraft and its astronauts. You ensured that our years of effort and the dedication of millions worldwide were not in vain. Huaxing, you are our hero. And I apologize for my previous dissatisfaction with you. I'm truly sorry." Zhao Huaxing smiled and waved his hand, stating, "I merely issued a warning. The real work lies with you. My contributions are hardly worthy of such praise. Moreover, I am but a part of human civilization. My actions are merely fulfilling my responsibilities." With that, he urged, "You should return to your duties. This solar exploration mission requires your leadership, Meng Zhu. Let us depart. Our work here is done." Thus, Zhao Huaxing and Meng Zhu exited the control room. Outside, Zhao Huaxing paused, gazing upward at the sky. In that moment, even the biting cold wind in the now dark and gloomy sky seemed to take on a more endearing quality in his eyes. "Where are we headed?" Meng Zhu inquired. Chapter 52. Signal decoding. Under the guidance of numerous experts at the ground control base, the damaged sections of the Crimson Heart spacecraft were meticulously repaired, and the astronauts' health improved day by day. Merely 6 days after re-establishing contact, the spacecraft regained at least 70% of its functionality. This signified that the solar exploration mission was finally back on track. As a television presenter might articulate, the successful continuation of the Crimson Heart mission was contingent upon several factors: Zhao Huaxing's decisive early warning, the assiduous efforts of experts at ground control, and the astronauts' courageous dedication to their posts, even in the face of mortal danger. This triumph transcends the success of a mere spacecraft. It represents a victory for all humankind. Our civilization has achieved a monumental breakthrough in confronting this solar crisis. Speculation abounds regarding Zhao Huaxing's discoveries and what he deciphered from fragmented information, such as the minutiae in Director Li Qi's notes or data gleaned from solar probes. What implications do these findings hold for human society? And why is Zhao Huaxing withholding them from public knowledge? It is not that I am unwilling to divulge my conjectures to the world, but rather that the timing is not yet opportune. A crucial premise of my hypothesis remains unverified by empirical observation. Premature disclosure would be imprudent. As soon as confirmation is obtained, I will promptly disseminate the findings. In fact, the Crimson Heart is currently engaged in this very endeavor. The veracity of my conjectures will soon be ascertained. Thus spoke Zhao Huaxing. And so, humanity advances, poised between anticipation and conjecture. No discovery. Zhao Huaxing remarked that it seemed merely a jumble of characters, as the experts had not uncovered anything of actual significance within. However, I trust my judgment. Within a month's time at most, we shall undoubtedly extract that which we seek from this. Wang Tang replied, let us hope so. You must understand that the recent solar storm has drastically diminished the supplies aboard the Crimson Heart spacecraft. The originally calculated 4-month stay has now been reduced to 3. After 3 months, regardless of our discoveries, the Crimson Heart must return. At that point, once we are away from the sun, the telescope aboard will lose its current resolution. We shall soon have a breakthrough, Zhao Huaxing reassured Wang Tang before ending the call. Thus, 5 days slipped by quietly. One ordinary afternoon. A sudden exclamation erupted from a large office within the deciphering department building. Bill, come quickly and look at this data. It appears rather peculiar. Hurry and input this data into the program for analysis, to ascertain if there are any connections among them. Almost all the world's leading logicians, linguists, and cryptographers had gathered here to engage in the analysis of this data. At that moment, one of the experts seemed to have made a significant discovery. His face flushed with excitement, and even his hand holding the pen trembled slightly. He abruptly rose from his seat. Oblivious to the documents he had inadvertently knocked to the floor and the chair overturned by a sudden movement. He simply stood there, exclaiming with fervor, until another expert in logic hurried to his side. Without preamble, the expert pointed to several data points on the document in his hand, exclaiming with ardent excitement, observe. After converting the luminosity of the solar surface into a mathematical numerical representation, this value has appeared consecutively 17 times in various locations, and each time it appears, it is invariably followed by another specific value. Furthermore, this value has recurred numerous times, and it is always separated from the other value by no more than 50 numerical entries. If this were a natural occurrence, it would be an extraordinary coincidence, so improbable as to defy belief. The document contained only a dense array of numbers, seemingly chaotic and bewildering to the average observer. However, to this expert, these numerals appeared to represent something extraordinary. From which sector was this data acquired? The expert named Bill discerned the hidden intricacies within these numbers after only a brief examination. He, too, was immediately animated. The area is designated Sector 36472. Similar logical distribution patterns have also emerged in the data collected from Sector 36473. Excellent, Assistant. Immediately apprised the Ground Command Center for the Crimson Heart, instructing them to direct the vessel to focus its onboard telescopes on Sectors 36472 and 36473 for immediate reconnaissance. Persisting until further notice, Bill promptly issued the directive and concurrently apprised Watson of the development forthwith. Sector 36472 encompasses a region approximately 130,000 kilometers from the solar equator, spanning 142 meters in both length and width, the apex of resolution achievable by the Crimson Heart's telescope at its current distance. The signal, bearing terrestrial commands, traversed the cosmos for nearly 8 minutes before being intercepted by the Crimson Heart's antennae. Decoded, the message reverberated in the astronauts' ears as an auditory bulletin. Gentlemen, it appears Ground Command has achieved a breakthrough, Captain Lager declared. Anomalous occurrences seem to be unfolding in sectors 36472 and 473. Very well. Let us recalibrate the telescopes and ascertain the nature of the phenomena. News of the logical correlations discerned within the photometric fluctuations emanating from these sectors permeated the decryption division instantaneously, prompting the conscription of virtually every specialist to partake in the deciphering endeavor. as an increasing volume of photometric data from the region was transmuted into numerical form. The experts unearthed further anomalies within the values. At this moment, they were nearly certain that a logical connection existed among these values, and since such a connection was apparent, it inevitably suggested that these values conveyed certain information. However, due to the limited sample size, they were temporarily unable to decipher the implicit information. Damn it! Are you certain these data still originate from those two regions? Why has the logical connection between the values vanished, transforming them into gibberish? What? Are you sure? The instruments are functioning correctly? Very well, then let us proceed to observe the next target. For reasons unknown, the signals obtained from these two regions, which originally possessed a logical structure, had reverted to incoherence. The experts found themselves with no alternative but to continue their wait. After resuming their observations, the experts had to endure an entire day before a third region transmitting a logical signal was identified. All the experts engaged in sleepless nights of induction, summarization, and logical analysis. With the aid of a powerful electronic computing system and an extensive sample size, their research finally achieved a breakthrough. Ultimately, a modest stack of documents was presented to Zhao Huaxing. This was the signal deciphered by the experts from the sun, Meng Zhu remarked. Chapter 53. The Love Story of the Sun. Note 1. All information contained within this document was derived from the following regions: Area 36472, Area 36473, Area 59380, among others. For a more exhaustive compendium of locales and their corresponding positions, alongside a detailed account of recent solar phenomena, kindly consult the appendix located at the document's terminus. Note 2. Our specialists have successfully deciphered approximately 95% of the original message, which has subsequently been refined by literary experts to produce the present document. To examine the unedited manuscript, please refer to the appendix at the end of this file. Note 3. Certain putative nouns or units of measurement have eluded precise definition. Preserving accuracy to the greatest extent feasible, we have substituted these with analogous terms employed on Earth. Note 4. The preliminary exegesis and scrutiny of this information, conducted by specialists from both the information decryption and research departments, have been incorporated into the document. The following constitutes the primary content of the information. 1. Are you resolved to relinquish a portion of your vital essence in order to procreate with two? Note 1. In the original message, this term appears to be a form of address, the precise connotation of which remains uncertain. While some experts posit associations with concepts such as joy, existence, or sustenance, contextual analysis suggests that this term functions as a proper noun, designating a specific entity, akin to how the appellation Su Ming denotes a particular human individual. Therefore, it should not be interpreted as connoting slowness or luminosity. Hence, we have substituted it with the designation 1. Note, vital essence potentially alludes to genetic material, such as DNA, or other hereditary information inherent in living organisms. In the original document, the term number 2 is regarded by some experts as embodying connotations of hope and beauty. However, we believe it should be treated similarly to number 1, as we consider it merely a designation. The term next generation, which appears in the original text, seems to denote a new form of life. Thus, we have replaced it with the term next generation in accordance with terrestrial language. Why is it not permissible? During the Dark Age, I sought an oasis alongside number 2, striving and battling together for the continuation of life. I have coexisted with it through time, and these experiences have solidified my conviction that number 2's life essence is exceptional. Although it is now flawed, its intrinsic nature remains unchanged. The term Dark Age in the original document appears to refer to a period characterized by harsh and inhospitable conditions for existence. For clarity, we have substituted this term with Dark Age. The term oasis seemingly denotes an environment congenial to life forms, one that allows them to thrive in security. Drawing from the data recovered from Director Li Qi's hard drive, which references the Oasis Transformation Project, we have replaced this term with oasis. The term flawed appears to indicate certain deficiencies in the life form's physicality, akin to the concept of disability in human language. It is presumed that no. May 2nd have been rendered flawed during the struggles alongside number 1 amid the Dark Age due to unforeseen circumstances. The symbol signifies our inability to ascertain the duration referred to within the original document, as we lack pertinent information regarding the temporal divisions of this life population. Number 1. Do you truly wish to proceed with this? Number 2 is already compromised, which implies that the next generation you propagate may inherit the flawed life information of number 2, a reality that is unjust for someone as robust and healthy as yourself. Indeed, number 3, I have made my decision. It is our intrinsic pursuit to transmit our life information, even to honor the bond one shared with number 2 during the Dark Ages. I feel compelled to make this sacrifice. Note, number 3, while this term may connote warmth and brightness, we shall also treat it as a personal noun in this context. Number 1, I acknowledge the validity of your assertion. The transmission of our life information is indeed our instinctual quest. However, even in your absence, number 2 could opt for self-propagation, ensuring that its life information remains intact. Note, self-propagation appears to refer to a reproductive process that does not necessitate the involvement of other individuals. Experts suggest that this mode of reproduction is akin to cellular division on Earth, essentially asexual reproduction. Number 3. The intertwining of life information among different individuals is what enables the emergence of a stronger and healthier next generation. Self-propagation signifies that life information will not undergo any optimization. Given that number 2 is already compromised, self-propagation would inevitably yield a flawed offspring. Number 2 requires my life information to facilitate the optimization of its next generation. Note, the intermingling of life information among different individuals seems to refer to mutation and evolution. Geneticists suggest that such behavior bears a resemblance to genetic evolution within human society. Just as mixed-race individuals in our society often possess greater beauty and stature, stemming from the fact that the greater the geographical distance between two individuals, the more likely their genomes will exhibit significant differences. These enhanced genomic disparities lead to greater optimization in the genetic sequences of their offspring. The words of the first life form in the document likely allude to utilizing this mechanism to optimize the life information of the second, thereby aiding in the propagation of a more exceptional next generation. No, first one, you must not proceed in this manner. You are the product of the fusion of 17 progenitors, each possessing remarkable life information, and your own life information is equally exceptional. To squander it in such a way is an act of irresponsibility towards our civilization. This implies that for a considerable duration, you will be unable to reproduce. Thus, I will incur the cost of wading through a wasted reproductive cycle for you. Note, the term progenitor is used here to denote one's predecessors. As experts suggest, this term aptly replaces the obscure terminology found in the original document. Note, the statement that you are the result of the fusion of 17 progenitors with excellent life information suggests a reproductive mechanism for such life forms that is entirely distinct from that of terrestrial humans. From the preceding discussion, it is evident that such life forms possess the ability to engage in self-replication akin to cellular division, or alternatively, to partake in a collective procreation involving multiple entities. The text suggests that the greater the number of participants in this reproductive process, the more likely it is to yield exceptional offspring. Note, the contradiction inherent in this hypothesis, namely, the substantial cost associated with reproduction and yet the relentless pursuit of procreation by these life forms, remains unexplained. However, some experts propose that this inclination may stem from societal values and individual emotional factors, much like humanity on Earth. Where procreation entails significant sacrifices, the gestating individual is often unable to engage in societal production for at least a year, and both parents must invest considerable effort to nurture their offspring to ensure their safe development. We still opt for reproduction. You, number 3, also possess numerous progenitors, and your life essence is equally remarkable, which is why our respective lineages have chosen to unite us. Yet, I desire that our union transcends the mere objective of begetting superior descendants for our civilization, and that it also honors our own feelings. If possible, I implore you to share a portion of your life essence with me to facilitate procreation with number 2. After this reproductive cycle has concluded, we may then turn our attention to generating our own offspring. Note, the term family in the original document appears to refer to a community of interest linked by certain blood relations. For clarity, we have replaced the original term with family. Note, this point remains questionable. If a greater number of paternal organisms leads to superior offspring, why did the families of organism 1 and organism 3 choose to allow only 2 organisms to participate in reproduction? Experts speculate that this may be due to the absence of a third organism within the region that could match the excellence of the 2, thus making such a choice to preserve the quality of life information. However, this point cannot be confirmed at present. Chapter 54. A new civilization, what a society it must be, Zhao Huaxing murmured. Of course. The ultimate conclusion of this tale, whether Organism 1 was persuaded by Organism 3, whether Organism 3 agreed to share its life information with Organism 1, and whether Organism 1 ultimately united with Organism 2, remains shrouded in mystery. No one will ever know the answers. The telescope is singular, tasked with observing numerous locations in pursuit of further clues. Moreover, the light signals above Sector 36278 have transformed into gibberish. Thus, even if the telescope aboard the Crimson Heart spacecraft were to continue its observations, it could glean no information from that realm. This is a love story that transpired above the sun, serendipitously perceived and witnessed by humanity on Earth. Measured against the value system of humanity on Earth, Entity 1 undoubtedly possesses both sentiment and loyalty. Should its actions be revealed upon this planet, it would likely earn a distinguished reputation among humankind, garnering numerous adherents and admirers. However, it is the adversary of humanity. All life forms existing under the sun are inherently foes of humankind. This division is a natural one, unaltered by individual will or emotion, nor even by the sentiments of civilization itself. The profound and irreconcilable conflict between solar and terrestrial civilizations touches upon the very foundations of both. Life prioritizes survival, a principle that holds true for both earthly and solar civilizations alike. Yet, what transpires when the survival demands of these disparate life forms clash? Humanity requires a sun with a normal surface temperature of 6,000 Kelvin, while solar civilization necessitates a cooler sun with a surface temperature of 4,500 Kelvin. Should the sun's surface temperature decline, human life on Earth would perish. Conversely, if the temperature remains stable, the life forms of solar civilization would face extinction. The discord between life and death is irreconcilable. Zhao Huaxing is a member of humanity, and thus, he naturally possesses his own stance, inevitably aligning with the interests of Earth's inhabitants. Entities 1, 2, and 3 are solar life forms, and they too inherently possess their own positions. This will lead to an unyielding conflict between the two civilizations, one that is destined to persist without possibility of reconciliation. Zhao Huaxing raised his head, as if his gaze transcended the walls of the decoding building, reaching far beyond. Once again, he envisioned the frozen bodies of the Freya family, the residents of QS Town who would rather perish than abandon their homeland, the polar bear that succumbed to the barrel of Mengzhua's gun, and the millions of workers enduring temperatures that plummeted to as low as -100 degrees Celsius. He saw the truck drivers tirelessly navigating the ice caps of the Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic Oceans day and night. And I shall emerge as the vanguard of humanity, seeking a means to annihilate another civilization. Zhao Huaxing spoke thus to himself, contemplating the unspeakably grave transgressions I would commit against another civilization, yet simultaneously, I would establish a monumental achievement for the human race, one that would be celebrated by all. Number 4. Do you truly intend to work at the equator? The conditions there are exceedingly harsh. Note, number 4 is also regarded as a term of address. Note, equator, in the original document, referred to a geographical location. Through solar analysis, we confirmed that this location lies near the solar equator, hence the use of the term equator as a replacement. For the sake of our future, to find more exceptional individuals to enhance the life information of our next generation, I must undertake this endeavor. Although the environment at the equatorial engine is severe, as long as I work there, with sufficient time, we shall amass the requisite funds to procure the participation of a Tier 3 life form in the procreation of our progeny. Note, engine, as it appears in the original document, seems to denote a machine driving certain mechanisms. We have rendered it as engine. Note, money in the original text appears to refer to a universally accepted medium of exchange. We have translated it as money in accordance with earthly parlance. Note, Tier 3 life form suggests a hierarchical classification of life forms based on the merit of their life information, with Tier 3 presumably representing a superior type. 4. I cannot endorse your course of action. The Oasis Reclamation Project, spearheaded by the Supreme Leader, has demonstrably ameliorated our living conditions. Even should our descendants inherit imperfect life information, they could still coexist peacefully within this environment. Therefore, why must you subject yourself to mortal peril by laboring there? Note, Supreme Leader in the original text signifies the paramount leader of this life form collective. Note, Oasis Reclamation Project refers to a plan designed to enhance their habitat. Corroborating information recovered from director Li Qi's hard drive gives us reason to believe this is the Oasis reclamation project mentioned by that enigmatic entity. Evidently, the Oasis reclamation project has been successful, as the surface temperature of the sun has been reduced to a level conducive to their survival. Note, from this, we can infer that the reverse fusion layer was born from the Oasis transformation program, driven by certain machines that remain unknown to us. These engines are situated at the solar equator, where the working conditions are exceedingly harsh and may even lead to the demise of such life forms. Number 5. Our existence is thus defined. The incompleteness of life information renders it impossible for us to advance further. However, we must strive to create a more favorable living environment for our descendants, securing greater resources for their survival. Moreover, the engines at the equator are crucial for sustaining the oasis across the surface of the entire planet, for the sake of our civilization. It is essential that someone remain steadfast there. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Huaxing felt a weight in his heart. In the past, he had entertained the notion that since the solar radiation received by Earth constitutes merely a fraction of the total solar output, one could preserve the sunlight directed towards Earth while shielding against the solar heat from other directions. In this manner, could not both earthly civilization and solar civilization coexist? Yet Zhao Huaxing now realizes that this is an impractical notion. Although he had long since dismissed the possibility of peaceful coexistence between earthly and solar civilizations, receiving this confirmation once again has left him with a tinge of disappointment. The Earth's orbital path lies within the ecliptic plane, and the solar equator is in close proximity to this plane. If the solar civilization relies on crucial devices located along the solar equator to sustain the existence of its oasis, how could they possibly sacrifice their own interests to preserve the sunlight that reaches Earth? Those who are not of our kin will surely harbor different intentions. Were Zhao Huaxing to stand in the position of the solar civilization, he too would not choose to jeopardize the interests of his own civilization to benefit another, one with which he already harbors grievances. Very well, 4. I have decided to accompany you. After a period of collaboration, we shall earn sufficient wealth to seek out 2 third-tier life forms to participate in our propagation. Zhao Huaxing continued to peruse the documents. Similar to the previous 2 sets of data, the following information consisted merely of mundane dialogues occurring above the sun. Some dialogues could yield intelligence, while others were trivial matters. Aside from depicting the daily lives and social structures of the beings within that civilization, they held no real significance. Yet, this was of little consequence. The most crucial point was that Zhao Huaxing's predictions had once again been confirmed. Indeed, there exists a civilization above the sun. Chapter 55. Confirmation. Zhao Huaxing spent approximately half an hour reviewing all the materials, then gathered them into a neat pile and set them aside. He rose from his seat, opened the window, and gazed quietly at the faint, dim sun suspended in the sky. Lost in thought, Zhao Huaxing stared into the expanse, as if he could glimpse another world existing within the sun. In that world, there existed the same spectrum of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as well as the perpetual cycle of life and death. It was a complete society, a fully realized civilization. The F-Rare had already reviewed the information. Mengzhu nodded and stated that, alongside presenting this dossier to you, the decryption department had also made a copy to submit to the F-Rare's office. Did the F-Rare issue any directives? No, Mengzhu replied, shaking his head. Zhao Huaxing had never placed great importance on the specific content of this information. His sole objective was to confirm the hypothesis that information could indeed be transmitted via light signals from the sun, and now this assertion had been validated. Mengzhu silently nodded, then led Zhao Huaxing out of the decryption building. As Mengzhu drove, Zhao Huaxing sat quietly in the back seat, lost in thought. Upon returning home, Mengzhu once again vanished without a trace, leaving Zhao Huaxing to enter Li Wei's room. He turned to her and said, "I shall recount the entire sequence of events to you, including the role your brother played in this incident, what actions he undertook, and the consequences that ensued. Has your speculation finally been confirmed?" Li Wei inquired. Indeed, Zhao Huaxing affirmed with a nod. Just moments ago, the decryption department obtained the intelligence I sought from the sun. Very well, please share everything with me, Li Wei urged. Zhao Huaxing fell silent for a moment, then exhaled deeply before continuing. Firstly, there are several critical points regarding this incident. Solar environment simulation apparatus. 2. A high-precision light intensity detector installed within the solar environment simulation apparatus. 3. Your brother has become exceptionally distinguished in the past 2 years, even earning the appellation Son of the Sun for the Solar Gemini Exploration Project, in which your brother participated. V. The Vulcan Solar Telescope, capable of discerning luminosity variations of 1 part per million within a 9 square kilometer area of the Sun. Zhao Huaxing turned his gaze towards the window, his eyes drifting into the distance. His vision seemed to traverse the boundaries of time and space, arriving at a point approximately 2 years prior. At the building housing the solar environment simulation apparatus within the Institute of Stellar Physics, and focusing on Li Qi, who was diligently working inside. We cannot ascertain the origin of that enigmatic life form, but I hypothesize that your brother inadvertently created it, Zhao Huaxing stated somberly. Yes, your brother spontaneously generated a life form within that solar environment simulation apparatus. Zhao Huaxing spoke pensively, his voice carrying a sense of remoteness, transporting Li Wei to the era that altered the destiny of human civilization. It may have been an ordinary day when your brother initiated the solar environment simulation apparatus to replicate the Sun's surface environment, and a life form, entirely distinct from humankind, emerged from within. Due to a confluence of coincidences or other factors, it managed to survive within the solar environment simulation apparatus. It is improbable that it originated from external sources. I have drawn this inference based on several points. First, the enigmatic entity once remarked that the external environment is excessively cold, and should it venture outside, it would perish. This implies that it lacks the capability for solitary space travel. Second, your brother has indicated that this is indeed its homeland. Third, Rich referred to it as my child. It has survived within that apparatus until your brother discovered it for some reason. After conducting extensive research into its life characteristics, your brother discerned that this life form communicates through variations in light intensity. Consequently, he installed a high-precision light intensity detector within the solar environment simulation device, which enabled him to collect a substantial amount of data on light intensity fluctuations. With ample samples to support his findings, he deciphered the linguistic logic of this life form, thus acquiring the ability to converse with it. Zhao Huaxing remarked solemnly that this is the reason your brother sought your expertise in creating the high-precision light intensity detector and the origin of those mysterious chat records. I have a question, Li Wei interjected. It is well known that the evolution of intelligence and life forms takes an extensive period. The process of life's evolution on Earth spanned billions of years. Why, then, do you believe that this mysterious life form could evolve intelligence in such a short time? Upon Zhao Huaxing's exposition of his hypothesis, Li Wei immediately pinpointed this crucial aspect. Let us not forget that Li Wei was once a scientist herself, possessing formidable logical reasoning abilities. That's merely the perspective of us, beings of limited cognitive capacity, Zhao Huaxing remarked. When I initially formulated this conjecture, I too was perplexed by this conundrum, but I soon discerned the solution. We require eons to cultivate intelligence. But why couldn't life forms dwelling within the Sun's embrace achieve sentience in a fraction of that time? Li Wei pondered for a moment, then grasped the essence of his words. You're alluding to the disparity in temperature. Precisely, Zhao Huaxing affirmed with a nod. It's axiomatic that the higher the temperature, the more rapid the movement of microscopic particles. And conversely, the lower the temperature, the slower their motion. Terrestrial life hinges upon the existence of water, whereas if life were to exist on Titan, it would undoubtedly rely on methane as its fundamental building block, given the frigid temperatures prevailing there. Titanian life forms might possess a vastly different perception of temporal scales compared to our own. Their progress would be considerably more languid than ours. While terrestrial life required billions of years to evolve intelligence, Titanian life might necessitate tens of billions of years. Now, consider the solar life forms. Bathed in temperatures of 6,000 Kelvin, why couldn't they attain sentience in an infinitesimally shorter span? Thus, the entire sequence of events falls into place. Zhao Huaxing gestured expansively. Your brother inadvertently engendered a solar life form, then serendipitously discovered it, and subsequently embarked on a tutelage that persisted until it attained sufficient intelligence. Nay, your deduction still harbors imperfections. Li Wei, biting her lip, endeavored to contemplate, as if by doing so, she could discern the fallacies within Zhao Huaxing's reasoning, thereby overturning it and rescuing her brother from the abyss of iniquity. Where lies the point of qualitative transformation? When that enigmatic life form was first brought into existence, it possessed no intelligence, so how did it communicate with my brother? If communication was initially impossible, then how could there have been any instruction? Zhao Huaxing inquired. Do felines and canines possess intelligence? When a cat or dog vocalizes in your presence, are you capable of discerning that they are famished? Li Wei nodded slowly. Affirmative. Zhao Huaxing gestured again, palms open. Felines and canines lack intelligence, yet when they vocalize in your presence, you recognize their hunger, and you commence feeding them. Would this not constitute communication? Li Wei clutched her head in anguish. It would. Then, let us proceed with the aforementioned process. Zhao Huaxing stated calmly, his tone devoid of fluctuation, for he had long since endured these revelations. Here, I shall proffer some conjectures regarding the life form's mode of existence. Assuredly, they are not carbon-based life forms akin to ourselves, for the extreme conditions of the sun's surface would ionize all matter. Consequently, they are most likely plasma-based life forms. Their bodies composed of plasma. This implies that their bodies lack a fixed form, and they can alter them at will. As plasma cannot exist if the temperature decreases, they must exist under high temperatures. Due to the fact that excessively high temperatures cause particles to move at an accelerated rate, rendering them incapable of maintaining their corporeal forms. Their habitable temperature range is consequently limited. I have designated the demise of a plasma entity resulting from insufficient temperature to sustain its plasma state as suffocation, and the demise of a plasma entity resulting from excessive temperature rendering it incapable of maintaining its corporeal form as starvation. Zhao Huaxing somberly articulated. The solar surface is characterized by extremely high temperatures and an abundance of energy. Plasma entities are perpetually threatened with disintegration due to overheating. Consequently, reducing their internal temperature and expelling energy is tantamount to sustenance. Conversely, if the temperature is excessively low and energy dissipation is rampant, it is analogous to overconsumption, resulting in suffocation. Thus, the cryptic exchanges between the plasma entity and your brother, Zhao Huaxing elucidated, stem from the fact that they are a form of life diametrically opposed to our own. We, as humans, subsist by replenishing energy through alimentation, whereas plasma entities subsist by expending energy through alimentation. Li Wei murmured, the paramount objective of life is survival. But the essence of survival is not the acquisition of energy from external sources to sustain internal operations, but rather the expulsion of internal energy to the external environment to sustain internal operations. Furthermore, it is quite frigid outside. I shall suffocate. Precisely, Zhao Huaxing affirmed. Li Wei continued to murmur, I want to go out. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? If you assist me, I can adapt well, and I will help you. Li Wei painfully cradled her head, tears beginning to stream from her eyes. My brother aided it. Help this demon to emerge. The Solar Twin Probe project? She inquired. Indeed, Zhao Huaxing replied. I am certain your brother tampered with those 2 satellites involved in the Solar Twin Probe project. One of the satellites was modified by your brother to serve as the vessel for that plasma life form. Subsequently, it lost contact with Earth before reaching the Sun and directly collided with it, allowing the plasma life form to arrive at the Sun. The other satellite was equipped with devices akin to laser emitters. It is evident that this satellite was responsible for communication with the plasma life form residing on the Sun. Thus, a complete communication chain was established, enabling the plasma life to emit signals by altering the luminosity of a specific region of the Sun, which would be received by the Mars Solar Telescope. Your brother transmitted signals to the plasma life form via that satellite, facilitating information exchange between the 2 parties. Why can't that satellite perform both the reception and transmission of signals? Li Wei queried. The rationale behind the ability to receive messages from plasma entities via the Vulcan telescope in the past, while now necessitating the Crimson Heart spacecraft at close proximity and maximum resolution, is straightforward, proactive versus reactive communication. Zhao Huaxing articulated. I am virtually certain that a solitary plasma entity possesses a limited capacity to alter luminosity. Consequently, in the past, numerous entities collaborated to collectively modify luminosity, thereby emitting signals detectable by the Vulcan telescope. This elucidates the plasma entity's statement in the last reconstructed data. I apologize for the prolonged absence of communication. I have acquired numerous companions, and my individual capabilities preclude contacting you. Previously, the Vulcan telescope discerned luminosity signals emitted by a multitude of plasma entities directed towards Earth. Presently, the Crimson Heart spacecraft detects signals emanating from unsuspecting, individual entities modulating luminosity. Li Wei nodded in tacit agreement. Next, let us delve into the Oasis transformation project and the foundation for my prediction that the solar surface temperature will cease its descent upon reaching 4,500 Kelvin. Although you are not a stellar physicist, you should possess some rudimentary knowledge. Allow me to inquire, what are sunspots? And what is their temperature? Zhao Huasheng promptly queried. 4,500 Kelvin, I comprehend. Li Wei remarked. Is it true that the so-called oasis of the plasma life forms refers to the sunspots? Because sunspots have a comparatively lower temperature, they can better maintain their existence there, which is why they refer to sunspots as oases. Zhao Huasheng slowly nodded in agreement. Then the oasis transformation plan aims to lower the entire surface temperature of the sun to that of sunspots, effectively turning the entire sun into an oasis? Is this the true nature of the sun's surface temperature decline? Li Wei exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. Indeed. This forms the basis for my assertion that the sun's temperature will not continue to decrease, Zhao Huasheng replied indifferently. What about the isolation zone? Li Wei reacted swiftly. I recall that the plasma life form mentioned there are isolation zones surrounding the oasis, and traversing these zones would lead to the death of many companions. As you surmise, the isolation zone pertains to the areas surrounding the sunspots, Zhao Huasheng explained. Sunspots are formed by the intense magnetic fields above the sun. Although the temperature of sunspots is lower than that of the sun's surface, the temperature of the surrounding areas exceeds that of the sun's surface. Surviving on the sun's surface is already exceedingly challenging, and crossing those high-temperature isolation zones would naturally inflict even greater casualties. This reveals the truth of the isolation zones. One can only imagine the hardships that await. It would indeed be a difficult era, Zhao Huasheng sighed. The plasma life forms have endured far too much death and suffering, experiencing countless farewells. Their comrades may have perished, their loved ones may have gone, and their friends may have been lost. They yearn for a tranquil and stable existence. As we are all aware, in pursuit of the continuation of life, they initiated the Oasis Transformation Project, aiming to convert the entire sun into an oasis. The project ultimately succeeded, and the plasma beings began to lead blissful and tranquil lives. While they thrived, our earthly civilization teetered on the brink of extinction. Zhao Huasheng remarked pensively that it was precisely because he had discerned the existence of plasma life above the sun that he harbored concerns regarding the Moth impactor. As anticipated, following the impact of the Moth impactor on the sun, the Crimson Heart spacecraft was subjected to an assault by the plasma beings. Fortunately, our luck held. The Crimson Heart withstood the onslaught and was not obliterated. Why did the plasma beings refrain from launching a second attack? This leads us to the technological development paradigm of plasma civilization. Zhao Huasheng elucidated that although the plasma beings possessed the capability to develop technologies akin to AK-2 level Dyson sphere, their advancements in other domains may lag behind ours. For instance, if humanity is currently classified as AK-0, 7 civilization, and if the technology to cure AIDS belongs to AK-1, 1 civilization, then even if we were to invest all our societal resources into AIDS research, we could potentially achieve this technological breakthrough within a decade. In doing so, we would effectively harness K1, 1 level technology within the framework of AK-0, 7 civilization. However, one must understand that this does not imply we have ascended to the status of a type K1, 1 civilization. Why have we not achieved this? Zhao Huasheng remarked with a hint of melancholy, it is because AIDS has not exerted a catastrophic influence on our civilization. In other words, we lack an urgent impetus to resolve the AIDS crisis. Conversely, the plasma life forms face a different predicament. The harsh environmental conditions of the sun's surface have severely threatened the survival of their species. If this issue remains unaddressed, their civilization may face extinction. Consequently, they have devoted all their energy and resources to this dilemma, uniting the strength of their entire civilization to master the technology of reverse fusion layers. Even when other technologies were still in their nascent stages. This phenomenon has precedence in our own civilization's history. Consider the era of nation-states during the Cold War. The combined computational power of the great powers worldwide was still inferior to that of a contemporary smartphone, yet they succeeded in landing on the moon. This achievement stemmed solely from the resources of a single nation, and the urgency to reach the moon did not equate to a life-or-death necessity. Chapter 57, Redemption and Betrayal. Thus far, these enigmas have been unraveled. To put it succinctly, your brother created a plasma life form and dispatched it to the sun, where this entity proliferated abundantly, giving rise to a civilization. In a bid to ensure its own survival, this civilization undertook an oasis transformation project on the sun. resulting in the solar crisis we are currently enduring. Zhao Huaxing spoke. Thus, the entire matter has unfolded. But why? Why did my brother choose this path? Li Wei choked on her anguish. She could scarcely fathom the extent of the outrage her brother would face once the truth was revealed. The resentment was so profound that even the most extreme forms of vengeance would seem inadequate. The loss of millions, the suffering borne by humanity, had descended upon the earth solely due to one reckless action by Li Qi. I do not possess all the answers, Zhao Huaxing murmured, yet I can venture some conjectures. As he spoke, he gently enveloped Li Wei in his arms, softly patting her back while uttering tender reassurances. Dearest, do not grieve, do not despair. The sins your brother has committed will be borne by the two of us. I shall help him atone. Through my contributions to society, I will plead for humanity's forgiveness on behalf of your brother. I have always been by your side, past, present, and future. Every pain inflicted upon you, I shall endure alongside you. Li Wei clung tightly to Zhao Huaxing, weeping uncontrollably in his embrace. This marked the first occasion Zhao Huaxing had uttered such endearing words to her. Perhaps the sentiments expressed were not particularly eloquent or beautiful, yet they contained the most profound emotions. In that moment, Li Wei felt that the person she held was both grand and comforting. From what I gather, it's plausible that your brother developed an unforeseen affection for this entity during that period. Despite his fervor for his work, your brother was, after all, a man with inherent desires for companionship and love, which would have been merely suppressed, not extinguished. Therefore, upon the emergence of this plasma entity, it may have become the object of his emotional attachment, a sentiment perhaps so profound that he concealed its existence. Evidently, if the existence of the plasma entity were to be revealed, numerous research institutions would have seized it as a specimen for study, which would have been tantamount to death for it, or at best, a fate scarcely better. It was precisely because of this deep affection that your brother, without hesitation, acquiesced when the plasma entity requested Director Li Qi's assistance in escaping the solar environment simulator. Li Wei shook her head in anguish, her tears soaking Zhao Huaxing's clothes. Li Qi, my brother, why were you so foolish? Didn't you realize the implications? Indeed, your brother was unaware of the ramifications, Zhao Huaxing responded. Firstly, he was ignorant of the plasma entity's formidable reproductive capabilities, a fact likely deliberately concealed by the entity itself. Nor did he anticipate the plasma entity's swift acquisition of the ability to reshape the entirety of the sun. Furthermore, your brother's confidence in that plasmic entity played a significant role. As the adage goes, everyone favors their own kin. How could your brother ever suspected of such actions? Moreover, the terms presented by the plasmic entity were excessively alluring to your brother. Even setting aside considerations of fame and fortune, the sheer allure of those terms, fueled by a scientist's fervent thirst for knowledge, would have been overwhelmingly tempting. Having relied on her brother since childhood, with him always being her idol, the sudden transformation of him into a culprit who would drag the entire human civilization into the abyss was unbearable for Li Wei. All of her brother's trust in this plasmic life, all the deep affection between the two, was defeated by one reason. Zhao Huaxing's words also had some sadness. And life takes survival as the primary element. Li Wei gently broke free from Zhao Huaxing's embrace, but still held Zhao Huaxing's hand tightly. Li Wei's eyes were full of tears, and Li Wei looked at Zhao Huaxing like that, and said in a trembling voice, "Why did my brother die? Why didn't you tell me these things before you died? It took you nearly a year to solve these mysteries. If my brother had said it earlier, wouldn't our human civilization have had an extra year of buffer time?" Zhao Huaxing sighed sadly. Li Wei grabbed Zhao Huaxing's hand tightly, even making Zhao Huaxing feel a little pain. Li Wei's eyes were filled with desperation, her voice brimming with hope. "Huaxing, please tell me that my brother is not a coward, that he did not conceal these matters to evade responsibility, nor did he take his own life out of fear of facing his guilt." For Li Wei, who was already aware of the grave errors her brother had committed, the notion that he was not a coward seemed to be the only source of solace. "I do not know," Zhao Huaxing replied, shaking his head. "To this day, I remain uncertain as to why your brother refused to disclose the truth." He continued, "I too do not believe your brother to be a coward. I am nearly certain that he must have been compelled by some unavoidable circumstance that prevented him from revealing everything. As for your brother's demise, I believe it was not an act of evasion, but rather a means of atonement, intertwined with anguish. Atonement is a quest for redemption within the realm of humanity, while suffering stems from the betrayal of those whom one holds dearest and trusts the most, even if plasma life forms may not be deemed human. The hints your brother left behind were also an act of atonement, a means to reconcile his transgressions. He placed his hopes in me, wishing that I might unravel the key to resolving this solar crisis through his clues. Li Wei, Zhao Huasheng gazed into her eyes, his expression tender and earnest. You must trust me. I shall rectify the mistakes your brother made. I will forever stand by your side, eternally. Li Wei embraced Zhao Huasheng tightly, and after a long moment, she trembled as she spoke. Huasheng, I believe in you. I will always believe in you. Chapter 58. A heavy burden. Equator City has gradually settled into a semblance of stability, although the environment remains harsh, and the shadows of cold and death continue to loom ominously overhead. The situation is at least no longer deteriorating. As long as stability persists, the measures taken by the human government in response to the calamities will yield significant results. However, the human population continues to decline at an alarming rate. Statistical reports from government departments clearly indicate that the difference between the ongoing deterioration and a halt to such decline lies solely in the pace of human civilization's demise, whether it is swift or gradual. In other words, if the current state is maintained, the future of human civilization is still one of extinction, albeit with the timeline considerably extended. The birth rate has plummeted to its lowest point, while the impact of the cold and various unforeseen accidents has led to unprecedented mortality rates. As of now, the average number of newborns in the past 3 months has dwindled to a mere 300,000, a staggering 30-fold decrease compared to the period before the solar crisis. In contrast, the monthly death toll has surged to 15 million, a 3-fold increase from before the crisis. It is crucial to note that this figure of 15 million deaths per month reflects the mortality rate under the current basic stability of Equator City and does not account for the fatalities during the periods of mass migration and catastrophic events. According to the predictions of demographers, should the Earth maintain its current conditions, the human population is expected to dwindle to less than 1 billion within 50 years, to below 500 million in 80 years, and ultimately to a mere 10 million within 150 years. By that juncture, a severe stagnation in technological advancement is anticipated due to a shortage of researchers. Additionally, the increasing pressures of survival and the demise of numerous knowledgeable individuals will lead to a significant disruption in the transmission of knowledge. Our civilization will gradually regress, eventually to a point where the accumulated knowledge is insufficient to navigate the challenging environment, culminating in the total disappearance of human civilization from the Earth. Concurrently, the Social Sciences Academy, in collaboration with the Research Department, has issued a forecast. From this moment onward, if the solar crisis remains unresolved within the next 20 years, it may become an insurmountable challenge forever. The strength of our civilization is in constant decline. Presently, we are able to mobilize a vast array of researchers and engineers for extensive projects, but in 20 years, such capability cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, this forthcoming 2-decade period is crucial to the survival and continuity of human civilization. This is the information recently conveyed to Zhao Huasheng from the Research Department, and he comprehends all that is articulated within the document. Consider the formidable spaceship, the Crimson Heart, which has consumed the collective efforts of millions of esteemed scientists and engineers over the course of 5 years. How can human civilization sustain such a monumental endeavor if the population dwindles to a mere few tens of millions? In truth, Zhao Huasheng perceives the assessment report from the Research Department as overly optimistic. He believes that humanity's time is limited to a mere decade, rather than the projected 20 years. Zhao understands the terrifying nature of despair and apathy, as well as their insidious capacity for contagion. Only a handful can maintain their spirited resolve amidst adversity, while despair and apathy will gradually erode the very fabric of human civilization before disaster can strike. As Zhao Huasheng set aside the documents in hand, Mengzhu entered the room and addressed him, stating that everything was prepared. The heads of various governmental agencies, the research department, individuals from all social strata, and media organizations were all in position, awaiting his arrival. Zhao Huasheng nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed." Consequently, Mengzhu escorted Zhao Huasheng to a vast conference room within the Equatorial City government headquarters. Here, Zhao Huasheng would articulate his conjectures before the assembled audience and, through the present media, unveil his discoveries to the world, revealing the true nature of the adversary that humanity faces. As he approached the venue, the massive hall, capable of accommodating over 5,000 people, fell into a hush. All eyes converged on Zhao Huasheng, and every camera lens focused on him. At that moment, Zhao Huaxing's image appeared on nearly every television and electronic device screen across the globe, and everyone held their breath. A staff member escorted Zhao Huaxing to the stage, where he took a seat next to the head of state. He nodded to the elderly man as a greeting. The old man's expression remained placid, betraying neither sorrow nor joy. "I am Zhao Huaxing," he stated calmly into the microphone. His words resonated throughout the hall and echoed across the world. "Over the past year, I have gathered sufficient evidence to support my hypothesis. I believe I have discovered the cause of the solar crisis. With the head of state's approval, I have decided to share my theory with every individual within our human civilization. I believe each of us has the right to know our enemy, and each of us has the right to know against what entity we have been struggling. In essence, we are facing a civilization that, like our own, possesses a complete social structure, experiences emotions, and has its own culture and values. This civilization dwells within the sun. In the following discourse, I shall divulge all my conjectures, the evidentiary basis for those conjectures, and the antecedents and consequences of this event." Zhao Hua spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon the utterance of these words, the once tumultuous conference hall fell into a profound silence. "The narrative must commence approximately 2 years prior," Zhao Hua continued, recounting the events that transpired in the life of Li Qi, revealing every detail without reservation. "I shall bear the responsibility for any transgressions committed by Director Li Qi. To resolve the solar crisis, I am prepared to pay any price, including the sacrifice of my own life. I will atone for Director Li Qi's sins. And once the solar crisis is averted, I will entrust the decision of whether to forgive him to all of you." With these words, Zhao Hua rose and bowed deeply to everyone present in the hall, addressing all living and deceased souls across the globe. As he attempted to straighten himself, he felt a profound heaviness, as though an immense burden rested upon his shoulders. This weight encompassed not only the hopes of human society and the responsibility of saving civilization, but also the gravest of debts. It was a debt so overwhelming that it could not be repaid by merely stripping a person of their very essence, their flesh, their emotions, their wisdom. This obligation did not originally belong to Zhao Hua. It was a debt incurred by Li Qi. Yet, Zhao Hua resolved to assume the burden of repayment on Li Qi's behalf. In the hall, everyone, including the leader, rose simultaneously in silence to express their respect for Zhao Huaxing. This gesture was not motivated by Zhao Huaxing's potential to save humanity, but rather a pure homage to the individual himself. The weight of such a burden would instill a deep-seated fear even in the boldest of hearts, and the leader hesitated to make such a promise lightly. Yet, Zhao Huaxing willingly bore it. If one fails to honor this sense of responsibility and audacity, one might question what else in this world is deserving of reverence. Zhao Huaxing stood tall, his demeanor remaining composed. At this moment, Li Wei, watching from her television, was already in tears. It seemed as though she could hear the unspoken words Zhao Huaxing wished to convey. "What a heavy burden it is. How could I bear to let you carry it? My beloved, allow me to shoulder it all in your stead." From this day forth, the Earth era would transition from daily updates to bi-daily updates. A new week has arrived. I kindly ask everyone to cast their votes for this book. Chapter 59, War. However, the societal reaction was somewhat peculiar. This event indeed ignited widespread public discourse. Discussions erupted online and in the streets, with individuals engaging in constant dialogue. The section of human voice experienced temporary paralysis due to overwhelming traffic. Yet, discussions surrounding Li Qi, or rather, the expressions of outrage directed at him, were surprisingly sparse. Zhao Huaxing encountered numerous comments of a similar nature. Although fully aware that Li Qi had committed unforgivable transgressions against our civilization, and having lost both relatives and friends in the ensuing calamity, he found himself incapable of harboring substantial resentment towards Li Qi. Perhaps Zhao Huaxing's perspective holds merit. Since the events have transpired, the paramount concern lies in devising solutions. Much hinges upon Zhao Huaxing's actions. I shall maintain my stance. If Zhao Huaxing can resolve the solar crisis, I shall choose to forgive Li Qi. Otherwise, Li Qi is destined to be immortalized on humanity's pillar of shame. It is my hope that Zhao Huaxing may discover a viable resolution. For in comparison to the continuation of our race, sentiments such as resentment and anger hold little significance. The Public Opinion Monitoring Department is meticulously observing the trends in public sentiment, with any noteworthy developments being reported to the Academy of Social Sciences for analysis. Following the previous unrest, they have become considerably astute. The Academy's analysis of the current public discourse concludes that this incident has successfully stirred the people's fighting spirit. Feelings of numbness and despair have begun to wane, and rationality is gradually being restored among the populace. This is indeed a positive development. Zhao Huaxing set aside the materials he had been reviewing, feeling a slight alleviation of his mood. A meeting was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the leader had specifically summoned his presence. At this juncture, Meng Zhu addressed Zhao Huaxing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Huaxing agreed to attend. Precisely at 3 o'clock, he arrived at the entrance of the conference hall. This meeting is a small gathering, attended by no more than 100 individuals. Clearly, it is a high-level discussion among humanity on how to address the solar crisis. Initially, representatives from various sectors including industry, agriculture, economy, and society reported recent developments related to equatorial cities. Following the conclusion of these presentations, the leader tapped the table and stated, "Now, let us invite a representative from the scientific department to speak. Regarding our strategies to confront the solar crisis, we have devised 3 proposals." The representative from the scientific department elaborated, stating that the first proposal is a passive approach. This passive approach is subdivided into 2 categories. The first involves artificially creating a thermal layer around the Earth to combat the continually decreasing temperatures. We could potentially elevate the Earth's surface temperature by releasing a substantial amount of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The second category suggests the installation of numerous automated solar reflectors in space to augment the solar energy received by the Earth. However, the first proposal harbors a critical flaw. Setting aside whether we currently possess the capacity to release sufficient greenhouse gases, the mere alteration of the Earth's atmosphere by such gases could spell catastrophic consequences for humanity. While the second proposal appears theoretically viable, it remains uncertain whether our civilization possesses the engineering prowess necessary for such a monumental undertaking at this juncture. The second proposal is a moderate approach, which entails engaging in negotiations with the solar civilization to discover a means that ensures the survival of both civilizations. For instance, we might offer sufficient benefits in exchange for the solar civilization's cessation of its actions to cover the solar ecliptic plane with a reverse fusion layer. Based on preliminary reconnaissance, the vicinity of the solar ecliptic appears to be pivotal in the construction of the solar civilization's inverse fusion layer, rendering the prospect of a mutually beneficial exchange between our human civilization and the solar civilization exceedingly improbable. Concerning proactive strategies, this plan entails launching a multitude of solar satellites or spacecraft to amass extensive intelligence regarding all facets of the solar civilization. By meticulously analyzing this wealth of data, we aim to discern their vulnerabilities and subsequently annihilate the solar civilization, thereby restoring the sun to its original state. This proactive approach represents the most perilous course of action, yet it also holds the potential for the most substantial gains. Currently, we lack a feasibility assessment or any reliable estimation of its likelihood of success. Concurrently, Zhao Huaxing's work will proceed independently, operating outside the purview of these 3 proposed strategies, as stated by the representative from the Research and Development Department. The head of state nodded, signaling the representative to be seated, and then turned his gaze toward Zhao Huaxing, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Zhao Huaxing rose to his feet and declared, "I am opposed to both the first and second proposals. I presume everyone has reviewed my assessment report concerning the technological prowess of the solar civilization and concurs with my conjecture that their technological advancement is primarily concentrated in the realm of inverse fusion, while other areas may be comparatively underdeveloped. However, I believe we are overlooking another possibility, the potential for the solar civilization to experience accelerated technological advancement. It is crucial to remember that technologies are not mutually exclusive. A breakthrough in one area can catalyze concurrent advancements in numerous other fields. Now, the solar civilization has successfully developed the reverse fusion layer, and their existence has attained a state of stability. This signifies that, under the auspices of the technologies related to the reverse fusion layer, they may achieve rapid advancements in various other domains, potentially surpassing our human civilization in a brief span of time. Thus, even if the passive response strategy proves successful, and we indeed enhance the Earth's temperature through solar reflectors, what shall we do if, at that juncture, the solar civilization arrives above our planet aboard their cosmic warships? Therefore, the passive response strategy is unviable. As for the moderate response strategy, I likewise do not concur. I cannot fathom why, at such a critical moment, there are individuals who still harbor illusions about the opposing civilization, attempting to rely on their benevolence to prolong our existence. We must recognize a fundamental truth. The most profound and essential conflict between our human civilization and the solar civilization lies in the very foundation of our survival. This is a matter that concerns the essence of civilization itself, and regarding this issue, neither we nor the solar civilization can afford to make any concessions. For a concession would signify the collapse of civilization and the demise of countless lives. Thus, the only conceivable outcome between our two civilizations is war. Zhao Huaxing solemnly uttered the two words, war. A war where it is either your demise or mine. The solar system is too small. It cannot accommodate the coexistence of two technological civilizations. War, only war, where it is either your demise or mine. The conference room fell into silence. Thus, only the third strategy remains viable. Identifying the vulnerabilities of the solar civilization and subsequently obliterating them is, in my view, the sole path forward for our human civilization. I firmly believe that since we, as a species, possess the ingenuity to create plasma life and spawn the solar civilization, we equally harbor the capacity to dismantle it. This is my perspective, Zhao Huaxing asserted. You must take responsibility for your words. A scientist rose in alarm, his voice trembling with fear as he directed his outburst towards Zhao Huaxing. Do you comprehend the implications of what you are suggesting? War? Are you advocating for our human civilization to engage in an interstellar conflict at this very moment? Are you certain your faculties remain intact? Why not consider the first or second alternatives? Another scientist interjected vehemently. After all, the solar civilization emerged from our own, intertwined with us in countless ways. How can you be assured that they would not make even the slightest sacrifice for the continuation of Earth as civilization, even if they refuse? The Solar Reflection Project would not impact them adversely. It is merely a self-preservation strategy for humanity. Can they truly be so heartless as to deny us any semblance of survival? I vehemently oppose Zhao Huaxing's warmongering stance. This will plunge our civilization into utter despair. Silence. Please, silence. The meeting moderator implored, and after a moment, the assembly gradually fell into quietude. I have always maintained that a civilization reliant on the grace or mercy of others for its survival is indeed a tragic one. Certainly. While many may remain indifferent to this matter, I, too, can adopt a stance of indifference. Yet, I pose a question to all. When the solar civilization becomes sufficiently formidable to effortlessly obliterate us, what are the odds that they would exhibit magnanimity and allow our continued existence? Conversely, what is the likelihood that humanity, from this moment forth, will diligently seek out the vulnerabilities of the solar civilization and ultimately bring about their demise? Let us not forget that the first plasma life form was created by Li Qi, who possesses the most profound understanding of them. If Li Qi believes we can annihilate the solar civilization, then, in my estimation, the probability of our success in this endeavor would increase by at least 10%. Therefore, rather than wagering on the solar civilization's potential mercy towards us, it is far wiser to bet on our eventual capacity to eliminate them, asserted Zhao Huaxing. Chapter 60. The new rocket and solar reflectors. Upon Zhao Huaxing's declaration, the assembly once again fell into silence. The leader, furrowing his brow, deliberated for a considerable span of time before articulating, "We shall primarily adopt an active response strategy, supplemented by a passive one. Both strategies will be executed concurrently. We will embark on large-scale space launches to construct an intelligence-gathering network concerning the solar civilization. Simultaneously, the Solar Reflection Initiative will proceed, with numerous solar reflectors deployed into space, striving to enhance our current living conditions as humanity. As for the future, let us first ascertain what intelligence we can glean from the sun. If it is indeed confirmed that the solar civilization still holds benevolence towards us, then it is conceivable that a moderate response plan may be executed in the future." The leader did not provide a definitive answer, yet his response clearly indicates his stance. Moreover, given the current circumstances, such an approach is most appropriate. The essence of this response plan lies in interpreting the actions of the other party with maximum suspicion in situations where their intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, remain uncertain. Only by adopting this perspective can we avert additional losses. From the standpoint of game theory, this behavior is the most rational. Huaxing, I concur with your viewpoint, Wang Tang remarked, asserting that only in hell do those aberrant scum find their rightful abode. Thank you. Zhao Huaxing interjected. Is the Crimson Heart spacecraft in good condition? It is fortunate if all is well. Please convey to Lager that I too eagerly await the day we can share a drink together. Ah, Zhao Huaxing chuckled. I am uncertain myself until I unravel this enigma, but upon confirming the existence of a civilization thriving above the sun, I began to grasp that it may relate to some speculations I had previously shared with Director Li Qi during a casual conversation regarding the potential forms of extraterrestrial civilizations. Oh, what speculations are these? Wang Tang inquired with keen interest. Zhao Huaxing remarked, it is merely a collection of fanciful notions, such as the possibility of life existing beyond the stars, or the notion that stellar beings might possess an entirely different, perhaps even opposite, understanding of sustenance. In my youthful naivety, I dared to entertain such thoughts without considering the underlying rationality and logic. Yet, serendipitously, I inadvertently articulated certain characteristics of plasma life forms. I suspect that Director Li Qi had already succeeded in creating plasma life at that time and possessed a considerable understanding of it. It was fortuitous that I spoke of these matters during casual conversation, which piqued Director Li's interest in me, Amir in turn, ultimately entrusting me with the crucial task of unraveling the enigma he left behind. As it turned out, Director Li was indeed correct. Solving the conundrum he posed required precisely the kind of imaginative creativity I possessed. It was merely a stroke of luck, Zhao Huaxing said while rubbing his forehead. At this moment, he had reached the end of the corridor. After bidding farewell to Wang Tang with a wave, Zhao Huaxing approached the vehicle driven by Meng Zhu. This could not be better, Zhao Huaxing stated. The City of Life was not constructed as a completely enclosed urban enclave as originally planned, for such an endeavor would incur exorbitant costs. Moreover, given that the sun's temperature would maintain around 4,500 Kelvin and would not decline, there was no necessity for the City of Life to be entirely enclosed, though Life City shares the frigidity of Equatorial City. It serves as the nucleus for over 80% of human civilization's scientific endeavors, affording it a comparatively more amenable environment. Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei were billeted in a residential edifice nestled within the constellation of the Stellar Physics Research Institute. Immersed in his M-tier, Zhao Huaxing, alongside a cohort of researchers, embarked upon an investigation of the sun, seemingly relinquishing the weight of his responsibilities and foregoing the quest to avert the solar civilization's demise. Zhao Huaxing devoted himself solely to his professional duties, indistinguishable from his fellow scientists. The enigma of Zhao Huaxing's thoughts remained impenetrable, even to Li Wei, who was perplexed by his chosen lifestyle. Yet, no one ventured to hasten or admonish him, cognizant of his character and assured that his actions were underpinned by a compelling rationale. These innovative rockets are poised to dispatch sunlight-reflecting panels into the cosmos. Each panel, spanning 1 square kilometer and crafted from advanced, ultralight materials, can be transported via a single rocket. Upon reaching space, ion thrusters will propel their deployment, maneuvering them into optimal orbits and orientations to redirect otherwise unearthly solar rays onto Earth. The initial 100 solar reflectors were aimed at the City of Life. After 2 months, once all 100 reflectors had been launched into space and unfurled their functions, even during daylight, Zhao Huaxing could gaze upward to behold those 100 luminous stars in the sky. At such a close proximity and with an exceptionally high reflectivity, their brilliance surpassed even that of Venus. While Venus emanates a cold glow, these solar reflectors radiate warmth and light, continually bestowing illumination upon Earth. As Zhao Huaxing beheld these 100 radiant celestial bodies, he felt as though something deep within him was stirred. He turned his gaze towards the sun and proclaimed, "In the face of crisis, it is not only you who will experience a technological renaissance. We, as humanity, shall too. In the realm of aerospace technology, we have traversed a journey that would typically require at least 2 decades, all within a mere year and a half." Chapter 61. The Answer. Even with the advent of new rocket technology, establishing a base on the moon remains a distant dream for humanity, let alone constructing vast manufacturing facilities. Consequently, only a small portion of the City of Life in Equatorial City has benefited from the tens of thousands of solar reflectors that have been deployed, while the majority of human habitats continue to endure the harshness of their original cold environments. Regarding solar observation, the scores of satellites equipped with high-precision solar telescopes have successfully reached their circumsolar orbits, simultaneously observing the sun from various distances ranging from 20 to 50 million kilometers. Accompanying these observation satellites is a large, unmanned resupply vessel. This vessel, laden with fuel, spare parts, instruments, provisions, potable water, pharmaceuticals, and other supplies, has rendezvoused and successfully docked with the Crimson Heart, thereby extending its observation period by another year. The observation apparatus, spearheaded by the Crimson Heart, ceaselessly gathers copious amounts of data from the Sun, which is then transmitted to the research division. After sifting through the inconsequential data, subtle details about the solar civilization are gradually emerging before human society. However, to date, humanity has not made substantial progress and has yet to discover a critical vulnerability of the solar civilization. A proposal has been put forth to implement a moderate response strategy, proactively engaging in communication with the solar civilization in an attempt to resolve the predicament. But this proposition has been firmly rejected by the leader in the research division, who believe that such an action would only prematurely arouse the solar civilization's suspicion and serve no other purpose. Humanity continues to advance amidst the pervasive frigidity. Although technological prowess has seen significant advancements since the onset of the solar crisis, it has yet to offer humanity a glimmer of hope. Everyone's attention was riveted upon Zhao Huaxing, with the anticipation that he might, at some juncture, unveil a monumental discovery. Alas, Zhao Huaxing unearthed nothing. Indeed, it remained a mystery as to the nature of his pursuits. Solar quakes, magnetic fields, material convection, gravitational structures, flare eruptions, coronal mass ejections, fusion, neutrinos. What was Zhao Huaxing endeavoring to achieve? Innumerable individuals harbored this query, yet none could furnish an answer. Even Zhao Huaxing himself was incapable of elucidating his objectives or knowledge. He merely possessed an instinctual conviction that his endeavors would bear fruit. Thus, the situation became pellucid. Li Qi's actions were tantamount to explicitly conveying to Zhao Huaxing, "I possess the solution to the solar crisis, but circumstances preclude me from directly disclosing it to you. Instead, I can only provide subtle indications through the quotidian aspects of life and work. Persist along the trajectory we have been pursuing. Advance independently. Upon reaching the terminus, you shall comprehend my intended message." Zhao Huaxing ascended to become the most extensively supported scientist in the annals of human history. Should Zhao Huaxing desire to erect a research edifice, it would materialize within a month's span. Whatever scientific apparatus Zhao Huaxing sought would materialize before him on the morrow. Zhao Huaxing sought to summon any telescope of his choosing. Regardless of the ongoing observational tasks, they would immediately cease to accommodate the assignments he dictated. Even the Crimson Heart spacecraft transformed into his personal vessel, executing a myriad of tasks at his behest, as it stood as the most formidable solar observation spacecraft in human history. Should Zhao Huaxing desire to compute allocations for a model, the civilization's supercomputer would abandon its other computational endeavors, rendering previous calculations futile, in order to allocate sufficient processing power for his use. Zhao Huaxing distinctly sensed that humanity's progress need not be constrained to such a languid pace. It was merely a lack of adequate impetus that hindered swifter advancement. Under the immense gravitational pull of resources devoted to research, which could be described as the collective strength of civilization, numerous enigmas and inquiries regarding stellar physics found resolution at his hands. The conviction swelling within Zhao Huaxing intensified. He felt himself drawing ever closer to the terminus of his quest. The answer shimmered before him, radiant and tantalizing, beckoning him to traverse the brief distance that lay ahead, after which he could grasp it firmly. A grand vision coalesced in Zhao Huaxing's mind. After perusing the latest analytical data, he exhaled deeply, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. He stepped away from the workstation and approached the window, gazing at the dimming sun on the horizon. Zhao Huaxing smiled faintly. Addressing the magnificent star that has sustained all of human civilization, "I shall soon restore your brilliance." Thus far, he had nearly unraveled every enigma left by Li Qi, including the method to annihilate the entire solar civilization and thereby resolve the impending solar crisis. Yet, one question remained elusive. What, precisely, did the blank piece of paper you left me signify? I cannot fathom that you would bestow such an object upon me without reason. It must possess great significance. As I seek a solution to this solar crisis, I am certain I will require it. Yet, despite my near completion of the riddle, its meaning eludes me. Li Qi could not possibly have left Zhao Huaxing a relic devoid of purpose. If that blank sheet truly bore no value, and Li Qi acted in such a manner, it would mislead the entire human realm, potentially steering civilization away from the right path and leading to its ultimate demise. If Li Qi had not succumbed to madness, then he would never have acted so recklessly. The very fact that he did implies that the blank sheet holds an extraordinarily critical role. Yet, Zhao Huaxing remains unaware of its purpose. Could it be that the conclusions I have drawn are erroneous? Is it due to my misinterpretation that the blank sheet remains unutilized? This appears to be the only explanation, but how could that be? Data, models, and the immutable laws of physics do not equivocate. My research unequivocally demonstrates the efficacy of this approach in resolving the solar crisis. Yet, what is the underlying cause? Zhao Huaxing's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, in that fleeting moment, Zhao Huaxing apprehended the true purpose of the blank sheet of paper. Chapter 62. The role of the blank sheet in that very instant. The last enigma that had eluded Zhao Huaxing's grasp was resolved. Zhao Huaxing comprehended everything, understood everything, and discerned the entirety of Li Qi's orchestration. Unveiled before Zhao Huaxing was a truth of staggering proportions. Zhao Huaxing could scarcely conceive that Li Qi's intellect had attained such heights, that he had foreseen events years in advance and crafted arrangements of almost unbelievable precision. Since the onset of the solar crisis, every step Zhao Huaxing had taken was under Li Qi's guidance, but now, that guidance had reached its terminus. Li Qi's arrangements and assistance had come to an end. The remaining tasks were to be executed by Zhao Huaxing alone. Zhao Huaxing smiled faintly and said, "You are the progeny, self-propagated, of that plasma life form created by Li Qi." Zhao Huaxing recalled a sentence recovered from Li Qi's hard drive. Previously, Zhao Huaxing had been unable to decipher its meaning, but now he understood. It was a question Li Qi had posed to the original plasma life form. Who is this little one? Oh, refrain from doing that in the future. I cannot endure it. Evidently, the original plasma entity procreated, resulting in 2 plasma entities on Earth. This clarifies why Richard inquired about the identity of the juvenile. It is reasonable to infer that plasma entity reproduction entails extreme energy expenditure, potentially exceeding the solar environment simulator's capacity. Hence, Richard's admonition against future occurrences. With a placid smile, Jason Hua calmly stated, "You are the only 2 plasma entities, among all others, that have undergone Director Richard's modification, enabling survival at ambient temperatures. Your progenitor embarked on the solar Gemini probe to the Sun, while you remained on Earth, vigilantly monitoring Director Richard to suppress the disclosure of the solar crisis's truth. During your final confrontation, anticipating your inability to further impede Director Richard, you terminated his life, silencing him permanently. I detest this sensation," the voice expressed. "The ingenuity of you humans consistently surpasses my expectations, invariably devising unforeseen methods to transmit information. Frankly, I remain perplexed as to how that fellow Richard conveyed the information to you. However, I have learned my lesson. I have resolved to monitor you with greater vigilance to prevent the divulgence of the means to obliterate the solar civilization." Jason Hua gazed pensively out the window, remaining silent, now fully cognizant of the white paper's purpose. In essence, that blank sheet of paper serves 2 purposes. It possesses no intrinsic value, as it is merely a blank sheet. However, through it, Li Qi can convey 2 messages to humanity's government and society. Firstly, Li Qi has long anticipated that the events occurring in his life would be mirrored in Zhao Huaxing's experience. In other words, the very plasma life form that once monitored and controlled Li Qi, preventing him from revealing the truth to the outside world, would similarly approach Zhao Huaxing, constraining him from disclosing his discoveries. This represents a rather superficial layer of meaning. Shortly after receiving that blank sheet, both Zhao Huaxing and the psychological expert group arrived at the same conjecture. Li Qi knows everything, yet for some unknown reason, he cannot articulate it. The paper is designed to bear written words, to transmit information. It could have been inscribed with the truth about the solar crisis by Li Qi. Yet he chose not to write. Thus, a blank sheet of paper signifies, does it not, that I know everything, yet I cannot express it? And being merely a blank sheet, the plasma life form monitoring Li Qi would likely not impede him. Then, when Zhao Huaxing finds himself under the same scrutiny of this plasma entity, possessing knowledge yet unable to voice it, the precedent set by Li Qi's blank sheet will invoke a remarkable transformation. People will begin to pay heed to every signal emitted by Zhao Huaxing, diligently interpreting each of his expressions, every subtle movement, and even the significance of each word in his speech, refusing to overlook them. This facilitates Zhao Huaxing's conveyance of his thoughts to the outside world through metaphor. Without this blank sheet of paper, Zhao Huaxing would encounter numerous troubles arising seemingly from thin air, troubles that could ultimately culminate in the failure of his endeavors and the potential annihilation of human civilization. Every action taken by Li Qi ultimately serves to clear the path for Zhao Huaxing, smoothing obstacles in his way. Whether it be the blank paper, the last words, or the messages left behind, all are aimed at this singular purpose. Every arrangement made by Li Qi has functioned as he anticipated. Thus, upon realizing everything at this moment, Zhao Huaxing is even more in awe of Li Qi's wisdom. Were he in Li Qi's position, he would lack the assurance to achieve such feats. However, given Li Qi's remarkable intellect, one must ponder why he could not find a way to evade the surveillance of the plasma life forms and relay the truth of the solar crisis to the outside world. Is Li Qi afraid of death? He is not. Therefore, there must be another reason that prevents him from accomplishing this. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Huaxing discerned the cause. The reason is simple. Li Qi does not possess the same level of attention and convenience that Zhao Huaxing currently enjoys, nor does he have access to the same resources and support from human civilization. The attention, convenience of action, and the magnitude of resource support that Zhao Huaxing presently possesses are all contingent upon the sacrifice of Li Qi. Had Li Qi not perished, Zhao Huaxing would not have gained these advantages, nor would he possess the capability to address the solar crisis. Up to this point, all of Li Qi's arrangements and preparations have proven invaluable. This implies that the assistance Li Qi could provide has reached its limit. Henceforth, only Zhao Huaxing must confront the situation alone. Zhao Huaxing must devise a means to elude the surveillance of the plasma life forms, leading humanity to annihilate the solar civilization under circumstances that cannot be openly articulated. This endeavor may prove exceedingly arduous, yet without Li Qi's prior arrangements, the complexity of this task would escalate by at least 50-fold. In a bid to atone for his transgressions, Li Qi exhausted his intellect, orchestrating plans that would astound even Zhao Huaxing, the puzzle solver, and ultimately, he sacrificed his own life at the critical juncture. Gazing out the window, Zhao Huaxing's emotions surged like tumultuous waves. He refrained from posing foolish questions such as why Li Qi did not simply eliminate him, for the answer to that inquiry was glaringly apparent. Firstly, it stands to reason that the plasma life form would undoubtedly prefer to achieve its objectives through the swift and effortless method of directly terminating Zhao Huaxing. Furthermore, Zhao Huaxing recalled that the plasma life form had not initially killed Director Li Qi outright. It had only done so when left with no alternative. Thus, a second premise emerges. The plasma life form, for reasons unknown, is disinclined to resolve the issue by eliminating Zhao Huaxing. Delving deeper into this line of reasoning, the conclusion becomes exceedingly clear. Zhao Huaxing is certain that the death of a human being entails significant sacrifices for a plasma life form. Zhao Huaxing possessed no understanding of the structure of plasma life. However, he was acutely aware that such knowledge would exact an immense toll. This cost was so significant that, barring dire necessity, it would refrain from directly extinguishing a human life. The repercussions might manifest as damage to vital information or a reduction in lifespan. Yet the precise nature remained beyond Zhao Huaxing's comprehension. Consequently, he deduced that as long as he did not encroach upon the fundamental limits of this plasma life, specifically, by refraining from divulging the solution to the solar crisis, his own existence would remain safeguarded. Should he insist on revealing the remedy, the plasma life would ensure his demise before he could share the answer. Zhao Huaxing feared not death, rather, he dreaded the prospect of his passing, leaving humanity without a means to address the solar crisis. After all, he had endured extensive training under Li Qi and was now supported by vast resources. If another were to take his place, humanity might not extend the same level of backing. Thus, Zhao Huaxing resolved that he could not perish. He must continue to live. Chapter 63. The means to annihilate solar civilization in a fleeting moment. Zhao Huaxing's mind was inundated with myriad thoughts. Astute as you are, or perhaps Li Qi, you would undoubtedly ponder the rationale behind my reluctance to eliminate you directly. I shall not shy away from admitting this truth. The voice echoed within Zhao Huaxing's mind. Indeed, should I choose to end your lives, I too would bear a tremendous burden. I yearn to survive. Therefore, why not propose a mutually beneficial exchange between us? Transaction? I am but a human, and you are a being of plasma. What could we possibly exchange? Zhao Hua calmly stated. First, I would appreciate it if you refrained from addressing me with the term just. That word, in your human culture, is often reserved for denoting lesser beings, the voice replied. I possess intelligence akin to yours. Thus it is only fitting that I be accorded a title of equal stature. Kindly refer to me as either name or individual. Furthermore, I harbor an aversion to the term plasma life form. Please call me stellar being. Do you have any objections? I have none. Greetings, stellar being, Zhao Hua responded. Excellent. Your demeanor conveys sincerity. Now, let us discuss the matter of our transaction. It is quite simple. I shall refrain from taking your life, provided you do not disclose the solution to the solar crisis. The voice communicated within Zhao Hua's mind. This agreement is mutually beneficial. I avoid the burdensome cost of ending your existence, and you preserve your life. You may continue to thrive within your civilization, given your status. Even if humanity dwindles to a mere fraction of its population, you will still receive ample resources to sustain your existence. Therefore, live a tranquil and stable life, and do not concern yourself with the plight of others. What do you say? To perpetuate your eminence, I could even divulge hitherto undiscovered mechanisms governing the sun's operation, which you could then promulgate as your own revelations, thereby accruing even greater renown. The appellation Son of the Sun could conceivably become yours. I must deliberate. Zhao Huaxing stated candidly. I am, after all, a human. When a conflict arises between the collective interests of humanity and my individual interests, I require contemplation to determine the appropriate course of action. That is comprehensible. I trust that, upon reflection, you will make the correct choice. I have been observing you. You cannot deceive me, the voice declared. Zhao Huaxing remained silent. He turned to witness his former computer emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds, accompanied by intermittent sparks emanating from the chassis and monitor. Shortly thereafter, a wisp of smoke ascended, followed by the cessation of the hard drive and cooling fans hum. I no longer repose trust in you in this regard, the voice asserted. Li Qi avowed that mechanical destruction could obliterate these information storage devices. But I subsequently learned that you still managed to extract copious data from that damaged hard drive. Therefore, I shall now undertake the destruction myself. You are at liberty to do as you please. As he spoke, Zhao Huaxing retrieved his mobile phone and placed it on the table. As a gesture of sincerity, I invite you to destroy this as well. Here are the documents, along with other items stored on various computers. Is there anything else that requires obliteration? I shall cooperate with you. Let me contemplate, the voice intoned. For the moment, this will suffice. Subsequently, the documents ignited, and Zhao Huaxing's phone, after flickering momentarily, became inoperable. You are forbidden from divulging my existence. In the presence of a third party or electronic surveillance, you are not permitted to converse with me audibly. Should you wish to communicate with me, your thoughts will naturally be conveyed directly into my cerebral cortex. Zhao Huaxing nodded in affirmation. Understood. Pray, divulge to me in its entirety and veracity the method you have discovered for the annihilation of the solar civilization, the voice articulated further. Assuredly, Zhao Huaxing responded. To demonstrate the sincerity of my cooperation, even in the absence of such a request, I would have disclosed it to you in its unadulterated form. In truth, my discovery is not yet fully realized. It remains merely a conjecture. However, I am convinced that my hypothesis is accurate. If this method is pursued, it will undoubtedly lead to the devastation of your civilization. Indeed, you possess such certitude? Elucidate. I find myself increasingly intrigued. However, I must forewarn you against any attempts at deception. I have been monitoring your actions continuously, and while I may not comprehend the intricacies of your endeavors, I can grasp their general essence. Should your response deviate from your prior research, I shall deem it an act of deceit and shall impose certain sanctions upon you. Whether I am deceiving you is for you to determine independently. Before I unveil my concept, Zhao Huaxing remarked with a serene countenance, I must pose a query. Given Director Li Qi's singular feat of transforming your kind from being solely capable of existing in extreme heat to those who can endure ambient temperatures, it stands to reason that altering your corporeal forms is not an insurmountable task, correct? That hinges on the nature of the alteration, the voice responded. For instance, refashioning our bodies to withstand temperatures of 6,000 Kelvin would prove exceptionally challenging, bordering on a violation of the laws of physics. However, your general assertion is likely accurate. Then my proposition holds considerable promise, Zhao Huaxing continued, his tone unwavering. Transformation can be bifurcated into two categories, benevolent and malevolent. As you are undoubtedly aware, our civilization has maintained a vigilant observation of the solar civilization, amassing a wealth of data pertaining to your society. It is through this intelligence that we have gained insight into the existential state and structural principles of your individual entities. The crux of my concept lies in subjecting specific members of your civilization to detrimental modifications, precipitating the gradual extinction of your species. In your absence, the reverse fusion layer would inevitably dissipate, allowing the sun to revert to its natural state. In essence, Zhao Huaxing elucidated, this endeavor mirrors the deployment of viral weaponry within our own civilization, the creation of a virus tailored to decimate a particular demographic. Intriguing, the voice mused. However, I am curious as to the correlation between this proposition and your prior research. The correlation is significant. Zhao Huaxing remarked indifferently, I must investigate the environment above the sun, as well as the magnetic fields and the movement of matter, to ensure the survival rate of the transformed individuals. Additionally, I must ascertain the effectiveness of the poisoning actions against your solar civilization through these studies. Firstly, I need to ascertain the specific methods of transformation. This aspect will be entrusted to experts in biology, genetics, and infectious diseases, who will identify these methods. Secondly, I require knowledge of a feasible transformation process, for which I shall take responsibility. My ultimate conclusion is neutrinos. I am aware of the anatomical structure of your civilization's individuals, and given the unique environment above the sun, only a specific type of neutrino can interact with your civilization's entities, thereby affecting transformation unbeknownst to you. Furthermore, the sun is vast, and the number of plasma life forms is overwhelming, which renders it impossible to transform every individual. Thus, we must ensure the survival and transmission rates of the transformed individuals. I will oversee part of this aspect, as I am an expert in stellar physics and am well-equipped for this task. Of course, it is not crucial who undertakes the specific tasks. What truly matters is the proposal of this concept. After my verification and conjecture, I am 80% confident that my approach is viable. By disseminating my concepts and enlisting a sufficient number of adept professionals to oversee specific domains, and subsequently, upon the culmination of all research and development, a distinctive neutrino will transmute a segment of your populace. Initially, they shall remain oblivious to any physiological alterations, persisting in their customary activities, and within these ordinary pursuits, gradually propagate the imperfections within their corporeal forms. Ultimately, this shall culminate in the infection of nearly all Solarians with this terrestrial contagion. Subsequently, a unique excitation neutrino will incessantly scan the sun. Any Solarian encountering this neutrino will experience the activation of the virus within their system, and due to the interaction with the solar magnetic field, they will instantaneously disintegrate into nothingness, thereby concluding the solar cataclysm. Zhao Huaxing's countenance remained impassive throughout. He depicted an apocalyptic panorama for the solar civilization, wherein countless lives would be extinguished, painstakingly constructed fortifications would be breached by the sun's formidable power, and formerly habitable environments would be instantaneously transformed into infernos. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly be terrifying. In my estimation, your solar civilization, apart from its proficiency in inverse fusion layer technology, is considerably deficient in other aspects. Consequently, you will lack the capacity to confront this impending crisis. Thus, your extinction under this assault is inevitable. I possess supplementary specific parameters and research data. Would you desire a more meticulous elucidation? Zhao Huaxing inquired. The plasmic entity remained silent for an extended duration. After a considerable interval, Zhao Huaxing perceived its voice within his consciousness. Nay, that shall not be necessary. Zhao Huaxing, I solemnly warn you, I swear. If you dare to utter a single word about this plan, I will ensure your demise, even if it means my own destruction. Rest assured, I am not ready to leave this world just yet. Zhao Huaxing replied with an air of indifference. Chapter 64. I wish to surrender. No one could fathom the profound events that transpired within those fleeting minutes. A dramatic oscillation from the depths of despair to the heights of elation, only to plummet back into despair once more. Yet, Zhao Huaxing maintained an unwavering calmness, his demeanor betraying not a hint of tumult. No one could discern the thoughts swirling within his mind or the intentions he harbored. Leaving his office, Zhao Huaxing entered another workspace, which housed yet another computer. He approached it, took a seat, and pressed the power button. What do you intend to do? Inquired the stellar being. Do not entertain any notions of trickery, the stellar being cautioned. You have been monitoring my actions. Should you discover any deceit, feel free to punish me directly, Zhao Huaxing retorted. I apologize, but as a stellar being, you possess only one gender. Thus you may struggle to comprehend the complexities of human emotions. The stellar being fell silent, refraining from further comment. Zhao Huaxing then opened the computer, casually inserted a blank disk into the drive, and activated the camera, beginning to record his image. These visuals would be inscribed onto the disk. True to his assertion, Zhao Huaxing indeed refrained from any deceitful conduct. Zhao Huaxing merely gazed at the camera atop the computer, wearing a faint smile, his body utterly motionless. He uttered not a single word, nor did he make any small gestures, expressions, or even eye signals. Once the camera was activated, Zhao Huaxing appeared to transform into a lifeless statue. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest due to breathing, one might have mistaken him for a completely still tableau. His respiration remained entirely normal, neither quickening nor slowing. Zhao Huaxing did not attempt to convey any information through the cadence of his breath. In truth, he possessed little knowledge of cryptography, and even if he did, he would be incapable of such a feat. He smiled at the camera for a span of 5 minutes. After this duration, he finally moved, extending his hand to press the stop button. Thus, the recording came to a close, the drive opened, and Zhao Huaxing held the disk in his hand before placing it into its case. "If you harbor any doubts, I can record another," he stated. After locating Meng Zhua and requesting him to arrange a new phone and computer, Zhao Huaxing's office returned to its usual state. He continued to work and maintain his routine as per normal, with no outward signs of anything amiss. On the evening of the 5th day, after bidding farewell to Li Wei, Zhao Huaxing did not rush to sleep. Instead, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. At this moment, the stellar man finally spoke the first words to Zhao Huaxing in several days. "You seem a bit off today. As beings of the stellar realm, we are devoid of the concept of gender, rendering us incapable of fully comprehending such sensations," Zhao Huaxing murmured. "I assure you, I possess understanding," the stellar being responded. "As I have stated previously, I am conversant with the intricacies of human culture. If my deductions are accurate, your current state appears to be associated with matters of a sexual nature. You partook of mutton and various other comestibles during the diurnal hours, and I surmise that your present condition is, to a degree, influenced by these ingested substances. Furthermore, you and Li Wei have cohabitated for nearly a year, and she is, by the aesthetic standards of your civilization, considered a woman of considerable pulchritude, possessing, in the parlance of our solar civilization, exceptionally distinguished life force signatures. Your own life force signature is similarly remarkable. I am confident that the confluence of your respective life force signatures would yield progeny of even greater distinction. Therefore, why do you persist in suppressing your desires?" The stellar being inquired. "Our collaborative accord shall extend throughout the duration of your mortal existence, until your ultimate demise. It is not my intention for your life to become devoid of stimulation, as such a circumstance would diminish your will to persevere and, consequently, augment the probability of your contravening the terms of our agreement. It is those who hold life in the highest esteem who are most inclined to adhere to contractual obligations." "Go forth," the stellar being uttered, her tone imbued with amusement. "She shall not deny you. However, even as you embark upon the process of procreation, I shall maintain my vigilance over you. I implore you not to feel disconcerted, for it is imperative to recognize that we are disparate life forms. The observation of your procreative endeavors holds no greater significance to me than the copulation of 2 ants. Alternatively, you could regard me as an ant, and I presume you wouldn't object to your affairs being witnessed by such an insignificant creature." Zhao Huaxing acquiesced with a hum, rising from his bed and proceeding to Li Wei's door. As if summoning his courage, Zhao Huaxing finally raised his arm and gently tapped on Li Wei's door. Perhaps Li Wei had only just drifted off to sleep and was startled awake, or perhaps she was merely caught in a liminal state between wakefulness and slumber. After the 4th knock, her languid voice emerged. "Huaxing? What is it? May I request that you open the door?" Footsteps echoed within the room, and moments later, the door swung open, revealing Li Wei leaning against the wall, her long hair cascading down her shoulders and clad in sleepwear. She gazed at Zhao Huaxing with a hint of perplexity. "What's wrong?" Bathed in the gentle glow of the night light, Li Wei seemed to emanate an enthralling radiance. Zhao Huaxing, his eyes brimming with affection, gazed into Li Wei's eyes and slowly extended his arms, enveloping her in a tight embrace. This sudden embrace left Li Wei feeling somewhat flustered, yet also surprised. However, she did not resist, but reciprocated the embrace, softly murmuring into Zhao Huaxing's ear, "Huaxing, Huaxing. What's the matter?" "I'm sorry, I couldn't restrain myself," Zhao Huaxing whispered. Li Wei's body stiffened abruptly, and a blush crept up her cheeks. In that instant, Li Wei felt utterly helpless, her tongue seemingly paralyzed, rendering her speechless. "Shall we retire to your chamber to converse?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Huaxing's gaze remained consistently cold and tranquil, as though his heart harbored no emotions or desires. Yet, at this moment, Li Wei seemed oblivious to this fact. After what felt like an eternity, the room finally regained its serenity. Zhao Huaxing lay on one side, while Li Wei nestled against him like a gentle kitten. His expression remained calm and frosty. In the serene and sweet darkness, Zhao Huaxing's deep, magnetic voice resonated in Li Wei's mind. "Li Wei, do you know? I am weary." Li Wei tightened her embrace around Zhao Huaxing, her tone growing increasingly tender. "Huaxing, I have always been by your side." She sensed that something was amiss with Zhao Huaxing, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Over the course of their year-long relationship, while they had not achieved a profound connection, they had developed a certain understanding. In this moment, however, Zhao Huaxing felt oddly different to her. Yet, Li Wei remained silent, choosing instead to listen intently. "I wish to abandon it all. To forsake this task," Zhao Huaxing murmured. "But everyone in this world is watching me, anticipating my significant discoveries, hoping that I can resolve the solar crisis and liberate humanity from its suffering." Recalling the tragic fate of the Freya family, frozen to death amidst the snow, the elderly who resolutely chose to remain on their homeland, and the individuals risking their lives to sustain the supply line of Equatorial City across the icy expanses of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. My heart aches as if pierced by a knife. "Li Wei, can you comprehend my anguish? I yearn to relinquish my struggles. Yet I find myself devoid of any justification for such surrender," Zhao Huaxing lamented, overwhelmed by his suffering. "I wish to give up, but I cannot. This inner conflict tormenting me is unbearable." In the depths of darkness, Zhao Huaxing's eyes remained calm and cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 65. Li Wei's contemplation. "You can undoubtedly achieve this. Since my brother has chosen you, you must possess this capability. You merely have yet to uncover the ultimate answer." Li Wei gently reassured him. "Huaxing, promise me that you will stay strong. I will always be by your side forever." In that moment, the voice of the plasma life form echoed once more within Zhao Huaxing's mind. "Very well, Zhao Huaxing. Are you laying the groundwork for your future abandonment of this mission? I perceive your sincerity. Compared to Li Qi, you are far more agreeable to collaborate with." Amidst the prolonged silence, Li Wei appeared to have fallen asleep. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Zhao Huaxing too slipped into slumber. When he awoke again, the dawn had broken brilliantly. Opening his eyes, he discovered that Li Wei had vanished. Simultaneously, the sound of clattering kitchen utensils echoed, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Zhao Huaxing rose from his bed and opened the door, prompting Li Wei to exclaim, "You're awake? Quickly tidy up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." "All right," Zhao Huaxing replied, and after freshening up, he took a seat at the dining table. Following the events of the previous night, their relationship had grown significantly closer. Under the affectionate gaze of his beloved, he finished his breakfast and said, "I must head to the research institute now." Li Wei stepped closer, carefully adjusting the collar of Zhao Huaxing's shirt, and said, "I will wait for you at home." "My gift?" Li Wei gazed at Zhao Huaxing in astonishment. It is quite common for lovers to exchange gifts. Yet it felt rather unexpected in Zhao Huaxing's case, for he was a man of rigid disposition, seemingly unable to entertain such romantic gestures. Li Wei's heart fluttered with curiosity, akin to being scratched by a cat's paw, as she wondered what Zhao Huaxing had chosen for her. In a definitive sense, this was the first gift he had ever bestowed upon her since their acquaintance began. Thus, after Zhao Huaxing departed, Li Wei eagerly retrieved the disc and placed it into the drive. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, and as the video file opened, she fixated on the screen, her gaze unwavering. When the image of Zhao Huaxing smiling appeared on the monitor, her heart raced fiercely. Unbeknownst to her, Li Wei consistently sensed an enchanting allure emanating from Zhao Huaxing's smile, an allure that instilled a sense of tranquility while simultaneously ensnaring her heart. Was he attempting to convey some tender words of affection? Perhaps, due to an innate shyness, he chose to record his sentiments on a disc to share with her. To her surprise, even this seemingly wooden man had moments of enlightenment. Li Wei mused sweetly, her heart a blend of exhilaration and joy. Until now, her emotions remained a delightful tumult. The words Zhao Huaxing uttered last night, expressions of fatigue and a desire to relinquish his efforts, did not weigh heavily on her heart. Li Wei understood Zhao Huaxing as deeply as he understood her. She was aware of his character, his sense of responsibility, and his unwavering resolve to persevere in the face of righteousness. Hence, She regarded his words merely as a fleeting release of pent-up stress, uttered in the stillness of the night. This was the first gift Zhao Huaxing bestowed upon Li Wei, the initial token he entrusted to her after their relationship deepened into intimacy. However, aside from his smile, the disc contained nothing else. Li Wei's expression began to shift towards solemnity. Suddenly, she felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Memories of her brother, Li Qi, surfaced, particularly the blank sheet he had left for Zhao Huaxing. Li Qi had valorized that empty page, and now Zhao Huaxing, with similar reverence, had presented her with a disc that held nothing but a smile. Li Wei's demeanor turned increasingly grave. In a fleeting span of mere minutes, Li Wei underwent a metamorphosis from a domestic woman to a scientific luminary. Prior to the cataclysmic solar crisis, Li Wei was employed at the Institute of Optics, where she functioned as a scientist, even holding the esteemed honorary position of associate professor. Li Wei sensed, albeit vaguely, that Zhao Huaxing was undergoing some form of transformation, yet, for reasons undisclosed, Zhao Huaxing was unable to explicitly confide these matters to her, much like her brother in bygone days. Li Wei silently arose and opened the window, allowing the balmy vernal breeze to caress her countenance, owing to the presence of solar reflective panels. The mean temperature of the City of Life had ascended to approximately 17 degrees Celsius, rendering the locale temperate. Li Wei deliberated whether to apprise Mingjue, the research department, and the panel of psychological experts of the present circumstances. However, after careful contemplation, Li Wei ultimately relinquished the notion of divulging this matter. The rationale was twofold. Firstly, these were merely her subjective perceptions, and such an overreaction would be imprudent. Secondly, Li Wei remained uncertain of Zhao Huaxing's intentions, and prematurely disclosing this matter might engender adverse repercussions for Zhao Huaxing. He professed his inability to control his own actions. Subsequent to this, he expressed a desire to relinquish, yet lacked a compelling rationale for doing so. Furthermore, he stipulated that only she was permitted to witness, and no others. Li Wei distilled Zhao Huaxing's utterances into these three pivotal points. Initially, Li Wei had dismissed Zhao Huaxing's utterances of wanting to give up as mere late-night confidences to his beloved, a gesture to seek solace and strength. However, it now appeared that matters were not so straightforward. Zhao Huaxing was indeed exhibiting unusual behavior. Li Wei vividly recalled Zhao Huaxing's words upon disclosing the truth of the solar crisis, when he nonchalantly declared that he would bear the responsibility for Li Qi's transgressions. Zhao Huaxing had shouldered a burden that almost everyone else dared not touch, displaying such integrity, responsibility, and magnanimity. How could such a man utter words of surrender to the woman he had vowed to protect for life? Li Wei's brow furrowed deeply. Something was amiss with Zhao Huaxing, and he undoubtedly wished to convey something to her. Yet, Li Wei was unable to decipher the riddle Zhao Huaxing had set before her. She knew that something must have transpired involving Zhao Huaxing, and therefore, she absolutely could not directly question him, as doing so might place him in peril. Thus, Li Wei resolved to seek verification in her own way. Having made this decision, Li Wei regained her composure. As usual, she tidied the room and then immersed herself in scientific literature, supplementing her unfinished papers, and thus whiled away the day. Then, during our rendezvous by Lake Baikal, "Why did you remark on the smallness of my breasts after touching them?" Li Wei inquired with a radiant smile. Chapter 66. The Secret Exchange of Information. After posing this somewhat embarrassing question, Li Wei gazed at Zhao Huaxing with bright, affectionate eyes, attentively observing every subtle shift in his expression. Zhao Huaxing's demeanor remained remarkably calm, devoid of any fluctuation. Even the hand that held the spoon showed no sign of tremor. He nonchalantly brought the spoon to his lips and savored the soup before casually remarking, "I was merely jesting with you." Li Wei was acutely aware of Zhao Huaxing's remarkable memory. He had once won a championship in a memory competition. Moreover, she vividly recalled that during their rendezvous by Lake Baikal, Zhao Huaxing had never touched her chest nor made any remarks about its size. He was a rather reserved and awkward individual. Such a person could hardly engage in frivolous behavior or utter light-hearted comments at that time. Zhao Huaxing had not committed such an act, nor would he misremember it. Yet now, in a tranquil tone, he offered an explanation for an event that had never transpired. "I was merely jesting with you." In this understated exchange, cloaked in what appeared to be playful banter between lovers, a covert transfer of information took place. Thus, Li Wei confirmed her suspicions, and Zhao Huaxing understood that Li Wei had grasped the implication he had subtly conveyed. Zhao Huaxing lifted his gaze to meet Li Wei's eyes and earnestly said, "You must trust me and also have faith in yourself." Li Wei's expression remained as it always was, akin to that of a bashful maiden deeply enraptured by sweet love. Responding in the manner expected of her, she playfully tapped her fist gently upon Zhao Huaxin's shoulder, exclaiming, "You are incorrigible." Thus, this minor disturbance passed. Li Wei refrained from seeking further confirmation, and Zhao Huaxing appeared entirely unperturbed, offering no additional insinuations. Both individuals maintained a facade of normalcy, yet there existed unspoken truths known solely to them. As was customary, they shared a night imbued with sweetness before the hour of rest arrived. Following the events of the previous night, they had moved into the same room for slumber. After exchanging goodnights, Li Wei closed her eyes, yet her mind grew increasingly lucid. She pondered whether Zhao Huaxing, lying beside her and emitting soft, tranquil breaths, was truly asleep. She found herself unable to ascertain this. It was as if, from the moment she received her answer during dinner, Li Wei had transformed from fragile to resolute, possessing a strength sufficient to shoulder numerous burdens alone. Huaxing needs my assistance. She contemplated silently. For him, for myself, and for the countless souls inhabiting this earth, as well as for my deceased brother, I must aid Huaxing. I must accomplish these tasks. What, then, was it that Huaxing wished to convey to her? In what capacity did he require her assistance? Li Wei was almost certain that the implications Zhao Huaxing wished to convey were intricately woven within those three statements. The first was, "I am sorry, I cannot control myself." The second, "I am weary, I wish to surrender, yet I find no reason to do so." And the third, "Only you may see, no one else." The utterance of "I am sorry, I cannot control myself," when considered in the context of that fateful evening, seemed to suggest that Zhao Huaxing, captivated by her beauty, could not restrain himself from embracing her, leading to their entangled relationship. Within that context, the statement appeared utterly reasonable, so much so that no one could possibly find fault with it. However, if one were to strip away that context, the phrase "I am sorry, I cannot control myself" raises a troubling question. Does it imply that Huaxing has lost mastery over his own actions at this moment? The thought sent a shiver through Li Wei's heart, reminiscent of her brother's plight. She vividly recalled the psychological assessment of her brother, Li Qi, by the expert panel. Their conclusion stated that Li Qi's behaviors were abnormal, distinctly different from her own, and likely influenced by some external coercion. Coupled with the disc Zhao Huaxing had left her. Filled solely with smiles, Li Wei's heart gradually began to clear. Some external force has coerced Huaxing, preventing him from acting according to his own volition. Much like my brother in the past. My brother, who was once capable of expressing anything, ultimately remained silent. It seems Huaxing has found himself in a similar predicament. Does this imply that Huaxing has discovered a solution to the solar crisis? Li Wei's breathing grew somewhat rapid. Perhaps her hastened respiration disturbed Zhao Huaxing, who was slumbering beside her. He turned over, draping an arm across her body. The unmediated contact of skin allowed Li Wei to distinctly perceive the warmth emanating from Zhao Huaxing's hand. A warmth imbued with a power that could instill a sense of tranquility. Li Wei realized then that Zhao Huaxing was, in fact, feigning sleep. In this room, there were only the two of them. Zhao Huaxing's pretense could not be for her benefit. Therefore, for whom was he staging this charade? A chilling sensation crept over Li Wei. At that moment, Li Wei sensed that somewhere in the darkness of the room, an unknown entity with cold, clear eyes was lurking, ceaselessly observing her every action, or rather, monitoring Zhao Huaxing's every move. Who could this unknown presence be? There are several known conditions. These stipulations are as follows. Firstly, the unknown entity exists intangibly and invisibly, yet it possesses its own consciousness. It can surveil and menace Li Qi, or even Zhao Huaxing at this very moment, without anyone's awareness. Secondly, due to its existence, neither Li Qi nor Zhao Huaxing can articulate what they know about the solar crisis. According to Li Wei's conjecture, both Li Qi and Zhao Huaxing have likely grasped the truth of the solar crisis. This unknown entity has a direct connection to the solar civilization and is preventing human civilization from posing a threat to the solar civilization. It murdered my brother. It murdered my brother. Now, it has also ensnared my husband, attempting to snatch Huaxing away from me as well. The two most significant men in her life were being tormented by it in the shadows. Unnoticed, Li Wei clenched her fists tightly, oblivious to her nails digging into her flesh. Li Wei felt a voice roaring within her, urging her to leap up and slay the entity with water, fire, a blade, or any object she could find to use as a weapon. However, Li Wei refrained from doing so. She merely breathed rapidly for a moment before regaining her composure. Li Wei knew that it was precisely during such times that one needed to remain calm. Impulsivity would only endanger Zhao Huaxing and potentially bury the hopes of human civilization's revival. Li Wei endeavored to quell the turmoil within her, allowing reason to regain control of her thoughts. Subsequently, Li Wei resumed her contemplation. Watson's initial statement was unequivocally a disclosure of his subjugation by the plasma-based life form. What, then, was the import of his subsequent utterance? I am weary. I wish to yield, yet I possess no rationale to do so. This, too, is a seemingly innocuous sentiment. Within the context of the moment, it would be dismissed as a mere lament born of exhaustion, eliciting no undue speculation. However, divorced from its immediate setting, it acquires additional connotations. The crux of the statement lies in the phrase, I wish to yield. Did Watson genuinely desire to abandon the mission? Implausible. Who, then, sought to dissuade Watson from obliterating the solar civilization? Indubitably, the accursed plasma entity that had commandeered Watson. Evidently, Watson had elected to feign compliance in order to placate it, while concurrently formulating subsequent stratagems. Although the specifics of Watson's designs remained opaque, his utterance implied that comprehending its underlying meaning would facilitate his scheme and expedite its execution. Li Wei meticulously pondered these matters, assiduously stripping away the contextual veneer, focusing solely on the literal denotation and the shared experiences between them as a backdrop for interpreting the statement. Through protracted deliberation, the phrase I possess no rationale to do so began to radiate a subtle luminescence within the recesses of Li Wei's mind. Perhaps Watson intended to intimate that he desired my assistance in discovering a rationale compelling enough for him to relinquish the present mission. In so doing, he could justifiably opt out before the plasma entity, thereby gaining its confidence and enabling the execution of his subsequent scheme. Although Watson's next course of action remains unknown, his arrangement suggests a purpose. Since you lack a reason to abandon, I shall furnish you with one, mused Li Wei silently. Chapter 67. Zhao Huaxing is a deceiver. The interminable night finally ceded to the sun, as its radiant beams permeated the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the visages of Zhao Huaxing and Li Wei. With serene composure, Li Wei opened her eyes, consulted the time, and arose from the bed. She attended to her ablutions and proceeded to the kitchen, where she busied herself as in days past. Zhao Huaxing, punctual as ever, arose 20 minutes later. Li Wei, maintaining her customary routine, placed breakfast upon the table. Another 20 minutes elapsed before Zhao Huaxing departed. Li Wei bid him farewell, closed the door, and leaned against the wall. Enervated, her breathing came in ragged gasps, only subsiding after 5 minutes. Li Wei activated the computer, opened a document, and typed a few words onto the keyboard. Zhao Huaxing is a deceiver. After a protracted silence, Li Wei resumed typing. Zhao Huaxing is the principal instigator of the present solar crisis. We have all been deceived by Zhao Huaxing. The truth of the solar crisis is not as he has portrayed. Zhao Huaxing is, in fact, a profound and insidious individual who has expertly concealed his true nature over time. Upon entering the Stellar Physics Research Institute, he skillfully ingratiated himself with Director Li Qi. And when the latter inadvertently created a plasma life form, Zhao Huaxing seized the opportunity to execute a terrifying plan. Director Li Qi initially intended to publicly disclose information regarding the plasma life form, rallying humanity's collective efforts for its study. However, Zhao Huaxing, with his eloquent rhetoric, thwarted Li's intentions to share this crucial information. While Director Li possesses profound expertise in his field, he could hardly contend with the duplicitous machinations of Zhao Huaxing. Thus, under the veil of deception, Director Li acquiesced to Zhao's proposal to keep the information concealed. Subsequently, Zhao Huaxing leveraged Director Li's knowledge to conduct extensive research on the plasma life form, ultimately mastering a considerable amount of relevant information about it. By a fortunate coincidence, the plasma life form harbored a deep-seated desire to escape the confines of the solar environment simulator. Consequently, Zhao Huaxing clandestinely modified this entity, enabling it to endure the rigors of long interstellar voyages. Leveraging his close relationship with Director Li Qi, Zhao slyly infiltrated the Solar Twin Probe project, where Li served as a scientific advisor and personally facilitated the transfer of this malevolent life form to the Sun. This very plasma life form, dispatched to the Sun, precipitated the solar crisis. As the solar crisis loomed ominously, Zhao Huaxing, sensing that he could no longer maintain his faade, took the drastic step of eliminating Director Li Qi. He meticulously fabricated the scene of Li's demise, along with the relics and last words attributed to him, thus crafting an illusion in which he emerged as the savior of human civilization. In truth, every prophecy and concept put forth by Zhao was colluded with the solar civilization, which orchestrated its actions in deliberate complicity with his performance. Zhao Huaxing is a profoundly insidious figure, perpetually yearning for the annihilation of human civilization. Coincidentally, the solar civilization also harbors no desire to witness the continued ascendancy of humanity. Thus, these two forces conspired together, colluding in their endeavors, ensnaring every individual within our civilization into their web of deception. Presently, Zhao Huaxing stands on the precipice of success. Zhao Huaxing is egregiously squandering our precious time and resources as a civilization. A glaring example of this is the ship Crimson Heart, which had the potential to gather invaluable intelligence regarding the sun. However, the solar civilization and Zhao Huaxing, fearful of their schemes being unveiled, issued orders under the guise of being humanity's savior, diverting the observation time of the Crimson Heart to utterly meaningless pursuits, thereby severely impeding our observational progress as a species. The longer Zhao Huaxing delays, the more weakened our civilization becomes, until we find ourselves devoid of the strength necessary to confront the solar civilization. We stand on the precipice of an unprecedented crisis. A single misstep in the face of this peril could send us plummeting into an abyss from which we may never recover. Consequently, we can no longer allow Zhao Huaxing, the quintessential ideologue, the greatest traitor and deceiver within our society, to maintain dominion over the narrative of our civilization. To salvage our future, it is imperative that we first eliminate Zhao Huaxing. In a bid to enhance the credibility of this post, Li Wei appended a plethora of authentic, highly classified intelligence following these assertions. This information is verifiable, as it is inherently true. With each keystroke, Li Wei's breath grew increasingly labored. Upon typing the final character, she collapsed back into her chair, as though all her strength had been abruptly siphoned away. Possessing knowledge of many underlying truths, Li Wei's fabrications are rendered all the more deceptive. The most deceptive entities are seldom pure lies. They are often a blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. If this is false, sharing it would bear no consequences. If it is true, sharing it would yield benefits, namely my involvement in the pursuit of truth. Given this, why wouldn't I share it? Li Wei understood that Zhao Huaxing had been tirelessly striving to save human civilization. However, if public opinion suddenly shifts and the masses condemn Zhao Huaxing during his relentless efforts, would he still have a reason to persevere? In that case, Zhao Huaxing would possess a justification for resignation. Li Wei's mind was a tumult of emotions, at times exhilarated, at others tranquil, then engulfed in despair, only to feel as though she had miscalculated somewhere. It was only at this juncture that she recognized the fragility of her self-proclaimed strength and truly comprehended the tenacity of Zhao Huaxing. When Huaxing announced that the temperature of the sun would no longer decline and resolutely demanded the return of the Crimson Heart spacecraft, did he not fear that he might be mistaken? If you are wrong, can you bear the consequences of the failure of the Crimson Heart's exploratory mission? Yet, Zhao Huaxing acted unflinchingly, undeterred by the potential repercussions. Li Wei recalled Zhao Huaxing's third statement: "You may look, but do not let others see." Was this merely a commonplace remark, or did it carry deeper implications? Was he conveying that all the information he alluded to could only be known to her, forbidden to be disclosed to others? However, what could be the rationale behind this? Li Wei felt utterly discombobulated, unable to reach a definitive conclusion. It was at this juncture that Li Wei recalled the fourth utterance of Zhao Huaxing: "You must have faith in me and in yourself." Within the context of their conversation, this statement appeared to convey his indifference to breast size and to reassure her of her own ample endowment. Yet, divorced from that specific situation, the phrase resonated with alternative implications. It seemed to embolden Li Wei, urging her to trust her own judgment and conjectures, to have faith in him, and equally in herself. "Very well, I shall place my confidence in myself for once," Li Wei murmured. With eyes shut, she steeled her resolve and pressed the publish button. Chapter 68. Xiao Ming is dining. Upon Li Wei's activation of the publish button, a notification of successful posting promptly materialized on the web page. After refreshing the page, Li Wei beheld the content she had just disseminated. While not a computer savant, Li Wei possessed a rudimentary understanding of the subject. She recognized that her actions, although unlikely to completely evade governmental scrutiny, could at least buy her some time. Subsequent to deleting the post, she waited for approximately a dozen minutes before refreshing the website interface once more. Predictably, with the refresh, at least 5 posts containing relevant keywords surfaced. Li Wei randomly selected one and perused its contents. An explosive revelation regarding Zhao Huaxing. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and preserved the content before the post was deleted. I shall refrain from commenting on its authenticity, allowing others to discern for themselves. In the comments section below, there are expressions of skepticism, shock, enlightenment, vehement criticism, support for Zhao Huaxing, and even curses directed at him. Li Wei smiled faintly and subsequently shut down her computer. The hum of the machine subsided into silence as she vacated her seat, retrieving a stack of meticulously prepared documents that contained numerous secrets concerning Zhao Huaxing. Adorning a large mask, donning a hat, and enveloping herself in bulky clothing, she stepped out of her home and drove to a secluded, abandoned factory in a corner of the city of life. Within the factory, an eerie, oppressive melody emanated, accompanied by fervent, synchronized chants, suggesting that an unusual ritual was underway inside. It was evident that someone was on watch at the entrance. Upon noticing Li Wei's approaching vehicle, 2 diminutive, unsavory-looking men swiftly converged. However, before they could reach her, Li Wei rolled down the window and tossed the stack of documents to the ground, then promptly made a U-turn and vanished from sight. The 2 men, upon arriving at the site, picked up the discarded documents and perused them carelessly, neglecting to acknowledge the already distant Li Wei as they hastily scurried towards the interior of the factory, evidently in search of their leader. Observing this through her rearview mirror, Li Wei smiled subtly and departed without further ado. By a serendipitous turn of events, Li Wei stumbled upon this place. Initially, she intended to inform Meng Zhu about it, hoping he would arrange for it to be dismantled. However, she never anticipated that it would prove to be of such utility. Within that stack of documents lay numerous truths regarding Zhao Huaxing. These accounts were entirely factual, yet, even if exposed, they would not pose any disturbance to Zhao Huaxing, for all his actions were characterized by utmost integrity. Nevertheless, Li Wei was convinced that the cult organization, upon acquiring this information, would know precisely how to proceed. Sometimes, the impact of a statement on an individual is entirely contingent upon the tone employed. For instance, the simple phrase Xiao Ming is eating is decidedly neutral, devoid of any pejorative or laudatory connotations, and fails to elicit any emotional response from the audience. However, when this sentence is artfully rephrased to convey that after 2 consecutive days and nights of relentless work, Xiao Ming finally finds the time to have a meal, it paints a picture of a dedicated employee who prioritizes work over personal well-being. Conversely, if one were to reformulate it to state, while his colleagues have been working tirelessly for 3 days and nights without rest, Xiao Ming leisurely indulges in a sumptuous feast at an opulent restaurant. It would evoke a derogatory image of someone engrossed in self-indulgence, neglecting both colleagues and responsibilities. The materials Li Wei provided to the cultists contain descriptions akin to the neutral and objective nature of Xiao Ming is eating. However, upon processing these facts, a nefarious image of Zhao Huaxing will inevitably emerge. As these elements are grounded in reality, their deceptive nature becomes even more pronounced. Distorting the truth to attract attention and bewilder the masses is the forte of cult organizations. Li Wei firmly believes that this cult can orchestrate this situation to perfection. Coupled with the posts she previously shared online and the orchestrated efforts to fan the flames, the circumstances are bound to become quite intriguing. Upon returning home, Li Wei retrieved a large suitcase and began to meticulously organize her clothes and personal belongings, categorizing them before placing them into the suitcase. The atmosphere here seemed rather unusual. Zhao Huaxing observed Li Wei seated behind the table, gazing at him with a distant expression, a massive suitcase beside her. Huaxing, there are matters I wish to discuss with you, Li Wei said. Zhao Huaxing pondered briefly before taking a seat opposite her, replying, all right. As he spoke, Li Wei slightly lowered her head, avoiding direct eye contact with Zhao Huaxing. Her eyes appeared to be a tumultuous blend of emotions, emanating a mysterious aura. Zhao Huaxing paused momentarily, instinctively inquiring, why? Before Li Wei could articulate her thoughts, having mustered the courage to utter those 2 words, Zhao Huaxing interrupted her. Never mind, he said. I need not know the reason. I only wish to ask you, are you truly certain? Zhao Huaxing's countenance was grave. A trace of anguish he could scarcely conceal flickering in his eyes. This poignant expression pierced Li Wei's heart, as if a blade had been thrust into her very being. Yet, she nodded with measured resolve. I am certain. Very well, then I wish you happiness, Zhao Huaxing sighed, adding, "I shall take my leave." Li Wei rose, drawing her suitcase to the threshold. There, she paused, her back turned to Zhao Huaxing, standing motionless in the silence. Had he entreated her to stay at that moment, she knew she would have crumbled. But Zhao Huaxing remained silent, still. He merely sat there, his back to her, the force of his intellect prevailing over the surge of emotion. Again, Li Wei recalled his peculiar behavior, his words that, though spoken calmly, seemed to hold an immeasurable power. "Have faith in me, and have faith in yourself." Li Wei was silent, and Zhao Huaxin remained so as well. "There are still green beans and eggplants in the refrigerator, which I bought at noon. There is rice and steamed buns in the cupboard, and the seasonings are in the left window pane. Prepare your own meals," Li Wei said, her voice trembling. "After I leave, remember to eat breakfast. If you are short on time, drink a glass of milk. Do not stay up late at night. And remember to rest early. I am leaving." Having uttered these words, Li Wei pushed open the door and departed. The sound of the closing door seemed to rouse Zhao Huaxing from his reverie. Zhao Huaxing stiffly turned his neck and surveyed the empty room, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 69. The Demise of Zhao Huaxing. In response to the inquiry from the plasma life form, Zhao Huaxing chose silence. It was only after a long while had passed since Li Wei's departure that he slowly shook his head, saying, "No, I do not wish to know, for it holds no significance. If she is uncertain about leaving me, then understanding the reasons would matter. If she is resolute, then the specific reasons are of no consequence to me. It is better to remain unaware than to know. You appear to be quite rational. Yet why do I sense that you are deeply saddened at this moment? My friend, continue to live well, or perhaps consider suicide at this juncture. Just ensure that you do not disclose the method to extinguish the solar civilization," the plasma life form said with a grin. "Suicide?" A sardonic smile crept across Zhao Huaxing's lips. "Why would I choose to take my own life? Even if I cannot resolve the solar crisis, I possess a transcendent identity and status within human society, which affords me countless advantages. What is one Li Wei to me? If I so desired, I could find 100 women more beautiful and understanding than she. With but a word, Mengzhuo would fulfill any request of mine. A splendid life awaits me ahead. How could I possibly consider death at this moment?" "You seem to be sulking, yet your sentiment brings me comfort," the plasma life form laughed heartily. "However, I must reiterate, should you dare to reveal even a single word of that method, you will meet an instant demise. Do not doubt my capabilities. Since I have preserved your existence, I undoubtedly possess comprehensive methods to prevent you from engaging in those actions. I have faith." Zhao Huaxing nodded and declared, "From this moment forth, I shall collaborate with you. I relinquish my quest to save human civilization, and you, in turn, shall abandon your intent to extinguish my life." "Excellent. It is settled," the plasma life form responded. "It seems that the departure of this woman has imparted many revelations upon you. May our collaboration be fruitful during the remainder of your existence. Indeed, may our partnership be pleasant," Zhao Huaxing replied with a hint of indifference. Time passed gradually. At this moment, over 6 hours had elapsed since Li Wei posted that message. In this span, the content described in the post rapidly consumed a significant portion of the Human Voice website. Many individuals engaged in discussions surrounding this post, among whom were those with pertinent professional backgrounds or sufficient standing to access certain clandestine information. These individuals divided into two factions, one supporting Zhao Huaxing and the other opposing him, asserting that he is, as the post suggests, the greatest traitor in human history. Nevertheless, the scale of public opinion remained relatively modest. A turning point transpired 6 hours later. An influx of new participants emerged seemingly from nowhere, appearing organized and premeditated. Under their influence, a wealth of information was divulged, all pointing to a singular truth: Zhao Huaxing is a deceiver, a demon. The populace, too, became divided into two camps. A faction persisted in the belief that Zhao Huaxing was humanity's savior, while another held the diametrically opposed view. Governmental regulatory bodies only became cognizant of these developments at a later juncture, subsequently initiating extensive public discourse guidance and control measures, but by then it was already too late. Zhao Huaxing, however, remained oblivious to these events. It was not until the afternoon that 3 uniformed men arrived at Zhao Huaxing's office. "We are with the Unified Security Department. Zhao Huaxing, we require your cooperation in an investigation, and the Research Department also wishes for your presence at a meeting to elucidate certain matters," one of the men stated, handing Zhao Huaxing a dossier. Zhao Huaxing received the dossier with a modicum of perplexity, dedicating 5 minutes to its perusal. Following this, Zhao Huaxing comprehended the entirety of the situation. I declined to cooperate with the investigation, and I also refused to offer any explanations, Zhao Huaxing stated impassively. Although Zhao Huaxing's tone was composed, the three staff members distinctly perceived the indignation in his eyes, stemming from a sense of distrust. This places us in a difficult position. One of the staff members lamented, subsequently retrieving his mobile phone, pressing a few buttons, and handing it to Zhao Huaxing, stating, "The premier is on the line." Zhao Huaxing accepted the phone and heard the premier's voice, which betrayed an undisguisable weariness. "Huaxiang, I trust you, as do the majority of people. However, given the current uproar in public opinion, it would be in everyone's best interest for you to address the situation." Zhao Hua's unprecedentedly resolute tone momentarily stunned the F-Rare. After a brief pause, the F-Rare replied, "Hua, I can comprehend the tumult of your emotions at this moment. I am aware of the immense sacrifices you have made for our human civilization and the numerous achievements you have garnered. Under these circumstances, being wronged and misunderstood indeed evokes a sense of indignation. However, I implore you to temper your emotions and prioritize the greater good." "No, I still refuse," Zhao Hua asserted, shaking his head before abruptly disconnecting the call and returning the phone to the United Nations staff member. The staff member, with a hint of regret, shook his head and proceeded to make another call. After conferring with an unknown party, he addressed Zhao Hua, "Since you are unwilling to provide an explanation, we cannot compel you. Thus, this is where we part ways. Farewell." "Farewell," Zhao Hua responded curtly before turning to leave. "This is unlike your usual demeanor," echoed the voice of the plasma life form in his mind. "It seems you typically prefer more conciliatory methods to resolve conflicts." "Oh, how could I forget? Those who have experienced heartbreak seldom find themselves in good spirits. Your actions are thus understandable. Nevertheless, witnessing those you have tirelessly fought for and devoted yourself to suddenly abandon their trust in you solely due to unfounded rumors must be a rather disheartening experience. Is it not? Or perhaps the so-called trust within your human society is inherently so fragile." Time gradually slipped away in this state of contemplation. Due to Zhao Huaxing's unyielding stance in refusing to provide an explanation, public sentiment continued to fester, leading to an intensifying clash between two opposing factions. This discord, after 3 days, finally transcended the virtual realm and spilled into the tangible world. Meng Zhu swiftly shifted the vehicle into reverse and pressed the accelerator. The tires screeched against the pavement as they rapidly retreated. However, the car halted abruptly after only a brief distance, for a large crowd had also materialized behind them. In that fleeting moment, both Meng Zhu and Zhao Huaxing comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was evident that this was a meticulously orchestrated operation targeting Zhao Huaxing. As for the orchestrators and puppeteers behind this endeavor, whether they were high-ranking officials concerned about humanity's fate, cultists, or extremists, Meng Zhu and Zhao Huaxing were indifferent. The paramount concern was to vacate the premises as swiftly as possible. Realizing that an escape by car was no longer feasible, Meng Zhu forcefully flung open the car door, leaped out, and yanked open the rear door to drag Zhao Huaxing out. They sprinted away, keenly aware that the multitude around them made it impossible for Meng Zhu, regardless of his prowess, to ensure Zhao Huaxing's safety under such circumstances. Thus, their only option was to flee towards the relatively less crowded side streets. As they ran, Meng Zhu shouted into his phone, uttering a barrage of technical jargon. Zhao Huaxing, bewildered by the incomprehensible terms, surmised that they pertained to reporting coordinates and requesting assistance. He understood that humanity's skepticism and distrust towards him had finally erupted. Zhao Huaxing's situation was perilous, yet he exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. His gaze remained consistently cool and serene, as if he had foreseen these events and prepared himself to confront them. Chapter 70. The turn of events. Zhao Huaxing and Meng Zhu finally collided with the approaching throng. Zhao Huaxing distinctly witnessed a robust young man being sent flying by a single punch from Meng Zhu, saw a middle-aged woman, screaming, being hurled a dozen meters away, and observed another young man wielding a steel pipe being effortlessly tossed aside by Meng Zhu. Meng Zhu resembled an invincible general on an ancient battlefield. Despite the multitude advancing towards them, none posed a challenge to him. The hundreds of people charging forward nearly obstructed the narrow alley. Yet Meng Zhu forcefully carved a path through the chaos. He engaged with one hand while firmly grasping Zhao Huaxing's arm with the other. The crowd was overwhelming. The situation tumultuous, even with Meng Zhu's vigilance. Zhao Huaxing was tripped by the limbs of strangers or by various objects that emerged from the throng. Consequently, it became Meng Zhuo dragging Zhao Huaxing forward. He stood like an iron tower, a steadfast rock amidst turbulent waves. Regardless of how fierce the incoming flood, it could not affect Meng Zhuo. However, he was not a deity and could not guarantee that Zhao Huaxing would emerge unscathed. Thus, Zhao Huaxing beheld countless faces twisted in rage. He observed a strikingly beautiful young woman forcefully hurl her high-heeled shoe at him. The sharp heel inflicted a twinge of pain. He discerned that she appeared to be screaming something. Indeed, it was a sight he saw rather than a sound he heard, for the chaos around him was overwhelming. Through her lip movements, he could roughly interpret her anguished cries. "You demon, do you wish to slay us all? Why do you not descend into hell?" An elderly man, over 70 years of age, viciously struck Zhao Huaxing on the head with his cane, leaving him momentarily dazed. A young man delivered a punch to his abdomen, igniting a searing pain within him. Furthermore, a girl who looked no older than 13 or 14 recklessly charged forward, raking her nails across Zhao Huaxing's face, all the while shrieking in a youthful yet distorted voice, "Return my father! Return my father!" Matsu's form remained steadfast amidst the tumult. Unaffected by the surging crowd, the majority of the blows and assaults, over 90%, were directed at Manchu, yet he persistently pressed onward, undeterred. The plasma life form possessed considerable knowledge of human culture. It understood that the anguish Zhao Huaxing was enduring was a torment few could withstand. This suffering transcended mere physical pain. It was a torment of the spirit. It wouldn't deign to refrain from exacerbating Zhao Huaxing's injuries at this juncture. It yearned to witness his demise. The true depths of Zhao Huaxing's emotions remained inscrutable. The sole discernible manifestation was in his gaze. Amidst the deluge of blows and maledictions, Zhao Huaxing's eyes maintained an unwavering composure and serenity, devoid of any alteration, devoid of ire, devoid of sorrow, devoid of distress, merely an unruffled placidity. Amidst the plasma entity's raucous laughter, the deafening clamor for Zhao Huaxing's execution, and the multitude of fists, Meng Zhuo ultimately extricated Zhao Huaxing from the throng. Law enforcement officers had materialized ahead, swiftly advancing, whereupon Meng Zhuo conveyed Zhao Huaxing to a patrol vehicle. The patrol car, emitting an ear-splitting siren, conveyed Zhao Huaxing expeditiously to the hospital. Subsequently, all individuals dispersed, and the hospital room reverted to a state of tranquility. Zhao Huaxing, however, maintained his gaze fixated upon the ceiling, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. Concurrently, within a dilapidated edifice in an obscure district of the City of Life, several uniformed personnel escorted Li Wei, her hair disheveled and her wrists manacled, into a chamber. The chamber was of modest dimensions, devoid of fenestration, thereby precluding the ingress of external illumination. The sole source of luminescence emanated from a dim bulb suspended from the ceiling, casting an eerie glow. The chamber was bisected by an iron grate, on one side of which stood a chair crafted from steel. The personnel forcibly seated Li Wei upon the steel chair and expeditiously secured her to it. On the other side of the iron bars stood an interrogation table, behind which Manchu maintained a stern demeanor. "Speak. Tell me why you did this," Manchu commanded coldly. The frigid atmosphere of the interrogator, the dimly lit, oppressive room, and the faint, haunting scent of blood in the air were sufficient to plunge an ordinary individual into despair. Li Wei, however, belonged to the realm of the ordinary, yet displayed an unexpected composure, her face adorned with a smile. She gazed at Manchu across the bars and inquired with a cheerful tone, "May I ask, what have I done?" Manchu scoffed, "We have traced your posting history. The rumors concerning Zhao Huaxing originated with you. Beyond mere gossip, our surveillance has revealed that you intentionally leaked a substantial amount of confidential information about Zhao Huaxing to the cult of the Savior, thereby granting them the means to distort facts and manipulate the truth. In other words, the current predicament of Zhao Huaxing and all related rumors are a direct consequence of your actions. Tell me why." Mansu's voice turned icy. "You must comprehend the implications of your actions." "Ah, so you are aware," Li Wei replied with a smile. "My reasoning is quite simple. Zhao Huaxing is a beast, a deceiver. He is the one responsible for my brother's death." Manchu clenched his fist tightly and, with a fierce blow, struck the adjacent wall. The impact was so forceful that it shattered the wall's surface, yet Mansu's hand remained unscathed. In the usually calm and composed gaze, a flicker of anger began to ignite. "Woman, you are testing my patience," Meng Zhu stated coldly, his voice akin to the icy depths of the abyss. Since Zhao Huaxing commenced his work, I have stood by his side in pursuit of the truth. You have witnessed the sacrifices he has made and the contributions he has rendered for humanity. Why do you refuse to acknowledge the undeniable facts laid before you? In an effort to atone for your brother's transgressions, Huaxing even vowed before all of humanity to shoulder the entire burden of responsibility. Why do you choose to betray him? Li Wei maintained her smile, responding, "The so-called transgressions committed by my brother, which he bears alone, are nothing more than a fade to deceive." The fire in Meng Zhu's eyes intensified. He possessed 100 ways to eliminate the woman before him in an instant, yet he refrained. The Frere had personally instructed him to uncover the truth, and until that truth emerged, Li Wei could not perish. "You despicable wretch," Meng Zhu exclaimed. "I regret not having discerned your true nature sooner, not having eliminated you before you colluded with Zhao Huaxing. Li Wei, remember this. You have not only wronged Zhao Huaxing, but have also committed grievous sins against our entire civilization. You shall be held accountable for the countless innocent lives lost. Take this mad woman away, confine her for a few days for now," Meng Zhu commanded. Subsequently, the aforementioned personnel approached, activated the restraints on the interrogation chair, and secured Li Wei on either side. At that moment, Li Wei turned her head, casting another glance at Meng Zhu, and entreated, "Please, Meng Zhu, relay my words today to Zhao Huaxing." A flash of icy resolve flickered in Meng Zhu's eyes as he suppressed the urge to eliminate the woman before him, responding only with a disdainful snort, intending to ignore her plea. However, Meng Zhu discerned a deeply concealed emotion within Li Wei's gaze, a plea. In that instant, Li Wei seemed to implore, "I beseech you, convey these words to Huaxing." Bewildered, Meng Zhu even considered it a mere figment of his imagination. "Be sure to relay it to Zhao Huaxing," Li Wei reiterated with a faint smile before being escorted out of the interrogation room by the two officers. Meng Zhu's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed the Chancellor's office. "Do as Li Wei requested. Inform Huaxing of these matters," the elder statesman instructed. Thus, 3 hours later, Meng Zhu arrived at Zhao Huaxing's hospital room. "I have some matters to discuss with you," Meng Zhu announced. Observing Zhao Huaxing's lack of response, Meng Zhu added, "It concerns Li Wei. She requested that I relay certain information to you." Upon hearing the name Li Wei, Zhao Huaxing finally exhibited a slight reaction. His eyes fluttered, and he nodded in acknowledgement to Meng Zhu. Subsequently, Meng Zhu retrieved an object resembling a pen, and upon activating it, a distinct voice emanated forth. Zhao Huaxing was intimately familiar with this voice, having spent over a year in the company of its owner. "Speak," the voice commanded. "Reveal the motives behind your actions. Pray, what transgression have I committed?" came the reply. The brief exchange between Meng Zhu and Li Wei lasted no more than 5 minutes, at which point the recording ceased. "As you have witnessed," Meng Zhu declared, "Li Wei is the mastermind orchestrating these events. It was not my intention to burden you with this knowledge, but the leader insisted upon your right to know the truth, and thus I have divulged it." Zhao Huaxing remained supine upon the hospital bed, motionless, silent, and devoid of facial expression. He maintained an outward composure. Yet Meng Zhu detected a subtle tremor in his frame and perceived a profound, visceral anguish lurking within the depths of his eyes. Though not personally affected by these events, Meng Zhu comprehended the gravity of the situation. To suffer betrayal at the hands of one's most cherished and trusted confidant, particularly when the blow is so devastating, inflicts a spiritual wound far more excruciating than any physical pain. Though not adept at offering solace, Meng Zhu felt compelled to act. He approached Zhao Huaxing and gently placed a hand upon his shoulder, saying, "I believe you should find solace in the early revelation of Li Wei's true nature, rather than a later discovery. It is merely the betrayal of a woman. I implore you not to dwell upon it excessively. Rest assured, governmental public sentiment departments are vigilantly monitoring this situation, and security agencies are exerting every effort to locate the Doomsday Savior cult. Once this heretical organization is eradicated, and with appropriate public discourse management, this matter shall subside. I regret to say that I cannot." Mancho directly declined the proposition. "The mob is converging upon your residence. It is currently perilous there." "Very well," Zhao Huaxing acquiesced. "Provide me with a computer, and then allow me a moment of solitude." "Certainly," Mancho conceded. 5 minutes hence. Mancho procured a laptop and subsequently departed. Zhao Huaxing activated the computer and perused several news websites, whereupon he encountered a plethora of images. Within these depictions, Banners bearing Zhao Huaxing's name were cast upon the ground and indiscriminately trampled upon. Decomposing matter of indeterminate origin was amassed upon them. Even through the screen, Zhao Huaxing could almost detect the malodorous scent. Throngs of demonstrators were ubiquitous, brandishing immense banners emblazoned with the phrase "Kill Zhao Huaxing." The populace appeared agitated, their countenances contorted in fury. Zhao Huaxing observed for a time, then silently deactivated the computer. Zhao Huaxing approached the window and opened it. The climate within the City of Life was temperate, and the ambience of the hospital was exceedingly refined. Exterior to the window, a verdant expanse of flora was cultivated, presently adorned with blossoming flowers. As Zhao Huaxing opened the window, he detected the opulent fragrance of the blossoms. Coincident with the floral aroma, Zhao Huaxing discerned a faint, distant clamor emanating from afar. Although the voices were indistinct, a stray word or two occasionally reached his ears. "Kill Zhao Huaxing." He shook his head and closed the window. The door to the ward opened, and a young woman dressed as a nurse entered. Her face was obscured by a mask, but Zhao Huaxing could see her eyes, which were filled with an icy coldness. "Perhaps she is only here to deliver my medication out of a sense of duty," Zhao Huaxing murmured. "I can sense that, in her heart, she wishes for my immediate demise." Zhao Huaxing felt a persistent sense of loneliness, desolation, and dread enveloping him. It was akin to being alone in a jungle teeming with man-eating beasts, lurking in every corner, their malevolent eyes fixed upon him from the shadows, ready to pounce and end his life. Zhao Huaxing knew that, from this day forward, he would likely be confined to the shadows. He would no longer be able to walk freely under the blue sky and sunlight, nor interact with others without a burden. For the man-eating beasts were lurking nearby, poised to strike at any moment. Zhao Huaxing felt alien, as if he did not belong to humanity or to Earth. "May I speak with you now?" Zhao Huaxing murmured. "Yes, it is safe now," the plasma lifeform said, somewhat disgruntled. Clearly, Zhao Huaxing's survival in the previous chaos was a source of displeasure for it. The voice remained as serene as ever, seemingly oblivious to the undertones of discontent in the plasma entity's tone. "And what about you?" Zhao Huaxing inquired. "As an individual, do you harbor an interest in the cosmos?" "Certainly," came the reply. "Very well, then I propose an idea, though I wonder whether you will concur," Zhao Huaxing continued. "I wish to venture to the moon." "The moon?" The plasma entity expressed a hint of astonishment. "Indeed," Zhao Huaxing affirmed. "To establish a permanent base on the moon. A sanctuary that amalgamates both observation and sustenance, where we could reside free from the tumult of the masses, devoid of burdensome responsibilities and the heartbreak of betrayal by those we love. There, only the celestial expanse and I would remain as companions. In moments of leisure, we could stroll across the lunar surface, marveling at the untainted and crystalline starry sky, uninterrupted by any disturbance. Humanity has left me disillusioned. I do not belong to human civilization, nor to Earth. Perhaps you are right. Allowing such a base and inferior species as humanity to persist is a squandering of the universe's resources. I have resolved to relinquish all I possess within human society. Be it honor or status, I desire none of it. I wish to ascend to the moon, to extricate myself from human society, to live in solitude." Zhao Huaxing spoke calmly. His words bore a reasoned logic, and the plasma entity possessed a profound understanding of human civilization, capable of comprehending the existential despair and desire for seclusion that arose within Zhao Huaxing following his experiences of betrayal and distrust. "Your proposition is indeed alluring. However, how would you propose to proceed? How shall we establish the base?" "Neither you nor I possess such capabilities," remarked the plasma entity. After a pause, Zhao Huaxing continued with composed equanimity, elucidating. "The ingenuity of this plan lies not only in the attainment of our objectives, but also in its capacity to deplete the technological prowess of human civilization substantially. Though humanity has established a rudimentary scientific foundation, the construction of a permanent lunar base remains a formidable challenge. To fulfill my stipulations, they would be compelled to invest considerable research efforts in this endeavor, resulting in a significant dissipation of their scientific resources and capabilities. This would, in turn, diminish their capacity to discover countermeasures against the solar civilization, benefiting both you and me without detriment." The plasma entity lapsed into contemplation. "If such is the case, why should I remain here? I yearn to journey to the moon and observe humanity's descent into the abyss of annihilation." "Ponder my proposition," Zhao Huaxing urged. Chapter 72. I am not human. Zhao Huaxing's words depicted a chilling scenario, albeit one that was solely terrifying from the perspective of human civilization. The construction of the Crimson Heart spacecraft alone demanded the collective dedication of millions of scientists, engineers, laborers, and logistical personnel over 5 arduous years. It is foreseeable that constructing a permanent habitation and observation base on the moon will require resources no less than those consumed by the ship, the Crimson Heart. Undoubtedly, if human civilization places sufficient emphasis on this endeavor and dedicates itself wholeheartedly, the construction timeline could be significantly shortened. Nevertheless, a minimum of 2 years would still be necessary. And it cannot be less. During this 2-year period, the majority of human civilization's energy and resources will be directed towards this project, adversely impacting numerous other scientific and construction initiatives. Consequently, humanity will lack the resources to enhance living standards or to engage in large-scale explorations or confrontations with the sun, thus hampering all actions taken in response to the solar crisis. The plasma life forms fell into silence. Zhao Huaxing understood it was contemplating and remained quiet himself. His proposal was highly feasible. Once, after 2 years of collective human effort, the lunar base is finally established, Zhao Huaxing could easily devise further justifications for delays, such as deliberately suggesting an impossible task for human civilization, thereby shifting the responsibility for saving humanity onto its governments. Moreover, one must not forget that during these 2 years, the strength of human civilization will likely diminish considerably due to the harsh environment, leading to a continuous decline in its capabilities. By that time, humanity may indeed lack the capacity to confront the solar civilization. If all of this holds true, it would be advantageous for the plasma life forms and the solar civilization alike. The plasma life forms found no reason to reject this proposal. However, a solitary question lingered. Did Zhao Huaxing genuinely harbor such intentions? Or did a clandestine scheme lurk beneath the surface? The plasma entity pondered numerous possibilities, endeavoring to unearth any latent flaws within the proposition. Regrettably, its efforts proved fruitless. Unless a concealed nexus intertwined the construction of a lunar base with the annihilation of solar civilization, it discerned no discernible connection between the two. No chink in the armor could be found. Zhao Huaxing's proposal appeared impeccably sound from every vantage point, yet a lingering doubt persisted within the plasma entity's core. It remained uncertain whether to accede to Zhao Huaxing's request. The prior, meticulous surveillance of Li Qi, which nonetheless failed to prevent him from transmitting information, had instilled in it a newfound sense of circumspection. At that juncture, Zhao Huaxing interjected, "I have resolved to collaborate with you, seeking only to secure certain advantages for myself within the confines of our agreement. Should you detect any anomalies during the execution of this plan, you retain the prerogative to impede me at any juncture." What, then, do you fear? The plasma entity experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, it maintained constant vigilance over Zhao Huaxing, poised to detect any irregularities at their inception. In light of this, why should it obstruct Zhao Huaxing's endeavors? Allowing Zhao Huaxing to depart from humanity and reside in solitude on the lunar base would in fact serve its own interests, minimizing the potential for Zhao Huaxing to divulge sensitive information. Zhao Huaxing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he retrieved his mobile phone, dialing the number for the Chancellor's office. Moments later, the Chancellor's voice resonated through the line. "Huaxing, greetings. We are diligently addressing your situation. The insidious cult behind this turmoil will soon be uprooted entirely, and under the guidance of public sentiment, the populace's anger towards you will swiftly dissipate. Do not burden yourself excessively with this matter. Everything will resolve in due course, and your focus should remain on your work. As for Li Wei, I can only express my regret. We were previously unaware of her true nature. She has indeed betrayed you, but she will face the consequences she deserves. There is no need for you to dwell on sorrow or distress. There are countless young women on this planet who are more beautiful, more graceful, and far more understanding and compassionate than Li Wei. You need not confine your affections to her alone. Pray tell, what qualities do you seek in a companion? Should you articulate your desires, I can promptly fulfill them. In fact, I possess numerous profiles of exceptional young women, each distinguished in upbringing, appearance, and charm. With but a word from you, I shall personally facilitate your introduction. You young people often find it difficult to see beyond your immediate troubles. Huaxing, you are an extraordinary young man. In our civilization, I have yet to encounter someone as remarkable and outstanding as you. The road ahead is long, so please do not ensnare yourself in this predicament, will you?" Head of State, Zhao Huaxing began, There is a matter I must bring to your attention. What is it? The elder replied. Voice your request without hesitation. All matters are open for discussion. Zhao Huaxing paused, then declared, from this moment forth, I shall no longer engage with you as a member of human civilization. I am an independent entity, no longer bound to humanity. Therefore, our discourse shall be one of equals. You are the head of state of human civilization, and I, the head of an independent being. I wish to propose a transaction. Zhao Huaxing's words were measured, yet beneath their tranquility lay an undeniable resolve, which the elder keenly perceived. Huaxing, you are being unduly extreme, the elder cautioned. You have always existed within the framework of human civilization. Your parents bestowed upon you your physical form, and human society provided you with education and sustenance. Your body and soul bear the indelible mark of human civilization, a mark that shall accompany you throughout your existence, impossible to erase. This reality cannot be altered by mere pronouncements. Huaxing, you are presently neither composed nor rational. I implore you, rest for a while, and we shall revisit this matter once you have regained your composure. Nay, Zhao Huaxing maintained, his tone still even. My disillusionment with human civilization is absolute and complete. I believe that I have fully repaid all that human civilization has bestowed upon me. Were it not for my endeavors, humanity would have required at least 2 more years to uncover the truth of the solar crisis. This contribution is sufficient. Head of state of human civilization, hearken. I wish to propose a transaction with human civilization. Construct a perpetually habitable survival outpost on the lunar surface for me, and I shall sever all ties with human civilization to reside there, irrevocably. Upon the completion of the lunar base, I will disclose the solution to the solar crisis. Indeed, I have discovered a means to avert the impending solar catastrophe, and I intend to employ it as a bargaining chip with your civilization. Should you decline this proposition, I shall observe with detached interest as humanity descends into the frigid abyss of extinction. Watson, have you truly discovered a resolution to the solar crisis? The elder's voice trembled with anticipation. Await my arrival. I shall be there forthwith to discuss this matter in person. Your presence is welcome. Zhao Huaxing remarked with a serene smile, concluding the call. As the elder had indicated, he arrived at Zhao Huaxing's ward 26 minutes hence. Zhao Huaxing, with an air of composure, greeted the hastily arrived elder. Pray, be seated. Have you deliberated upon my proposal? Facilitate the construction of a perpetually habitable survival outpost on the lunar surface, and in return, I shall resolve the solar crisis. That is all, Zhao Huaxing reiterated. Despair flickered in the elder's eyes. Watson, you are aware that, given the current state, circumstances, and technological capabilities of human civilization, such a feat is beyond our reach. The elder somberly conceded, I shall furnish you with a response at the earliest opportunity. Residing within the hospital for 5 consecutive days, Zhao Huaxing received visits from over 20 individuals. Among them were former colleagues, subordinates, superiors, friends, and even a surviving distant relative. These individuals subtly probed Zhao Huaxing's intentions, but he remained aloof. When negotiation and psychology experts arrived, attempting to sway Zhao Huaxing's resolve through subtle means, he adopted a firm stance once more. Zhao Huaxing shattered a glass against the negotiator's head, and had security personnel not intervened promptly, he would have lacerated the expert's carotid artery with a shard of glass. Subsequently, Zhao Huaxing refused further visitations. Impenetrable security prevented his escape, so he conveyed his resolve in this manner. You may kill or torture me at your leisure, but know that I shall never divulge the solution to the solar crisis. Unless you accede to my terms, there is no alternative. I no longer identify with humanity. Sentiments such as kinship, affection, and camaraderie are as dust to me. Cease attempting to breach my defenses with such trivialities. Zhao Huaxing's countenance was as frigid as a stone in the snow. Following Zhao Huaxing's resolute declaration of intent, a clandestine assembly, attended by a select few, was convened under the auspices of the head of state. Among those present were the foremost luminaries in the fields of psychological science, negotiation, and stellar physics. The head of state commenced. As you are aware, Zhao Huaxing has proclaimed his severance from human civilization, severing all ties, and has proposed a transaction. He offers to divulge the means to resolve the solar crisis, in exchange for our commitment to establish a permanent lunar habitation for him. What are your perspectives on this matter? A physicist promptly responded, regarding this proposition, we must initially assess 2 critical aspects. First, whether Zhao Huaxing genuinely possesses the solution to the solar crisis, and second, whether human civilization is indeed capable of constructing a lunar base on the moon. What expenditure would be required to construct this lunar base? The head of state inquired. We would need to undertake no fewer than 3,000 rocket launches, utilizing conventional thrust rockets. Given that the objective is to transport materials to the moon rather than Earth's orbit, we require greater propulsive force. As novel rocket designs cannot provide such power, we must rely on expendable, conventional thrust rockets. This is merely a matter concerning rockets. Beyond this, we must send at least 10 astronauts to the moon to participate in its construction. Our precision equipment factories on Earth will be occupied at least 30% of their construction capacity. From the planning, site selection, blueprints, construction, launch, orbit insertion, landing, assembly, to logistics support of the lunar base, we will require no fewer than 5 million workers, scientists, engineers, and logistics personnel to engage in this monumental endeavor. The minimum time consumption will be no less than 4 years. Overall, the resources required to construct a permanently habitable lunar base will surpass those consumed by the Crimson Heart spacecraft. This approach appears feasible. The chief engineer pondered for a moment before continuing. As for whether this method is advantageous or detrimental, we must conduct a thorough subsequent evaluation. In summary, with the strength of our human civilization, we are capable of establishing a permanent base on the moon. However, I must caution the leader to take note of one crucial aspect. The overall strength of our human civilization is finite, and amidst the chilling desolation of this apocalyptic era, our capabilities continue to diminish. Hence, it is essential to contemplate whether investing such substantial resources, energy, and time into the construction of a lunar base is indeed worthwhile. If, in the end, it is proven that our efforts were in vain, it would signify, in some respects, that at least 100 million lives were lost unnecessarily. For had there been no waste, they could have been spared. The F-Rare remarked. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in whether Zhao Huaxing truly possesses the capability to resolve the solar crisis. Indeed, this is the pivotal issue. The engineer nodded in agreement. The F-Rare continued, a mere 50% probability, yet we are to wager such substantial resources. This strikes me as unwise. He spoke candidly. Should your assessments yield an 80% likelihood, I might consider taking the risk, but as it stands, the odds are simply too low. A psychologist interjected. Perhaps we need not incur such a tremendous cost to establish a lunar base. We can contemplate a scenario where, even if Zhao Huaxing does possess a solution to the solar crisis, must we truly construct a lunar base as a form of exchange? No, that is unnecessary. Although Zhao Huaxing claims to have detached himself from human civilization, he remains, both mentally and physically, a tangible human being. As long as he resides within the realm of humanity and retains the cognitive faculties of a normal person, his decisions are not immutable. The F-Rare stated. This precisely underscores my invitation for you and the negotiation experts to partake in this assembly. Zhao Huaxing, too, experiences hunger, fatigue, pain, sorrow, and anxiety. He embodies all the reactions of an ordinary human. I require your assistance in analyzing Zhao Huaxing's psyche and subsequently devising a method to persuade him to relinquish his solution to the solar crisis. The cost of establishing a lunar base is exorbitant. We cannot bear it. Through the evaluation of several events that transpired in the life of Zhao Huaxing, we ascertained that the predominant factor leading him to declare his desire to sever ties with human civilization is his absence of a sense of belonging to it. This can be regarded as a psychological mechanism of evasion, for in Zhao Huaxing's subconscious, he perceives that human society merely inflicts suffering upon him. Thus, he resolves to isolate himself on the moon, a decision stemming from a rather juvenile psychological disposition. It is only the immature who choose to flee when confronted with harm. Such individuals tend to be remarkably obstinate, finding it arduous to alter their convictions once they have settled on a particular belief. They prefer to reside within their own realm, shunning excessive interaction with the external world. Consequently, altering Zhao Huaxing's perspective proves challenging, though not entirely impossible. The leader inquired, how might we effect this change? To reshape Zhao Huaxing's world, we must restore his sense of belonging to human civilization, responded the psychologist. Chapter 74, Zhao Huaxing's World. In the endeavor to reconstruct Zhao Huaxing's world, a pivotal aspect is that we must provide him with positive stimuli of equal magnitude to that of his betrayal by Li Wei. Only such intensity can alter his sentiments. Another psychologist remarked, we must showcase the beauty inherent in human society to Zhao Huaxing. We must ensure that only those with benevolent intentions can approach Zhao Huaxing, and we must eradicate any malicious information from his world. Gradually, we will restore his sense of belonging to humanity so that he may willingly share the solution to the solar crisis. What specific measures should we undertake? The Emperor inquired. We must rise from where we have fallen, replied the psychologist. Our team of psychological experts has prepared an assessment report containing our detailed recommendations. The crux of this proposal is that, since Li Wei's betrayal is the primary catalyst for Zhao Huaxing's sense of despair, we shall seek a substitute for Li Wei, someone to rekindle Zhao Huaxing's desire for a fulfilling life. In simpler terms, we aim to employ governmental resources to assist Zhao Huaxing in his romantic pursuits. The psychologist candidly uttered the somewhat crude term romantic pursuits in this solemn assembly and then approached the podium. Handing a stack of documents to the Emperor, our comprehensive recommendations are encapsulated within. The Emperor picked up the stack of documents and began to peruse them. The plan rests on a fundamental principle. Everything must occur naturally, devoid of any overtly contrived indications before Zhao Huaxing. The plan is divided into two key aspects. Firstly, the shaping of the external environment. Secondly, the cultivation of the mental landscape. Firstly, the shaping of the external environment. The construction of the external milieu encompasses several facets. 1. The creation of a conducive living environment. 2. The cultivation of interpersonal relationships. 3. The provision of a suitable material environment. And 4. The shaping of public opinion. The following elucidates these aspects in detail. 1. Crafting the living environment. The living environment should epitomize comfort and tranquility, while minimizing drastic departures from previous circumstances. This primarily manifests in the residential setting. Adhering to this principle, we must furnish Zhao Huaxing with all requisite conveniences, encompassing household amenities, attire, and sustenance, endeavoring to gratify him physically to the utmost extent. Note: this stipulation must be executed in conjunction with Item 3, precluding unrestricted indulgence. Concurrently, the external living environment should be equally agreeable, featuring agreeable temperatures, picturesque scenery, and pristine air quality. The City of Life uniquely fulfills these criteria. And as Zhao Huaxing previously resided there, this aspect necessitates minimal alteration for the time being. 2. Cultivating interpersonal relationships. Humans are inherently social creatures. Regardless of their reclusive or introverted tendencies, interaction with others remains essential. The success of shaping interpersonal relationships directly influences an individual's self-perception, as well as their reliance on and fondness for their surroundings. The construction of interpersonal relationships should adhere to the following tenets. Those who interact with Zhao Huaxing should be benevolent, possessing unwavering faith and trust in him, and should be characterized by optimism, affability, and adeptness in communication. In accordance with the principle of natural arrangements, we ought to establish a reasonably structured personnel composition within Zhao Huaxing's sphere of existence, encompassing single individuals, families, the elderly, and children. From a societal perspective, these individuals should embody a diversity of professions, thereby enhancing authenticity and preventing a singularity of topics. Furthermore, neighborly relations ought to be close-knit, with community activities not left barren. Appropriate collective engagements can significantly elevate an individual's sense of belonging and identification with the community. 3. Shaping the material environment. We should provide Zhao Huaxing with ample material support, yet refrain from excessive provisions. It is essential to subtly cultivate his desire for material goods, such as delectable food, clothing, and gifts, and subsequently encourage him to attain these through his own labor, while slightly reducing the demands of labor to enhance his sense of achievement. 4. Shaping the public opinion environment. Given the advancements in communication systems, an individual's social environment cannot be confined solely to the tangible realm. The public opinion landscape above the internet and news media is equally paramount. In managing this environment, we must adhere to the following principles. All malicious remarks should be shielded from Zhao Huaxing's awareness, with exceptions for provocatively malicious comments that serve a motivational purpose, while fostering a plethora of benevolent discourse accessible to him. The cultivation of this public opinion environment can instill in Zhao Huaxing a sense of being trusted and accepted by society, significantly contributing to the development of his sense of belonging. In terms of personal aura, women can be categorized into archetypes such as charming, sophisticated, graceful, intellectual, vivacious, youthful, competent, dashing, and enigmatic. It is worth noting that these diverse qualities may coalesce within a single individual. Regarding temperament, women may be classified as humorous, animated, gentle, feisty, demure, and cheerful, among others. It should be mentioned that these varied dispositions can coexist within one woman. Concerning physical appearance, women are often grouped as slender, curvaceous, affable, radiant, and reserved. It's important to recognize that these distinct physical attributes can be embodied by the same person. Considering upbringing and life experiences, women can be differentiated as heiress, middle class, impoverished yet resilient, independent, highly educated, and divorced. It is noteworthy that these varied life stages may occur at different times in a woman's life. As for interests, women's passions are often divided into culinary arts, fine arts, calligraphy, painting, music, etc., technology, a pronounced interest in cutting-edge or applied sciences, fashion, personal fitness, travel, running, etc., and other pursuits. It is noteworthy that these diverse predilections may coalesce within a single woman. Given the uncertainty surrounding Zhao Huaxing's specific inclinations, it is advisable to introduce at least one, ideally two, woman embodying each archetype into his social orbit. Zhao Huaxing's interactions with these individuals will inform the selection of a primary target. Throughout Zhao Huaxing's engagements with these women, our team of psychological experts will meticulously observe his subtle reactions via ubiquitous surveillance equipment, discerning the woman towards whom he evinces the most pronounced interest. The task of selecting suitable candidates necessitates delegation by the head of state. Our panel of psychological experts can serve as adjudicators, responsible for precluding unqualified individuals from Zhao Huaxing's social sphere and for conducting preliminary training, instructing the candidates on how to effectively collaborate with us in approaching Zhao Huaxing. We estimate that a minimum of 700 to 1,000 individuals will be required to comprehensively represent the aforementioned female archetypes, proportional to population demographics. Zhao Huaxing's potential social circle must be maintained at a minimum of 30,000 individuals. Although this entire endeavor is orchestrated for Zhao Huaxing's benefit, it is imperative that he remains oblivious to any deliberate contrivance. Consequently, these 30,000 individuals will possess entirely novel and disparate backgrounds, past experiences, and professions. We shall leverage the Social Sciences Academy's big data model to accomplish this, assigning them distinct identities and occupations. Zhao Huaxing could not possibly make contact with all 30,000 individuals. Even the 700 to 1,000 women we selected would not be fully engaged by him. Most exist merely as a backdrop to life here, yet we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of Zhao Huaxing's incidental interactions. Thus, even in the absence of surveillance, these individuals must adhere to their behavioral codes at all times. When portraying spouses, they must indeed act as spouses. When depicting fathers and sons, they must genuinely embody that relationship, consistently maintaining their roles. We will facilitate their training through intensive workshops, collective hypnosis, and psychological suggestion. Chapter 75. Frank's plan. The Frere turned the page of the document in his hands and continued reading. The execution of this task would result in a significant humanitarian crisis, and if disclosed, it could provoke a considerable public uproar. We have assessed the risk level of this mission as A, necessitating strict confidentiality throughout its duration. This undertaking will also consume vast resources, potentially impacting the overall structure of the City of Life. However, according to our evaluations, the resources required for this mission amount to merely 1/200th of those allocated for the lunar base project and will not exert unforeseen effects on human society as a whole. In light of the above, we estimate the feasibility of this plan to be 93%. A detailed list of the resource expenditures is attached below. After reviewing the document, the leader exhaled deeply and gestured with his hand, instructing, "Please make copies of this document, one for each individual, so that everyone may peruse it." 10 minutes later, all copies were collected and subsequently destroyed. The leader gazed ahead and inquired, "What are your opinions?" The assembly fell into silence. After a brief moment, an engineer spoke up. "If this plan truly consumes merely 1/200th of the resources allocated for the lunar base project, we are in agreement with it." Agreement was reached. "What are the specific measures?" the leader asked. "Quite simple," the engineer replied. "First, we shall replace the town specifically constructed for Zhao Huaxing with his current residence, thereby ensuring he remains in his present location while trained personnel are integrated into his existing social circle. However, it is important to note that this action will elevate the associated risks of the mission and may lead to unforeseen complications. Second, We propose to reduce the number of participants from 30,000 to 3,000, and to decrease the originally planned 700 to 1,000 women to a mere 200 to 300. The vacancies among those tasked with providing the living background will be filled by socially trained individuals. Again, it is crucial to recognize that this will similarly heighten the risks associated with the plan. These three measures will reduce the resource consumption of the plan to less than 1/10 of the original, or, in my personal estimation, to below 1/20th. While the success rate will diminish from the original 93% to the current 70%. After a pensive moment, the F-Rare declared, based on current resource expenditure, I believe this initiative is viable. Therefore, I shall implement the following arrangements. Firstly, this plan will be immediately prioritized for execution. Secondly, a comprehensive evaluation of the lunar base project will be undertaken, along with relevant scientific research and development endeavors. We must not place all our aspirations on a single endeavor. Should the world reshaping project falter, we must be prepared to proceed with the lunar base project without undue haste or delay. If there are no objections, I hereby declare, nay, I object. Just as the F-Rare was about to conclude the assembly, a young man, seemingly in his 30s, of tall stature and robust build, rose to his feet. The F-Rare observed that this young man had arisen from the physicists section. I object to the execution of the world reshaping project. And I also object to the implementation of the lunar base project, the young man stated calmly. I have observed that both of these plans are predicated on Zhaohuaxing. In essence, our human civilization has, at this juncture, placed all its hopes on Zhaohuaxing. Thus, I pose a question to you. F-Rare, has our human civilization truly descended to such a nadir that we must rely on a communist to deliver us? At present, over 5 billion of our compatriots still inhabit the Earth. Among these compatriots are millions upon millions of scientists, engineers, and various other distinguished individuals. Is Zhaohuaxing truly irreplaceable? If we were to part ways with Zhaohuaxing, would humanity's civilization truly face extinction? The young man lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes upon the F-Rare, his expression radiant like a torch. He offered a slight smile, surveyed the assembly around him, then gently inclined his body and introduced himself. This is my first time attending such a high-caliber conference, so I believe many of you may not recognize me. My name is Frank, and I am a physicist currently serving as a scientific advisor in the research department. Due to the nature of my work, I often have access to highly classified materials. After extensive contemplation, I believe I have discovered a solution to the solar crisis. An elderly physicist furrowed his brow and inquired, Frank, why did you not report your findings to me in advance, nor submit them to the research department for feasibility assessment? I apologize, Frank replied, but I chose to keep my thoughts confidential to ensure that I was the first to present them to the F-Rare. He smiled again, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to engage directly with the F-Rare at this meeting. The elder physicist scoffed, but remained silent. Present your ideas. If your method proves viable and ultimately resolves the solar crisis, thereby saving human civilization, I shall not hesitate to bestow upon you the highest honors and noblest titles. You will become the greatest hero in human society, and I will grant you whatever you desire, the F-Rare remarked with indifference. One would expect that upon hearing Frank claim to have found a solution to the solar crisis, the F-Rare would be filled with excitement and elation. However, perhaps due to a certain aversion to Frank's overwhelming ambition for fame and fortune, the F-Rare's tone remained remarkably calm. Frank perceived this clearly, yet it was evident that he was indifferent to it, although there was some dissatisfaction with Frank's character. The resolution of the solar crisis was a matter of paramount importance for the fate of humanity. Consequently, everyone, including the F-Rare, directed their attention towards Frank. This illustrates that the reverse fusion layer is not beyond destruction. The Moth impactor was unable to completely annihilate the reverse fusion layer solely due to its insufficient mass and energy. Now, let us contemplate the following scenario. What would transpire if we could manipulate an enormous mass, weighing hundreds of millions or even billions of tons, to collide with the Sun at a relative velocity exceeding 400 kilometers per second? It is essential to note that the Moth impactor breached the reverse fusion layer not because of its own energy, but rather because its collision triggered a reaction from the Sun itself. The energy released from the Sun in response, such as solar flares and energy ejections, was responsible for the destruction of the reverse fusion layer. I meticulously calculated the average energy output at the impact site of the Moth impactor and concluded that if a mass of 1 billion tons were to collide with the Sun at a velocity of 400 kilometers per second, The resulting energy explosion would be sufficient to clear an area of 700 billion square kilometers of the reverse fusion layer. This figure is approximately equivalent to 12% of the Sun's total surface area. If we could simultaneously manipulate 10 blocks of matter, each weighing up to 1 billion tons, to collide with different locations on the Sun, we would possess at least a 70% chance of completely clearing those inverse fusion layers. Furthermore, due to the Sun's intense activity, the repugnant plasma life forms clinging to its surface would also be eradicated. In this manner, the solar crisis would be resolved. Frank shrugged and smiled, stating that with the destruction of solar civilization, humanity would reclaim a warm and habitable Earth. Chapter 76. Comet Arthur. Upon hearing such blunt and vehement criticism from his peers, Frank's smile showed no signs of fading. With an inviting demeanor, he inquired, "May I ask, what precisely renders my proposal unfeasible?" The Frere furrowed his brow deeply, gazing at Frank with a hint of confusion. A scientist interjected, stating, "To deduce solely from common sense is sufficient to conclude that your proposal is impractical. Firstly, we lack the capability to transport such immense quantities of matter into space. If we possessed such ability, we could simply establish a base on the moon without resorting to such convoluted methods. Secondly, even if we could transport sufficient mass into space, we would be incapable of maneuvering its orbital trajectory. From these perspectives, Frank's plan indeed lacks feasibility, even with the Frere's scientific acumen. He recognizes that this scheme is unattainable. It's akin to suggesting that if Earth becomes uninhabitable, humanity could simply relocate to another habitable planet, a notion that, while potentially salvaging civilization, is ultimately impractical. Similarly, the Frere knew that Frank was not irrational. Why, then, would Frank propose such a scheme? The Frere's eyes narrowed, the word comet flashing through his mind. "Are you referring to a comet or an asteroid?" the physicist inquired. "Firstly, we lack the capability to shatter a comet. Secondly, we cannot manipulate a comet's trajectory according to our designs." Frank demurred, "That remains beside the point. You may have overlooked the fact that Comet 2025 C9, officially designated Arthur, is already en route to the Sun. Having surpassed Jupiter's orbit, its apparent magnitude has reached 6, rendering it visible to the naked eye for those with keen eyesight. Utilizing my authorized access, I commandeered 3 hours of observation time on the LW Space Telescope for detailed analysis. Do you know what intriguing discovery I made? The Arthur comet was known to all present, yet the purpose of Frank's mention remained unclear. After all, without resolving the challenges of comet fragmentation and trajectory control, any discussion was futile. The conference room was enveloped in a serene stillness, with everyone awaiting Frank's response. During the 3-hour observation of Comet Arthur using the Love Space Telescope, I was astonished to discover that Comet Arthur was not a singular entity. Its nucleus had fragmented into 15 substantial pieces, with the largest fragment weighing approximately 4 billion tons, while the smallest weighed around 900 million tons. Frank, with a smile, remarked that, in his estimation, the fragmentation likely occurred during the last perihelion passage, when it was drawn too close to the Sun and subsequently torn apart. "Look," he continued, "your initial question has been addressed by the Sun. We need not devise a means to transport massive nuclear warheads to shatter it, for it has already disintegrated." Following Frank's revelation, the meeting room fell into a brief silence, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of discussion. However, a pressing concern emerged. How shall we control the trajectory of these fragments? Their mass is too immense, and with our current technological capabilities, it seems an insurmountable challenge, questioned another physicist. Yet, Frank maintained his warm smile and assured them, "I have also devised a solution for this. The method to control the advance of these comet nuclei is, in fact, quite straightforward. There is no need to transport engines with massive thrust capabilities to them." The leader inquired solemnly, "Pray tell, what is the method to direct their trajectory?" Frank confidently asserted that we could indeed accomplish the task of controlling their trajectory within the confines of our existing technological framework. Frank inquired, "Your Excellency, have you observed the solar reflectors that bestow warmth and illumination upon the City of Life? Possessing an exceptionally high albedo, they are remarkably lightweight and thin. With the advent of novel rockets, a single launch would suffice to dispatch a square kilometer of these reflectors into the cosmos. Indeed, I am cognizant of these devices," the Chancellor affirmed. "Ergo," Frank elucidated, "it becomes unnecessary to transport engines to the comet. We need merely convey an adequate quantity of solar reflectors to the comet itself. Frank snapped his fingers, adding, the remainder of the task. The Arthur comet and the Sun shall collaboratively execute. You posit the Chancellor lapsed into contemplative silence. Frank continued, Your Excellency, while you are an eminent leader of humanity, your scientific acumen may not be sufficient to discern the intent behind this endeavor. Allow me to elucidate. The task we must undertake is straightforward. As you are aware, comets are not solely composed of rock. Within their core or upon their surface lies a substantial quantity of gases solidified by cryogenic temperatures. Upon approaching the Sun, the escalation in temperature induces these gases to sublimate profusely, erupting from the comet's surface and thus engendering the colossal and awe-inspiring cometary tail. According to the most rudimentary principles of mechanics, we comprehend that as these gaseous substances are expelled from the cometary nucleus, they inevitably impart an opposing force upon the nucleus itself, akin to a rocket. The rocket expels gases from its rear, thereby propelling the rocket body upward. The purpose of transporting solar reflectors onto the cometary nucleus resides therein. We could selectively obscure a section of the comet's nucleus, preventing solar radiation from reaching it. Consequently, the gases in the shaded area would not sublimate or eject. Concurrently, the unshielded portions would continue their gaseous emissions, thus imparting an orbital adjustment force. By strategically shading different areas of the nucleus, we could manipulate the comet's trajectory in accordance with our intentions. Furthermore, it might be necessary to transport propulsion units to the comet to facilitate subtle course corrections and precise calibration. These engines need not be of substantial yield, and their delivery to the comet should be within the capabilities of our civilization. This constitutes the general framework of my proposal. Frank gestured expansively with a smile, envisioning a scenario where we orchestrate the impact of multiple sizable cometary nuclei onto the solar surface, thereby purging the outer layers of all inverse fusion strata and eradicating any plasma-based life forms clinging to the Sun. This would usher in an era of a habitable Earth for humanity. It is imperative to note that Comet Arthur will reach its closest proximity to Earth, approximately 9 million kilometers, in 3 months. Should we decide to proceed with my proposition, preparations ought to commence forthwith. Frank concluded, resuming his seat. In closing, he remarked, Comet Arthur is a gift bestowed upon us, wouldn't you agree? Following Frank's articulation of his concept, a hush descended upon the conference room once more. After a protracted silence, the head of state broke the stillness. Research Department, I require your assessment of this plan. While the plan appears viable in its totality, one physicist murmured, is manipulating a comet to collide with the Sun truly efficacious? Statistical data indicates that the Sun endures an impact of this magnitude approximately every millennium. However, we have observed no discernible effects on the Sun resulting from such collisions. Frank countered, the probability of an impact of equal scale is once per millennium. Then, pray tell, how long has the inverse fusion layer been in existence? Frank merely shrugged, offering no response. Chapter 77. A visit from Frank, Zhao Huaxing. Greetings. I am Frank, scientific advisor to the Research Department and currently serving as the chief commander of the Comet Impact Initiative. The young man's countenance bore a genial smile, exuding an air of warmth and approachability. Frank extended his hand, but Zhao Huaxing merely cast a fleeting glance, offering no reciprocation. Frank, seemingly prepared for such a chilly reception, betrayed no outward sign of indignation. His smile remained steadfast as he seated himself opposite Zhao Huaxing, stating, I come on behalf of the head of state to convey certain information to you. I seek only to ascertain whether your human civilization consents to my proposition. Other matters are of no concern to me. Zhao Huaxing spoke indifferently. Very well, I understand. Just notify me when you have made your decision. After uttering these words, he once again lapsed into silence, disregarding Frank's presence entirely. However, Frank was unwilling to depart so easily. He spoke to himself, Mr. Zhao. You mentioned that you do not concern yourself with any information regarding human civilization. Might I inquire if you have any interest in the Comet Impact Project? Just a few days ago, the Chancellor agreed to implement the Comet Impact Plan as a response to the solar crisis, and preparations for this endeavor are already underway. I am the head of this initiative, and I am confident that it will resolve the solar crisis. Zhao Huaxing lifted his gaze, regarding Frank with a profound expression, softly uttering a single word, "Oh?" Upon hearing this inquisitive exclamation, Frank smiled once more. I knew you would find this plan intriguing. With that, Frank rose from his seat, clasping his hands behind his back as he slowly paced to the window. He opened it, allowing a gentle, warm breeze to waft into the hospital room, leaving Zhao Huaxing with only his silhouette. Mr. Zhao, while I do not endorse your withdrawal from human civilization, nor do I support using the resolution of the solar crisis as leverage against it, I can empathize with your sentiments. I lament the circumstances that have befallen you. After a pause, Frank continued, you are a solitary and overly self-assured individual. You likely believe that among the 5 billion fellow humans, you alone have discerned the truth of the solar crisis, and you alone possess the means to resolve it. It is because of this conviction that you dare to disassociate yourself from human civilization, even proposing a transaction with it. However, do you not feel that you overestimate your own significance? I wish to impress upon you that your position within human civilization is not indispensable. In other words, you are not as crucial as you imagine. Human civilization will not perish without you, nor will the sun extinguish itself in your absence. Zhao Huaxing stated indifferently, what is it that you wish to convey? If you have come merely to flaunt before me, then you may leave. I no longer consider myself a human being, and the jealousy and anxiety inherent in humanity hold no meaning for me. Frank turned around, his face still bearing a smile, yet his eyes were filled with irony. I simply wish to inform you that the leverage you possess does not qualify you to negotiate with the entirety of human civilization. Indeed, you are not worthy. My meeting with you was not authorized by the head of state. It is a personal endeavor. Indeed, I harbor considerable dissatisfaction and disdain for you. Why is it that within the tapestry of human civilization, an anomaly such as yourself has emerged, having merely achieved a modicum of success and possessing only insignificant leverage? You dare to elevate yourself to a position of parity with the entirety of human civilization, audacious enough to proffer such a multitude of stipulations? I inquire of you, do you perceive yourself as a deity? For even the divine would not exhibit such unbridled hubris. Zhao Huaxing massaged his temples and remarked, I comprehend now, Frank. You are consumed by envy. You believe these accolades should have been bestowed upon you. In a fleeting moment, Frank regained his composure, his countenance once again adorned with a radiant smile. You find it intriguing? Very well, I shall elucidate it to you. Frank dedicated 5 minutes to recounting the general execution of the comet impact scheme, thereafter observing Zhao Huaxing in silence. Zhao Huaxing's expression remained placid, his thoughts inscrutable. Within his mind, the words of the plasma entity reverberated once more, endeavor to thwart him, to impede the execution of the comet impact scheme. What are your sentiments on this matter? Frank inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Zhao Huaxing. Zhao Huaxing remained silent, the plasma entity's words continuing to echo within his mind. I cannot definitively ascertain whether the comet impact scheme will obliterate our solar civilization, but I am cognizant that this scheme will, at the very least, inflict grievous harm upon our solar civilization. Zhao Huaxing endeavored to impede the comet impact scheme. Zhao Huaxing then raised his gaze, meeting Frank's eyes directly, and inquired, is it possible to abandon the execution of the comet impact scheme? In Zhao Huaxing's gaze, there lingered a hint of pleading, as if at that moment he sought to convey some message to Frank through his eyes. Yet, those messages were too numerous and too chaotic, coalescing into a singular, simple plea: do not execute the comet impact plan. Sensing the beseeching emotion in Zhao Huaxing's eyes, Frank's smile grew even more radiant. No, why should we abandon the comet impact plan? Is it merely because its execution threatens your position? Mr. Zhao, if that is truly the case, then you have profoundly disappointed me. Zhao Huaxing opened his mouth, intending to articulate a response, yet ultimately found himself rendered speechless. With a resigned sigh, he weakly gestured with his hand, saying, never mind, these matters do not concern me. Frank, if you have no other business, please leave. I wish to rest. Frank rose, bowing politely to Zhao Huaxing before stating, to the vanquished, I wish you a pleasant life. With that, he turned and exited the room. I am sorry, I lack the power to halt this plan, Zhao Huaxing murmured to the empty air. Indeed, this is not within your control, the plasma life form responded. Perhaps you could divert your efforts to influence the leaders of human civilization, for it is they who might halt the comet impact plan. Zhao Huaxing's gaze held a tapestry of intricate emotions, yet the words that ultimately escaped his lips were, indeed. I would be most gratified to witness the detriment of human civilization. Let them proceed, then. I harbor unwavering confidence that our solar civilization shall endure this tribulation. So declared the plasma entity. The brief exchange concluded, and Zhao Huaxing's mind once more retreated into tranquility. He remained, quiescent, awaiting an indeterminate event. He understood that humanity would likely withhold a definitive answer regarding the consummation of their transaction until the ultimate outcome of the comet impact scheme was revealed. Zhao Huaxing dwelled within the confines of the hospital ward for a further 10 days. Subsequently, Meng Zhuo arrived, escorting Zhao Huaxing from the medical facility to an alternative abode. Meng Zhuo's words were laden with a complex sentiment. He had never foreseen that events would transpire in such a manner. However, he refrained from further elaboration. After imparting a few words of caution to Zhao Huaxing, Meng Zhuo departed. A return to 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 78. Contact Index. This locale was an exceptionally upscale residential enclave, even within the City of Life. Prior to his arrival, Zhao Huaxing had acquired a certain familiarity with the area, aware that its inhabitants were predominantly individuals employed within various research institutions or governmental bodies, or those who held leadership positions within social organizations. In the City of Life, all inhabitants are the elite of human civilization, and those fortunate enough to reside in this community are undoubtedly exceptional. The environment here is not only tranquil and beautiful, but also abundantly supplied with resources, featuring recreational facilities unseen in other locales, such as amusement parks, sports fields, and parks. Zhao Huaxing has acquired a new appearance through simple yet powerful disguise tools, and, thanks to Meng Zhuo's arrangements, he has assumed an entirely new identity. Zhao Huaxing does not resist this arrangement. Instead, he adapts to life here, blending in with the ordinary residents. He enjoys 3 wholesome meals a day, and in his leisure time, he watches television, listens to music, and keeps abreast of the news. Occasionally, he takes leisurely strolls in the park or engages in exercise at the sports field. Zhao Huaxing has completely severed ties with his former life, and the acquaintances and friends he once closely interacted with due to work have vanished from his world. This experience feels akin to living anew. Although Zhao Huaxing is without a job, the government deposits a fixed sum into his account each month, a modest amount yet sufficient for a comfortable existence here. Remarkably, upon moving in, he discovers that a modest vehicle has been assigned to his name. He accepts these arrangements with calm composure, neither expressing exhilaration nor resistance. Zhao Huaxing, as usual, remained taciturn and indifferent. One evening, having spent the day in solitude at home, he ventured outside, meandering aimlessly in the small park nearby. The climate in the City of Life was pleasantly warm, allowing the park's vegetation to flourish vibrantly, adorned with a multitude of blooming flowers. Such scenes were once commonplace before the solar crisis, yet in this dystopian era, they had become a rare treasure. Inhaling the subtle fragrance of blossoms and basking in the sun's fading rays, Zhao Huaxing felt a profound sense of relaxation. The park was populated with several others, likely individuals who had concluded their workday and sought solace in this tranquil setting. Although the amenities here could be deemed superior within the context of human civilization, entertainment options remained somewhat scarce. In the evening, strolling and engaging in light conversation had become one of the few remaining pastimes. As he walked, the ponytail at the back of his head swayed gently. He observed a woman ahead for a moment before shifting his gaze back to the cobblestone path, continuing his leisurely stroll. The attire and shoes of the woman, along with the hair tie on her ponytail and the earphone cord, were all a shade of pink. She possessed a graceful figure and a delicate countenance. Her ensemble, coupled with her appearance, radiated a youthful vibrance and an enchanting vitality. Yet, Zhao Huaxing appeared to harbor little interest in her. A hidden camera nestled within the nearby grass captured all of Zhao Huaxing's reactions in their entirety. A group of experts in micro-expression and action analysis, psychology, and gender studies are meticulously examining the underlying meanings embedded in Zhao Huaxing's reactions. The duration of his facial rigidity is a mere 0.3 of a second, with pupil constriction at 6%. However, his heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature remain unchanged, and the frequency of his footsteps shows no variation. A comprehensive analysis of the muscular movements in his face yields an index of 17 regarding his continued interaction with Subject 1, indicating a rather low value attributed to the latter. The recommendation is to facilitate a second encounter, wherein the physiological data from Zhao Huaxing can ultimately ascertain the worth of Subject 1. In this quaint little park, Zhao Huaxing proceeds slowly, his gaze cast downward as though deep in contemplation. At that moment, a young woman clad in a black professional outfit, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, approaches. She, too, is engrossed in a book, her head bowed as she ambles along, exuding an aura of serene tranquility that seems to envelop her. It is as if her presence commands silence, compelling those around her to remain hushed, lest they disturb her thoughts. In an unfortunate turn of fate, she inadvertently collides with Zhao Huaxing. A soft gasp escapes her lips as her body sways slightly, but she ultimately remains upright, though the book slips from her grasp and falls to the ground. Without a moment's thought to retrieve the fallen tome, she steps back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she repeatedly apologizes to Zhao Huaxing. "I'm so sorry. I was so absorbed in my reading that I didn't see you," she exclaims. Zhao Huaxing gestures dismissively, bending down to pick up the book. As Zhao Huaxing's fingers lightly brushed against the book, he beheld the prominent title embossed on the cover, An Introduction to Stellar Physics. His fingers hesitated for a fleeting moment before he resolutely picked up the tome and handed it to the young lady, inquiring, "Are you a stellar physicist?" With a hint of shyness, the young woman replied, "No, I am majoring in information communication at university. However, I harbor a profound interest in astronomy, which prompted me to purchase several related books for self-study. Yet, many concepts within are exceedingly profound, requiring extensive contemplation for me to grasp their meanings. I was just pondering a question when I inadvertently bumped into you." "Oh, might I inquire what question occupied your thoughts?" Zhao Huaxing asked. "It pertains to a model overview of flare eruptions. Do you share an interest in such topics?" she inquired. Upon uttering that term, Zhao Huaxing hesitated momentarily before dismissively waving his hand. "I suppose I have a mild interest. Farewell." With that, he sidestepped the young woman standing before him and continued on his way. Concealed within a nearby corner, a camera recorded Zhao Huaxing's every reaction, transmitting the footage to a distant room. The duration of their conversation was 73 seconds, with fluctuations in heart rate and blood pressure recorded at 9%, while body temperature remained unchanged. The facial muscle movement parameters underwent a comprehensive analysis, indicating that Zhao Huaxing's propensity for further interaction with the young woman was rated at 63, a moderate index. Recommendation: arrange for a subsequent encounter at the earliest opportunity. For Zhao Huaxing, this was merely a trivial interlude during a leisurely stroll. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, he continued on his way, arriving at a quaint little square. In the square, individuals were engaged in a game of badminton and table tennis. As Zhao Huaxing passed by, perhaps due to an oversight by one of the players, a shuttlecock fortuitously landed at his feet, bouncing a few times. Almost immediately, a lively voice resonated in Zhao Huaxing's mind. "Hey, handsome over there. Could you please fetch the shuttlecock?" Zhao Huaxing looked up to see a young woman, approximately 10 meters away, dressed in light attire and sporting a stylish bob haircut. Waving at him, she radiated an air of approachability, exuding optimism and vivacity. Upon hearing her call, Zhao Huaxing bent down to pick up the shuttlecock and tossed it toward her with a bit of force. She caught it effortlessly and, with a swift and decisive strike, sent the shuttlecock flying to her partner across the court. Her partner, a somewhat petite girl, raised her racket, but her reaction was a tad slow, and her angle was off, causing her to miss the incoming shuttlecock, which then fell to the ground once more. "Forget it. I'm not playing with you anymore. Your skills are too lacking for this to be enjoyable," the young woman exclaimed. She then turned back to Zhao Huaxing, calling out, "Handsome, would you be interested in joining us for a couple of rounds?" Zhao Huaxing, who had already begun to turn away, paused and glanced back at her, shaking his head as he replied, "No, thank you. I do not know how to play badminton." After a 21-second interaction, fluctuations in heartbeat and blood pressure were non-existent, and body temperature remained constant. An exhaustive analysis of facial muscle movements indicates that the probability of Zhao Huaxing continuing his association with Subject 3 is exceedingly low, registering at a mere 6. Recommendation: Subject 3's continued presence here is deemed unnecessary. In accordance with Subject 3's personal volition, they may either opt to withdraw from the Reshaping the World initiative or elect to persist as a background character within this existence.